agree that it doesn't prove that the Earth is a globe. I was just going to ask Matthew, and it's not on the same subject at all. It's kind of it's not really even debating. I'm just kind of asking out of curiosity. So before you heard about flat Earth, and before you joined the server, and before you've spoken to all of us and all that, what would you say your percentage out of 100 certainty was that you believe you lived on a globe?
I'd say 99.5.
99.5, okay, pretty solid. And now, having looked into the topic a bit and at least had some discussion about it with us, would you say that it's the same, less, more? What would you say?
Yeah, I'd say the same. I'd say 99.5 just for just about anything, just because I'm not 100% sure about things except for mathematical truths.
Are you saying now what you are lying?
Wait.
You're lying. You know what? I will tell you.
Sasha,
You want to make him mad. I'm mad. Sorry. Okay.
Sasha, I'm about to need to. Listen, anybody that interrupts Wolfgang right now, I don't care if you're a friend or foe, I'm going to mute you. I don't care what it is. I don't care who comes in after I say this. I would like content that we could actually pick from and give to people to listen to. I don't want anyone interrupting Wolfgang while he's talking until he's done.
Thank you, Elijah. Appreciate that. And yeah, guys, if you're getting mad, that's not the time to unmute your mic, right? You shouldn't be getting mad. There's no reason to get mad. Matthew can believe what he likes, but
I'm not mad.
When we get mad, and then when we start getting angry about it, it doesn't really look persuasive from our side. But in reality, we've got all the arguments, we've got all the evidence, we've got observable reality on our side. There's no reason for us to be mad. We're chilling. But okay, so Matthew, you're saying that since learning about flat Earth, it hasn't changed your level of belief in the globe by 0.1% even. That's
correct.
Okay. So, would you agree that right now you don't know what the sun
is? It depends on what you mean by no. I guess that we have some ideas and some explanations that sound reasonable.
You have a belief that
right.
Those explanations that you've heard is reasonable, right? You've got a belief in that because you've never been to the sun.
Right. So I'd say it's a belief rather than knowledge, the way that you guys use knowledge. Yes.
Yeah. And before you kind of looked into flat Earth and came here, would you have ever considered what your thoughts on the sun and the Earth were as a belief? Like, were you always aware that they were just a belief?
I call them a belief here. In other contexts, I use the word knowledge, but I try to use the language of the server when in the server here. So I would say it's a belief.
Yeah, but before you came here, you would have just said, well, the sun is this.
Right, that's right.
But now you have to be like, well, I think the sun is this.
Yeah, I would say I believe the sun is made of hydrogen and helium, yes.
So, surely that even that slight shift merits more than 0.1% of a shift, right? Kind of acknowledging and realizing the limits of your own knowledge when it comes to where you think you live. Because there's no way that the discussions you've had here haven't heightened your awareness of that fact, right?
I guess I would see it more as a shift in language to speak the same language that is spoken on this server in terms of using the words knowledge and belief.
Because we use them accurately, though, right? We're not using them inaccurately.
I would say that you use them in an unusual way. I wouldn't call it accurate or inaccurate.
Well, you just agreed with me when I kind of said, well, this is what you think of the sun, but it's not knowledge because you require experience for knowledge, right? You don't have experience of what the sun is. You have a belief based on what you think is reasonable, based on what you've heard or been told, right?
Right. And to be fair, if you're asking if it's changed my level of certainty by 0.01%, I admit that maybe I don't quantify it that precisely, and so maybe.
No, I get that.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I was just curious because I know you you rile up a lot of people here, but
I
I
don't
think
mean to.
you're pretty chill, so I mean I can have the
Well,
conversation with you. But I think if you were being honest, you would have to say, yeah, of course, it's made me think more about what I believe I live on. Because you can't have
yeah,
these conversations, even if you don't change your mind. You can't really have these conversations and not consider it in a different and probably deeper way than someone who's just never even heard of like flat Earth or never really looked into it, right?
right. And so let me give you an example of what I was talking about with the difference in the use of words. I think that most philosophers would say that it's possible to know something and believe something at the same time, but it sounds like you guys mostly think of them as non-overlapping.
Well, I just don't think you could claim, especially if you're talking about the luminaries. I mean, you could never claim to know what they are if you're being honest with yourself and the person you're speaking to, right? Because knowing, if you have experiential knowledge, right? Which we don't. No one on Earth does. So, I mean, for me, yeah, a lot of people say this is what the sun is. We are being accurate. We are being hyper specific, right? When we talk about knowledge and belief, we do so because there is a clear and important distinction, and it's especially important when you're discussing this subject, the Earth, where we live, the nature of reality, right? So, the language games are all over the place when it comes to the globe, right? I mean, we deal with more language games than anyone, right? I mean, we have people trying to redefine basic words when discussing with us because the premise of their argument is lacking, so to speak, right? So people tell us that we don't know what level is, even though it's been readily established for hundreds, if not thousands of years. We don't know what natural is, even though any sane person that you ask who isn't in this debate will be easily able to give you the known and recognized definitions of those words. But it's actually the globe side that is trying to redefine basic terms. So all we're doing is being hyper accurate about it. We don't have a unique language that we speak here. We speak English and we speak it well and we speak it accurately and we stick to the definitions as they've been agreed for hundreds of years. Not these like new 3-year-old definitions of a horizon because all of a sudden it's not what they claimed it was for hundreds of years, right? We're talking about like well-established, well-recognized, not emotionally impacted definitions. So, yeah, I'd say it's accurate when we're pointing out to people who believe that the Earth is a globe and what the sun, moon, and stars are. That all they do have is a belief. It's not knowledge in any means by any means. So, but okay, so you'd say you haven't really changed your mind that much.
That's right.
Okay, I think that's fair enough. I mean, but you would also agree that you've never experienced the globe, right?
That's right. It's hard to experience since it's so large from the surface of the Earth. I wouldn't expect to have to experience it. You're right.
And when it comes to like the natural physics of water, as far as you can tell, you've only experienced bodies of water to be flat on the surface, right? If they're not.
That's right.
Getting acted upon. Okay. So I just find that weird, right? Because I don't know. I mean, if you're interested in what's true and the truth of this question specifically, I don't really know how you can be 99.5% certain or whatever that your only experience of water is wrong. Because when it comes to what we look at here, I mean, we talk about the nature of water. This is something that everyone has experience of. Everyone can go and test, observe, play with, drink. You know, that's what we deal with. That's just hard reality. So it's like I'll trust water more than I'll trust Joe Biden, for example. Right? And in a way, what you're saying is you're trusting these people more than you're trusting water. Because, I mean,
yeah.
You know what I mean? Like something as fundamental as water, you're saying, despite how I observe this most basic thing, I'm trusting the people. the Joe Bidens, the Don Pettis, I'm going to believe them over all I know about water.
Right.
And I mean, fair enough, that's your prerogative, but 99.5%, or whatever you said, that seems a bit much.
Right. So the broader answer to your broader question is that yes, sometimes I discount my own personal experiences if I think there's a compelling argument that contradicts that, and I'm willing to use logic and. But
is any man-made argument more compelling than base water? Right? What can a guy say, or what image can a man show you that you think is more reliable than just natural water that you've experienced all of your life?
The explanation that makes sense to me is that the surface of water conforms to the curve of the Earth, and that's what level means according to a glober. That's the argument that makes sense to me.
But who is according to who? That's the point, right? Who's telling us that? It's not nature telling us that. It's not science telling us that, because science would imply that we can do it, right? It's not those things telling us that that's possible. It's man. It's a man. It's multiple men and women on a screen.
Right.
So do you not think that, I don't know, do you not think there's a bit of an imbalance when you will trust men on screen to the tune of 99.5% of your worldview, and the natural physics of the most naturally occurring liquid on Earth says otherwise? Doesn't that give you more than a 0.5% pause for thought?
No, it's so compelling to me that it makes sense to me, and I don't.
The people on the TV are that compelling to you.
The mainstream science, I wouldn't call them the people on TV, but mainstream science is so compelling that I believe it.
Well, no, but when it comes to this area, right, the Earth, that is only on TV. That's not anything that you've seen off of a screen. And being shown images and stories and videos on a screen is not science, right?
Okay. Yes, I hear what you're saying, but can I give a different example that I think might explain why I believe it? Would that be okay?
Sure.
As long as it's not NASA, dude.
No, it's not.
No, I hope it is NASA. It should be NASA. NASA is the only direct evidence, quote unquote, for the globe, right? It's all at the end of the day, it all boils back to and appeals to the U.S. military, whether you like it or not. But go on, sorry.
Yeah, so here's my example, and I recognize this is not an exact example, so don't jump all over me for this. But it'll explain my thinking. I look at my cell phone and I do not see any radio waves coming out of it. No matter how much I look or taste or feel or touch my phone, I cannot see any radio waves. And I actually believe that there are radio waves coming out of it based on what the people on the TV told me, or what mainstream science says. So that's a somewhat similar example that I'm willing to suspend my belief in my own eyes to believe in something that I can't see. That's what I'm talking about.
I would still say that that's a false analogy, because it would be more accurate if it was like you'd only ever seen a phone on TV and they just told you that this is how it was working, right? In reality, you can use a phone, so you know whatever technology or whatever method of signal receiver and sending is going on, you know that works. But you've got no example of that when it comes to curving water and moving Earth, right? There's still a big difference.
Just quickly, just because I think this is a very interesting. We hear this argument a lot from the Globers. Just because you can't perceive it doesn't mean it's true. But they always forget to mention that just because you can't perceive it doesn't mean that it should be assumed to be true either.
Right.
So they don't tell you that there are unicorns coming out of your phone, right? To use your analogy, would it be logical to believe that there are unicorns coming out of your phone?
No, you're right.
Okay, so then how do we know that there are radio waves coming out of your phone and not unicorns?
You'd have to look at observations and do some calculations and measurements and equipment, all that type of stuff. You're right.
You have to test it, right? So that's kind of what Cyclone's saying, is that it's the testing that we're interested in. It's not the rhetoric.
Right. And I was using that example to explain my belief system in the globe.
Non-experimentation is your belief system in the globe. Don't experiment.
Just like there's equipment that you can use to test radio waves. In my belief system, I think there's sufficient evidence, similar evidence, for the belief in the globe. I recognize that you disagree with that and you think it's insufficient, but I'm explaining why I think it.
But you can't repeat any of it. Right?
I mean, it's just, I would say the application of it's different, right? I mean, you're not directly testing any element of the globe without just fallaciously assuming that element is there to begin with.
Right. So Wolfgang, we could talk about all the details back and forth, but my main point in bringing up that example is to give an analogy to explain the flavor of my belief, the way that I believe things.
Yeah. No, I get it. You're compelled by what they've said, and certain things in real life which they've said are only possible because of this other story that we've said.
And your inability to let it go, Matthew.
But I mean, I would still. I guess my
everybody
overarching point.
rear it back. I'm sorry, just a point of moderation. I am thinking about this as a recording. I don't like, if you're gonna jump in to make a point rather than a criticism, that would be fine. But all the other stuff is unnecessary. Please leave it out of the live.
Yeah. So Wolfgang, could I ask a question? Do you think that I'm being sincere when I say that I believe that the Earth is a globe?
Yeah, I think you pretty much are. But I think there's a difference even in that, right? Like, you believe that the Earth is a globe, but why do you believe that the Earth is a globe? This is where I think it sometimes comes into the conflict with people who know the arguments and people who are part of the debate, as it were. Like, I think you probably do believe in the globe, but I think there's probably a very strong part of you that is willing yourself to believe in the globe and trying to find intellectual routes into believing that the Earth is a globe when you're pretty readily acknowledging that it's kind of just a belief based on stories, images, and inferences of things that you think are going on. So it's almost like you're a smart guy, obviously. You're not a dumb guy, but it's just, I think a lot of people get this kind of emotional reaction to believing in the globe, where it's like, okay, I acknowledge I can't prove anything. I acknowledge that my lived experience doesn't say this, but I'm going to figure out how to intellectually justify it to myself using philosophy and rhetoric and whatever else. So yeah, I think you maybe do believe it, but you're definitely not 99.5%, or you wouldn't even be here, right? And you certainly wouldn't be here as often as you are. Because, I mean, I don't even buy that you're just really interested in the psychology, which is another angle that a lot of kind of globe proponents like to take for hanging out here all the time. Like, oh, I just like to see how you guys think. But it's like, nah, if we weren't making compelling arguments, you wouldn't waste your time, because you yourself are not a dumb guy. I'm sure you don't hang out on servers full of mindless idiots. So, yeah, I believe you.
Yeah. Okay. So right. Part of the reason I ask is because I get called a liar a lot, but I think there's a difference between lying and being wrong, and I'm okay with people saying that I'm wrong. But
can I explain that?
Not when he's talking, Sasha. No.
I told him that he's a liar.
I just said no, not when he's talking.
Yeah, maybe you can answer his statement once he's made it, Sasha.
Okay.
Yeah, so I'll just ask it this way. Do you think there's a difference between lying and being incorrect? And Wolfgang just said that he trusts that I really do believe this stuff. So I'd be okay with you guys saying I'm incorrect. Go ahead, Sasha.
Okay, I cannot go against any beliefs. That's for sure. If you're saying something, I believe in something. If you whatever that it is, I cannot go against that. You know, that's first thing. Because if you say something, believe, I cannot go against that because you will believe even if I say whatever I say. You know, if you understand me.
Yeah, fair enough.
But the thing when you said that you was 99% sure that Earth is a globe when you came here, I was the same thing. I was 100% sure that Earth is a globe, but after 1 week I was like a 70% sure. Then after 1 month I was 30% sure. You know, and I know you are here like I don't know 1 year after your answer was I'm 99.5 the same. You know, for me that is in the math this is impossible, and you know the math. You know, because Matthew, you get some information what you didn't have like let's say 1 years ago, and you said that some of that information are reasonable or blah blah blah. Doesn't matter your beliefs, but that cannot be true if you are that didn't change your at least something in your 99. It cannot be the same, you know. But I cannot, again I will say, I cannot go against your beliefs. That's something else.
I hear what you're saying, and yeah, you know, I think it is a little bit difficult to quantify the exact measure of a belief. Does 99.5 versus 99.6? What does that even mean?
No, Matthew.
So, yeah.
Let's put like Let's put like this. Let's say that when you never ever heard for flat Earth, when you never ever saw any observation, you was the Matthew with 99.95% believing in globe. Then you came here or whatever, wherever, or you look into that, and you look much more other things, and you know now some things what you didn't know 2, 3, 4, 5 years ago. That I don't know when you started to look into that. And after all these things, what you look into that, you are still saying that you are 99%. For me, that is some kind of lie, because these things what people are showing you, it is not fake. You know, nothing is fake. You can see them every day. We can show you again information. You can refuse that, but you know some things, and you said many times like I agree with you with this, I agree with you with that. That means that your percentual it went down with that. I agree with you every time when you said that.
Okay, I see what you're saying, and yeah, you know what? Maybe you're right. Maybe I was 99.5% sure
for me,
before,
will be
and maybe
honest
now.
if you say I'm not. Sorry,
Sasha, let him finish.
Sorry.
Sasha, I was about to agree with you before you interrupted.
Sorry.
So you know what? I'd be willing to say that yes, it's the number is less than 99.5 now. That's fine. Yeah, I think that might be right, because I know a lot more. I know a lot of the observations. I've heard the evidence, seen the videos. So sure, I could say less than that now.
Yeah, that's cool. And listen, I know it's difficult when you're put on the spot to quantify a belief in that kind of way. I just find it an interesting metric to see where people are. And when it comes to you lying or being honest, right, I wouldn't take the position or accuse you of lying, because that in itself would be me assuming that I know what's going on in your head when I don't. So I usually give people the benefit of the doubt. And yeah, I mean, like you say, I mean, if anything, that answer kind of just says to me that it is a bit more of an emotional thing, to be like, well, no, nothing I've heard over a year of this has shifted my thoughts at all. I mean, I don't look at that as lying. I just look at that as kind of like coping. You know, a bit emotionally, like, nah, that's not done anything. But that's cool. I mean, the fact that you said, yeah, it's probably less than 99.5, that's cool. I'm not saying you need to go into anything like that anyway, but thanks for being honest.
And
if Elijah or Crypto is still here, if Crypto's still here and wants to jump in, feel free.
Yeah, I'm going to have to leave pretty soon. I just want to respond and say thank you for the benefit of the doubt. I do appreciate that. And I claim, and I don't know if you'll believe this or not, but I do claim that I'm trying to be as honest as possible in these things. And I think my main goal here is to explain well the Glober side of things. because I'm a teacher. I like figuring out how to explain things well, and so that's part of why I like being here.
Yeah, Matthew, this is the second time you've actually explained yourself, bro. So I mean,
He can explain it as many times as he
like
wants.
that. I like that you're here and explaining truthfully and honestly, bro. I thank you.
That's my goal, anyway.
But you will explain that like a knowledge or like a belief?
You just trigger Sasha
okay.
all the time.
No, I'm
That's
okay.
all.
Yeah, I'm okay to call it a belief here.
Okay, now question. If you're outside with, not
Sasha,
without, no, I
Sasha,
want to know. Sorry, Elijah.
Sasha.
Sorry.
But
I want to know.
when he talks, there are certain dog whistles, okay, that I personally take issue with. So when he says, I'm fine with calling it a belief here, in the context of what he said before, when he said we define things a certain way, when the broader world defines things in another way, that's kind of offensive when it's not true. Like we would go for the definition as it is defined and the way it is used today versus committing, say, an etymological fallacy, which is looking for the etymology of a word instead of using the word in its content in its current time. So I don't like this caveat of I believe it, and I'm going to say that while I'm here to get along. While I understand why you might do that because things get heated and people come out of pocket, you can say that, but it's still not justified to say. In my
Okay,
view.
so yeah, let me respond to that. If I'm here in this server and somebody says, "Does Paris, France, does the Eiffel Tower exist?" I would say, you know what? You guys are very precise with language, and so I'm not going to say that I know the Eiffel Tower exists because I personally have never been there. Now, if I'm sitting in a philosophy class outside of this server and people say, "Oh, do you know that the Eiffel Tower exists?" In that context, I would say, well, based on the way that they use that word, I would say, yeah, I know it exists because there's all of this evidence. My brother went there and all that type of stuff. So I'm just saying that it's helpful to use the language of the culture and the context you're in. That's all.
Well, to respond to that, I would also say that I know the Eiffel Tower exists. Because that's a
You've been there?
that's a justified belief, and that's the proper context in which you can say a justified belief is also something that you know. When it comes to science, it's a little different. When it comes to knowing a fact, it's based on experience. So there's a difference. And of course, it's okay to say, I know the Eiffel Tower exists when you've never been there because people live there. I mean, it's justified belief. I get it in that context. I just, I don't know. I don't know.
So, Elijah, I would say that there are people in the server who would find issue with me saying that I know the Eiffel Tower exists if I haven't experienced it myself.
Well, they've used examples that I can't even deny you that because I mean, that would be an example someone would use. Like, how do you know the Eiffel Tower exists if you've never been? Yeah, I get it. So, still,
I wasn't trying to stir up stuff. I was just saying I'll try to use the same word. You know, it's helpful if people use the same words in the same ways. That's all.
well, still, like for example, if you were to say, I know that the sun is made of hydrogen and helium, no one has experienced that versus the justified belief that um, Paris exists because people have experienced it, but literally no one has experienced, you know, like no one's been to, it's just no way to experience that kind of thing, to know that kind of thing without making uh, presuppositions.
Right.
It works within a paradigm.
Okay. Well, I need to go to the hour, but it was nice chatting with you guys. I think this was a helpful conversation. I appreciated it.
Thank you for being here, Matthew. Talk to you later.
Talk to you later.
Yeah, nice one, Matthew. Have a good one.
Yeah, thanks, Wolfgang. It was good chatting with you, and Sasha too. Take it easy.
Yeah, take it easy.
Yes, yeah.
See, that kind of sorry, Crypto, you just going there?
No, I didn't say anything. I was going to ask Matthew something, but if he's going to go in 3 minutes, there's no point really.
Oh yeah, I think he's already dipped.
Yeah, so that's fine. I'm always interested to know from Globers, especially Matthew. I mean, I'll ask the questions to the room, but it's obviously moot because there's no Globers here. What evidence would they actually need to come to the realization that the Earth's flat? I think it's an interesting question.
A well-made docudrama.
Entire photo flat Earth, I think they need.
I think they need purpose. Like, what is all for my life, aka consensus. You know, how will this benefit me?
I wanted to ask him because he did the 95% thing, and I wanted to ask him what we asked the other guy. Well, are you 100% sure that you've eaten before? It'd been interesting. He might have said 100% because obviously less than that is like really true.
Math doesn't lie.
So like to ask him because he said the water conforms to the surface of the sphere, and obviously we talked about the black swan, but one of the little changes that I've made in asking the question is, okay, so the horizon is 10 times away. Okay, you said refraction, fair enough. I'm not even going to correct whether or not that's justified or not. I'm just going to ask you, is there any citation that you can give me that will mathematically describe that a 1,000% error can occur? And with cite the source. It obviously doesn't exist. All of the things that I've seen, they give you 7/6 the radius for the theoretical light rays that are curving around the Earth. They might give you a little bit more, but at the max I've seen is, I think it was 5 or 6 times, but not 10. So I'd like to see a citation where someone says, "Oh yeah, sure, 1,000. There's a 1,000% margin of error. Sure, that'd be nice to see."
Matthew has gone over before how he teaches Bible class and this and that. He has given classes and teachings about how the Bible is a metaphor, and he's invested in that. There's no way to change his mind, because then he would have to go in front of his class and say, "I was wrong. It's not a metaphor. You can't believe anything I say." He'll never change because he's invested. He'll never change his stance.
For me, I wanted to ask Elijah this question: if he's saying that, if he's admitting that belief that he's believing, if he's admitting that, okay. But when he go out and he's not on this server, let's say that he speaks with some normie, does in that moment he will say that normie, listen, this is my beliefs about globe Earth, or he will say this is my knowledge about Earth?
He already explained that. Anyway, so the previous guy, I was just going to say that the experience of the flat Earth and the Bible, and what you can derive from there, are mutually exclusive.
Well, not with
So
Matthew.
whatever well, it just is objectively mutually exclusive. So whatever he would do is his personal business, would have nothing to do or have any bearing over our experience here.
Well, I'm just saying he made it clear in the past that.
I heard you the first time, brother. I understood what you said.
Yeah, for me, I mean, that's one of the only things you can really do with like Matthew or whatever, because he will try and find a way to intellectually justify his belief regardless. And if we have like a lengthy conversation with him going around about what the sun is. It doesn't really get you anywhere. But I mean, you just ask him the question: does this prove a globe? No. Okay, done. And you understand that the globe is a belief. Yeah, it's a belief. That's it.
Yeah.
That is it. And then for those
But
with eyes to see and ears to hear, anyone listening, they'll know whether they want to go with belief or empiricism. And then that's their journey.
but he's partitioned his mind. If we're to take everything that he said as honest, then I would have to assume that he's partitioned his mind because he clearly said belief also can mean to know. And I know where that philosophy comes from, but you're conflating two different things.
Yeah.
You
Well, they have.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's the code. That is the code.
It goes back to my point. Because he can't confuse those two things because he invested in his what he does, teaching
And
the Bible.
that's what I meant. That's what I meant by the emotional side, right? Because his rational side is telling him, yeah, it's a belief. You don't know. You've never experienced it. And his
well,
emotional side is saying, well, I really want to believe it, and these guys are saying it, and they're saying that this proves it. So I'm gonna say that that's compelling to me, even if deep down it's not really.
He's a nice guy,
I'm
but he talks in circles.
gonna have to have another conversation about this point specifically because it did rub me the wrong way. Um, uh, because when you asked him, is this proof that the Earth is a sphere? He said no. I know that he just responded. The reason he keeps bringing this particular thing about the sun up is because it's impossible on a flat Earth, and that he thinks that it would light up the entire Earth and all of this, and it's justifiable to think that he can beg the question and say that it's a sphere and that we're turning away from it. He wouldn't use those words, but obviously a sunset is the result of living on a sphere and the sun that's 93 million miles away. And
Yeah.
he would say that's not proof in the way that you guys would describe it, but in the way that mainstream science would describe it and he would describe it, it is evidence and it is proof. And that's the problem that I have with him right now. And it's not a problem like when I see him, it's on site. It's just a detail that I would like to challenge openly so that we can also get that on record.
You can
Because
Yeah. No,
these
I
are the
get.
kinds of
I
track
get.
the
arguments that
sun.
people make.
You can track the time zones, and you can see that the shape that it takes, or the path that it takes.
And yeah. I mean, I think for me that's just another example of kind of implicit rhetoric, right? So some of these globe believers who already know that they can't argue for the globe directly will ask a question, quote unquote, which they know implies to, say, a mainstream audience, the globe, right? And the longer they have us giving it credence by, I don't know, going into comparison. I mean, obviously, there's nothing wrong with speaking about it and going over it, but when it's someone who you know is trying to use it as like a piece of rhetoric, you just have to call them out off the bat and say, well, that's just a belief, though, right? That this would actually show or prove anything. And at least he admits it. Yeah, it's just a belief. So even the people who might have been listening, being like, yeah, this is for the globe, would have had to just come to the realization, oh no, it's just based on belief again. So, but yeah, it is annoying. I get what you're saying, Elijah. And even his comparison between, well, I would say, what about the mobile phone or things like that? Again, he kept trying to make comparisons to things which he does actually experience when what he's talking about overall, the globe, is something that he has no experience of. He doesn't even have that tangential inference of testing something in reality. because there is no testing of anything in reality for the globe. So even that was a bit disingenuous, like saying, "Oh, I don't know," but I wouldn't say that I know Paris exists, right? But again, totally different. It's publicly accessible. Many people go to Paris. People live in Paris. It's almost like saying Australia, right? Well, I'm not going to say I know Australia exists. That's what I mean when I say I don't know the globe exists. But they're totally different because one is publicly accessible, the other is not. So even that is a bit disingenuous. But again, to me, that's just the feelings coping. So I don't mind.
Thank you, Elijah and Wolfgang. Great job. Appreciate it. Sorry if I stepped in.
Oh, no, it's all good.
It's all good. Yeah, thanks.
Even an example of
I just
radio
want to
waves.
make it clear that. Well, can you guys hear me? Oh, Sasha,
Yeah, I'm
I
trying.
swear to
Yeah,
God,
go
I'm
ahead,
gonna kick
Eli.
your ass. I'm gonna fucking kick your ass, Sasha. I'm serious.
Okay.
So all I wanted to say is, this is not me being tyrannical. It's just a different way to see the server move forward. It's not about me taking over a conversation or Wolfgang taking over a conversation. If it were Sasha, and it very well could be, Sasha, I would like you to be a conversation to its conclusion. And so I would
Fuck, you need to repeat your robot.
like to have this talk where we have actually makes sense side, because I want to make myself clear.
Yeah, I don't know if that was just me, Elijah, but you broke up for like all of that. So I didn't hear it, but it might have just
Kind
been
of
me.
funny. You broke up the whole time and said, "I just want to make myself clear," but the whole time.
Yeah, we lost at least the last few sentences, man. Just say it again.
Give me 2 minutes. I'll be back.
Yeah, so something that we were speaking about in the mod meetings is just how to, get more new people in, encourage conversation. And one of the things going on we see a lot is new people coming in and they don't really know anything about the topic and they ask the standard questions and they're kind of being treated like either they're automatically here to debate, because not everyone's here to debate, right? Just because someone says something that they believe because they believe in the globe, that doesn't mean they necessarily want to debate. They may just be open to a conversation. So what we're trying to do is foster more of a right, let's have a conversation about the earth, rather than thinking that everyone's automatically here to debate or argue, just to see if it increases the amount of new people that we get into the live stream, right? Because that's the main kind of thrust of the server, what we're trying to do, get new people in the door, talk to them about the earth, right? It doesn't have to be a debate all the time. It can just be a pretty chill conversation. At the end of the day, all of the evidence is on our side. All of what we can point to in reality sides with us. So there's no real reason to be getting defensive or mad that someone professed the belief. That's just what we have to explain to them and kind of go through with them, right? Yeah, we thought the same thing, but look at this. I think that's
Yeah,
probably kind of what Elijah's getting at. But.
Yeah, I'd recommend stopping with the immediate, "You have a belief, you're a religion," yelling at people saying that what they have is a religion. They don't even know where you're getting it from yet.
Yeah, I mean, just inflammatory kind of interactions generally. We want to curb those. We need people being chill, having conversation, because I mean, this topic is easy enough to dismiss offhand without having someone yelling it at you, right? So I mean, in the same way that someone can make a terrible argument in a convincing way and have people believe them, people can make a great argument in a terrible way, and it doesn't matter how good the argument is, they're just going to be like, well, I'm not going to listen to you because you're annoying, or you sound nuts, or you're mad, whatever, you know?
Yeah.
So
So what I was saying was, I don't want people to think that I'm trying to be tyrannical and I'm trying to This is what I'm trying to do. Number one, we need more content. And if I'm being honest, there are some times where, Indio or Sunny or whoever's playing some of the things from the past, and I don't like how it listens. Like people jumping in, a point getting lost. I'm not only do I not want to accept that happening anymore. We did have a mod meeting, so it doesn't have to be me. It doesn't have to be whoever I appoint and say, okay, you can speak. It's not like that. What it is if you're going to talk and you're going to actually directly respond to the needs or the concerns of the person who's coming in here, then you're going to be the one to do that, and you alone. So if you're going to have a conversation with someone, you're going to bring the conversation to its conclusion. Unless you see somebody in the chat and you're thinking, hey, can you post this for me? Can you, like, that's the kind of help that I see people giving. Like, okay, yeah, post pertinent information for the person who's talking, and that's good enough. But the criticism and the side heckling, I'm not going to allow that to happen anymore, because it takes away the appreciation of the listen back, of the playback. So all I'm saying is, if it's going to be Sasha, if it's going to be Fraud, if it's going to be anybody else, then you're going to be the one taking ownership of the conversation and how it moves forward, and you alone, so that you can be judged alone for what you do, so that you can learn the way that a lot of us had to learn in the beginning. So all I'm saying is, it's going to be one-on-ones, maybe until we can figure out how to either A, talk with each other, or B, suss out the people that are continually trying to, in my opinion, uh, make us look bad. I don't like to hear people getting cursed at. I don't like everyone else getting frustrated because everyone's talking. So it being a natural result of that, I just want this to be a place that people come to because they heard a nice one. And they're like, wow, these kinds of conversations are going on. I want to be a part of that conversation. That's all.
Can I say something?
Yeah.
Clear and concise. I'm okay with it. That's all.
Good, because that's how it's going.
Oh, I thought you said, can I ask you something? Okay. No.
No,
Yeah,
no, it's all
you
right.
said he's
Everything.
going.
It was clear and concise. So it's everything. I like it. It's all right. Yeah, cool.
Yeah, so that's kind of what we're trying to get at in general. More kind of just mic control. We're gonna have a bit more like one-on-one moderated conversation, because a lot of the time, I mean, obviously it's the nature of being in a room with like 30, 40 people. It's gonna happen, but we need to have a bit more control over who's speaking and when, jumping in and letting the new person respond. Because really, the best conversations happen when we're asking short, concise questions and we're letting the new person speak. Like, the new person should be speaking more than you, more than me, more than us, right? Because otherwise, they're just going to switch off when like three different people speak for 40 seconds each and, bombard them with information. We need to just be short, on point, let them think and let them respond. And it means we need to give them the space. So there might be even a few moments of silence, as rare as that would be. And we need to let those happen, because silence is golden. Okay?
Yeah, if you're talking about organic conversation, I think you guys need to like do a PR blast or get some paid traffic or something somewhere to get these results higher. I don't think it's just all
Listen,
organic.
I'm not just saying organic conversation. I mean, I'm saying we foster conversation, and then when the conversation's happening, we do let it happen like more of a normal conversation, right? As it's getting the structure in place so that more people are coming in wanting to have a conversation. Then, however the conversations go, that's another matter. We're going to try and keep them one on one where we can, chill, very chill. That's what we need to be, and there's no reason we shouldn't be. There's nothing they can throw at us that should phase us at this point, right? Because
Yes,
at the end of the day,
strength. Yeah.
all the evidence is on our side. So, but that's what we're talking about. And to get that footfall through those new people in, we need to start doing it right away and setting the example to people listening on YouTube, so they think, hey, I could actually go and ask some questions there and not get like jumped on by 10 guys.
Yeah, let me just pose something. So people in here are thirsty because nobody's coming in, so they're jumping on it, right? That's the problem you're identifying. And I'm just saying, somebody looked into the invite wasn't working the other day, and then they saw something about getting limited users at 25,000. Then you had to prove a report of 10% retention, all these other things. I'm saying I see the problem, but it could be not just the conversation, you know.
Yeah, we discussed the problem. So this is how it's going to get fixed. This is
Cool.
how we're moving forward. Number one, everything that I just outlined. Why? Because then there will be content to share that everybody can be proud to share. Number two, there's a live stream for you to share with a relative or whoever. Because I mean, there have been times where I'm like, oh, I can't give the link because I don't know what's going on in there right now. That's not happening anymore. Okay, so that should make it an environment where people do come in. Second of all, um, we're coming up with ideas to get people in here anyway. Um, Probably going on different podcasts. Probably it's just a lot of things going to other platforms to have conversations with people to invite them here. So that when they do actually come here, they can have a conversation. Number three, when they do get here, like Wolfgang said, we already have all the arguments. So when they're making a point, let them make it, because that's actually the point that they're trying to make, that we're going to defeat, is going to be the meat sauce that people come here for, because they're going to be giving bad arguments, but we need to let them make them first.
I need to personally learn how to use that automatic meme that you can just you don't have to even yell. You can just hashtag, pull it right up. There you go, done. That would be that's strength right there. Yeah, I hear you, man. No, you guys are doing great. Yeah.
Yeah. Can I make a suggestion, or maybe you've already made it? I'm not sure because I just joined. Jin CBR1 here. I think it's just moderators who delegate, who speaks is definitely a necessity here. Okay, and because, like you said, there are many people who want to have a discussion and have a question. Let the newcomer come in, like you said. Let them express themselves and their opinions, and then the moderator dedicates someone to speak. Okay, well, Battle Mod, can you please take this on for a while, and then let that go forward, let's say, and then let the newcomer respond, and then that Matterbot had his turn. Let someone else ask a question, and it can go on like that. Give
Yeah,
everybody else a
I
chance to
addressed.
speak.
Yeah, I addressed that. So
Okay.
it's not going to be it in most cases is not going to be one question and then somebody else and one question. It's not going to happen like that. It's going to be
No.
first come, first serve. Whoever wants to take up the conversation, they will offer up themselves. The moderator will say, sure, fine, go ahead. At that point, they're engaging in a one on one, and they have to see the conversation to its conclusion on their own. If they are capable, it will turn out to be a great listening experience. They'll be able to clip it out, they'll be able to share it with their friends and family. It'll be a beautiful thing. If they
Yeah.
don't have the equipment or the stuff to reach the conclusion, and they kind of maybe fall flat or maybe they make some mistakes, well, that's going to be on them to listen back, reflect on, and go back and do some more homework. But ultimately, it's
Yeah.
going to be one-on-ones that we want to encourage so that
Can
everyone
they
can
ask
get.
for assistance?
Hold on, bro. The point of this is to help everyone get stronger in the conversation. Can they ask for assistance? Sure they can, but then they would be relinquishing their time.
Well, yeah, that's fine as long as they can ask for assistance. I didn't think it was on a time basis because if they're having a one-to-one and they haven't quite don't know the inverse square law, for example, can somebody help me with that sort of thing? Now that
Well,
would be okay.
well, they
Shouldn't it?
might not be talking about the inverse square law. The
Yeah,
inverse
but it
square
might go
law
that
might
way though.
have.
It might go that way. It
Yeah,
might
yeah,
go that
Jin,
way.
If you
that's fine, right? I mean, whatever. The point we're making is that we're going to be having more control by making it one-on-one predominantly. And I mean, speaking for myself here, how I will likely do it is if I'm in and if there's no other moderators moderating, I'll try and pick whoever I think is being chill at the time, or whoever wants to speak and is chill, or if there's an Elijah or Crypto or Indio or Meme, I'll say, right, let them go one-on-one for a little bit. Just let it go naturally. If it comes to a point where someone else wants to take it over and it doesn't interrupt the flow, then I'm fine with that as well. But it's just about having coherency and a back and forth. It just can't be four flat earthers saying something, then one has to blow and then another five, whatever.
Just as long as everyone gets a fair share of the food, yeah? That's the other thing. That's what happens. Lots of people are sitting on the sidelines wanting to say something, but they don't get an opportunity, so they end up jumping in. You know, that's what happens.
Well, that's it.
so listen to me again. Um, I don't believe. Okay. This is what I'm promoting. That person that's sitting on the sideline, especially if they're, say I'm talking and they interrupt me, I'm going to designate them to take the conversation to its conclusion because either they can handle themselves or they're going to fall short, in which case they can ask someone to then take over. But it's not going to be them making side commentary every 5 minutes. So everyone is going to get a chance. Everyone is going to see where they're strongest and where they're weakest. And everyone's going to get an opportunity to come back and fight another day. But it's all going to be a situation where everyone can be proud of the content that's created here so that they can go back and listen and do whatever they need to do, maybe research the inverse square law if it does come up, whatever have you. But in order for them to know that they need to do that, the conversation needs to take place. And as simple as that.
Yeah, and I think for like new people or people sitting back, I think we'll just try to encourage kind of system of if you want to jump in at any point, kind of do a virtual raise your hand, just say, hey, I've got something to add to this next opportunity, and the moderator will look for a break in the conversation and say, okay, do you want to add your bit? Just as long as we're not just like shouting out, taking it off point in the middle of a conversation. That's kind of what I'm trying to avoid. That's what we're trying to avoid. So.
Yeah, I'd like it to be a lot more fluid myself, but there you go. You know, everyone to their own.
Well, this is just our attempt at seeing how we can get more coherent conversations that don't devolve into a shitstorm within like 5 minutes of a new guy joining. So,
Well, it's not a new guy. I haven't seen that with a new guy. It's usually with someone who's been here a long time. It's just a fucking moron, like the Matthew Learns guy. You know, it's just
nah. It happens with new people as well. I hear it quite a bit when I'm tuning in because I listen on YouTube quite a bit, and there'll be
yeah,
a new person who's maybe a little bit trolly, and then
yeah.
says something that's like classic globe argument, and some people will just say, you know, well, why are you trolling, or just getting like unnecessarily excited about it. I would say.
Well, it's the trolls that's the problem. I mean, there was a guy who came in the other, really nice guy. Everyone had a great conversation. Guy was generally interested. But this is the same issue we've always had. The trolls and the people like Zanuck and Matthew Learns. You know what I'm saying? When you get a genuine person in here, there's never There's never a problem with a genuine person. No one ever jumps in. No one ever cuts anybody off. It's always a good conversation because the person is is here to actually learn. I mean, when you have people that aren't here to learn, I mean, that's when you have all that issue.
Right. But that distinction is, to be fair, subjective. And even though I know what you mean, I would still disagree. There's plenty of people I've heard that I would say they don't sound that trolly. They sound like they could be getting pretty honest, and they end up getting stomped for a while. So it's like people have a different level of what they think a troll is. But even for me, I mean, unless they're really refusing to have any kind of intelligible conversation, even the trolls are useful, right? Because even just exposing the trolls for however limited knowledge they've got on the globe, you know, just asking them those simple questions. If a surface doesn't curve anywhere, what is it? Those diehards or those trolls that just can't answer it, that's the juice. That's what we need to be airing out to YouTube and clipping, right? Because that's the kind of psychological phenomena that we need to be sharing with people to say, look, this is how crazy these people are. They can't even tell us what level means.
I say, well, that's cool because, like, if there are moderators in the room at the time and there's a troll, then once you recognize that he's a troll, designate a moderator to expose him, because that's when it gets out of hand. Because it just gets out of hand because everyone's annoyed at this person. So designate a moderator to expose them, because that'll do more than, you know, just sitting there fighting amongst the troll. Because it's just better.
Well, that's what I would do anyway. That's what I would do anyway. But realistically, we've all been here so long. I don't think we wouldn't necessarily need a moderator to expose a troll. Everyone here with silver and above should be able to expose a troll who knows nothing about the globe. It's very simple. I mean, you're just talking about, you know, observable reality and seeing how they react to it. Like,
but everybody, like Jim was saying, everybody wants to get a piece of the troll. So I'm just saying it'd be better served to just designate someone, because I mean he shouldn't be there anyway, right? So if you want to expose them, then just let somebody expose them. But like getting back to like Matthew Learns, the guy says, I'm 90. When I first started, I was 99.5% sure. You asked him how long he's been here, and well, with all you heard, he says the same fucking thing. I'm still 99. I mean, who? I mean, seriously.
That's the juice. That's what I'm saying, right? That's clearly an emotional response, and that's what any discerning audience member will pick up also. Because anyone who's been on this server for a day knows that their understanding or belief in the globe has changed, right? More than a percent. So when Matthew Learns says something like, still 99.5%, you just know it's emotional, it's a cope.
And he's lying, and he's being disingenuous. I mean, and it's obvious, and that's.
But yeah, but is he lying to us, or is he lying to himself? He's going through the inner turmoil. If as long as he's being respectful, right? He's not jumping in the middle of folks.
That's true. He's very respectable. He's very respectable. He really doesn't serve a purpose anymore.
So he does. Here's an example. Here's an example of why
we were arguing about the sun for like an hour.
But here's an example of why Matthew's good. Because now, last time I spoke to him, or 2 times ago, I would say, because I can't remember the last thing he said as it pertains to Andrew Thomas Young. So when we were talking about the black swan and refraction, I said, where do you go to justify your belief that this is possible? Because I know that everybody is wrongly parroting this guy, Andrew Thomas Young. Now, I've read through his paper, and I know what he says is possible and what he doesn't say is possible. So when I pressed him on it and presented him with information that was in there, he said, I don't know. I would have to, to get more information and research it myself. Then the next time I encountered him, he said, no, I still haven't looked into it. And I said, well, why are you still making the same argument? That point right there is a good point for an audience member to hear. That maybe this math teacher who has all this bravado doesn't know what he's talking about. I mean, twice this flat earther has cited the source for this information that he seems to be pulling from, and the flat earther knows more than he, and all the flat earther did was ask him, well, where are you getting this information from, because this is the source, and there's no answer. That's good for an audience to hear.
Well,
Yeah,
that's the thing.
exactly.
If they know the history, you know what I'm saying? If they're just popping in, perhaps, you know what I'm saying? But like most of the audience,
I don't know. I think even then, Matthew learns. He's got a bit of a YouTube following and all that. So I mean, obviously he's got influence over his students. So Elijah's totally right. It's like these little moments are teaching moments for the audience as well. And yeah, you're right. Like you might have been talking about the sun for a while, but you'll notice I wasn't talking about the sun with him because in my mind, like Elijah was pointing out, that's kind of like his subtle globe bait, where he's not directly saying it means a globe, but to an audience who's only listening to the debate over that sun observation going back and forth, they are thinking that it could prove a globe. But if they're honest enough and they'll admit, well, no, it doesn't actually prove anything, then you cut it off at the knees straight away. You say, okay, well, it's off the table then. Let's talk about things that can be proven. And then you talk about what's proven about the nature of water, and he admits that, and he admits that his belief, which he admits is a belief, comes from the TV and man. And yeah, I mean, there's nothing wrong with that. I mean, especially if there's no other Globers in the chat.
Yeah, I think that's really good points, and I don't think it should be up. I don't think it should be up to any one of us to decide. Okay, this person is not useful for the server, or that the conversation is not useful. That just because they're a troll, we need to stop everything, interrupt the conversation. No, that's what I think we're trying to get away from. So I say we stop, and I'll include myself in this subset. We stop trying to interrupt because we are jumping the gun because we already know where they're going, so we have to stop it here. No, that's not the right approach. We're being single-minded. At that point we have tunnel vision. It's not up to just this one person. Just because you believe, whoever you may be, that the conversation is not useful, you don't interrupt it because you preempted the conversation. You still let it continue on to its inevitable end.
Can I say something? I think it's a good point for what Volkan is saying, because in the beginning, when I started on Nathan's show, it was like a listening Zanik, Rumpus, and other people. But that listening helped me to not believe that people, because they said so many things what didn't, how to say, went with my mind, with my knowledge, with my experience. And I think that it's good to people listen to people like Rumpus and Zanik. I'm saying new people, because they will realize what they are saying. Only that.
Right, and sort of to dovetail what I was saying before, real quickly, I won't be long. The information that Elijah helped us bring out, and Wolfgang in the conversation, was very useful, because if you were listening closely, I heard several huge admissions from Matthew. Those were huge. The audience hears that about belief, and that he really doesn't know the difference, has double speak on what knowledge and belief is. Those were valuable.
I think you're giving the audience too much credit. That's what I think you're doing. You're acting like these people. You acting like these people are actually here to learn something.
Yeah, but
And that's what
fraud.
they're not. They're here to make fun of us and poke and jab and gaff and laugh. I mean,
Yeah, but
very few people coming here are very genuine. And
so
I'm
what?
not saying don't let Matthew in or whatever. I'm just saying, but there comes a
Yeah,
point. It's just enough, you know.
no, but fraud. The point, what we have to do here is, because it's the mission of the server, is even though you might be correct, right? I'm not saying you are or you're not in terms of the number of people who are here to actually listen and those who aren't. For 1 point, we need to treat them all the same, because reaching the 1 in 100, as it might be, that's actually serious. If we maintain that standard, we're going to get them, right? They're going to listen. And that's who it's for. It's for the people who can listen. And for those who can't, it doesn't matter. We're not going to aim at those who can't listen, because then we're just wasting our time anyway. We can only aim for those who have ears and eyes. And if that means speaking earnestly to trolls every now and again, so be it. That's what we are dealing with. That's what we have to deal with. Not to mention the amount of people that come here as trolls. Like the amount of people I've spoken to that have been like, yeah, I actually came here to troll like a year ago, and I've been lurking ever since, and now I'm on the fence, right? And that's because we're
Well,
not
that's
just
not what.
treating everyone like they're trolls
Yeah,
who we
but
shouldn't speak
they
to.
might actually have also done some research too. You see what I'm saying? I mean, that doesn't. I'm not
But that's
saying.
it. But the only reason they
Yeah,
were spurred on to do some research is because we weren't treating everyone like they weren't here to listen. We were speaking to people as if they were here to listen. And the people in the background who maybe weren't even speaking at the time could have picked up on that and say, actually, that is quite compelling. Whereas if we just take the argument, oh, well, you're just here to take the piss anyway, and we just like take the piss with them, then we're going to miss those people who are just passing by, right? But if we maintain the standard of we are always on point, then it doesn't matter if you just peek your head in for 10 minutes. You're going to go away with something to think about.
but I never said anything about it.
Yeah,
What
yeah,
I'm saying is,
that's how it's gonna. Well, sorry, go ahead. I interrupted you.
no, I'm just saying. All I'm saying is, you don't, without asking them what actually convinced them or what changed their mind, you won't know. You just speculating, right? That's what we're doing. They're saying, well, this interaction with this person must have spurred them. No, that's not true. You don't know what it is. They could have just been listening to two people talk. You know what I'm saying? You don't know what the conversation was that helped them learn something. If they're always lurking, so that doesn't mean they're necessarily lurking when you're debating someone. They're
No,
just here
but
listening.
That's why we
yeah,
have to apply the same standard 100% of the time. Because what happens is, like, you, what you need, what I wish that we all could understand is that there are times. I don't know if you guys can hear me because, but there are times that this room is exactly the same as the Facebook groups that are anti-flat earthers that I despise. This room sometimes can mirror the exact same behavior of globe earthers and anti-flat earthers that I despise.
And you know
Why?
what? You know what causes
And
that, Elijah?
I'll tell you why.
I'll
Because
tell you why.
there are people that have side commentary that have nothing to do with the point. Why? Because they already know it's a globe. This flat earther's been in this group for years and he's a liar. And we've proven that his arguments are invalid and that he's wrong. Guess what? A person who's just coming into the information doesn't know one way or another whether this person is telling the truth or telling lies. So when we're mirroring that same attitude, the person doesn't know whether we're telling the truth or whether we're telling lies because half of us are worried about ridiculing someone instead of letting the conversation be heard. That's
Well,
not going to be happening anymore.
well, let me tell you where that started at. When I first joined this place, what I realized is that a lot of you, and whether you like it or not, a lot of you fucking moderators had some serious fucking attitudes towards these people. A lot of you called them fucking names, mongoloids, all this fucking crazy shit. And when people hear people of the authority figures in this room doing that shit, that's how it started. So the standard has to be upheld by the moderators first. Then everything else will fall in line. But when moderators are allowed to just ban people, I mean, to ban even their own people and fucking just go all out without even a conversation. Well, hey, pull somebody to the side. Let's have a talk. Let's talk this out. And just willy nilly, just have just bar and bash your own people in here. That's where this shit gets out of hand. Because I've heard moderators fucking talk to Globers like they're trash and call them all kinds of fucking names in the past, and I've seen that shit. So I mean, if there's no standard for the moderators, why would there be a standard for anybody else?
Yeah, no, Fraud, we're not saying that
100%.
standard doesn't apply across the board. This is the exact thing that we were talking about the other night in the meeting, right? We understand that there's an element of learned behavior going on here as well, and that is something that we're also trying to address, right? We're not just saying this applies to anyone below moderator status. This applies to everyone across the board.
Yeah, but the moderators treat anyone like that's not a moderator like they're a piece of shit. Like they don't like their word doesn't count. Their voice doesn't need to be fucking heard, and that shit's annoying, dude. I mean, and then at the same time,
I don't do
That's
that.
what he's. That's what.
I know you
That's
don't.
what.
You've never
That's
been
what
like
he's
that.
saying. That's what he's saying was addressed in the meeting. There are
Okay,
other moderators. There are other moderators who are later to the fray, right? And they're saying, well, all of this shit is you guys' fault. You guys are rude. You guys are this. Don't you think that this is learned behavior? So this has all been talked about. And yes,
cool. I'm
everybody across the board to the very top, it has to change, even for the admin. Everyone.
Yes, and I agree with that. That's what I'm saying, because even like let's say you're in a church, right? Your pastor has a standard. If he's not living up to the standard that he's telling everyone else to live, you're not going to follow this guy. Same with any other person. So you're just going to follow suit. So I mean, for you guys to have that meeting and understand that it starts with you guys first, then I'm cool with that. But that just banning people and shit like that without fucking giving them a chance to defend themselves and shit like that, that's just not cool, man. I mean, I don't like that shit, dude. I mean,
Well,
I'm a fair dude.
that was a
I'm a fair dude.
conversation that was one of the conversations that I brought up, because I've been cursing out some people too for the rampant banning that's been going on. I'm not going to stand for that either. I might be a little guilty, but again, this is a new day for all of us, and I'm going to be trying to set the best that I can. So that point was also addressed.
Right, and like the banning of your own members, man, that's some shit I ain't never heard of in my fucking life. If you don't agree with somebody, you pull them aside and you have a conversation with them. You know what I'm saying? And if they continue to act a certain way, then yeah, and then you have a discussion, whatever. But I mean, just to fucking, I mean, we are what keep this shit going. You know what I'm saying? If it wasn't for us coming in here listening to you guys talk and shit like that, it wouldn't be nothing. So I mean, people need to understand you need your followers, whether you like it or not. Not you don't just need the fucking Globers, you need us too, you know what I'm saying? I mean, there's only ever like 2 moderators in here at a time, and everybody else is not a moderator, you know.
But this is it, right? So we're just trying to, like, we know what we're dealing with. We know where a lot of the issues are, but it's like you say, right? It doesn't just apply to members below moderator. It's literally everyone on the server. We're trying to come up with, like, how do we best do this? Because obviously it's not the easiest thing to maintain a live stream of 40 people talking about, like, the most controversial subject on earth. But we do try, and this is an effort that we're trying to make to improve it for everyone, and we're just asking that you guys help out with it as well. Because obviously, pretty much if you're silver and above, you're a level of moderator yourself. So that's what we're just asking people to help us out with.
Yeah, but see, the thing is, no one wants to be a mod. I'm like, dude, that's not my thing. I'm not here to try and to moderate nobody. I'm just cool with having people that have like thought patterns, right? But then when you're fucking attacked by the same people in the group you're in, that's kind of fucking crazy. You know, it's like, why would I want to be a part of something like that when you can just be attacked without being able to defend your point or yourself or whatever happens, you know?
Yeah, no, I get that, and yeah, listen. I'm not saying that you need to be wanting to do any moderating or anything like that. All I'm saying is we all want the same thing here, which is for people to start questioning the story they've been told about where they live. And in our view, the best way to do that is to have the best conversations that we can have. And in our view, the best way to have those best conversations is to moderate it like we're talking about right now. But no, I agree with you. No one wants to be. I don't like seeing people getting attacked, whether they're globe or flat, right? I don't like seeing people getting jumped on or kicked out. I don't like that shit. So I think if we foster this kind of mentality, we'll see a lot less of that. That's what I'm saying.
Well, I'm glad you guys.
let's hope.
I'm glad
Anyway.
you guys are, having that whole thing. That's cool. That's good to know.
That is cool.
Can be like this. If that moderator is doing, then we can moderate.
No, dude, Stasha, we're trying to get away from shit. Like, we're trying to get away from having
No,
those issues.
in a
That's the
sense, if
plan.
a moderator do something what nobody wants to do, like nobody wants to do now, interrupting, nobody wants to do swearing or whatever. If that moderator do that, some of us need to say, okay, guy, now you need to stop.
Yeah, but then they're gonna get the attitude
Yeah,
and want to ban you because don't talk to me because
No, because you will appeal on this what we agreed. Fuck.
Yeah, but see, the thing is, if all I understand, I get what Elijah and Wolfgang are saying, but like, if they don't hold like a council meeting, like, all right, send out a text to everybody, let's everybody hear on this shit. You differing answers because this is the first time I'm hearing about this, and there's been other moderators around. So I mean, so like, how the hell are you gonna know what the hell's going on when not everybody's on the same page? So I mean, if this is good, if this is really gonna change, then this has to be something that all moderators are aware of and are speaking out about, and not just one or two. Because to me, it seems like this is the first time I'm hearing about it. But then yesterday, I got threatened, and then what I'm saying? It's like, what the fuck, man?
Well, this is it. Listen, I can't speak for everyone. I know me and Elijah are on the same page. A lot of other moderators are. We're trying to hold some Council of Elrond shit to get this sorted out. But yeah, not every moderator is going to be saying the exact same thing, but they are all going to be aligned on our expectation for the discussion. But yeah, Sasha, if you want to challenge a moderator, hit up Battlemont next time he's in, and let me know when you're doing it.
No, I don't want to challenge. I don't want to challenge moderator. But you are saying now that rules will be like this. Everyone for the same. I don't want to challenge nobody.
Yeah, but see, that's what I did. Yesterday I was like, dude, there was a guy talking. I'm like, bro, let somebody, chill out, man. Because like when Elijah was saying, unless you got a point to make, stop with just the loose lips. And that's what this dude was doing, which was a moderator. And I'm just like, bro, just chill out. Let this guy finish. And then the so-called admin guy mutes me and then says, listen, don't try and moderate, blah, blah, blah. Like, get the fuck out of here. I mean, like, gosh, that's just so, that's rude, man. You could pull me aside and just be like that, but don't try and embarrass nobody for no reason just because you got the authority to do it. So that's why sometimes coming here, it's cool to hear people that think the same, but then at the same time, they act like they're better than everybody else just because you have a role. And that's fucked up because that's not the real world, man. This is a fake world we live in. You know what I'm saying? And I don't like that.
Yeah,
I get you.
it's gonna take a bit of cojones for, like, say for instance, me seeing a moderator that's above me and using the rapport that I have to step in and say, no, just because you're a moderator at this moment, I don't think it's justifiable for you to say don't moderate a moderator when actually somebody's pointing out the behavior that we're all trying to stop as a community. No. Have this conversation. Now here's what's going on. So there is an element that we've created for this very occasion. Say if two moderators bump heads, it's no longer going to be on the live stream. Immediately, we have a place to go. So it's going to be stopped at the gate. That kind of stuff's not going to be happening. And I know the actual concern is when someone who's not a moderator is trying to tell a moderator, hey, you're kind of stepping out of, the lines of what you guys have agreed is going to make this server better. Well, yeah, it's going to take also the moderator team and me, who's being open with the rest of you guys, and Wolfgang, who's being open with the rest of you guys, to say, yo, we did publicly say this is the kind of standard we want to uphold. So I do have to step in and stop this rogue moderator from doing whatever it is he might be doing. So, and it won't be over the live stream either. It'll immediately be somewhere else, but it will happen because it does have to stop.
Exactly. No, and I agree. And Fraud, I agree with you, right? I mean, I don't even, the moderators shouldn't be exempt from holding this kind of standard. And I would say to anyone here, for myself, I mean, I don't speak for other moderators, but for myself, if you ever think I'm off base or off point or something, I'm happy for people to raise that point and let it be known, right? I'm not going to be tripping over a non-moderator, critiquing a moderator. And like Elijah's saying, we're letting you know, and this isn't something, I mean, we literally just had this conversation last night, although we've been talking about how to improve things for a long time, but it's not like we're trying to keep this back from people. Like, this is the ethos that we want to promote. And yeah, I mean, it's not easy, it's not perfect. You're always dealing with individuals, and everyone has their bad days. Some people get more riled up by a certain person than others. We're just in like constant like management of how to best work that, right? So yeah, I get you. It's not cool. Like if a moderator's like, oh, you can't challenge me. I'm a moderator. I don't agree with that either. So like Elijah's saying, those things can be resolved, and if there's stuff like that going on, it will be discussed. We're not just like ignoring anything moderators are doing. We're talking about it all the time because we know that a server like of this size and the conversation that we're having, it does need moderation. But it's just how do we best do it and get the best conversations and the best content, like Elijah's saying, because realistically, we've got thousands and thousands and thousands of hours of conversation about this topic. There's so much gold out there. We don't even have enough time or manpower to even go through it all and pick out, like we could put out a podcast a day if we were so minded, if we had the time. But that's what it's going to take, right, to get this moving along, to reach as many people as we can, the podcasts, YouTube clips, all this kind of stuff. So, yeah, it's a journey. Let's just do it. Fuck it.
That's really cool that you guys are addressing stuff and trying to work through stuff, though. So thank you guys.
Well, yeah, once
Thank you for being here, man.
I took a break for like 5 or 6 months from the server because of the craziness.
No, I like you. Thank you, man, for being here, by the way. You're a cool guy.
Yeah, thank you everyone who contributes, right? I mean, it's by no means unnoticed by everyone at admin level, mod level. We all know and recognize that the server wouldn't work without all you guys and all the time and effort that you guys put into it. And I think we all do it because we're passionate about the subject. We like teaching people. We like discussing reality. So with that common interest alone, there has to be a way that we can work it so that it works for everyone, in my mind.
Yeah, I'm kind of the same way.
Top down, man. And I know there's other people that level up a little higher than you guys too. And if it's never gonna change, then I don't see it happening.
Well, let's just see.
Because like if they can't be held to the fire, then it's like, what do you do? I mean, like that would have to be you guys basically saying, hey, y'all got to stop to them, and then seeing if they're gonna, hold to it. You know what I'm saying? Because like that's not. I mean, like, dude, it's just an abuse of power. That's all it is.
Yeah, but I just
that's basic human behavior, though. That's always going to happen.
I disagree. I disagree with the thing. I disagree with the point that the higher ups, like, yeah, we would expect in most places that there would be precedent set. There has been, but it's about personal responsibility. It's not about what others are doing. It's about each one of us, doing what is right for the server. We need to stop making these judgments about how things are going and then try to put our foot in the middle of a conversation that's already in progress because we believe that it's not going the right direction. That the live stream is not the right place to do that.
That's not what they're talking about.
Us individually, it's up to us individually.
That wasn't the discussion. It was about behavior, no matter what level you are in this service, right? That's really what it's about.
That's what I'm talking about. I'm talking about behavior.
Right, but at the same time, I'm saying it's people at the highest levels have have promoted this behavior, right? And then when someone else at a lower level, according to them, does it, it's not cool, but they can do it, right? I can do it, but you can't. So that's the attitude that's been passed on. You know what I'm saying? Because like I said, when I first started here, that's what I came into. People fucking just screaming at mother. It was like if you go to Globe and say you're a flat earther, they just fucking jump down your throat. That's how it was, and they start calling you names and all that shit. That's how it was, and it still is like to a certain extent. But some mods aren't here as much as others are. But that's the personality, and that's what people remember. So if there really is going to be a change, it has to start from the top. That's all I'm saying.
I agree with that statement.
I agree because again, yeah, like the part to hone in on what he's saying is people by nature are followers, and the behavior we are seeing is a direct reflection of what the top has been doing.
Right. Because, see, we would never have been this way had we not come in here and seen that. So, we can treat people like this? Okay, cool. If there was a standard in the very beginning, everyone would
Yeah,
follow suit
like
because they would know
everybody got trained the same way.
They would know better. You can't go in the classroom and just start cutting up. Get your ass kicked out because there's a standard. There wasn't a standard before. Yeah, then that's what I'm saying. If they set a standard, then yes, people will follow suit.
Makes sense.
Agreed. Agreed.
Yeah, that's kind of what happened to me. When I first started coming in here, I had some great conversations. It depends on the day of the week too, on who's randomly in here. I had some great conversations, even with some Glovers, had some great combos. But then one day, somebody asked me something about because I did something kind of half jokingly saying we should do a science experiment on Globers to see why they think pseudoscience is science. Even though I know there's no credible societal science or any of that, natural science is what we stick with, but it was kind of just a joking thing. And I had moderators, flat earthers, everybody dogpile me, rip me to shreds over that. And they had total meltdowns. Like they went and messed with my what do you call the rolls? Like they took my Spartan roll, they took all that, had a total meltdown just because I was trying to have a conversation about something potentially doing science experiment on Globers. I was like, I remember I bounced for like 5 or 6 months, and I was talking to Witsit one day. Like, yeah, I haven't been in there for about 5 or 6 months. I can't imagine a Glober changing their mind in there because me as a flat earther, I was treated like absolute dirt, like shit by other flat earthers. So I couldn't imagine going into that Discord as a Glober. He's like, oh, you should go back in there and this and that. So I started coming back in and stuff, but for a minute there, I was like, man, I can't imagine learning anything in that server. I'm just being directly honest. I'm not hating or anything like that.
No, and that's what I'm saying. You know, them coming down on their own kind is kind of fucked up. You know what I'm saying?
It is, but at least they're saying something. They're trying to approach it because we're all human beings, right? So there's always going to
I'm
be
saying
an
no. Now
element
it's
of
cool.
personalities.
I was talking about when it happened then. I'm saying, now this conversation is good.
Exactly, and since they're addressing it, all we can do is move on and not look back and not stress off what did happen, and just be glad that they're addressing it. And if they are unfair and doing all that stuff, then that will show for itself and there'll be a lot less people coming here. So it is what it is type of thing. I'm just grateful that they're addressing it and looking at it and trying to maximize the potential of the place. It's cool.
Yeah,
the one thing I thought was funny though is they gave me a Mr. Smith role. My name is Mr. Anderson, and they gave me a Mr. Smith role. I thought that was funny.
Yeah, but it's like sometimes like you come in here and you see if there's a certain mod and you're like, fuck it, I'm not gonna go in there now because that mod can be a dick. You know what I'm saying? So I mean that's what I'm saying is not cool.
That's just life though, man. I hear what you're saying for sure. because it's happened to me. Like I said, it depends on the day of the week and who's in here
Well,
and stuff like that.
it's
But
like going
certain
to class,
personalities just
bro.
don't clash, or just don't
Right,
clash
I
right.
get that, but it's like going to classroom and then there's that fucking bully. You're like, fuck. You know what I'm saying? It's like,
Well, this is it, right? And this comes back to, again, I mean, this is a server of 20,000 people. It's just it's a fact of life that you're not going to get on with everyone, which is a shame. But at the same time, it's like, I think of it like, imagine you've got a local bar that you like going to, right? Or just a place that you like to hang out. And there's like a guy there occasionally who's a dickhead. Would that make you hate the bar? Or would that make you stay away from the bar forever? I don't know. I'm just saying it's like a flat earth clubhouse.
be more like an employee of the bar. So then you can never avoid this motherfucker, right?
No, because then that guy's not always going to be there, right? People aren't always here. Like, it's always rotating. This is why I say to people who come in and they're like, oh, I just had a bad interaction or whatever. I'm like, okay, yeah, that can happen, but bear in mind that you're not going to interact with the same people all the time, and you can choose who you interact with, right? No one's forcing you to speak to a certain person, really. Like, if you don't want to speak to someone, I won't try and compel you to. I'll tell you to stay out of each other's way, really. But yeah, it's just, that's the nature of it. Some people are going to be people that you don't like, and we just have to manage that. They're going to be personality clashes and all sorts. So what we're trying to do is just keep those at a minimum, so that we can spend more time, speaking to new people, talking about the earth, which is what we're here to do to begin with. And listen, like, you're talking about your grievances and you didn't want to bring it up, but no, like, I appreciate you being honest and letting us know, because this is, like, all the feedback is feedback that we obviously need. So we are trying to address things all the time. Like, people put a lot of work into this server, so yeah, just stay tuned. Give us some faith and some time, and let's see what we can do with it.
Sounds like you're already pretty aware of the basic fundamental issues that happen often too. So it's not like you guys are ignorant or anything. You guys are fully aware.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm trying to say. Sorry, go on.
I was just saying, like, the one-on-one thing, and you got a bunch of thirsty people ready to tear someone to pieces with their stupid Aristophanes statement, and it's like, we got to let them say the stupid stuff. Let one person decisively, like, you guys already know what you're talking about, obviously. So
yeah, it might seem like you're going over it and over it, but some people need to hear it every time. Like it doesn't settle in until they hear it all the time. But then again, I could be wrong.
Well, that you got to have a patience for this topic.
Yeah, when it comes to things like
respect and showing a lot of respect for even people that you think are trolling, as well as acting like you would want to be treated, I think would be the standard. But I understand that after you've been in here a while, because I've been in here about, I don't know, almost a year, I guess. And I can understand a lot of things I didn't at the beginning, but I got treated the same way. When I first came in, I got asked a whole bunch of questions about 6 different times, and everybody was kind of rude to me, and it scared me away for about a month and a half. And then, of course, it was someone else that I know that actually brought me back in and said, hey, don't do that. Don't judge the whole thing by just a few people. He goes, come back in there and let's see what's going on. And of course I came back and then I felt a lot more comfortable. People weren't so rough on me, but it took me a while to get respect anyway.
That's
you're roboting, bro. Try again.
Yeah, it is. You got to have patience with this topic, because you do have to address basic common sense stuff over and over again. Like when I was watching Witsit streams, people would walk up, he has to say the same thing over and over. But you got to have the patience to be able to do that. Even though it's probably a troll, even though it's probably whatever, there's a 10% chance or whatever that it really is a genuine person. And some people put up their little walls, like the little fronts. They don't like to come in here and be honest. I'm like, yeah, I'm actually interested in this topic. They got to come in here and thumb their nose at you and act like a little bitch or whatever, because that's just the way they operate. But secretly, they're listening to what you're saying.
Well, not only that, but I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, yeah, I agree with what you were saying just then, because my best friend since junior high school. He's taken my sources and citations of politics and everything. So when I brought to him Flat Earth, he was soaking it in. He was soaking it in. And then I said, let me introduce you to this server. You're on Discord. Actually, you knew about it before I did. Let me invite you. And he said, those people are very toxic, man. I can't deal with it. And then he just regressed to the earth is just not flat. Just because of the way he was treated in here.
Yeah, I
And that
agree.
was my
Yeah.
first friend. I had a second friend who also came in one day and never came back, and it's very sad. And I'm really hoping that we can change that because that does happen.
Yeah,
So
exactly.
basically, long story
It gets
short, sorry. If I have a close friend or a cousin or a family member that comes to me is interested in flat Earth, and we want this place to be a place where I would invite them here. Not that I personally wouldn't, but it sounds like that's what the goal is.
Yeah, this should be a place you can bring your grandma, as difficult as that might be. But yeah, when it comes to the repetition of arguments and things, yeah, it's like we were saying earlier. Even if the person is a troll, we answer them honestly because there's a chance that that honest answer might get through to them anyway. And if not, there's also the chance that someone just listening will appreciate the honest answer. So yeah, even though we're like repeating ourselves 100 times a day, answering things like Eratosthenes, that's just what we've got to do because this is information that, not getting taught in school, you're not seeing on TV. There's very few places that you can actually come across this information, so it bears repeating. And it's a shame that we can't all bring all of our friends here and enjoy that because of the potential environment that you might be walking into just as a new guy, which is why I'm saying we need to just readjust this like reception of, okay, if you're talking about the globe, you must be here to debate. It's like, no, this is just people's default. We just need to have the conversation with them. So,
yo, can I ask a question?
well,
Are
sure.
you guys already in a little debate here?
No, not really. What's up?
Alright, what's good? Name's M1Chael7. I was in the channel before. I just wanted to clarify a little point. So on, I'm a little globe earther. You know, I don't have anything against the flatties in the society. What's up, flatties?
Nice. What's up?
I just wanted to, yeah, chill, son, and the great. I just wanted to put up. How come we all see the same face of the moon? But like, say if it was flat, the Earth, wouldn't we see different faces of the moon? You know?
No. Have you already created your own reality of exactly what the moon is and how the moon works?
Well, hold on.
Yeah, like if okay, no, listen to me, man. If everyone uses a really good telescope, everyone will see the same bit of the moon, like all the little craters in the left-hand side. There's some on the right, middle. Everyone looks at the same thing. But if the Earth was flat, they'd look at the back of the moon.
Says who?
Oh, now, before we begin,
says who? What do you mean? It's facts,
brother. First of all, your mic is loud, and number two,
it's not my fault. I got my mic from eBay, man. I'm sorry, I can't afford it.
No, that's fine, but you're also interrupting what I'm saying. Like, so just
yeah, go ahead, man. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. So this could be an opportunity where, brother, you want to take this opportunity to take this conversation to its conclusion?
Yeah, let's get a little conclusion, Bryn.
No, I was asking someone else. What is your name? And I do because I like. I mean,
mine is M1Chael7.
I know you by your picture, not by a. Did he dip? Where's he at?
No, it was me talking and someone else.
Yeah. Mr. Anderson, that's right. Would you like to take this one?
Yeah, that's fine.
Cool. Go ahead, guys. Please.
So, Michael, you were saying in your version of flat Earth, in your model of flat Earth, you should be able to see more than one side of the moon.
I hear this a lot, right, man? I hear this a lot. Your version of flat Earth, Like, what do you mean my version of flat Earth? Like, everyone,
Because I don't personally have a version of flat Earth.
yeah, exactly. That's what
where
all you
the
flat
only
Earthers
possible
say,
way.
man. Like,
Okay,
you're
go
all
ahead. State
different.
your question because
Yeah,
you're over talking me. So go ahead and state your question.
I'm just saying it's a pretty silly thing what you said there. All the flat earthers here, they think it looks different. Like it makes no sense. Like it can't look different to other people.
Look,
you know what I mean?
You presented your point, and now let me, Mr. Anderson,
Okay,
give
I'll let
you
Mr.
the
Okay, I'll mute
explanation.
up. All right, I'll mute up.
Okay, so I don't speak for anyone else, but for me personally, I don't know precisely how the moon works. It appears to be some sort of reflection or projection or something. That's just speculation, right? So I don't really know how the moon works or why we see it the way we see it, right? So if I created a model of flat Earth that lined up with what you were saying, basically it's a straw man is what you're creating. You're basically saying the only possible way we're seeing the same moon is if the Earth is a globe. And I'm just not following that.
Wait, say that again?
Sorry, that came out wrong. So
yeah, I was gonna say.
So basically, we don't know how the moon works. Can you please explain to me why it's impossible on a flat Earth? I'm just not following your logic.
All right, so if the Earth is flat, right, and the moon's above us, okay, everyone's gonna see everyone's gonna see, like, say if you're in Chile, you'll see the back of it. Say if you're in like Australia, you'll see the front. But since it goes around the globe, since it goes around, it goes around. We all see the same face, you know, because we're spinning.
Yeah, so you're saying
you don't think 238,000 miles would do that?
Right? You're saying if the moon was a sphere, we should see different parts of it from a flat Earth.
No. If it's a flat Earth, you should see different parts of the moon, but in a sphere, you won't.
No, that's not true.
If the moon was a sphere.
It is true. It's true,
That's
man.
not.
My friend, I've done a lot of fucking research on this
You
shit.
know
Alright,
one second, moderator talking. 1 second. Again,
How do you know the moon?
Bong. This is a mute warning. This is a one-on-one conversation right now where Mr. Anderson is trying to get a bit of content for himself and us. And so I don't want anyone else interrupting unless he asks for assistance.
let Anderson do that. Let Anderson
This is a
speak,
mute.
man.
This is a mute. This is a mute warning. Thank you.
Okay, Michael, it sounds like you're saying if the moon was a sphere and the Earth was flat, we should see different parts of it on different parts of the Earth.
Precisely.
Okay,
we
so
should
hold on.
see all
Okay,
different parts
so
of it.
thank you for clarifying that. So how do you know the moon's a sphere?
Because I can see it with my own eyeballs.
You can't. So you see a circle and you're assuming it's a sphere, right?
Yeah. Okay, man. We've seen multiple really good, high quality videos of the moon. You can't really say they're fake. I don't know how you can say they're fake when they're really crisp and they're really good. Multiple videos, man. The moon landing. I'm not going to bring that up because that's a different conversation.
Yeah,
I can't be going.
But you already said that we see the same face no matter where we are on the Earth. That's the circle.
Yeah, because it goes around on one way. It doesn't spin.
That's a circle, not a sphere.
Yeah. Okay, even if it even if it's a sphere, okay, even if it was, it doesn't matter. I'm not talking about the moon like that deep, man.
Because I'm explaining it to you right now, right? So first of all, you're doing a straw man fallacy. You're creating a model where there's a flat Earth with a sphere moon that nobody even has claimed, right? So you're doing a straw man. Number two, you're doing a non sequitur. You're talking about the moon. We're talking about whether Earth is flat or a sphere, right?
No, you're taking it wrong, man. You're taking it wrong.
Which you can't, even if the moon was a sphere, which you can't prove. See, someone just posted it. Get just posted it. There's 4 apparent.
Yeah, I've seen it, man. Okay, I'm not. It doesn't matter if it's a sphere. Yeah, no. I'm not talking about the moon. About
can
that,
you
man.
respond to what I just said about the straw man and the non sequitur?
Yeah, I'm literally gonna say to you, I'm talking about that even if it wasn't a sphere or round, it doesn't really matter. You would still see the back of the Earth if it was sphere, round, flat, a cube, a triangle. If it
Whoa,
would
whoa,
the
whoa,
Earth
whoa!
was,
You would
if
see
the Earth
the
was,
back of a flat moon being projected down.
yeah, you'd see the back because there's a back to something flat, man. Like
If you
what?
were above it, if you were on the other side of it, so you don't even know what the moon
Yeah.
is.
What it,
Right? So
man?
you're
I'm
going in
trying to
one
explain to
sector.
you. You're talking too deep about the moon. That ain't it. I'm saying if the Earth was flat, we'd see the other side of the moon. We only
That's
see
a
one
non
side of the
sequitur
moon.
and a straw man, dude.
It's not, man. It's straight facts. Like, you're just hard to admit it. That's literally proving that flat Earth is just like a load of rubbish, really. Because like that's just straight facts. If it was flat, we'd see the
When we
back
see
and the
one
front.
face
Or
of
if
the
it was,
moon, that means the Earth can't be flat. That's your logic.
yeah, that's one valid point.
That's terrible logic because you
It's
don't know
not
what the
terrible
moon
logic.
is. You don't know how the moon works. You
Yeah,
haven't
I
measured
do
any
know how the moon
curvature of the
works. What the
Earth.
hell?
So you're
What do you mean
doing
you
all
don't
these
know how that?
assumptions and
What do you mean?
declaring.
I don't know how the moon works. What do you mean I don't know how the moon works?
You don't know how the moon works.
Yeah, a lot of people know how the moon works. What are you on
No,
about?
they don't.
Why do they not? Why do they
Who
not
does?
know how it works? But a
Who
lot
are
of
Who are
people,
these gods? So
not
first of
gods,
all,
people.
this is
No, I
flat.
think your parents will know how the moon works. I think like kids know how the moon works. It's not that
No,
hard.
they don't, dude.
They do, man.
Okay, so are you gonna show any proof of
I don't
a
need to show
turning
proof.
Earth,
I
or are you
just
just
think a
gonna
lot of
talk
flat
about the moon
earthers.
in the
No,
sky?
you guys are hard to trust people. Like you
No,
guys are.
no. You just want to talk through people, man. You're not
I'm not.
addressing the
I'm not.
point.
I'm not. I have addressed the point. That's the point that I gotta say, man. But if you just want to say that I'm a whatever you call me, a straw man or whatever, then that's how it's gonna be,
That's
man.
not what I said. I said you're doing a straw man where you're creating a straw man of flat Earth that nobody even believes in, and you're tearing that down. No one cares if you're beating up straw man.
Just a quick interjection, guys, in case you can hear me. Mr. Anderson, it might be prudent to actually explain what a straw man is, because I think he knows.
Basically, you're creating an argument that I didn't make, and you're defeating that argument.
Okay, but like it's pretty hard to argue with people where they don't know what they're on about. Like they don't know what they think the Earth is. It's pretty
Okay, so
hard to
no, you're
argue
making a
with you
good point.
guys. Yeah,
You're
I am
making
making a good point because like no one, people make an argument with you, and then you'll just keep backing out the straw man. Like what are we meant to argue about?
So the first part of that, you're actually making a good point, right? You're basically saying that I don't have a claim to debunk. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, because you don't know what you're literally saying. You don't know what it like. You don't believe in what it is. I don't know, mate. It's just really hard for someone to argue with you. You know.
I don't know if you realize that, but that's a concession that your position is a positive claim. Right?
Yes.
So your position is a positive claim. You're saying the moon is a sphere, the earth is a sphere. Those are positive claims, right?
Yeah, factual.
What I'm saying is you have not met my personal standard of proof to verify those two claims, and you're turning around and flipping the burden of proof on me and saying, and you're trying to pin me down on my claims. My only claim is that the surface of the earth is generally flat, particularly the oceans.
Yeah, but that's really hard to argue. I don't know what you want me to think that you think it is. It's pretty hard to argue with that.
So what you got to do is stick with your claim, right? So your claim is that the earth is a sphere, right? So you need to prove your claim. Don't worry about my claim.
Yeah, so like I was saying, the earth is
your evidence. I'll take a look at your evidence.
Yeah,
like I my mind.
Yeah, like I said, the earth is a sphere, and we can see that because we only see one face of the moon when it goes up and down.
Okay, so your best proof of the earth being a sphere is that you can look at the moon. Are you being serious?
That's one of them, yeah.
Okay, so if somebody's claiming a sphere that turns in a vacuum of space, don't you think the first three things you should prove is an atmosphere in a vacuum, a sphere, and turning? Don't you think the three fundamental claims should be the first three things you prove?
I've already spoke about them. That's why I'm bringing up new points and different points that I've not said before.
No, we don't need new points. We can start with those three. If you have proof of those three, we don't need anything else about the moon. We'll close this server down.
Well, that's my mission. I've been here for a little while. I keep pulling through with questions and shit. That's my mission, to shut you guys down. Not in a bad way. I'm trying to convert you all. You know, I come in peace. I ain't hostile. I ain't hostile. I'm not. Who's saying troll in chat? Who's saying troll in chat?
Forget about
Ignore that.
The moderator. Someone take his mod off him. What an idiot. Yeah, like I said, I'm here to have solid debates. I'm here to have solid debates with people that believe against me, and that's
Sounds
what's
like
good.
you have a lot of energy, man, and I wish you Godspeed on your mission to get the server shut down in a proper way, which would be show curvature, show proof of the Earth turning, show proof of gas pressure in a container without a container in a vacuum. I wish you Godspeed on that, man.
Yeah,
forget about the moon. Start with those 3 things, and when they're talking about the moon, we can shut this server down.
All right, okay, that's what's up. I'll keep coming back, and I'll keep swinging around. It's been your boy M1Chill7. Peace, boys. I'll be back.
It needs to be one of those 3 things, though, man.
Yo, just watch out. M1Chill will come for you, boys. All right, I'll be back, boys.
Okay,
Take it easy.
good.
Have a good day,
man. Thanks. All right,
that was funny. That was funny.
You handled yourself. You handled yourself so well. And when there aren't people interrupting it, look at how fast he ran out of fuel. Man, that was amazing.
Yeah, I was a little bit all over the place and discombobulated, but it still got it done, though.
Yeah, that was sick. I really enjoyed listening to that. I think the fact that he didn't know what a straw man was, really was, for me, it's like alarm bells. If they don't know the basic logical fallacies, then you're going to destroy them, but you just need to make them realise they're out of their depth, and as soon as you did that, he was gone.
I'm going to send this clip time over to Indio, and hopefully you'll have your very own clip, man. Good job, man. For real. This is what we want. You know,
I feel that I was mediocre at best, but in either way, it was a good combo, and then it concluded, and that was it.
Well, for me, what it was you sounded authentic, and you're just trying to point out to him, well, you're coming to a conclusion, and I don't know how you're getting to that conclusion. And what I could hear is him not justify coming to that conclusion because he's doing what? Yelling. He's out of control. You had a little more measured and tempered tone. And that's the kind of so at that point, even if it wasn't information, and it was more so the emotion that won me over. So anyway,
basically, you let him hang himself. And that was great. He hung himself.
Yeah, that was good.
Yeah, you gotta give him rope.
I think the only other thing you could have maybe twisted the knife with a bit was when he kind of walked into saying he knows what the moon is and how it works. When they say that, I like to say, okay, well, what is it? How does it work? And how did you verify that? Because then they're forced to come to the realization that they never have. But I mean, he pretty much figured it out as he was arguing it, because you were like, all right, so you're just kind of making that assumption. And he was like, yeah, well, no, but and that's it. That's the point. That's when they start to realize. But yeah, no, that was good. That's pretty much exactly what we were talking about.
Thanks. Yeah, I don't think he realized that he was actually arguing against a model where the Earth was flat and the moon was a sphere. It's like you're in no man's land, man.
Well, he started saying if the moon is a sphere, and then he acted like that's actually reality, and the moon is a sphere. That's how he continued the conversation.
It's funny because he's like, his whole argument is about the moon. And then when you actually start talking about the moon, he's like, oh, you're going too deep on the moon. I'm not thinking about it like that.
I just realized he did say that.
It's like, that was your whole argument.
See, you don't even know how good that little 25-minute interaction was. Like, you did very good, man. Very good.
Yeah.
Thanks, man.
As well, when they come with that argument, I usually ask them, well, if it was a spinning ball, why wouldn't you see other sides of it? Like, you're asking me if it's flat, why do we see the same face of the moon? I'm saying, well, if it's a spinning ball, why are we seeing the same face of the moon? And then they go, Right. Why is that? It is because it's exact right speed so that it never looks like it's spinning. And then I say, well, how do you know that? And that's when they give up, usually. But yeah, your way was good too.
Yeah, I mean, I think as well, if I'm being hypercritical, I think your inexperience did show through a little bit, because it was like he gave away a bunch of different angles and you didn't take a lot of them. But, you know,
true.
I think the thing is that, yeah, whatever. You just get that with more experience, right? So you just need to debate more. That's the solution to that.
Yep. And there was so many options, like you said. The first option is like, man, this is a non sequitur. Why are we even talking to the moon? And then he's just trying to steamroll over me and say a bunch of crap. And I'm thinking, which one of these angles do I want to pick? Because he just offered up like 20 of them.
Did you notice as well, there was one point where he was trying to talk over you where he said, if the Earth was a ball, is it either he said that either the Earth was flat or the Earth was a ball, you'd be able to see
If
the
the
whole
moon is a sphere, if the
No,
moon.
he was talking about the Earth. And he was saying
Oh.
that if the Earth was a ball, you'd be able to see the whole moon. He said something like this. And he was saying because I can't remember his argument because it was so incoherent.
Yeah.
But basically, he was saying you'd be able to see the whole moon. And I posted in the chat the only way that you could see the whole moon was if the moon was actually inside the Earth and the Earth was a ball. That's the kind of thing where you just throw their terrible logic at them and make them realize how thick they are.
Yeah.
Nice.
He was just all hopped up on Mountain Dew, that's all.
That's a good one.
He was very hectic. That's true.
Yeah, he had too many Mountain Dews and everything, you know. It happened.
I thought he got a little snippy really quick. I thought so.
My suspicion is that they like to hide in what can be the confusion of the server sometimes. There was no confusion. He ran out of steam. He tried to latch on to whatever they were saying in the chat. Somebody was like, don't worry about that. Focus on the argument. And I feel like he is like, popping mollies, I'm sweating. You know, he had to get up out of here.
It's great, man. The one-on-one thing, you're right, dude. They do try to capitalize on craziness, and there's nowhere to go. You just look dumb. There's nowhere to hide. Like he actually said, his reason for believing the Earth is the globe is that he can see the fucking moon. It's like, all right.
That was really good. That was really good. And another thing I'd like to say is something I'm trying to learn myself. When one of these people come in and say something dumb, let it ride for a moment. Let that pause. Let that pause. When they say something dumb, don't jump in all of a sudden. Hold on, because the next thing they say is going to be even better.
Yes.
I guarantee it. Wait for that pause. Like, I want to jump to the gun too. I mean, we all do. I think that's part of what we're learning here is how not to do that and how valuable and how much leverage we get by not jumping in so fast. So wait for that second dumb thing and you could keep it going because, you know, if they're not stopped, they're oftentimes going to continue on. They're going to go on. So wait for that, at least for that second time.
Did I miss something?
They usually hang themselves.
Somebody say something dumb?
Yeah, but see what happens is we underestimate the true power of letting silence ride and letting people finish. Because guess what? Did you know the radius of the Earth when you came here? I didn't. Did you know? Guess why? None of us gave a fuck. None of us. Who gave a fuck? Right? Here's the thing.
Right.
They've been filling up the dead air with conversation, whether it be straw, anything they could to fill it in. And so people are soaking that up now. But when you do it this way, guess what? Oh, people are actually hearing things about the globe that they never knew, and they have to come to the decision of, let me look that up. Oh shit. Oh, what? They think that? What? I didn't even. I never looked this just like us when we first started looking into it. It's like, what? They're saying that assumption, this presupposition, that what? Like four assumptions on top of this bitch, right? And that's when people realize, wow, oh no, something's wrong here. But we have to let them educate the people on all of the shit that we've come to realize.
Can I say
Yes.
something?
Sure.
Yeah, I've listened from the beginning of the conversation, and I heard him mentioning the Flat Earth Society, at which point I wish someone told him what Flat Earth Society means. And I somehow felt him like he's the person that came here not to argue. Um, he was like open to debate. He was actually, he even asked for it, if I'm not mistaken. But I think he was a kind of person who wanted to find out more about what we know, what we think. Uh, and he fell into the arguing with us because I'm not blaming Mr. Anderson or anyone else here, but yeah, the everything so fast, and nobody explained to him what Flat Earth Society actually is.
What happened?
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah. So
He was just talking so fast and moving
yeah,
so
yeah.
quick that I
Did he
couldn't
leave?
get to each and everything.
I didn't even hear no flat Earth stuff, no flat society stuff.
Did you break
He
his
already,
mind, dude?
I didn't hear
He already
society. I don't
he
know
already left.
I
Where'd he
don't know
go?
where
Yeah,
Get
he
be at.
left.
I didn't hear it
Uh,
either, bro.
can you give me a
Uh,
rundown of what the Flat Earth Society is? I just have a preconception that there's some kind of like shill group that wants to discredit the movement. I don't know if that's all it is, but that's
yeah.
let me just say I'm very new to Flat Earth, and the reason I didn't get into it sooner was because of Flat Earth Society. I just thought it was a joke.
They're
Great. I
they're
will
they're
tell
the
you.
controlled they're the controlled opposition. They were actually, most of them are just hired by the higher powers.
Like hired
Yeah.
shills to just push bullshit
Yeah,
disinformation on the forums,
They
like
exactly.
are.
bullshit
Yes,
arguments.
yeah, exactly.
There's a
Yeah.
lot of talking over. Get was the first one to bring it up, even though I didn't
Yeah.
hear it. So,
Thank you,
Get,
Elijah.
would you like to? Yeah, please continue.
Yes, of course. I will explain. The Flat Earth Society is a officially registered governmental registered organization, and people with high position in the government are non-officially activating in this organization, and they are a controlled opposition. They mock and ridicule the subject or the knowledge about flat earth. They make outrageous claims which none of us, the true flat earthers,
Hmm.
actually say, claim, or believe.
Interesting. So
Yeah.
can you give me a few examples of like the distinction between them and the what this community generally would think?
They don't think Australia exists, and
Yeah.
they also think that every other planet is like they fit the whole entire space heliocentrism theory
Right.
with the flat Earth, and it kind of just makes us look bad. And they're
Yeah,
just trying to say the most ridiculous things
right.
ever.
Yeah, if I could just jump in quickly, that's the key distinction, right? The imagery of a floating disk Earth in space.
They also
That's
Yeah.
the big one, right? That's the big
Right. They make it
misconception.
look like a fucking floating
Guys,
like a
guys,
floating dish.
guys.
yeah,
Let
but
me,
not only that,
Jay,
but
guys,
that
guys,
disc is moving upwards.
guys. Can I finish
That
talking?
disc is moving upwards.
Oh, go
Can I
ahead.
finish
Sorry.
talking for a second, guys? Please.
one
So
one
yeah,
at a time.
Go ahead,
so
Ty.
yeah, they'll say things like Earth is moving upwards at 9.8 meters per second to account for gravity, and they frame it in this heliocentric solar system type background. So they mix that with just the self-evident facts that bodies of water are flat and motionless. So the curious people like yourself and a lot of other people will Google it, and surely enough, the Flat Earth Society will be the first hit on Google. So that's where most people go.
Right.
And they read those claims and they go, oh, good, it's stupid, just like I assumed. So that's it. It's like a honeypot, right?
So is there a way that you think that we can separate these two in the public eye? Because it's really, I mean, it really is bullshit that people discredit it completely because of...
Yeah, it's one of the first things I say to people. I say, so when someone says flat Earth to you, what do you picture? And I say, are you picturing a disk Earth in space? And most of them will say, yeah, something like that. And I'll say, no, that's not what it is. That's not what anyone actually claims. That's an idea that's implanted in your mind to make it seem stupid. When in reality, all we're talking about is observable, measurable, empirical reality. That's what we're talking about.
And in our eyes, right? Like the flat Earth.
It's just an important distinction to make clear to people before any conversation about it, really. Get those ideas out your head. Get the solar system out your head. Start from scratch.
Some people, I feel like some people are afraid to even almost undo what they've already learned. Like they're afraid of that idea, almost like poisoning their minds in a way. I mean, that's how they think of it. I don't think of it as that, though. I think of it as a good thing to get rid of the heliocentric model, like in your mind, like, you know, to be grounded in that.
People are attached to the idea because it's what they were raised with, right? As soon as they were old enough to open their eyes, they had heliocentric mobiles in their cribs. They had Universal Studios globe imagery on every movie, right? This is just what people are used to. They go to school, they get into class on their first day, the teacher tells them, put your jackets over there, put your shoes under there, the Earth's a spinning ball and you're living on the side of it, and we're going to do some maths, right? So let's go and do that. So people just take it for granted. They have to put it down on the test. They have to believe it. So they're attached.
Even the teachers are being propagandized at, right? Like when they have to, you know, even the adults at school have to look at that crap that, you know, like NASA puts everywhere, right?
Yeah.
Another very important thing about us is that we do not function with belief systems. We stick to science. And for something to be scientific, it has to go with the scientific method.
Yep.
Yeah. If it doesn't go with that, it means it's just a nice story. It's tooth fairy. Looking at the sky and making wild fortune telling, palm reading, and stuff like that. It's the same thing. No man has ever touched the moon. No man has ever touched the sun. No man has ever walked the distance to those celestial bodies.
Yes.
We do not have such things. We have the technology. We are capable to fake those things, to look on TV like we did it. We have that capabilities with studio special effects, computer graphics, etc.
It's just crazy thinking that NASA's been faking space all this time. I mean, I believe that they have, but it goes so deep that you think some CGI guy has been making planets, and you know, everything that we've been seeing is just.
And everyone's falling for it. Everyone's falling for it too.
Check out the resources pages down below if you haven't already. There's alphabetized channels down below, like 3/4 away down the server, and there's ones on NASA, ISS, astronaut, rockets, all this stuff. Go through them, and there's hours and hours and hours of footage of just harnesses, CGI, you name it, green screen. It's crazy, and it's like it's one of the best ways to get into this. Once you realize NASA's full of shit, you don't really have anything for the globe. But anyway, I've got to peace out, guys. So it was lovely to speak to you all. Let's think about what we've said.
Lovely speaking to you as well, my friend.
Yeah, I'll
Take
catch you
care.
all soon, okay?
Peace out, man.
Peace,
Soon, brother.
brother.
Thanks a lot. Peace.
Peace.
Well, apparently my parents know how the moon works, so that's cool.
Yeah, I have the same problem. I have to tell my parents the
Yeah.
Earth. I tell my parents the Earth's flat. They look at me like I'm stupid, but they're really the stupid ones here.
Guess what? For example, a lot of people will say, well, NASA predicts to us when a solar or moon eclipse happens. They
Yeah.
can precisely predict. But guess what? They are not making predictions. They are using the Saros cycles, which are ancient Babylonian and Byzantine knowledge. They people have observed these cycles. They counted them, and they saw that they repeat cyclicals. They are cycles,
So do they try to base
repeating
the
cycles. Yeah.
do they try to base the
So,
cycles off of the heliocentric model now, whereas before it was observed on
well,
the?
they are postdictions, so they are not predictions. And the problem is that we have a lot of anomalies in regards to the celestial bodies, which cannot be explained by the heliocentric model, unless they will start making claims like light bending,
Yeah.
but not slight bending. They are bending it like hardcore, you know.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, we can always say too, like, oh, light bends. That's why you see light, 40 miles out. What about,
Yes,
the
but
mountains and
in
stuff?
physics, in physics, you cannot say that light bends
Yeah, you
because
can
it
bend
does
light.
not bend. Light only can change its angle of propagation when refraction takes place, for example, and for that you need for light to be propagating from a medium to another. When it changes the medium, then it changes the angle of propagation. And it will also change it according to the refractive index of that medium.
Yes.
So for it, you see, light has, it's a wave measured in nanometers. And if that electromagnetic wave is, I don't know, 635 nanometers, yeah, every 635 nanometers, that wave is going to change the propagation angle. And 600 nanometers is a very small size for us. We
Right.
cannot perceive it physically. Like 1 micron is ultra small. It's 1,000th of a millimeter. And if you had a 1 micron scratch on something, when you slide your finger, only a very trained person will be able to feel it, you know.
Have you guys noticed before a solar eclipse takes place, we never actually see the moon? As in, the solar eclipse that we see, it's just a black circle. We don't ever see like a moon and its properties that it usually have, and it's just that little black circle. It's
So
just all
how
you.
the moon gives off its own light? Is that what the
Yeah.
community?
Yes, it has to give its own light because, for example, I have in a picture 48 different colors of the moon.
But I'm not
So
like a
You
fake.
can't prove that the moon gives off. But see, because the thing is, the moon and the sun are in the sky at the same time all the time. All the time they're facing each other. So it's
But in
impossible
the
to
night,
prove because the
in the
clouds,
nighttime.
they're above everything else. The moon and the sun are above everything else in the sky.
yeah,
So they're just circling. So if they're circling, they're always in each other's space. I mean, near each other. So I mean, you can't prove that the moon is its own light source. It's logical, but you just
Right.
can't prove it.
No, it's it actually I mean, unless you believe in like, Christianity and stuff. But if you're in the nighttime, you can see that the moon has its own light.
Yeah,
But they
but
say it's
that's what I'm
reflecting
saying.
off
But like
light.
the reason is because you cannot see the sun from where you are. You see what I'm saying? But the sun is still there looking at the
They're
moon.
saying it's reflecting the light.
Yes. So technically, I mean, that's the thing. You don't know for sure. You know if it's reflecting or is it absorbing. What's it doing? Is it creating? But how
Wait,
you can't separate the two because they're both in the sky at the same time all the time, right?
well, wait.
Yeah, but
I think of one
they're not near
very.
each other, though, are they? They're not near.
Think of one very.
Go ahead.
I think there's one very simple, logical way to show that at least it's not reflecting light from the sun,
Yeah.
and that is that when you have a full moon in the dead of night, so that light would have to be coming from where you are to be reflecting back in full. And allegedly the Earth is a ball and the sun's on the other side. So how is
Yeah.
the light shining through the Earth and then reflecting in full?
Well, I mean,
back at
that
the
was
Earth?
saying. Is it
Yeah,
proves
exactly.
it's not a ball?
Yeah,
That's what I'm
but
saying.
how
That proves
how
it's not a
does the
ball.
sunlight become purple?
Yeah, another good one.
Or the moon's light supposedly cold.
Yeah.
Is that something that's
Yes.
not likely if it bounces off of something else?
I haven't proved that, but that's what I hear.
And then that moonlight is uniform from top to bottom, left to right. It's a uniformed amount of light, and as the days go by, the light begins to recede, and you get the shapes, the quarter and half moon, so on. It's a uniform form of light. It's nothing to do with the sun's reflection here. No, I don't.
No,
I
you
don't
can't
buy that.
listen. You cannot prove that, dude. You understand? You're not understanding. Like, if you were to just elevate yourself into the stratosphere, you would see that the sun and the moon are in the sky at the same time all the time. If you could zoom in to where the moon is, right? That's what I'm saying. Because like I see the sun and the moon in the sky almost every day. Doesn't matter what time of day it is, almost every day. Because I live in North Dakota, so I see a full moon sometimes in the day with the sun in the sky at the same fucking time. But for someone
Yeah.
else, that moon is the only light source they see.
Right.
But for me, I see both of them. So I'm looking at the moon directly over somebody like in Europe. But for me, it's over there, but I have the sun overhead. So this is how I know that these two things are in the sky at the same time at all times. Sometimes they're
Oh
closer.
yeah, they're in the
Sometimes
sky at
they're
all times.
closer.
I agree with
But
that. I'm
sometimes they're
saying that the
closer.
moon is its own light source, though.
Yeah, exactly. It's not. It doesn't really reflect off the sunlight. I mean, I don't.
You can't, but I'm saying you cannot know that because they're always in each other's presence. You'd have to
Not.
remove the moon from the sun to find out. Because if
It doesn't look
the
as
Earth
if
would
the
have to
sun
be
is
a
lighting
ball.
up the moon at all. It does not look like that.
But what I'm
From what
saying is,
I
this
see,
proves the Earth is flat. This is what I'm trying to get you to understand. Because, like, if it were not, then you could know for sure that the moon is its own light source because it'd be on the other side of the. But if it's flat, they're never out of each other's presence ever.
yeah, I'm going with what I observe, and I observe a uniformed light.
Another.
Oh my God!
Due to
You're not
Another.
understanding.
Another interesting thing which people do not know, are not aware, because they haven't read about the Saros cycles. These cycles predict that there are taking place invisible eclipses. So a sun eclipse in the daytime, which you do not see it because it's an invisible eclipse.
Before you continue
And
on,
also, yeah,
before
go
you
ahead.
continue, not to interrupt,
Yeah.
that sounds amazing. Where did you get that information from? Before you
Yeah,
continue, I need you to cite that because I've been looking up Saros too. I didn't come across that.
I found about 2 weeks ago, or three, a website about the Saros cycles. I can search in my history, and I will try to post it for you, Elijah. I will DM it to you. I did post the link in the live stream at the time, about it. And yeah, it's very interesting information. And it says also about invisible lunar eclipses. These cycles predict that they are happening, but it's invisible and we do not see it. Yeah.
Yeah, definitely post that link or DM it to me as well because I want to see it.
I don't understand
Sure.
what I mean, I know the Saros cycle predicts when there will be an eclipse for
Yeah.
the foreseeable 18 years or something like that. Because it's a cycle and they have series being like 213 or something like that. I don't know.
Yeah.
But obviously, if they're saying there's an eclipse that you can experience, that's gonna have to be contrived information from some model, and we already know how we feel about those, right?
Yeah.
Why'd you
Okay,
mention?
you
What was
go
the
on,
point?
guys. I will take 5 minutes and I'll search for the website.
Yeah, because I really want to know like the point of why is that even? Why'd you bring it up?
Yeah.
All right. Sorry, I got that.
Is Professor Phil playing? Are there any atheist flat earthers in here?
If there are, I guess they'll tell you. I mean, yeah.
What's an atheist? Can you define atheism?
Some dude private messaging me trying to tell me to unban
A fool.
Professor Phil. It's like I'm not even a mod.
Or
So.
whoever.
A
fool. El Perico, go ahead and parse this out with this guy before everybody. Give him a little room. Because I think the audience would probably do to understand like what an atheist. Let's get this definition. What's up? Go ahead, El Perico.
Yeah, can you define atheism?
You want me to Google it, guys? Definition is disbelief or lack of belief in the existence of God or gods. It seems like a lot of people who start believing in flat Earth start believing in creation, but they might not believe in religion, which is fine. But I think flat Earth makes creation more obvious. That's just my belief.
A lot of people who believe in the globe believe in a creator.
They do. I do think that the heliocentric model does give you this kind of plausible deniability. If you follow it and you think, okay, Big Bang, there could have been a God, there couldn't have been. You know, it can kind of go either way. Some kind of weird logic, but yeah, there are a lot of religious people who believe in the globe as well as atheists.
El Perico, are you still there?
Sorry, I'm picking something up. I'm real busy though. You want to finish that for me?
Well, I guess Bong is piping up, but Bong, you gotta address him. I don't. That point wasn't even. It was a non sequitur.
I'll be right back, guys.
Yeah, go ahead. I was just letting him finish because he made some untrue statements. Go ahead.
I think he said he'd be right back, but I'm picking something up at the moment, so it's a little busy.
What was the question? I was just responding to what you were saying.
I suggest people who are just coming on go back in the stream. I'm not saying leave for an hour, but at some point I would go back and listen to the Wolfgang and Eli conversation that we had. I think Eli's got a timestamp on the end of it, so that might be.
I didn't. I got Mr. Anderson's, but that could. I sent that to India. Would you mind? Because I'm doing a running around now. I wanted to do it later, but since it's closer to when it happened. I think it started around 2 or something like that, or 2 hours ago. Would you be able to timestamp that for me and send it to India?
Stamp? Yeah, I could look. I could look at that. Probably not right now, but I'll go back. I'll make a note for myself. Give me something to do.
On the roof.
Thanks, buddy.
I could use backup. There might be somebody in here that's much more efficient. I'm about to go out and exercise. So, but anyway, yeah, I'll do it, man. I'll do it.
Thank you, guys.
Yeah, so you can't define something that is not. Right? I can't define an apple as not an orange.
Yeah, it is. It's all just yeah, but that by that definition, it's all labels. Understand?
Say that one more time.
Wait, what was the question?
The question was that how can you define atheism?
I mean, like people who. No, I was just asking if there's like any atheist flat earthers, people that think that this model or something just
So
out of
there's
nowhere.
no there's no actual atheism ever because the definition for atheism is something that that is not something, right? So in other words, if you're the definition for if I would say the definition of an orange is not an apple, would you accept that definition?
No, that's it means atheism is the disbelief or lack of belief in the existence of a God, of God. It's
Yeah.
not
So
like
you're defining something that is you're defining what do you call how do you say that? You're defining something that is not. In other words, you're defining a person that is doesn't believe in God, right? So you're defining something that they you're in other words, you're saying somebody that isn't something. So you're saying let's say an apple isn't an orange. Okay, who the fuck was that?
sorry.
So your definition of apple is not an orange.
I didn't say that.
No, but that's pretty much what you're saying. Is you're saying that that person doesn't believe in God. That's atheism, right? That's the definition of atheism, right? So
Right.
you're saying that an apple, in other words, I tell you, this is an apple, right? But wasn't define an apple, not an orange, or the lack of being an orange. Would that
But
definition of
with
an
that,
apple fit for you?
no, but I don't know why you're making it so confusing because I could say the same thing
Yeah.
about anything else, like a pillow. It's not a bed, is it?
Okay.
And so
Hang on
that
a
can't be
second,
a
Eli.
definition. So that can't be a definition of something, right? That
It's
something
just
not
a
being
label.
something else.
A label.
Yes,
So
yeah.
why
So
did
it's
you
no,
ask
no,
the
no,
question?
Jen, just Obarico, please.
Yeah.
you understand that it just the term atheism they don't even know how to define it because they're defining
Okay.
something that isn't something that in itself is can be a definition.
Can I say, is there any flat earthers that don't believe in a God?
That's a
Without
good question.
No, the idea of atheism comes from a ball. Think about it. I mean, there are other ideas, but what is atheism? That's the question, right?
And, and there's many people that don't believe in God, but they believe in a creator. I mean, that's
Can I say only one sentence? The God didn't send me a message that the earth is flat.
it actually, if you are a Christian,
Did you
it's
hear? I told you the God didn't send me a message that the earth is flat. Someone else sent me a message that the earth is flat. Earth itself.
but God orchestrated that person to tell you the Earth was
Yeah,
flat.
earth itself telling me that the earth is flat, not God.
I don't know why I asked if El Barico could take this conversation and Sasha and Bong is interjecting. I don't
I'm
understand
stopping.
it.
I'm stopping.
Sorry, I'm muting.
Yo, can you stop being so hostile, bro?
he's not being hostile. He's just being cordial, man, trying to make the conversation go through correctly. So you understand that? I mean, so we got to that point, but so many people don't believe maybe there's a God, but they definitely understand that this place is created, so there has to be some type of creator, right?
Yeah, like a intelligent. We are a intelligent design. Are we not?
Correct.
Apparently, some of us aren't.
Well, in that sense, we should be able to, find out who the creator is, and
Some of us don't understand the difference between reality and what is
Yeah, I mean
not
that would
reality,
be a
right?
difficult one because in other words, I'm a software engineer. I create a software with a creative some AI. Would that created AI know who its creator is? Maybe if I make myself known to it and say, okay, I'm the creator. But how can he make sense of what am I or what or how do I exist, right? So it's kind of hard to understand that. I mean, if you go to a philosophical way, the AI or let's say if I make it somehow sentient somehow, how would it be able to understand how did I create it or what it's hard to understand how the creator is if it does make himself known to it, right? So
but
Well,
yeah,
if you let the AI know that it was who was who created it, like I was your creator. If you let the AI know that I was, whoever created the AI, right?
right.
As to the AI, I created you. The AI is gonna know instantly.
yeah, but tell it I'm flesh and bones and I have a system and yada yada. Would it understand what you're saying to it? I mean, like let's say the creator says I'm a spirit, you're gonna be like, okay, I understand what a spirit is, but do you really understand that?
The individual is gonna know.
I mean, you know what it
Question.
is. I mean, what it says it is, but can you really understand, and like to the fullest event of what the creator is, or how it works, or anything like that?
They'll put a message in. Basically, how you said how if we were to create an AI that was self-conscious, and you told him, "I am your creator," he would know he was created. But if you put that, if with a real God, like the God that I don't know if you believe, but if with the God in Christianity, if you put that together, he came down himself, told us, and then passed down from generation to generation in the book. But it's your choice whether or not you deserve to understand it that way. It's your choice whether to interpret that way.
Right? He sent Esau down, right?
Esau?
El
Yes,
Boricua.
Esau.
El,
His name is Esau.
yo, yo. El Boricua is having a conversation just for the purpose of fleshing out, first of all,
Sorry,
what
I
an
was kind
atheist
of
is.
breaking. I'm driving and I'm kind of breaking up for me because there's no bad weather here.
All right, you want Master Chief to go on and take up the reign?
I couldn't even
Wasn't
get
troll.
that.
What do you say
All right,
about
go ahead, Master Chief. It's up to you.
yo, chill.
So what was your questions?
Listen, I have a question to everybody in the VC. I just want to figure out what is that thing, because in the solar eclipse, and if you like searched up right now, like I talked about this, but I just wanted to make sure if anybody knows.
We were talking about the creator.
I thought we were already done with that conversation. My bad.
Oh God, I mean that's why I thought they were giving me the stand here.
What's your question about eclipses?
Like the solar eclipse, like when the supposed moon what the scientists say. The supposed moon goes in front of the sun, right? But when I look at it, it doesn't look like a moon. The moon that we see, to me, it's just a black shape. And
Yeah.
when
Yeah,
I'm
during the solar eclipses, the moon is not visible. It's during the new moon or when the moon is invisible.
right,
They claim it's the moon passing by the sun, but there's no actually evidence of that. And
yeah, it doesn't look like the moon. It just
what
looks like
really what really destroys them is that uh, they claim that all the light is converging around the moon to make a very, very, very tiny shadow compared to what they claim the moon is. So that doesn't really work because if all the light is converging, like they say, to give us what we see in reality uh, with solar eclipses, then all of their claims about parallel light rays for Eratosthenes, night and day, seasons, and a bunch of other stuff all goes out the window.
right. I think there's a certain theory out there for whatever that thing is that comes in the solar eclipse. If
Yeah,
you
if you look at the Chaldeans and Babylonians, they considered there to be two dark bodies up in the sky that were normally not visible unless they were occulting something, and they called them Rahu and Ketu. You
yes,
can probably look up a bunch of that.
yes, that's what I meant. The Rahu and Ketu, yeah. Rahu is the black one, and then Ketu is the red one that goes over the moon, right?
Yeah, something along those lines.
Yeah. Yes. Yes.
Question: how does that make you think that you're on a spinning oblate spheroid in the vacuum of space? How does that correlate and relate to that?
Because no, I'm just talking about. It actually relates to the uh creator thing because that's some sort of supernatural phenomenon that shouldn't happen.
Okay, right. So you're still worried about the creator thing. Okay.
What do you
So
want?
are you on the heliocentric side, or are you on the flat Earth side? I mean, I'm not sure where you are at the moment.
Flat Earth.
Oh, okay. Right, you're a flat earther. Okay, thank you.
Welcome.
What I think supports this Rahu and Ketu hypothesis from the ancients really well is the lunar eclipse, because if it was a shadow from an object being cast onto a spherical surface, we would see the effects of the curvature in the shadow because the shadow conforms to the shape it hits, but we do not. So it's either it's not a shadow or not a sphere. So there's something else going on.
Right. We can observe the sun. We can observe the sun being the same size as the moon, right?
Yeah.
There's no way that the sun is 400 billions farther away and that the moon is this way.
They say that the sun is 93 million miles away. That's the sun, and then the moon is 238,000 miles away from us.
Yeah, and it's
Okay.
also 400 times bigger.
Yeah.
They said
So now,
230,000.
yeah, 238,000 miles away would be the moon. That's what they claim. And then, like the man said, the sun being 10 times bigger or whatever, and it's like 93 million miles away.
Yeah. Yeah, that's just complete bull.
Yeah, I mean it's lunatic. It's I never knew that the sun was supposedly that far away. As soon as I heard the number, I just instantly said no, it's not. Just like that, it's just no. The sun is not 93 million miles away. We wouldn't see the damn thing. We wouldn't get no heat from that distance. I don't care what anyone's saying. 93 million. I just laughed.
I just had a doubt in my mind ever since they said that. But it's
No, I
like
just knew. I knew no straight away, instantly. No, the sun that can
I
burn
think
your ass,
like people are
can burn your backside.
for themselves.
93 million miles away. Yeah.
I think a lot of people underestimate just how far 93 million miles away would be.
Yeah.
Like people
I've
really don't
travelled
think
the
about
earth, you
how
see.
far away that shit is.
Yeah.
It's just
I've actually travelled. I've done the mileage, so I know. I've done many, many miles on my motorbike across this flat earth. That
In essence,
I just know instant. As soon as I heard the number, that was just an instant. No, it's not. That's not 93 million miles away. That's way, 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 way too far.
Is the
in
dome
essence,
is the
in
dome
essence, just a
300
second. In essence, they are coincidence theorists, and they call us conspiracy theorists. But we don't actually have any theories on conspiracies that we're selling to people.
is the dome 300,000 feet in the air?
What is? Can I? You guys mind if I kind of a little bit?
Please go ahead.
What dome?
Huh?
What dome?
Who said that?
What dome?
Are you believe the Earth is a globe?
No, but I'm asking a question.
The dome that is above us.
That's the shape. How have you verified that?
What do you mean?
Well, when it comes to geometry and shapes, you either count its size or you measure it directly. Have you done that?
Like a bowl?
When it comes to geometry, when you want to determine a shape, you either count its size or you measure it directly. Have you done that?
An upside down bowl.
I'm going to repeat myself for a third time because I don't think you're understanding me. When it comes to geometry, right? Because a dome is a shape. The only way to determine a shape is to count its sides or measure it directly. The claim that you're making is the basis of the substantiation for that claim. Well, thank you.
I just want to know where you got the number 300,000 feet from. Like,
No, none of that. None of that matters. I don't want anybody to be answering for Strowman.
It says invisible plasma shield, which protects Earth from radiation, discovered 77,200 miles above the planet.
Alright, don't fear, M1Chill7 is back here, boys.
But that invisible plasma shield they're talking about isn't actually a plasma shield. It's just the dome.
Oh, so is that what you think?
Yeah, it's from an article, Science.
No, I mean, so you think it's a dome?
You talking to me, big man?
No, if you can't put yourself on mute while this conversation is going on, I'm gonna have to mute you. Okay, brother?
You're not. I'm muting. I thought you were talking to me. My bad. My bad.
Yeah, put yourself on mute.
Are you getting mad at me
So,
because I said 300,000 feet?
why does it have to be that I'm mad at you because I asked you a simple question about how to determine a shape? I'm just trying to figure out who's claiming. Like you said, so is the dome, which denotes that I guess it's a given that it's a dome, but the truth is that it's not. But since you're
What
the
is?
one bringing it up, I'm asking you.
It's not me who said it was a dome.
I didn't say it was a dome either.
I'm not talking to you.
We're talking.
But the original question wasn't directed towards you.
But I decided to answer. Is that a problem? Are you mad at me?
No.
Okay. Everyone else, am I speaking for you right now, or is there someone in disagreement with what I said?
Nope. No, nobody disagree with you. Everybody agree with you, Elijah.
There you have it. So when it comes to domes a specific shape. Now, unless someone has seen the sides to count them or has measured it, no one can definitively say that there's a dome above us. Now, are there people that believe it's a dome? Sure, that's a belief. But beliefs don't usually come with concrete figures, do they? You asked what height it would be. I don't think they that either.
Have you not seen the video of the rocket hitting the dome?
No, that would be a begging the question. You're just asserting that it's a dome that the rocket's hitting. Again, I'm asking you, what's the
Be
okay?
hitting it, would it?
Okay, let me put it to you like this. Let me put it to you like this. Okay, so in the heliocentric model, it's asserted that we have gas pressure next to the vacuum of space. Now, I've
Oh,
only seen gaseous material like smoke disperse. And when you fill things up with gas, they usually expand. Something like a variable volume, like a balloon, it expands. And the more air you put in there, the more pressure's in them, right? So all of our experience with gas pressure, uh, the gas laws all dictate that in order to have gas pressure, there must be an available volume for that gas to fill.
so you're saying there
So,
might be a container?
so that's correct. It stands to reason that the claim that there's a vacuum next to air pressure is nonsensical because nobody can validate that because that's not what we experience. That's not something that we can recreate in any situation. So the antecedent or what's necessary for pressure in every instance that we can determine would be a fixed volume. That's why we say, well, there must be containment for the air that we breathe. But there's no shape claim. There's only shape belief. Some people believe it's a dome. As far as how high it is, no one knows because no one's been there.
Okay.
Okay.
Right, are you guys done? I was just pulling through. Everyone chill here. You don't need to fear. I just wanted to bring up a little point. I was here before. They call me the flat crusher. I just wanted to do a few pointers. So could someone just whack up a diagram of what you guys think the Earth looks like? Just that little circle diagram that you guys think it looks like.
You don't have to conjure up anything.
What does that mean?
We're not making any claims. If I may just add this, if I may, we flat earthers we're not making any claims to a shape because obviously
Yeah, I get that. I get that. Lots of people say that you don't know what it is, but
if I'm going to be allowed to, hang on, look, if I'm going to talk, you're going to have to allow me to finish what I'll say, and then I'll say you're next. Okay. All right. Thank you very much. Now, I was just trying to say to that, we're not making a claim to any shape. We can't know that. We haven't got the technology to even begin to get up high enough to even to see the whole Earth expanse. And NASA tells us that they don't have any real photographs of Earth as a ball or a video of this thing that's supposed to be spinning in the vacuum of space. So how am I, a flat earther, going to know that? What we do say is that what we observe, that 71% of the ocean is level, and it's level, that's what we see. And from high altitude balloons, the Earth appears to be a flat, motionless, flat plane. And that's what we claim that we can see. That's it. That's all we know at the moment. Is that fair enough? Can you accept that? Can you accept that?
Jin CBR, I accept that. Jin CBR, I accept that. All right, and let's just talk theoretically here, then, blooders. All right, so the picture that I see a lot of flat earthers used, like I don't know if you think it's this. I think it's that. You know what I'm saying? But could I just get that genuine picture that everyone uses that's a flat earther where it's got the ice bit in the middle, like whatever do you think that is, and everything.
The azimuthal equidistance map, yeah? Is that
Yeah,
what you're talking about?
can someone whip that bad boy in here, please? Because I can't. Yeah, I can't put pictures in. I just want someone put it in the live stream voice text. I just want to tell you guys a little reason why I just don't think it's flat, and I'd like to hear why you think not. You know.
Okay, can someone get that image up, please? The azimuthal equidistant map, and put it in the live stream.
That's a pretty dog. That's pretty dog shit. One of the just like where we can see the top of it. You know.
Huh?
Yeah. I don't know about it being dog shit. You know,
no, it's just because it's like a side view. I need to see like the whole. That beautiful. Whoever put that in, you're a certified beauty. All right. So basically, you guys genuinely think it's like this, right?
No, dude, it's just a map.
Yeah, I know. Most flat earthers.
Yes, I mean.
Let's just talk theoretical here.
I'm going to say yes.
Yeah,
I will
like
say no.
CBR1 is saying yes.
I will say no.
Okay. Some people, yeah, no, but I'm going to say the majority think it's like this, right? So,
well, look,
let me finish, boys.
Moderator, no, I'm a moderate for a second, and you're going to be patient.
All right.
So it appears that Jin is going to be taking up the conversation. Any disagreements, you're going to have to just hold that in and let Jin speak for himself. Now, listen, the only thing I ask is don't go making generalizations. But Jin can handle his own, so he can let him do what he does.
Yeah. All right, so my boy Jin CBR1, 7975. Basically, so this is what you genuinely think it's like, right? So, say if you want to get a plane from Santiago to Sydney, okay? You'd have to go in your genuine mind. You'd have to go all the way round, okay? Well, there's flights that do that go straight a lot across the ocean, the other side, the other backside, also underneath this flat Earth that you think it is. So explain to me, like, how come people be doing those flights?
Can you start all over again, please? Start all over again, because you're going on about flights and things, and then you mentioned something under the earth. So take your time, address one point at a time, yeah? Okay?
So there's a flight.
Start again. Now you're talking about flights from where to where?
From Santiago to Sydney, okay? From Uruguay to Sydney, alright?
Yeah.
So this flight, so for you to have a flight in this flat Earth that you think it looks like
on this map, yeah.
Yeah, it'd have to go all the way round to Sydney. Am I correct?
Not really. Why would it go why would it have to go round?
Well, it could go.
Hang on.
Yeah, it could go round. It could go over.
You're not allowing. Hang on. You're not allowing me to finish what I'm saying. So I'm going to say to you one more time. When I'm speaking, wait till I'm finished, and I will say you're next. Then you can speak.
Yes.
Okay? Right. Now it's my turn. Hang on. Aircrafts fly in straight lines because it's economical to do that. Flying round circles would cost a lot of money, waste of time. Okay? Please carry on.
Okay, yeah. So, like I said, on your map, you'd go from Uruguay, from South America. You'd go over all around, or you'd go over the Antarctica and straight to Sydney, right? That's what you'd do, right? But there's flights that go across the ocean behind this map and all the way around to Australia. Like, explain to me how that happens if it's flat.
That, you know what you're going to do? You're going to have to bring me such flight. That's all you're going to do. Don't tell me it with your words.
You can search it up. You can search up.
I'm not going to search nothing up because I know that the flights go in straight lines. I have no problem with the flights on this earth. They don't go behind a ball. They don't do that.
The reason why I'm saying that it doesn't go behind in my world, because I think this is fair, But on this map, it goes under. It would be going underneath the map.
I don't know why that would be. I don't know why that would be.
Because
You're looking
it's
at.
going.
Hang on.
Listen, it's going
Looking
because it's
at
going
a.
backwards
Hang
from
on.
Uruguay and into Sydney.
You're looking at a flat map. Yeah, but you're looking on a flat map here.
Yeah.
So what's
I'm
this
looking at a flat map.
under business you're talking about? Where are you going with that, please?
If the
You're
Earth,
looking at the azimuth
yeah,
equidistant
I'm
map.
looking at it how it is.
It's flat, isn't it?
Yeah, I know
The
it's
map
flat.
is flat, isn't it?
There's no need
Right,
to
why are you
raise your
using the word
voice.
under
Okay?
then?
There's no because
I'm
the
going to
map
raise my
is
voice
flat.
because you're using words. Hang on, look, you're using words that are not coherent. The map you're looking at, the word under doesn't belong with a flat map. Okay?
It does. Okay, just let me talk here. All right.
No.
So your flight goes
Totally
from
unacceptable.
Uruguay. It's not unacceptable. I'm speaking factual. This flight goes on 5 times a week. I'm pretty sure. So the Uruguay to Sydney, like it on this map, you're saying it's impossible to go the other way. It's going straight from
It doesn't
Uruguay
go. First of
all the way
when
over,
you finish.
all the way over the Antarctica to Sydney. Okay, but on
It doesn't do that. It doesn't
since
do
it's a
that.
sphere,
It doesn't do that.
it goes all the way the other side of the ocean, which you think
What you're
is
going to have to,
not
like I said, you're going to have to bring that flight and show us that because I'm not aware of anything.
How can I send
Hang
you
on
a
a
picture?
second. Hang on a second. I'm not aware of that. As far as I know, they go across land and ocean. That's straight lines. They're not going under anywhere. Okay? So if you're bringing your spherical ball mentality to a flat map, then obviously that's not going to work, is it? You're talking sphere, but you're looking at an azimuthal equidistant flat map here. And planes fly direct across land. It's never been done. Look, you're making claims, but you're not able to back this up. Can you back up your claims that they're going underneath and over Antarctica? Can you actually show us this, please?
Yes,
That's what you've got to do, sir.
I'm sending Creation Bear. There's no need to get mad. I'm sending Creation Bear 499 a picture of it right now of the flight.
Because that doesn't happen on the flat Earth, that's for sure. Got to be.
So I don't think you understand where I'm coming from here. The reason what I'm trying to say is, if the Earth is flat, this flight would be impossible. This flight would be impossible. Do you see what I'm trying to say here?
Really, no.
Yeah, but you're saying it's possible and it's been done, and we're asking for verification. And yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, like I said, this flight would be impossible if you guys think the Earth
It's
is flat.
impossible until you verify it's possible. It's not possible. So go
It's
ahead and
verified.
verify
This flight goes on 5 times a week.
Yeah. All good.
That's what I'm saying. You're going to have to bring all these citations. You have to bring it. You're going to have to bring it.
I brought it there.
You can't just
There
say
it
it.
is.
And we know that these flights don't exist.
They do exist.
And you're going to have to, if they do exist.
They do exist. They do exist.
So we verify it, right? Okay, we verify it. But you know what? Here's the curvature of the Earth.
I think he doesn't understand what he's looking at with the AE map.
I do understand.
Because you said that it's going to go under. It's going to go under the Earth in the in the case of the AE map, right?
Oh, yeah, that's the thing. If that has happened, right, that would be
impossible flight.
That's the Earth is a globe. Okay, get the circumnavigation south, north, south. Yeah. So go ahead and post it.
But there's no under, though. The AE map is the same thing as the globe he's talking about. It's just not laid out like a globe. There's no under. The southern hemisphere on the globe is the same thing as the southern half of the AE map.
Yeah, but if that map that's flat, it's impossible to make that flight. But it is possible on a sphere.
It's not impossible, sir.
The sooner you post
it is.
right?
You'd be going upside down the Earth, as you guys call it, or on the fire.
Yo, hold on.
There is no
hold
upside
on.
down under the Earth.
Jin is still having this conversation until he says otherwise.
Links,
Jin is having. Well, you don't have to unmute. You don't have to unmute your mic to say whatever it is you just said. I'm gonna start muting people. Just stop.
Yeah. So at this point, you haven't really demonstrated that the Earth is a spherical ball. You're not proving Earth spherical ball in the vacuum of space. What's your proof? What's your evidence? This is debunkable. This is completely, utterly debunkable. What have you got, please?
It isn't.
In the realms. Hang on, let me finish. In the realms of the curvature or the spin or the Earth being in the vacuum of space, can you actually handle that, please? That's the crux of your ball.
My friend, I've not come here to discuss that. I just want you to tell me, how is this flight possible if you think the Earth is flat? To go that direction. Look where it's going across that side of the ocean, okay? But if the Earth was flat, it would be impossible. Because that bit is not there for you guys.
Unfortunately for you, these flights fly flat and straight across the on the flat Earth map, so there's no problem there. My problem is you're totally obfuscating the question that I ask you. You're coming in defending the globe. I ask you, where is the curvature of the globe? How have you measured and confirmed that this curvature actually exists? And then the spin of this Earth, how have you detected that and confirmed that you know for sure the Earth is spinning? And then how have you confirmed for yourself, without a doubt, that the Earth is indeed a ball spinning in the vacuum of space without a barrier?
Okay, Jin CBR, you're just coming up with points to try and prove me wrong that the Earth.
Well, that's what you're.
It's not you're bringing up irrelevant points that I've not discussed, and you still haven't answered me the question of how that flight is real. It doesn't.
I've already addressed that for you. That you're bringing claims that you haven't really substantiated properly, that they go under. You haven't done that yet, so you need to go and get that done. Meanwhile, back in France, as I've said, you're defending the globe. Please provide me the evidence you have for the 3 questions that I asked you. That's what you've got to do here. You're defending your globe after all.
Okay, run me through the first question.
The first question is, when was it that the curvature of this Earth was measured? Okay, what techniques was used to measure that, and how do you know that that is confirmed for you?
I don't know. I don't know.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much.
I could ask you the same question about flat Earth, and you don't know.
Oh no, you're making an assumption, sir. Because I can tell you.
No, I'm not making an assumption. It's factual.
You are. You're assuming that I don't know. That's what you said. I don't know, but I do know. That's the thing. All right. So, and I will tell you once I've finished. Second question: how do you know that this Earth is spinning? What techniques was used to detect this? And how do you know without a doubt that the Earth is indeed spinning in the vacuum of space at 1,038 miles per hour at the equator? Do you know this?
I didn't say I know this. I don't know that. That's the thing.
Okay,
that's why I'm saying
very much.
I'm saying these points are irrelevant, though.
Thank you. It's totally relevant because this is the crux of the ball we're supposed to be living on. It's where we're supposed to be living. The last point.
Did I say those things are true?
This is your globe. This is your globe, isn't it? Your globe.
It is. Yeah, it is.
Right. You believe in the globe, don't you? Right. So you're defending it. Okay. Now, last point. How do you know that we are in the vacuum of space without a barrier? Because you would need to have a barrier for the air pressure that we have on Earth. So how can Earth be a spinning ball without a container in a vacuum? Is that possible?
Maybe it is, maybe not.
Well, have a think about it. Do you think that where do you know where air pressure and a vacuum can be together without a containment? How do you know this? Can you actually demonstrate this?
I'm not an astronaut. I can't demonstrate that. I'm afraid.
You were making quick work of them.
Yeah,
you're making quick work of me of points that is irrelevant. That I did like. That's not.
No, you have to admit, sir. Look, young man, look, you need to understand that if we're living on a ball, these are the claims that are being made by NASA, all the astrophysicists, theoretical physicists, scientists, and astronomers. This is their language. This is their model. Your model. You believe in this. That's why these questions are asked, because hang on, let me just finish. I'll be 10 more seconds. You're carrying a whole load of beliefs without confirmation. You're trusting and believing in this without confirmation. So I'm asking you for confirmation, and you've said, I don't know. So now it turns out that you don't know your model. You're carrying a belief without confirmation. Okay.
I could say the exact same about you, Jin CBR1. Where have you got all your information about flat Earth? You've got it from other people that do flat Earth. Are they a reliable source? No, they are not a reliable source.
They are, again, excuse me, that would be an assumption on your part.
It's not an assumption, it's factual, because no, we can go back and forth here. You can say the same thing about me, and I can say the same thing about you.
No, you can't actually say the same thing.
I actually can.
For instance, his last point about gas pressure requiring a container. We can show that. All empirical observation shows
and I'm pretty sure I can get a video explaining that as well. We can both do that.
No, a demonstration.
No, we can actually demonstrate it physically too, sir. We don't need to get a video here. Okay, it can be done in the real world, real time, right now. Like long distance observations for one. Are you there? Are you listening? Long distance observations.
Yeah, I'm here.
Secondly, laser tests over the ocean. Thirdly, for me, which I like the most, is actually aeroplane flights. With no curvature, long distance, long haul flights that I've been on and not experienced any curvature. Another thing that we can say is that world records of long distance shots. There's just so many, it's unreal. Kobe. Okay.
Yeah. So I want to say, how are you? So you're going to tell me a laser? These laser tests that all you flat earthers love to brag about, that's solved why the Earth's flat?
Well, yeah, because over a given distance, yeah.
A given distance.
Hang on, you interrupted me and you're not allowing me to speak here. In all fairness, if we're living on a ball, do you know that the circumference of the Earth, supposedly, do you know what it is?
Not exactly, nah.
Okay. It's 24,901 miles. Okay, with a radius of 3959. 3959. So that's 3,959 miles. Sorry. Okay, that's the radius of this supposed ball. Now, 8 inch per mile squared gives us the drop value. So we've done tests at like 24 miles and hit a laser at that distance.
Not long enough, buddy.
Oh, okay. If that's not long enough for you, that's fine. We've got world record photographs of 273 miles. They should
not
be
long enough, buddy. How big did you say the Earth is again? How big did you say the Earth is?
Wait, you didn't know? You're not listening. You're not listening. So just listen clearly, right? There's 273 miles. Okay, the distance of that, in between that distance, there should be 9.5 miles of curvature. That's not there. That is a Guinness Book of Records shot from a Nikon P900 camera in France. It's in the Guinness Book of Records. Okay.
Are we going to trust that? They might be fake as well, like you say NASA is?
It's in the Guinness Book of Records. We're given dimensions by NASA, who are the authority in this situation. They give us the numbers. We don't make the numbers up. We're using Pythagorean and NASA maths to bring to bear here. It's not our maths. We don't make this up. We're taking your information or the information from the established authorities and saying, excuse me, well, we can't find any curvature here. We're seeing at long distances, much further than should be allowed if indeed the Earth is of specified specifications that you give us.
Yeah, I understand that, but I could also argue the point that like you're saying NASA is lying about all the. Well, you're basically saying about the all the stuff of the Earth and that is all from NASA. That's what you're using. So am I meant to believe about? Am I meant to believe what this guy's telling me in the Guinness World Record? Did he actually use the laser? Is it real? Is it properly done? How do we know? How do we know?
Hello, it's in the Guinness Book of Records. That's an established book and organization. They're not going to start.
NASA's an established company.
Yes, exactly. And then they're perpetuating a lie. Okay, so this is why we are bringing out the discrepancies. We're taking what they give us to the real world, and it doesn't match up. We're not finding curvature.
You're taking something from the Guinness World Records. I'm taking something from NASA. You see what I'm trying to say here, buddy?
There's no inconsistency there at all. Everything is showing. Everything's highlighting the inconsistency in the model that we were given. You see?
Yeah, but you guys don't even know what model you think the Earth is, or you like. I see you guys having. You guys have civil war. You guys have civil wars about what it looks like.
No, we don't.
You do. I saw you before. You were arguing about some guy saying it was a globe, saying that it was flat. Blah blah blah. You're all flat earthers.
Yeah. Okay. Now, yeah, I'm glad you know that we're all flat earthers. You yourself didn't know your model. You don't know the dimensions of your model.
Yeah, because I don't need to. You don't need to be technical
but we
to
know
know
it more
about
than
it.
you. We know it. We flat earthers. We know it, don't we?
No, you don't.
Yes,
well,
we
how
do.
do we just educate
That's
you, bro? You're out of your weight class. You don't know.
Yeah,
even
you're
the
out of your
basic
league.
values.
I'm not
You
because
could tell
I'm
you're,
not
this
on my
is like
weight class.
your first day, bro.
It's
You're
not
in
my
denial,
first day.
bro.
I've actually
Come on,
been here a few
denial.
times, man.
Come on,
been here.
come on. You got to be
Jackson,
honest.
it's like your
I'm being
first day.
fair with you. I'm being fair with you, man. You know what I mean? What you've got to do is sit down and look at yourself and be honest to yourself. You didn't know your model. You don't know the dimensions. You're trying to defend it, and that's fair enough. It's commendable because that's what you've learned. What you've now found out is there are people who have gone and checked this stuff and have now brought out the anomalies and discrepancies in the story. You're hearing them for the first time, probably properly, and now it doesn't fit your reality. Okay, that's it. That's the honest truth. You've got to be honest to yourself. We're not lying.
I'm being on it. I'm being on yourself. It's just the stuff that you're saying and everyone's talking about. It's just really deluded talk. You guys like to hold hands and with each other,
bro. You like to say,
oh, you've been educated and everything.
Bro, I'm not saying you're wrong.
In reality, I brought a really simple diagram of a plane
You
flight,
got
and
disproven.
no, listen, and you drifted off really deep into this stupid conversation. The guy didn't even give me a straightforward answer.
I gave you the
Listen,
answer.
I'm not saying you're wrong, but Jin's running circles around you. You need to like.
Jin's not running. So he's just you know, I don't need to like.
You with his 3 questions right there that you said you don't know and that they're not relevant.
No,
of course they're relevant.
Because then they're not relevant, mate. Are they really? He's just whipping out. No.
It's the foundation of your ball claim, buddy.
All I wanted was a nice answer, a simple answer to what I said. I didn't. All I got was, hey, listen to these 3 questions I got to give you, and so
you didn't get a nice soft answer. You got the hard truth.
No, I didn't get the hard truth. I just got him trying to attack me on dumb questions.
Okay, let me handle this. Let me explain to you, yeah, because you were displaying lack of knowledge of your model, saying things. If this is impossible. What I had to show you was the impossibility of the model you are claiming to be real, that you don't know the dimensions of, is what's happened here. Okay? Now you're beginning to see that there are discrepancies. And there is nothing wrong, by the way, with flat earthers holding hand, encouraging one another in the truth, yeah? So don't think that statement's going to mean anything here. We love holding hands here, by the way, and supporting one another. Okay,
yeah,
we
I know
flat
it.
earthers.
I know it is. It's just the way.
Don't belittle that. You can never belittle that, son. All right.
Yeah, I know. It's just the way it's just everyone is not really speaking themselves. They're just going in the chat here saying you got a lot of reading to you, blah blah. I don't really like. You don't need to be educated to prove one of you guys wrong. It's just really deluded conversations that you guys have.
I will say this. Hang on a minute, guys. I will say this. It is not a requirement to have a PhD, master, or degree to understand the heliocentric model, the flat Earth truth, and where you are on this Earth. It's child's play. Children can understand this. That's the beauty of this.
Like I say,
simple.
Someone who's clapped could prove any of you guys wrong. Like it's factual.
Well, you're
like,
not doing it.
You don't need anyone. You don't need anyone.
What does that say about you? You've utterly failed at that. So what does that say about you?
I've not utterly failed because I haven't had a straightforward answer.
You have failed utterly. The 3 presuppositions that you're making to prove your ball.
You don't need to shout. You don't need to shout on that Chinese snowball that you're using, man. Like everyone can hear you.
Curvature, spin, rotation, and gas pressure.
Well, I think it's important that we're not transphobic during this interview. So.
Yeah, but you don't even understand the 3 presuppositions that you're making in your globe argument. You don't even have the first clue what those are.
Can you talk lower so I can actually hear?
Yeah, but you don't even have a clue about the 3 main presuppositions that you're making in your entire globe argument, and you're trying to divert away from those. And you've utterly failed to disprove anything about the flat Earth here. So, yeah. So what does that say about you?
Central bank.
What does that say about you?
Central Banker 0072.
What
do you mean it? What do you mean it says about me? I've come with a valid point, and no one is still
No, you don't have a valid point. You're presupposing your ball. In order to presuppose your ball, you have to ignore curvature, you have to ignore axial rotation, you have to ignore gas pressure adjacent to a vacuum. You don't have the answer to how any of those things have been substantiated or how they're possible. You just skip right past that and go, "Ooh, look at this flight." Do you, like,
yeah, because it's literally just a really easy, simple way.
No, it's not simple. That's the foundation. Those three things right there. Those are the things that you need to prove before you can move on to talking about flight paths or anything else. So start with measuring the curvature of the Earth. Once you got that, get back here and show us, hey, it's definitely a ball. Look, it's curving.
There you go. Okay.
D&D, what's your thesis? What's your claim?
I don't
think it's D&D. I think
it's not D&D. It's Someone Chill 7, my boy.
Oh, wait.
Okay, well, what's your claim anyway? What's your claim? What's your thesis? Yeah.
Claim for what?
That's a good question.
His claim is this flight works on a globe that's spinning, even though he doesn't have curvature to say it's a globe or rotation.
Why do you believe
Which
the
flight?
Earth is a globe?
Okay, I put in a flight earlier from a flight from Sydney to Santiago. If the Earth was flat, the route that it takes would be impossible. And my boy's whipping out gas pressure and all this bullshit. When I'm answer me a question, how about flights?
Mic check. Mic check.
A flight from Sydney.
Mic check is good. I hear you.
Let's control it now, guys.
If I can be heard, that means okay. So I've been pointing out in the live stream. Yeah, I'm talking to you. I've been pointing out in the live stream that your premise is flawed.
Yeah. Yeah.
My what?
Your
premise is flawed. Your notion that a flat map is disproven. Do you know why?
Disproven. No. What do you mean?
Well, this is okay. So state your claim, and I'll tell you what's wrong with it.
So there's a flight from Sydney to Santiago, and if you look at the route it takes
on the azimuthal equidistant.
Yeah, on the sphere Earth. Just let me finish, man. The flight goes across the Antarctic Ocean, but if it was on the flat Earth, it would be impossible to do that. It'd be underneath the Earth.
Can you show us this flight?
Yo, hold on, Alberico.
Yeah, someone put it in. I sent it to.
No, I get it. But listen, the problem is the argument. It has nothing to do with because look, all maps are projections of the sky, which utilizes the Cartesian coordinate grid system. Right. This is how we navigate. As a matter of fact, when you look up the azimuthal equidistant map projection. Neither conformal nor equal area, a perspective projection from the center of the globe onto a tangent plane at the central point of the projection, is used by navigators and aviators because great circle paths, shortest distances, are shown as straight lines. So, you trying to use this map specifically as a debunk of a flat Earth is incorrect because it's actually just a projection of what goes on in the sky. There's no such thing as flat map or globe Earth map. There's no such thing.
What do you mean this path is impossible that it would go under the Earth? I don't understand.
Because if the Earth is flat, let me run it. Elijah, stop talking over everyone. What the fuck?
Okay, I'm gonna have to mute you then. That question is irrelevant. You need to understand what I said.
I mean,
you can't just say it's irrelevant. You don't want to answer it. The fuck?
I mean, I want you to answer.
Come on, calm down, man. Calm down. Calm down.
Can I see the diagram? No, what he's making is a red herring.
He's gonna calm down because he's muted. So goodbye, Guy Gene. Now, again, what I've just pointed out, right? You've spent the better half of 30 minutes saying to everyone that this azimuthal equidistant map is incorrect when actually it's the same exact thing, whether it is projected onto a globe or projected onto a piece of paper. The thing is, the information itself is from a planar grid system. So your argument is flawed. It has nothing to do with what you're trying to explain about it.
It doesn't though, because like I was going off the diagram from the guy that was what's the other guy called? Where is he?
Gijon.
Nah, not Guy Jean. Some of the guy that I was talking to before who was just getting mad. Yeah, that guy that was getting pissed. Yeah, basically he
guy
put
that
the
was
map
running
in.
circles around you.
All right,
Doesn't
calm
it
down,
seem
buddy.
like there's a heap of evidence though that
Yo,
that's
I'm not
that's
doing
something
that,
that's an assumption?
Every time other people interrupt, the point is lost that his point of argumentation was fallacious from the beginning.
Yeah.
But I mean, what if I want to ask?
I'm trying to argue. I'm trying to say. Well, he really doesn't understand what he's looking at, though, when he points at the AE map and says something has to be going under it. He doesn't realize that it's just a projection of the same thing that he's seeing on his globe, just laid
Exactly.
out flat. So his whole thing is, yeah.
Oh, I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying. Wouldn't it be a different route then at that point if it's laid out on a different map?
Bring in your coffee.
No, listen.
He's getting a spanking of
There's
his
no
mum.
there's no distinction between
I'm not gonna eat it. I was only gonna eat one.
a flat map. Well, let me say this a better way. There's no distinction between this coordinate system that's projected onto a piece of paper or a ball. Your point of argument is fallacious.
Yeah. And you don't know your model. Simple.
All right, I'm trying to talk.
Do you have a
people?
no?
I'm trying
You can talk. Go ahead.
No, I
Respond
can't,
to what I
because
just said.
every time people start talking, I'm the one who gets muted. That's just a load of bullshit. Can you just let people
Well,
talk?
can you not clean up your language, mate? Come on. Or you're going to get muted again.
Listen.
What is this, a PG Christian server? Like, what the fuck?
Look. Calm
No,
down or you're just going to get muted.
Jen. I got this. Everybody else butting in is not really needed right now. What is it that you wanted to say?
I've literally been trying to say this for so long, but I keep getting muted. Right? The flight, if it were the map that my boy put up before, where it's got Antarctica in the middle and everything around it, right? The flight's impossible to go over the Antarctic Ocean. It's not there. It's not there.
All of the maps are projections of the sky, and these maps are. Listen to what I'm saying. Matter of fact, forget about what I'm saying. Let me read to the audience again. So the map that you're saying is incorrect for navigation. This is what it says. Neither conformal nor equal area. Perspective projection from the center of the globe onto a tangent plane at the central point of the projection is used. The thing that you're saying is not possible is used by navigators and aviators because great circle paths, shortest distance, so they say, are shown as straight lines. Less than one hemisphere can be from a given origin. So your entire premise that using this map would have someone not be able to navigate is antithetical to this Google search right here. What do you have to say to that?
Of course, it's going to be flat. It's on their map. It's going to be flat in a different way. But on the map you're showing me, it's literally physically impossible. I don't think you understand what I'm trying to say here.
I don't think you understand what I just read.
No, I do like this Seb guy who keeps whipping this up and tagging me. Look, when it goes flat, the flight isn't possible. You'll have to go up, underneath it and then back round.
Well, that's just a reification. That's just a reification fallacy. You're looking at a map and taking it to be reality.
Yeah, that's what you guys think it looks like, not me.
No, yo, I don't need help. I said. No, we don't. And I told you not to generalize at the beginning of the conversation when you started with Jen. No, we don't think that that's what the flat Earth looks like. You know why? Do you know why? Do you know why?
Go ahead, my guy. Go ahead.
Because a map is not a snapshot of the land. Everybody knows this. No, we don't think that.
Okay,
so if you were under the misapprehension that that was the case, I'm informing you that that's incorrect.
Yeah, but I say this nearly every time I pull through and just prove you guys wrong. How are people meant to argue with you guys when you don't even know what the fuck you're arguing about?
Well, that's just an ad hominem.
It's not. It's just really clapped.
Well, an ad hominem is when you attack the person instead of the argument. I just told you why your premise is flawed, and you haven't addressed it at all. You've only talked about us. And all you did to add on top of that is a reification fallacy, taking something that is meant to be uh, a grid system and using the map as a juxtaposition from a globe. That's a reification fallacy.
Yeah, but it's just like everyone who comes in here, the reason why you think you're running circles around them is because you whip out a few facts that you've done in your garden or on a pond or whatever with your lasers. But people say shit back to you. You whip out that NASA gave you all the information. You guys don't even know what the fuck, like what the fuck you think you're on. That's the whole point. So we can't really argue, can we? Yo, who actually are you? I'm talking
Okay,
to
so
someone else, man.
okay, so feelings, right? Because I just addressed your argument by telling you and detailing why in front of everyone that your premise is flawed. And all you did was complain about what flat earthers do in other conversations.
Yeah, because it's facts, though. It's facts. But like I said, it's been a pleasure. I'm on chill. We'll be back. I'm gonna conky
Sounds like
boys,
feelings.
and
Michael.
I'm gonna conky boys, and I'm gonna destroy this server. I'll be back, boys.
Michael.
Don't
That's
fear.
what I
I'm on
thought.
chill.
Better luck next time.
I'll be
Yeah,
back, boys.
that's fine. Have a good one. That's how you have a globe earth to run out of steam.
Yeah, basically.
He was just in denial, bro. He was just in denial. Can make sense.
Gonna be. He's a flat earther gonna be. For sure. Flat earther in the making.
I like your
If he
point
goes
that
like-
the real
if he
map.
carries on like that, he's gonna be a flat earther before he knows it. I love it.
Doesn't matter. He will come next time.
Look, the thing is, he's gonna take what he just.
Like can destroy the server.
He's gonna take what he was told, and he's gonna take it in, and he's gonna be, oh, that actually kind of makes sense, and then he's gonna think about it.
Besides the reification, the straw man, he also made an argument from incredulity. I do not understand, therefore it cannot be true, and an appeal to possibility. He was just nothing but fallacies, and he thought he won.
Exactly. He's gonna think about it and work it out and realize, oh yeah.
Think about it. His last statement was how he presents arguments and we don't win them. But I directly challenged
Teasing
his
him about
argument.
the kumbaya community we have here.
But I directly challenged his argument in the face of him saying that we don't actually deal with arguments. The irony.
Yeah, it's called psychological projection.
Yeah.
He did exactly what he was accusing us of doing.
Isn't what he said one of the only debunks for, the attempted debunks of flat Earth is trying to point out like a flight that doesn't work on a different map? But like you said, the premise of their argument was flawed at the start because they're saying that the map that they're basing it on is the real map when it's not, right? Is that what I'm getting?
Well, the maps are all a projection of the sky. That's all it is. All of them are the same thing. You're not getting information from one place versus another.
Right.
So that's why his premise is flawed. I'm gonna unmute Guy Gene if he's still here. I nominate Trace now that he's here. Whatever nonsense Guy Gene is talking about, if you'd like to take care of it. We got like mad clips just from today. Like this is what I want to see, man. I like this.
Oh man, let me give you some more then.
What do you got, Guy?
Bring it
actually, you give me 5 seconds and I'll go get a drink. This is gonna be fun.
I'm prepared.
5.
Get a strong one.
3, 2, 1.
Thunderbirds are go.
So nothing.
So just a reminder, like again, when these guys are talking fast and you might think they're a troll, the best thing to do is have them have a one-on-one. Anytime you say anything, any side commentary that gives them an out, that's not what we're tolerating here. We don't want people to get, bored or uninterested in what's going on because there's so much going on. Drace has decided to take up the mantle now. Next, it could be any one of you guys. As you see, as we've been doing this, the live stream has been at 40. So let's keep it going, guys. Let Drace handle this. Do not interject. I'm gonna be forced to mute you.
Yeah,
Also,
I
go
won't.
and give the live stream a like.
I
Grace is
won't
too
take.
nice.
I won't take up too much of your time. So whoever wants to be next, just let us know in the text so I can queue you up.
Just do it!
Welcome back, Guy. So
Geek.
what do you have to tell us?
My name's Geek.
Well, I read Guy, so that's what I'm going to call you.
That's really not very nice of you to do.
Well,
If I were to meet you in person, I'd
I
tell you, hey,
can't
my name's Geek.
pronounce it the way you do, so I pronounce it Guy.
All right, let me fix.
Yeah,
You're not
but
gonna
his
respect
pronouns are
my
he.
limitations on this, or are you just going to be insincere here?
I'm being insincere.
Yeah, I told you I can pronounce it Guy if you like. If you want me to do Gene, I can do Gene.
Thank you for pronouncing it, Guy, so that everybody in the room knows who he's talking to. I do appreciate that.
Hold on, can I change my name?
We all read it as Guy, so then when you address him as Guy, we understand who you're talking to. That is good
So,
thinking.
I'm curious what we're going to be discussing today. Like, what are you guys going to be? What is the point of contention, really?
Sasha, what are you doing?
Anyway,
So,
Why
Guy,
are you
what
gay?
did you have to tell us? Have you found anything new about the globe that you wanna? Any proofs? Any evidence?
Nah, bro. I usually come back here because I genuinely enjoy your company.
I get that. I really enjoy being here too.
Do you love me?
So, what do you know about the arguments so far? What would you say is your biggest hang up, or the biggest thing that makes you hang on to the globe?
The number one biggest thing.
Yeah.
Probably the uninterrupted hours and hours of 4K footage that we have of the Earth looking roughly ball-shaped.
So you're talking about the ISS footage and stuff like that?
In part, yep.
You do know that that's fisheye lenses, and that height is not high enough to see any curve.
I do agree that they use fisheye lenses, and that does curve straight lines.
Yeah, so you just said that you watched fisheye lenses, and that makes you believe it's a ball.
Well,
did you know that if you go to NASA.gov and look at all their older footage, you can find a bunch of problems with it?
I'm not really interested in those. The videos that I really come to mind when I say what I said are like the SpaceX ones, for example. By the way, regarding your fisheye lens comment, so curvature of straight lines for fisheye lenses does not apply on the center of a picture. It only applies to the sides of the image.
Buddy, you have no idea what you're looking at. You don't know if you're actually looking at the center of the camera or if it's cropped out. So you have no idea what you're looking at. You don't have the original files. You cannot verify any of this. So that's just speculation and belief on your part.
Yeah, I don't need to have the original files for me to look at like a very long video.
Yeah,
very long
we
video.
can make movies that are completely filled with CGI. That doesn't mean they're true.
Yeah, but I mean, knowing what I know, we can do with modern day engineering. It's not surprising to me using inductive
Appeal
reasoning.
to possibility or appeal to probability. This is not logical. Please try again with a logical argument.
It absolutely is logical.
No,
sorry,
it's not logical. Appeal to possibility is not logical. Just because something might be possible or probable does not mean it is so.
I never said that it is so.
Yeah, well, you're using it as an evidence for is your biggest evidence for it, and it's just an assumption or belief on your part. That's not valid. That's not.
But it
logical.
is evidence for it.
It's not. That's not evidence. It's not logical. It's similar to if someone came up to me and said, "Hey, I have a bunch of stories about this dragon," and I'm like, "Okay, do you have any pictures?" Yeah, he shows me these videos of dragons, and I'm like, "Okay, can I see the dragon?" He's like, "Nah, you can't go see the dragon, but I can show you more videos. You want to see more videos?" You're the guy who believes in the dragon here.
Yeah. So let's go with the dragon analogy. Right? Let's say dragons are equivalent to the Earth being round or spherical, right? So if I let's say we live in a universe and we don't know whether dragons are real or not. That's the open question. Okay. So
Well,
if
universe
I
is a begging the question fallacy, but I will give you that. So continue.
What? What do you mean? The universe is a begging the question
is begging the
fallacy?
question of the Big Bang Theory and all of that big jazz. So that goes into a whole other cake. So just skip past that and continue.
Oh, but you brought it up.
No, you brought it up with the universe. That's why I was
No,
like,
I
begging the
said
question fallacy. You're trying to slip it in here, but I will allow it. So continue.
no. I want to stick on this because you're accusing me of something which I disagree.
You want to go on this? Okay, no problem. Can you give me evidence of the Big Bang Theory?
I never said the Big Bang is true.
Well, that's the universe.
No, I said we live in a universe. Do you have a problem with that statement?
Can you show me this universe?
Yes, open your eyes.
Yeah, I live in the world, not a universe.
What?
What the fuck did you say?
What?
Well, another word for universe is reality.
Yeah.
Well, that's your interpretation. That's not my interpretation. That's based in your religious belief that reality is in a Big Bang Theory. It's not.
Drace, is that your name? Can I call you Drace?
Yeah.
Drace. What do you have a name for the set of all things that exist?
Yeah, it's called the world, creation.
Because I call that the universe.
Yeah, I know. It's based in your delusion. That's why it's a begging the question fallacy, and you can skip past it and continue with your inane argument. Please continue and stop this.
How is it a begging the question fallacy?
Because it begs the question of your whole universe. That's one of the things you're trying to argue for?
Let's stop using the word universe because it clearly offends you. What name do you give to the set
It
of
doesn't
all
offend
things
me.
that
I find
exist?
your stupid responses offensive. That you can simply understand that if you beg the question of a universe, then
Bro,
I can't just accept that premise because that's not something I believe in. You believe in that.
What
So
name?
I wanted to skip past it, but you wanted to go into it. That annoys me.
What name do you give to the set of all things that are real?
The world.
Okay, excellent.
told you before.
We live in a world. Do you agree?
Yes.
Excellent. Wow, that took a long time.
That was hard for you, man. I told you right in the beginning.
No.
Yes, it was. Why? I asked you even to jump past this because I understand what you believe the universe is, and I understand what I know the world to be.
Okay,
so there's a difference there. That's why I told you to just jump ahead and continue with your questions instead of going into this begging the question fallacy and the weeds of it.
Hold on. We live in a world. What? Do you have a problem with what I just said?
No, did I say I had a problem with that? I already answered that question. You're repeating yourself now. Are you retarded?
So the reason that I say we live in a world is because my argument works with using the word universe and using the word world.
I don't care. That's why I told you to move on. Stop with the begging the question fallacy and continue with your inane argument.
How is this begging the question?
I already explained it.
I reject your explanation because it's incorrect. That's not what begging the question means.
It's not incorrect because you haven't provided any proof of your universe, your heliocentric model in the Big Bang Theory. That hasn't been presented. No evidence of that has been presented yet. That is what you are here to prove. You're here to try to justify your beliefs in all this.
So we live in a world.
Assuming your conclusion in the beginning, by assuming your conclusion in the beginning, you're begging the question. Do you understand this fallacy now?
What conclusion am I assuming?
Universe.
No, I'm not. I'm saying I moved on from universe. I'm using the word world.
No, I'm just I know you moved on. I'm just explaining to you because you seem to not understand the simple concept of a begging the question fallacy.
Oh, we live in a world. Okay, do you agree with this?
Yeah.
Okay. So
in a world.
We want to know, in a world, whether or not dragons are real. Yeah?
Sure, because you think dragons are curved in this example.
Sure.
Okay, continue.
I'm using an analogy.
Yeah, I know. I said example.
Okay,
continue.
Excellent. So, we don't know whether or not dragons are real. If I show you,
You don't know, but okay.
Hold on. If I show you uninterrupted 4K extremely realistic footage, what seems to be footage, of a dragon, is that evidence?
No.
Or is it not evidence? Why is it not evidence?
Because I have no way to verify if that is true. That could easily be computer generated. It could be fake.
So you think evidence is the same thing as proof?
There are synonyms. Did you not know this?
They are synonyms, but two words being synonyms does not mean that they are the same thing.
They mean the same thing. The definition of evidence is proof, idiot.
Hold on. You think synonyms mean the words are the same? Like they mean the same thing?
The definition of the word evidence is proof.
No, it's not. Two words can be synonyms if they mean similar things, but not exactly the same thing.
Scientism.
So, anyway, my whole point is, just because the thing that I'm calling evidence does not prove something to be a fact, it does not mean that it's not evidence.
That is your belief. There's something called circumstantial evidence, and you can imagine some things to be evidence that are not evidence. That's just you misusing the words because you don't understand.
Is circumstantial evidence evidence?
It's not actually evidence. It's more like it adds to the likelihood of something. It's not evidence of anything.
Okay, so circumstantial evidence is not evidence.
No, it's not direct evidence. It's circumstantial. It's in the word, numpty.
Okay. So you think that just because I add an adjective to the word evidence beforehand, it makes it not evidence?
It changes it, yes. It's no longer direct evidence. Did you not know this?
Right. Is a red car a car?
Yes, a red car is a car, but a red bike is not a car.
Right, but a red bike is a bike.
Yeah, it's not a car. You keep saying it's a car.
Is physical evidence evidence?
Physical evidence is direct evidence.
Okay. Is trace evidence evidence?
Trace evidence?
Yeah.
No. It's not. It's yes and no. It's not direct evidence. It depends kind of on the case, I guess, because what are direct evidence of what?
I mean, I'm just asking like a broad question, right? Like just to
Yeah,
get like
it's too broad and it's too general. It doesn't actually get us anywhere. So it's a red herring fallacy. Can you please try to get to the point?
The reason I'm asking these questions is to get a good definition of what you mean when you say evidence, because clearly you do not mean the same thing that I mean when I say evidence.
Yeah.
What's important is what is really the truth.
Video of Bigfoot is evidence. I get it. I don't agree.
Hold on. Is testimonial evidence evidence?
Yeah, it's called hearsay. But it's not direct evidence either. It's hearsay.
Okay. I'm asking you a dichotomous yes or no question. Is testimonial evidence evidence? It's a yes or no.
It's a type of evidence. It's not direct evidence, no.
Right, but I'm not asking you.
I don't accept ambiguous bullshit evidence that doesn't have any valid veracity behind it that I can verify. If it's just claims of some dude, it's not. You're essentially saying that It's just valid evidence if some bum tells me that the Earth is a unicorn, and I'm just supposed to accept that as valid evidence just because he said so. That's
But you're not supposed to accept it. You're supposed to build up belief for it. Like
build up belief
if
for
somebody,
it. I don't need to believe. You're the one with a belief. That's the fundamental difference between us. You have a belief about what the Earth is. I tested the Earth, and the Earth isn't what I used to believe. I was in your cult.
So I ask you, is testimonial evidence evidence? And you said yes.
I said yes and no. It's not direct evidence. It is hearsay. It can be used as evidence, but people can lie. You didn't know that?
Did I ask you if it was direct evidence?
That's my criteria for evidence. I already told you this.
But did I ask you whether or not testimonial evidence was direct evidence?
No, because you're trying to obfuscate away from the point, because you want to generalize everything as evidence like a fucking idiot.
I just want to know, are dragons real?
So can you answer my question then, if you're admitting that you didn't answer my question?
A confession is not evidence.
Completely.
Hold on, guys. Just a reminder for the room. Yeah, Eli, sorry, go ahead.
Don't interrupt. Only reminder.
So yeah, I did answer you completely.
I don't think you did.
So what's your problem?
I'll ask the question again. Is testimonial evidence evidence? Are you refusing to answer the question?
I just want to ask, are you talking about the Earth?
No, I'm just talking in general. In our analogy, we're using the analogy of whether or not dragons exist, right?
Yeah.
I mean, I guess he quit.
Yeah, I mean,
testimony.
Give him a second, maybe. Give him a second, maybe he's. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, I was talking with my mic muted. That's the problem. So yeah, ask it again so I know where to begin.
Yeah, no problem. Is testimonial evidence evidence?
I already explained this to you. Did you not hear me before? Did you not understand what the words that were coming out of my mouth?
I heard you, and you admitted that you didn't answer my question, and I'm asking you.
No. I told you directly. I don't accept flimsy evidence, so-called, when it doesn't have any proof of validity behind it. If someone just tells me something, that's hearsay. It's not valid evidence. Yet you're trying to argue for it.
I never said whether or not. I never said whether or not you accept flimsy evidence.
Yeah, you're saying is it evidence, and I'm saying yes and no, because it's not
bad evidence.
What?
I'm okay with you saying yes, testimonial evidence is evidence, but it's bad evidence. I'm okay with you saying that.
That's what I said.
Okay, great. So you've admitted that
testimonial
testimonial
like 3 times.
Evidence. Excellent. So you've admitted that testimonial evidence is evidence.
It's called the form of evidence, but it's not actually evidence. It's not proof. It's not valid proof.
Okay, well now you're backtracking on how you answered the question.
No,
I'm
being entirely consistent, idiot, because in the beginning I told you evidence and proof are synonyms. They mean the same thing.
No, that's not what synonyms mean.
I posted citations for that.
That's not what synonyms mean. So, I mean, the reason I have a problem with your answers now is because one of the answers that you gave is A, and the other one is not A. And they both can't be true at once.
Yes, because you're generalizing, and I will say, showing you the difference between the generalization and the specific nature of it. So, yes, you can generalize it and say, evidence, this is evidence of something. Is it true? No. Is it proof of anything? No.
Right. But do you agree that there are evidence of truth statements where the where the statement is not
Yeah, but
true.
calling it evidence is a misnomer. That's why I don't like the way you're misusing language and misusing it, because when you have evidence and you have proof, that's not.
So let me ask a couple of clarifying questions if you allow me.
Yeah, sure.
So let's say that dragons are not real. Okay, let's assume that dragons are not real, and I find a huge footprint on the ground.
Yeah.
Okay? And I say, look at this piece of physical evidence.
Yeah.
Do you have a problem with me calling it physical
evidence? That's not evidence of the dragon, though, is it?
It is. Why wouldn't it be?
No, you don't know that.
Okay.
That's an assumption on your part.
When I say it is evidence of the dragon, I do not mean that it proves the dragon exists.
Yeah, but it's not. It's not even evidence of the dragon, because you don't even know that it's made by any dragons. That's just your assumption.
I know that
It's kind of like me pointing at the lemur and saying, "That's your forefather." It's evidence.
I understand. It seems to me that the problem here is that you don't think that evidence for false statements exists.
No, I don't think that assumptions are evidence. That's the difference. First, you need to create some kind of connections before you can even qualify it as evidence. You can't just assume anything is anything and just say evidence.
Okay,
that's retarded.
Hold on. So to clarify, and I'm just going to restate what you just said. You don't think that for any statement which is not true, any piece of I mean, I want to use the word evidence, but I want sort of that would be like circular. You don't think that any evidence exists for any false statements. Did I get that right?
No, that's not true. There's evidence of lying and false statements. That's true, but it doesn't become evidence of that until you realize the connection. There needs to be a connection to it to be able to show that it is like a lie about that.
Well, let me. So you don't believe there's any evidence of the round Earth? Am I correct about that?
There's no valid evidence of the globe Earth.
What do you mean by valid evidence? I don't know what that means.
That means there's no logical or logically consistent or scientific evidence of the globe Earth.
Okay, so you added a bunch of adjectives to the word evidence. Does that mean that you think it is evidence?
What?
Like, if you agree with me that a red car is a car.
No, the thing is, there is a bunch of hearsay and also sorts of bullshit that people call evidence, but is debunked by direct evidence, which trumps that bullshit.
Yeah, I mean, there can be evidence that works against other pieces of evidence, right? Like there could be conflicting evidence.
No, there's so-called weak evidence and there's strong evidence. It's also in logic, by the way. So when you have really weak evidence, like hearsay, like you're talking about, like video images that you just believe in, that's really weak evidence. It's so weak that it can barely be even considered evidence unless there's something to back it up.
So when you say evidence is weak or evidence is strong, what is the thing that is increasing or decreasing there? Like, what is strong or weak about it?
The validity of it.
What do you
It's
mean
logical. Do you know what validity is?
I know what validity is. I don't know what it means when applied to the concept of evidence, though.
It's because the evidence you're talking about is inductive. It's assumed, and so it's only strong or weak. It's not valid or invalid. I can show some of it's invalid. I can show it to be invalid, but
well, I mean, you're not answering my. So look, my whole exercise with doing this is to demonstrate to you that weak evidence, as you call it, right? Whenever we have to act under uncertainty, like when you don't know something, like whether or not dragons are real or not, providing evidence for or against a claim will change your confidence in either saying yes or no, and it is never going to be 100% this statement is true or 100% the statement is false.
Yeah, but the difference here is that the dragon that we're arguing about, if it's real or not, is supposed to be under your own feet. And we're supposed to have the measurements of this dragon, and we're supposed to know exactly where this dragon curves. So none of that actually fits. And all the stories about this dragon just come up short. They just don't work. They contradict each other. It doesn't work. So there's no reason to believe the ground is a dragon.
I mean, I disagree with that, and we can get into that now if you
Yeah,
like.
you disagree
but
with it, but I asked you for some evidence, and you gave me a bunch of beliefs, and your beliefs about
can I answer your
some
question
really weak
before you interrupt me?
inductive assumptions.
Can I answer your question before you interrupted me? So,
Sure.
so we
I'm
can talk about
not
that.
interrupting you. I was just finishing my statement.
Well, I mean, I was talking and then you started talking, so I would call that an interruption.
Well, that's just there's lag in the Discord. I don't know.
Sure. Okay. So, I mean, the reason I was talking about what I was talking about because I got into more of a philosophical discussion with you. It seems to me that you don't share this sort of Bayesian belief structure when it comes to thinking about things that you don't know whether or not they're true.
What?
So,
Can I add something real quick? Just real quick.
Yeah, sure.
That for 500 to 1,000 years, we still haven't seen a dragon. So along your line of reasoning, how long are you going to believe it without seeing it?
Sure. And let me ask you a question. No thanks. Is the fact you have not seen a dragon for 500 years evidence for there are no dragons?
No.
Right, that's the question. Yeah.
Why
Go ahead,
not?
continue. Sorry.
I would argue that it is.
Yeah, it's not. Absence of evidence is not evidence of absence.
It absolutely
It is a logical fallacy, like most of your arguments.
I can show you with formal logic that absence of evidence is evidence of absence. Would you like me to post it? Like basic propositional logic.
Sure, you can try.
Seconds.
Well, wait a second. On the topic of evidence, do you have any evidence for the globe, like measurements of curvature?
No. Oh, Orion, it's just these two. Sorry.
So I will get into actual concrete evidence for globe or flat, right? But I want to pull up the proof that absence of evidence is evidence of absence first, if you'll allow me.
Yeah, I already backed mine up. I'll read it out. The distinction is captured in the aphorism, absence of evidence is not evidence of absence. Attributed to Martin Rees or Carl Sagan. Versions of this anti-metabole appeared as early as the 19th century. This is because if the drug were harmful, evidence of that fact cannot be expected to turn up during testing.
I dropped out there for a second, so I didn't hear the first part of what you were saying. But I think I got the gist.
This is essentially an argument from ignorance, so I'd love to hear how you try to argue that that's logical.
I just need a bit of patience, but I'm certain that I've seen the proof. So I'm just gonna pull it up.
What do you mean when you've seen a proof?
So So are you familiar with propositional logic?
Yeah.
So there is an actual proof in the language of propositional logic that demonstrates that absence of evidence is evidence of absence.
Yeah, I highly doubt that, because that would be an argument from ignorance, and that would be logic contradicting itself, and that would be another fallacy.
Well, it would be a fallacy if it's stated that it was a proof, but not evidence.
You just said it was proof of absence. What do you mean?
No. I'm talking just about evidence, not proofs, because I consider them to be different things, and I don't think
you consider them to be different things because you generalize all evidence into this vague, amorphous term that can mean just someone's beliefs or claims that has no relation to proof in your use of the word. So stop trying to conflate the two then. Because to me and to most normal people, it's a synonym and means the same thing.
Oh, somebody kindly shared it with me. And I have not verified it, but I can step through it right now if you guys want to step through it with me.
I'm getting tired. You're very boring.
That's not very nice to say. Anyway, I just put it up.
My opinion.
Absence of evidence is evidence of absence. A proof done with conditional probability. A, definition 1, A is evidence of B, which means that the probability of B given A is greater than the probability of B given not A. Okay, I'm fine with that. Definition 2, absence of evidence. A being not A. A, the variable, being not A, the value.
Yeah.
Definition 3, absence.
Yeah, I'm sorry, but this isn't logical.
What are you talking
about? Circular reasoning.
Yeah.
I mean, I haven't even finished reading
this guy, just a second. This guy whose paper you're copying off of, essentially, you're the metaphor here would be you're in school, you're looking at somebody else's answers. He is wrong.
Okay, can you show me where he's wrong? I'm totally open to him being wrong, but you need to demonstrate it, not just declare it.
Yeah, that's no problem.
Excellent.
First of all, definition 1, A is evidence of B. This is one of the premises, and we must assume this is true. So we have no evidence of that. But
no. He's defining it to be true.
Absence of evidence is. I'm zoning out here. Yeah, you're.
Hold on, let's talk about definition 1, because you said
I'll get my fallacy thing. Just a second, because it's easy to do with that one.
I mean, this is a definition, right? It's not. There's nothing wrong about defining.
Yeah, it's not logical. That's the problem.
Defining things is not logical?
No, not defining things is fine. Trying to make a logical proof that absence of evidence is proof of evidence or evidence of evidence is just retarded.
Okay, so you have no problem with just definition 1.
Definition 1 is an assumption, sure. Like we haven't tested
do you understand the
valid
notation?
or true. It's just it seems logical on the surface, but we don't know more.
Hold on. Do you understand the notation given here? Because I can also explain that. I have no problem walking you through it. The P means probability, and B with the little vertical line, A, means the probability of B knowing we observed A. And the greater than symbol just means greater than. That's the little sideways V looking thing. It says the probability of B given A is greater than the probability of B given not A. That is how we're defining A as evidence of B.
Yeah, it's not logical. The problem is when you appeal to a probability that it's possible, therefore probable. That's just not true, because you don't know this is actually gonna go that way. It could be some other way. So it's not a logical axiom. It's not logically valid.
There's no logical axioms that we have to assume here. I don't think you know what you're talking about. I'm just talking about basic definitions and then basic conditional probability. Just definition 1.
Yeah,
no,
you're talking about
you are diving into irrationality, into stochastic mathematics.
Yeah.
Stochastic mathematics.
Yeah.
By that, I mean, I guess statistical. Yeah, sure. Wait, are you saying statistics is irrational?
Statistics isn't real. It's abstract. it's not.
Yeah.
It doesn't give you any
fortune telling.
Yeah, it doesn't get to the truth of a conclusion. It's not logical.
All right. So if you don't believe that you can make inferences using statistical theorems,
you can make inferences.
I have no
inferences. Don't have to be logical. You can make inferences that are completely illogical, like this guy just did, and you want to do.
You don't even agree with just definition 1, which is a definition. How you disagree with how somebody defines something?
Incorrect. Incorrect. Definition 1 is basically a bare assertion fallacy on its own. So that's why I don't fully agree with it. But if you could back that with evidence and prove that premise, if you're looking at this argument in the form of a real argument, then definition 1 is by itself just a bare assertion fallacy. There's no evidence that that's the case.
Grace.
And the whole argument that's set up there doesn't actually show that to be the case.
Grace, definition 1 isn't an argument. It's saying I'm calling this thing
argument. If you take it out of context and you phrase it like that, A is evidence of B. If I say like Earth curve is evidence of the sphere, that's an argument.
Grace.
Do you understand?
Grace, it's perfectly fine for you to say I don't understand this. It's perfectly fine for you to say that. Nobody's gonna think less of you.
What the fuck's
I'm not gonna think
wrong
less
with you,
of you,
man?
I don't think.
Do you not understand the words that are coming out of my mouth, and you have to project it onto me? Is that the problem here?
I understand what you're saying completely.
Why do you not understand it then? Why do you say you understand it, but then you repeat yourself and you don't show any comprehension?
Because I disagree with what you're saying.
Can you then try to actually bring a valid criticism instead of just all this bullshit?
Yes, my valid criticism is definition 1 does not say what you're claiming it says. You are incorrect.
It doesn't say A is evidence of B? Are you retarded?
What's up?
It doesn't say A is evidence of B.
It does say that.
Oh, you're retarded because I said that. So now you're a liar as well.
Okay, what is wrong with defining A and B as saying A is evidence of B? What's incorrect about that?
I never said it was incorrect, idiot.
You said you had a problem with definition 1.
I told you what the problem was. I told you exactly what my problem with that sentence on its own is.
I don't think you did. Can you repeat it for me?
On its own, it's a bare assertion fallacy.
How do you know that?
Because it doesn't actually support its conclusion. It just states the conclusion in the beginning.
It does not state a conclusion. You are taking an issue with a definition. Like if I call my cup of coffee Jim, you're saying that's a bare assertion fallacy. I mean, I'm just giving something a name. I'm defining it.
If you say your cup of coffee is a dragon, that's a bare assertion fallacy. If you say your cup of coffee is evidence of the dragon, then that's a bare assertion fallacy.
I'm not saying it is a dragon. I'm saying I'm calling it. I'm giving it the name dragon. That's what definition 1 is. There is no argument in definition 1, so I have no idea how.
Real quick, you're not gonna get all night. You better hurry up. You gotta hurry up.
Yeah,
You're gonna get cut.
He doesn't want to actually talk about these things, and he just wants to waffle in a circle.
Let me moderate. Let me moderate, so maybe we can move forward. First of all, Get Baguette called out, and Drace is also calling it out. So it's an affirming the consequent fallacy, also known as modus ponens. If P, then Q, Q therefore P. So it's an illogical form, not a logical form.
I mean, Elijah, I've noticed that you take the pattern of just declaring logical fallacies without actually.
I also posted it. I also posted it in the chat. I mean, you said if P, you said if P, then B, right, or A, or whatever you said. So I'm telling you, I mean, right here, modus ponens.
I did not.
Yeah, you did.
No, I did
yeah,
not.
you did.
No, I did
Am
not.
I wrong, Drace?
No, you're correct.
Yeah, I thought so.
Oh, appealing to authority. I see how it is.
Well, you're saying then dragon, and you're saying I'm not using that example, but I'm using that form. So the form is
logical fallacies against your opponent.
Anyway,
identify
I don't know, Drace. Do you want to hold on? Let me mute him for a second. Drace, do you want to continue, or what do you want to do?
I don't really care. He's not gonna get over this point essentially because he just wants to butcher logic. So I don't know.
So let me post it in the chat for everybody to see. Right. So you see that right there, modus ponens. I mean, this is the exact form that he was trying to put forth. Now he's saying that's not what he did. Everybody's sitting here as he's been droning on. This is exactly what he did. It's an affirming the consequent circular reasoning fallacy.
Yo, as a rule of thumb, if you're gonna participate, you should let someone else mod.
I'm not. The conversation is ending, and I'm modding by saying yes, Drace is right. It is what he's been saying. It is.
I'm saying generally, if one is gonna participate, they should
Yeah,
let
that's
another
why I've been
mod.
quiet. Listen, percentage. I don't need your help. Okay, bro.
I'm not
But
giving you any help.
I accept what you're saying. I mean, generally,
I
that's what's
appreciate
been
that.
happening all day. There's been what 4 conversations that I haven't stepped in. So I, yeah, I get it. I mean, we've all been here all day. You just got here.
That's not true.
Okay, so then you should know.
I do know. That's why I said it.
Okay.
Don't take it the wrong way. It's for everyone's benefit.
Hey Elijah, how's it going, man?
Pretty good.
All
We
right,
hit
all right.
59. I don't know if we hit higher than that, but
High
as you
five,
can
bro.
see, yeah, people have been enjoying the conversation. Apparently, there's a lot of people in here.
Nice.
60.
Nice.
Oh, hell yeah.
Nice. All right, all right. You got things under control. You and other mods that are in here, thank you for your participation. You are appreciated, your efforts, at least according to me, anyway.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, everyone, for the
Well,
cause.
So,
For the
so,
cause, the crime against humanity. That's why we're all here.
so is he gonna present any globe proof? Yeah, because I mean he's been just talking about evidence and inferring evidence and whatever.
I don't know. I muted him.
It seems
If
we need
somebody
a
wants to
Yeah,
talk.
moderator.
bring him on now.
I think Dre's was
Bring him
gonna
in now.
continue with that, right? Because he had a you said he was gonna bring proof and he wanted to establish what is evidence first.
We need a new moderator.
Yeah.
Because we did have a fair point note taken, right?
What was the fair point?
Someone said if Elijah's going to participate, then someone else should mod, but he didn't say it like that.
No, that's absolutely fine. That's
Yeah,
why
yeah.
I'm not
We need another
participating. But
moderator. No, I want you to participate, Elijah.
I
So we
already
need
had a
another moderator.
conversation today. I gotta let
I
someone
know.
else. I gotta let
Oh,
someone else.
okay. All right.
Yeah, Elijah been pretty good on letting other people speak
Oh, of course. I don't doubt that.
and establishing just a one-on-one. So that's actually been very helpful
Mm-hmm.
for the
That's
stream.
what it's about.
I mean, right now everybody can talk. It's not. We're not really. Nobody's in here asking questions or.
I
Yeah.
do want Guy to get back in. I just want Guy to get to the damn point. That's all.
I think I know what his point is. He's just trying to go on and on, explaining away not having any evidence for the globe. So he's just trying to justify non-evidence as some kind of backwards evidence.
Yeah, well,
All right,
listen, I'll
Bob
take it that
Hawkins
way.
got a comment. Oops, sorry.
No, there's a lot of lack of evidence that helps you draw a conclusion or a theory, but just say that and then get to your drawn conclusion or theory. If I see no evidence of something, yeah, sure, I'm not gonna. I mean, come on, man. Like he's over explaining the hell out of it.
Well, the thing is, there's a difference between the. Let's just say it the way everyone will accept it universally. Hopefully, there's a difference between the forms of evidence that he was talking about that would be considered like, say, in a court of law versus scientific evidence. Evidence in a scientific setting would be something that was determined based on an experiment that establishes a cause and effect relationship after observing a natural phenomena. So the observed phenomena would be the thing in question. What's causing it? And the supposition, which is the hypothesis, is A causes B. Now, if you, through the experiment, validate that A causes B, that is now considered scientific evidence. That's the difference.
Yeah, but that's what. Yeah, he wants to use it. I mean, use it. But hurry up and use it. Yeah, he's all right. I don't know. He's really not all right.
There's
He
like
was talking about
there's like
dragon.
60 people in there. Are there any others in here before we even, or is it all of our loved ones? Oh look, Zippy the hero's in here. You want to speak?
Snap. Smells like Teen Spirit.
Zippy the hero, are you there? We got Yuichiro. Yuichiro. And just the way it reads is a tongue twister. Yuichiro. I hope I'm
Yeah,
not
I'm just
butchering your name.
listening. I'm just listening.
Okay, awesome. Welcome to the server. I don't know how long you've been here. I see VC verified. So welcome.
Thanks.
Let's see who else we got. Takedown in the house. There's a lot of people that could potentially have a conversation. But it's up to them, of course. We don't want to pressure people to have conversation.
Hey, wait! I
But
just want to quickly say something about that last guy that was talking in that weird logical debate thing, a debate about logic. He kept talking about if a dragon, could exist or not exist, and he was basically equating that to acknowledging the Earth as being flat and stationary. And it's like, I don't think that's a really good draw from one thing to another. Like. It's crazy. Like, the guy's talking about dragons, for God's sake. Like, how can you take that guy seriously?
Yo, dragons are serious, man. They're the best.
Well, wasn't the equation the dragon with the globe? That's how they got onto it.
That's ridiculous. A globe?
Yeah, that's how they got onto it, because Drace basically just showed him, or told him that, like, if you're arguing that these movies that NASA makes are proof of a globe, then a movie Dragon is proof of a dragon.
Oh, yeah, dragons only fly over a globe Earth.
So, real quick for the new people in the room.
Have to tip their nose down.
All right. So real quick for the new people in the room, no pressure. Obviously, you don't have to have a one-on-one because I know that could be a little intimidating. But if you have any questions, I mean, just questions, you can type them in the chat for someone to answer, or you can ask them over the mic and someone can answer. It could be something simple. If we welcome all your questions. Come on, I'm not feeling good.
I got a question.
Hey, what's up, dude? I'm
Hey,
here,
I
man.
got a,
I'm just chilling right now.
I have a
Thinking about what to say, bro. I'm like, I have questions. I'm not trying to
I have a
debate because I
question.
am a flat earther now. So
Oh, cool, brother. Cool. Good to
yeah,
have you.
thank you, brother. Doing a good job, man.
Would Orion be a good matchup for Guy? Let's see. Not Sasha.
What did you say?
Would you you wouldn't talk to Guy?
Oh, yeah, I'll talk to him. Is he here?
I thought he was. Oh no, I guess he got muted and left. No.
Well, I'm gonna talk with him later.
Yeah, his voice changes. I've said that to him a couple of times. I don't know if he's handing his phone off to somebody or he's got a different voice.
Probably.
Like every other day.
Probably all his friends.
Sometimes he has like a little accent, and then he doesn't.
Wow, sounds like a sign of a troll.
Stranger things have happened here.
Yeah.
I got a question. So, you're on an airplane, right? Let's just say you're like on a flight to Australia. So, I know it's all relative BS and shit, but that aside, how can you have like a glass of wine on an airplane when you're kind of technically upside down almost? I want that question answered by a Glober. How does that work out? Yeah,
So you're saying when you're suspended in the sky, right, on a globe in an airplane, that it would be different than if you're on a flat plane in the sky in an airplane, right?
No, I want to explain. I mean, that's how it's supposed to be happening. That's what we're told. So if that's what we're told, I kind of want an explanation for it. Maybe I should ask that question next time if I ever do go to Gem Pandas again. That'd be a great question. Get them all knotted up.
I had thought about it. So the whole thing with Mercury, where they say they could check the stars moving, what moved? You know, was it the magnetic, just the way we saw it, or did something move? Or did they claim something moved?
You're saying they claimed what moved Mercury?
Einstein claimed when viewing Mercury that the stars sucked towards Mercury when it orbited, etc., and then it was measured.
Right.
Yeah.
So he's saying that there was an orbit based off of that observation. Is that what he concluded from it?
Yeah, space-time. Yeah.
So how exactly was he assuming it's wrong, right? Like what was the real reason, or what do people think is the real reason? Or maybe he's wrong in his assumption somehow?
Well, let's say, I mean, I'm not an expert whatsoever, but I'm just curious. What's the flat Earth explanation? Why did we see a difference in the star's position?
Well, they move with themselves, right? Like as a complete, almost as a complete piece, almost, right?
Well, if you're talking about a wandering star, which is what Venus is, if it moves and you're not thinking about it being the thing that moved, it could make something around it or by it appear to move if it moved. And we know that wandering stars do move. So things around them, if you're not taking into account that Venus is moving, would give the appearance that the things around them are moving.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, I see what you're saying. Yeah, so what we think are planets, what we think are stars, obviously they're not what we would think of them on as in the heliocentric model, but stars in the geocentric model might behave differently than whatever planets are, or whatever we think they are, in the firmament. Or
we know that they move even on the flat Earth. I mean, the stars move. That's what they do. There's only one in the sky that I know of that doesn't move. And apparently it does move a little bit. I guess it goes around in some little itty bitty tiny circle or is basically undetectable, but it stays in that spot for all recorded time that we know of. It's never been located anywhere else and moved from that center point.
Has there ever been an explanation why there's video of planets and stars that look nothing like the kinds of stars that we see through NASA? Like, is it some people say, oh, focusing the camera right, that's why you see these, you'll in some stars, specifically like the North Star Polaris, you'll see literally looks exactly like the biblical angel depicted in the Bible. I'm not trying to say it is. I'm just trying to say you see these spinning like wheels, literally, clearly. Obviously, it's not out of focus. And if it is, I don't know how you can produce that kind of shit through a camera.
I would suggest this for a thought about that. Regardless of the focus on the camera, like there's a picture of Polaris on the screen right now, and it appears to be moving around like shock waves rotating around it like some electrical storm or something or whatever.
Right.
But regardless of any of those photos that they focus to be either this image or more of a solid looking type image, or not, maybe not solid, but not moving like that is. Regardless of which one that they show, they don't resemble anything like what we've been shown from NASA. That's the point. There's no resemblance whatsoever.
So even if planets were as NASA portrayed them to be, how could you explain how, like a light, the planet glowing through Earth's atmosphere would make that phenomenon that there's like electricity around the planet, or it's morphing, or it's, there's spinning disks, shit you can't explain. I mean, I don't know how that could happen, because physical, we could test what happens when a glowing object, goes through the atmosphere, or something like the sun or anything. And
Right. Well, my explanation of that would be that they're just not obviously they're not what we've been shown. We've been shown solid objects, very clearly painted up nice and with terrain, and like Mars, for instance, and whatnot. But when you take a P900 camera, or you take a telescope, or whatever you take, that is not what you see. And so, very simply, they are not showing us what is up there, period. They're just not. And when we get our own equipment out, it's very obvious.
Very obvious, yeah.
And so, as far as to explain why we see what we see and everything, I really can't. All I could do is speculate. But all I do know, the one thing is very clear to me, is that what they show us and what we see for ourselves are not the same thing.
Now, do you have any personal theories on why, the heliocentric model would be supported and imposed and, taught and, literally ingrained? It's a theory, just like, Big Bang, but, obviously you can argue that, you can argue any of these theories, but taught is fact. But do you have your own theory surrounding why they would do that with this and not tell us about, flat Earth, or potentially other things, I don't know, hollow Earth, different things that could potentially be true?
Yeah, an age-old opinion. Control and power.
Yeah. So let me ask you this. Do you think it would be easier to divide religion and politics if people believed in heliocentrism as their model? I'm not saying it has that effect directly, but do you think it would be easier?
That's my belief too. Yeah.
I really don't know. I don't agree with organized religion, and so
it's observably and measurably flat. We see too far. It's pretty simple. Pretty simple.
Yep.
Observably and measurably flat.
Also, if you want to control the entire world, the entire population, if you're the only one who knows what it is, you've got a huge upper hand over them.
Yeah.
Is that the reason or the effect?
Well, one of the effects for their reasoning is the fact that it diminishes your desire for exploration of where you live. It's like they make it seem that it's like, you're on the spinning ball, and in order to do any exploration,
you are here.
Obviously, you're here, and there's no way to go anywhere, and so, and that is true. That is true. They show you that we can go places, that we can get on a rocket and go off into these distant places and whatnot.
Unless you can't Bill Nye.
Right. But if it is, we can't do that. We know that. They can't do it. Nobody's done it. And so what I think it does is it discourages the trying to discover where we are, what we do.
Yeah, we didn't go to the moon.
Yeah.
Yeah, it stops people from exploring the places that they actually could explore if they were aware of them.
Yes, that's my point. Thank you.
And it shuts down their curiosity too. It shuts down the question for them. Oh, we're on a ball and that's the limit of it. That's the total extent of the place. This is as far as we can explore or travel, and that's it. And then they just stop thinking about it and they just go back to their 9 to 5.
Yeah, it doesn't give you the the desire to find out what Antarctica is or what the limits of our plane are, and they've clearly shut that off. So they not only tried to discourage it in every way possible, they locked it down. So
Yeah.
anyway, so I mean,
They get you in a mental prison you don't even realize you're in.
Yeah.
Do you guys think that modern science, like focusing less on the observable, more on the theoretical, plus, when you throw heliocentrism into the model, it becomes mostly theoretical, right? Just
no, it's completely theoretical. There's no evidence whatsoever to support the heliocentric model. No scientific evidence whatsoever.
Sorry, I just had a brain fart. Sorry.
Yeah, I would say there's zero empirical evidence for heliocentrism.
Yeah.
The core claims of their
darn
model are completely disproven. So how
Yep,
can
it
there be
can't be
any
a bigger
evidence
ball
for any of
either.
it?
It can't be a bigger ball. It don't work like that.
No. The rate number is very important for the things they say they're doing.
Something else I've noticed, and it's just from the popular scientists like Neil deGrasse Tyson. Obviously, people you shouldn't listen to, but they're, to me, they represent kind of like the scientific community, right? Whatever that means, like the popular science. So he says the Earth is actually pear-shaped. So let's just say this: if the Earth is pear-shaped, even to some degree, right? That should mean that our model's wrong because we've modeled curvature of the Earth, right? So curvature can't be true if the Earth is pear-shaped because pears aren't uniform, right? It's like
Right.
wider in the middle. So that couldn't possibly be true based off of what fucking I'm sorry for using language, what Neil deGrasse Tyson is saying. So he's he's representing science. So to me,
what he's doing is he's admitting
it's like pear-shaped.
Yeah, he's admitting that the radius is not what they told us. And just in saying that now it's a pear shape.
Yeah.
So now that means the radius value needs to change because, and you can't do that because they based all rocket launches. You need to know the radius so you can go into the proper orbit. It's part of the equation. And so you start changing that even just a little bit, and it changes everything. The distance to the sun, the moon, the stars,
Right.
they're all based off the radius value. So now if he's going to say it's a different shape.
Radius is an assumption too, right? Supposedly.
Right. Yes, it is. It's never been measured as far as we know.
Every single measurement, so-called, that a glober will give you starts with them begging the question that it's a ball in the first place. Every single one.
So they're
it's like pear-shaped.
So, pear-shaped is obviously a response to flat Earth, I would say, because past the equator, it's going to get wider. The latitudes are going to get longer.
We're gonna spin ourselves flat. How about that? Catch me outside.
Yeah, it probably is. It probably is some sort of a tactic to try and confuse people. Like you said, the Earth being a little bit wider below the equator.
Because it has to be.
Some sort of heliocentric justification
Yeah.
for these measurements being different.
Yeah. Yeah, they're trying to make up for the failed model. So it's like, okay, well, in order for it to make sense, the Earth has to look like a pear. So it's the people who still believe in globe Earth will believe.
Because for example, like on a globe, Capricorn and Cancer would have to be the same length, right? Same distance. But in the real world, flat world, they're not. Capricorn has to be way longer.
Oh,
so it sounds like that's kind of what they're trying to answer there, right?
Right.
Yeah.
It's like backwards, almost working from. I don't know. I don't know how to even explain it, but yeah, it seems like it's like reverse.
Well, it's been hijacked and backward engineered.
Yeah, it's kind of reverse
Because it has
engineered.
to match up with stuff that you observe. Well, at least to the very simple mind.
You gotta grab a water.
So.
Just every point outward from a circle is just going to get wider and wider, right? To the edge.
We should
on a ball. Anyway, sorry. I think that point was already pretty
Yeah,
much.
if you're talking about a flat circle, yes.
Yeah.
Not a globe. It's a flat circle, yes. It's going to get wider, and the distances are going to get longer and longer if you're going to try and make a measurement in a circular motion around the center point. Yes, extremely longer.
Whereas the ball should just be equal halves.
Yeah.
One side should just mirror the other.
Once you pass the equator, it should start to diminish, and just like it does above, it should be identical. You're right.
Exactly.
So here's another observation that just I've seen. So let's assume that the Earth is pear-shaped, right? So why don't we see any other oddly shaped planets in the universe that NASA has created? Because they have created a universe based off of what the scientific consensus was at the time. So at the time, Earth was a perfect sphere, so every other planet should be a perfect sphere. Now it's a pear. So how does that explain why we only see perfect spheres in the universe? You know what I'm saying?
I like it. You're throwing their logic back at them, but they're just going to come back and say, "Well, actually, Venus is oblate," and they'll probably just they'll probably just claim that everything else in the sky is actually not perfectly spherical too. Well, they actually do claim that.
We have the moon anomaly.
The moon is lemon shaped. I've heard that.
What?
Yo, bro, for you to appreciate depth, you need to have more than one angle. Right?
I would believe
when
the
you
moon
have
is
more than one
lemon
angle, then you
flavored.
can talk about it being 3D.
Oh, I've heard it all now.
Yeah, I would believe the moon's lemon flavored before I would believe lemon shaped.
Mind blown. Oh shit.
Yeah, it's pretty weird.
Can't remember what article I read that in.
Look what it says here. I didn't even. He's not fucking around. Look, scientists have worked out the reason for the distorted shape of our moon. Not that I've noticed. A U.S. team calculated the effect on the shape of the early moon of tidal and rotational forces. They say its own spin and the tidal tug of the Earth created a lemon-shaped satellite.
Ah, yeah. There it is.
So slimy mother.
Why does it not appear to be lemon shaped then when we look at it through a telescope or whatever? Even with your naked eye, it looks perfectly round.
Yeah, like we shouldn't be able to see Tycho crater. Okay.
I don't know. It must be the same reason that the Earth doesn't seem pear-shaped when they take so-called pictures of it from space.
There's so many anomalies with the heliocentric theory. It's we should make a list. I mean, really. Somebody has to have one already.
Make a list, Jenny. You'd be there for 16 years. Making
I mean,
and billions of years making this list.
Hey,
why
man,
it's wrong.
there's over 200 for the biblical references. Why not do? Well, I mean,
and the sun is actually pineapple-shaped.
We got someone that I didn't notice in here before.
Okay,
Winter.
who we got?
Not to put you on the spot, Winter, but
you're fine.
If you would like to say hello, just say hello if you have any questions. And you don't want to have like a one-on-one or anything like that. You can type your question in the chat or just open your mic and ask a quick question. No pressure. Welcome to the server.
Yeah, welcome. And just say hi if nothing else. Just introduce yourself. Say hi to you. Nothing else.
Still got a lot of people in here. I don't know who's who.
Are you a robot?
What's up, Reckoner? Good to see you in here. Thank you for stopping by.
I can pretend to be a globe earther. No, I'm kidding.
I'm not so sure I could even do that. Pretend to be a globe. I wouldn't even know where to start.
Yeah, it's only been 2 weeks for me, dude. I can't do it.
Just say gravity and refraction a lot. That's all you need.
Real quick, Mr. Anderson, you got a shout out from Lou from Down Under. Down Under being downstairs.
Downstairs.
To listen
I think they're down there watching a movie. I just popped in a little bit ago. They're watching a movie. I'm not sure which movie it is, but and anybody's welcome to go down and watch those movies. By the way.
Yep.
Look, who you guys watching? I was listening from the kitchen just now.
They're down in the cinema room. Lou is streaming a video or a movie. I'm not sure. I went down for a minute. It's a movie, but I don't know which movie it is. I was only there for 15 seconds. So I can't tell you. But if you're interested, go pop down there and see what's going on.
A serious question for you guys. I mean, anybody that just wants to interject. Has flat Earth made you believe in creation? And prior to this, did you believe in creation or religion? And that's generally all I wanted to ask you guys. So,
I didn't believe in creation when I first heard about flat Earth, quote unquote flat Earth. I was just agnostic. I hadn't thought about certain things, and I just thought, like they said, maybe I'm just a random uh, chain of chemical happenings,
right.
and when I die, that's it. And maybe we're just like insignificant in this void of space and blah blah. I used to think that,
Yep.
and then when I realized, oh, well, the Earth is flat; it's not moving, and the sky is moving above like a clock. I just figured, well, if this place was created and it seemed to be, there must be a creator. Just things don't randomly happen.
Right.
Everything
Right.
in existence,
Right.
Especially the wonderful things that we see here on Earth. I mean,
And
this place is just a magical mystery tour as far as creation goes. I mean, it screams creation everywhere you look.
Yeah.
So
Yeah. Some people who who question flat Earth, they say, well, how does that justify creation? It's almost like the heliocentric model has imposed the whole idea of randomness. Like it's like conditioned into their heads the infinity randomness. It can't possibly be God. And then when they look at something as basic as and obvious as, like you were saying, flat Earth is, it makes creation very obvious in the natural world. That how could you not question it? I mean, it's obvious.
well,
once
that's
you
like
stop
saying that.
thinking,
Go ahead.
once you stop thinking that things popped into existence out of nothing from the Big Bang, that's what most people think. And then they try to say, no, it's more complicated than that. But honestly, this point billions or trillions, however far long ago it was, from this singular um point that then exploded and expanded to the seeable universe that we see now. And then there's just there's it's supposed to be chaos and
Right.
everything just settled the way it did. The more I thought about it, the more I looked into it. I was just like, wow, that's the hell. Why? No, I don't. Why would I believe that? Like everything
Yeah.
that ever
Yeah.
happens has a
Yeah.
cause. Like
Yeah.
literally,
Yeah,
It's
the
anything with
Earth is
cause,
not
there must be
random.
a cause
Flat
or
Earth is not random. It's not a random thing. It's definitely unceasing, and it will outlive us. That's for
Well,
sure.
you could look at it like this. Like a Boeing 747 jet is very complicated to build.
That's right.
Well, it sounded like after you said that, you just like took off like a pigeon or a dove.
I'd answer my door.
Um,
Anyway,
yeah,
yeah,
like everything that's caused needs a causal agent. Like that's goes without.
yeah. But can you imagine a tornado creating a Boeing 747? How many times would you have to throw all the parts into the mix and have it just up? And all of a sudden you
That's
have a jet.
insane.
Yeah, that's insane. So that would something similar would have had to have happened with the Big Bang. This place would have had to have gathered together somehow
Randomness.
randomly into all these perfect things that we see. These living things like trees and people and living
Intricate.
animals and intricate,
Microscopically intricate.
very very complicated
but
stuff.
information came from.
Yep. So there's just no way that kind of stuff comes out of a big tornado mess.
Any true scientist would realize what you just said, in my opinion. That it's not to randomness. It's impossible.
intelligent design coming from randomness sounds fucking. Excuse my language. It sounds improbable and hard to believe versus there being just a god or something creation.
Well, I think there's people that muddy the waters. I'll just say that. But people believe that there's a creator, and it's outside of the religion. That's just another mechanism of control, like politics.
Right.
Not to say there's not any truth there. I'm not disputing that, and I'm not I would never challenge anyone. So with their beliefs. So that's just me.
Yeah, I just think ancient civilizations probably knew a lot of this was true.
Oh, but wait,
and
what were we talking about with flat Earth? That I always take us off topic. Sorry, everyone. Like a moment ago, what were we talking? God Rock, and what were you talking about a few moments ago? Anyone? Bueller? I need to phone a friend.
They were
Y'all.
talking about creation and how flat Earth influenced it.
You said move. Oh, sorry, guys.
Oh, we were talking about the bunk heliocentric theory, the old heliocentric theory. There's so many anomalies. But yeah, the Earth is observably and measurably flat.
yeah, yeah, it's a great simple way to just say it's flat because both of those statements are true. And when
Well,
you say
it's not a globe. It's just not a globe. I guess you could say it that way too. That's
they
how I
might
say
say,
it.
how do we, say things like, oh, have you ever been on a plane? That's what people have said to me. Yes, I've been on a plane, but did you know that? I'm not saying that this is the case for everyone, but generally commercial airplane windows are curved. I'm not saying, if you're in the sky, it's always going to look curved, but if you look at a plane window on Google, the corners are always curved. It's just how they are. I mean, I'm not justifying, hey, I can't believe
It
you.
is what it is.
To say your perception was skewed because that's just how it is when you look through an airplane window, even if you're a pilot. Like you don't see it clearly.
Curved windows are much stronger too for the pressure.
Damn, son.
You know what I mean? When it's a flat plane pane of glass, excuse me, they break very easily. Something that's curved, it's got much more tensile strength to it. So that's why they're done like that. They're designed for the barometric pressure inside and outside of the plane. So
it's very convenient that they have that effect at the same time.
Right.
They're,
exactly. Yeah. I got a little scenario I'm going to throw out real quick before I go make something to eat. I'm an engine builder, and when you've got what's called a rotating mass, it's like the rev assembly in an engine, the crankshaft, the pistons, and all that kind of stuff. They spin at a very high rate of speed. If they're out of kilter even just a little bit, once it revs up to a certain speed, it like throws it way out of whack, and the engine completely explodes. I mean, it has to be perfectly balanced. That's what you call balanced and blueprinted engines. Now, if this Earth were spinning, and let's say that there's a tsunami or something, a very huge piece of water that all of a sudden humps up and flows across the ocean. Do you have any idea how much weight and how much mass that is? Now what you've done is you've placed a huge amount of weight in a different place. It's all gathered up in a specific spot on this rotating mass. If this mass were spinning and you displaced that much weight, it would start to wobble. It would completely go off kilter and would basically destroy itself because we're spinning so fast that when you have a rotating mass of that size, it has to be balanced perfectly or it comes apart. It doesn't stay together at all. And so, yeah, I mean, to me, that's another reason why it's so very obvious that we are not moving at all. Because if just one tsunami or one huge wave, or even the tides for that matter, when you move that much water, do you have any idea how many millions and millions and millions of tons of water are moved or displaced into a different spot all of a sudden, or not randomly, but periodically or daily with the tides, or a big tsunami, this big 30-foot tall wave or whatever comes across the ocean. That's trillions of tons of water on a rotating mass that's been moved. And if anybody understands anything about the rotating mass and what it does for it, I mean, this place would not exist if that happened. If that much water and that much mass got placed in a different spot, once we've been spinning in this spinning motion, settled into the spinning motion, and then all of a sudden you displace all this weight and put it in a different spot, that thing's going to start to wobble and it's going to go all wacky, all crazy.
Yeah, you're definitely right that
I
the
know
weather,
I'm right.
the crazy weather pattern should affect basically how fast the Earth is spinning, right?
Not how fast, but whether it stays spinning smooth. It would start to wobble. It's like I said, if you build an engine and you take one piece of the crankshaft and you put a nickel on it, just weld a nickel to the edge of it. Once you spin it up to a certain RPM, that's going to be enough weight that all of a sudden it's going to start wobbling because it's out of balance, and then it's going to explode. The Earth is a rotating mass. And if you displace that much weight into a different region or add it to it, like a tidal wave or even the tides for that matter, it's not going to spin evenly anymore. It's going to start to wobble. And it's going to be very, very noticeable. I'm telling you that. That should be evidence enough right there to prove that the Earth doesn't spin.
That's a great one. That's new to me. I never heard that one yet.
Yeah, that was brought up a while back, God rocking, even with like balancing a tire. And actually they say that the dam in China actually, made the Earth rock out of place and all these things. And it wouldn't take much displacement of weight, and like you said, billions of tons of water. I mean, of course it would. You would look up in the sky and you would see the stars. It's kind of like when you're out the windshield and you have a belt loose or broke in your tire, and you get that wobble, wobble, wobble,
Yeah.
And so when you get that, if you tried to sit still and look, you would see those stars just going in and out of your windshield, out of frame.
The ocean is like straight mass too, right? And it just goes. It's like a part of the Earth. If you think about, like the way that they're trying to make it out to be like a circle, right? If that much water in the ocean is being displaced, it should really affect things, at least from my perspective.
Oh, it would. Not should. It would.
Yeah.
And that's why it's proof that we're not spinning, because it would make a huge difference. You displace that much weight on a spinning mass of this size, and that would be devastating, is what it would be.
And also, water doesn't bend, right? It's supposed to bend if we're on a globe Earth. If we're out in the ocean.
I've never seen it.
I mean, if we look at if you're on the ocean in a boat and water's supposed to bend, then the horizon or whatever should look like it's bending, right?
We know exactly at what rate it's supposed to bend too, so it's easy enough to check. And no curve, as far as it's ever measured.
Are you saying that this is the good way to check reality?
Okay, so just to check from yesterday, so of course gravity is relatively new to me for the last 2 weeks. And the explanation is relative density, right? But not relative density to oxygen, right? It's relative density in general or to something else. If somebody can answer that question.
Relative to the object and the medium, right? So if you put a ball in the water, right? It's the ball's the object and the medium or the air or whatever is in the tank or container, right? You understand?
It's relative to whatever is around it, is what you're saying.
Object in medium. So quicksand, what happens? You sink, right?
Yeah.
But if you put a helium balloon, right? You let it go, it goes up, right?
Right.
So what if you drop an anvil?
Goes down.
What happens if you drop it in a pool of mercury?
It floats.
Why doesn't it fall?
The medium is, I guess, it has properties, right? That the anvil might be able to leverage and just float.
There you go. So why do things fall? Lack of buoyant force or lack of buoyant force? Multiple choice question.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that one?
That's a hard one.
Why do things fall? Right,
What?
I'll make it easy for you.
Yes,
Lack of
please.
buoyant force. Lack of buoyant force or lack of buoyant force. I mean,
Okay.
if you got a third answer, let me know. Because if you got some kind of gravity that we can do an experiment with, I'd love to see it.
So it's that simple, right? Why did? It's just funny that it's really that simple.
Yeah, call it
Relative
specific
density.
gravity, right? And no one will ever know that it's there, right? And we'll just tell everybody that we've been bending and warping space time, which you can't prove. You can't
Well,
prove.
that makes so many avenues of the sciences seem like bullshit, just theoretical bullshit. Now that this seems like bullshit. It's just all bullshit to me.
No, the thing is this: you want to throw the ball to prove gravity, but modern science, modern narrative, telling you do not do that. This is not a force. This is bending the space. That you need to do some other things. You need to explain. You don't need to drop anything.
Yeah, but how can you use it is how's it applicable is the question. And the things they use, like Wi-Fi and internet, those things would use what the flat Earth claims is real, not what the globe Earth claims is real.
How could you use relative density? Hot air balloon travel. We should have zeppelins, right?
All should
Because
have one.
if you think about it, right, all you have to do is get up into a certain part of the atmosphere where there's a current, and this is how they do it with hot air balloons. They just look at the computer and they go, I want to west. Well, if you go to this many feet, right, there's a current up there that's blowing west. So that's how they get around up there.
Isn't helium the what is it, number 2 element, most abundant element?
No, it would be hydrogen. So the thing with hydrogen, it's flammable, but so is the fuel they put in airplanes, So I guess you just gotta have some parachutes with you if you see. This is what I think. I think the Hindenburg thing, oh, the humanity. I think that was like a psyop to scare people from using balloons because we could have been traveling like all over the world for next to nothing. And yeah, it takes a little longer than an airplane.
No emissions or no emissions or anything, I guess, right?
Well, you're cracking the water, right? So you got water and you crack it and oxygen and hydrogen comes out. So no, really, no emissions.
Well, they're doing it with cars now. Hydrogen cars.
Yeah. I've experimented with, it's called Brown's gas. It's crazy. Brown's gas, you can cut metal with it, but it doesn't burn your hand. Don't try this at home, obviously, but look into it. HHO, Brown's gas, generators. You can make them for like, this is the crazy part. You just need like a little bit of current, anode and cathode, stick it in the water, and it bubbles out. You get a bubbler, and it's hydrogen on demand. And obviously, I wouldn't recommend that you try this at home. Consult a professional or whatever disclaimer that I need to say to keep my ass from getting sued. But yeah, anyone can crack water and get hydrogen. But it is extremely flammable and combustible.
Dude. Fuck.
Yeah, NASA's got the market rigged right now. They buy so much helium, so they prices up. I think they're the world's largest helium purchaser.
Yep.
So we could all fly around for free in helium, hydrogen, and what else?
Well, not exactly for free. You're going to have to put material into it, but it wouldn't be like a car, so think about this. Okay, so we went from like horse and buggies, right, in the 1800s to like steam engines, right, to like internal combustion engine, right? And then like we went to the moon and then now we're still down here with internal combustion engines. Does that make sense?
Right. Yeah.
I
So,
thought
so helium, for example, does helium go bad, or does it just escape the container?
So I'm not really sure. I don't know the answer to that question, but
Okay.
I know that as the balloon like cools down and after a few days, like you walk in the room and it's like in the middle of the room, like a little UFO, just like floating, not at the ceiling, not at the floor, but in the middle. Like that's called neutral buoyancy, right? So after a while, I guess you would have to come down, but it seemed like it would be good for a flight for a couple of days, right?
Well, the NASA, for example, they make their balloons, right, and they don't come down very often, or maybe they do,
Well,
but
theirs are designed to deflate when they get up there, I think, because the problem is there's so much pressure, 14 psi here on the ground, that when they go up, they pop, right? So I think they're slightly deflating it when they get up there to keep it from popping.
you know they keep that. They have that metal, whatever they're making. They got this metal going around, uh, keeping it in pretty tight. So I don't know if it's escaping or if it just goes somehow. Well, it'd have to go somewhere. If it has to escape, I would imagine, just by laws of science. But I imagine it has to escape.
So he said that he's kind of disenfranchised, the young man who was talking earlier, a little bit with the science thing. Here's the thing: all this stuff about space, it's not science, right? Real science is stuff that you can manipulate in a lab here on the ground, right? You can't
Right.
manipulate space. So if you can't manipulate the independent variable, you can't see the cause and effect relationship that the
Right.
scientific method so eloquently displays for everyone to see. That's why we call it knowledge. Science is knowledge, because if you got an egg, you put it in water, you add salt, stir it up, the density in the water, the new density is going to make the egg float. Right? Anybody can demonstrate this in their house. So what's going on is the object is seeking equilibrium. Now, if you chop up my words and you say the object's not seeking anything, no, what I'm saying is that the object is in a state where it's out of rest. So if you take a beach ball and you pull it to the bottom of the pool, right? It's like a rogue beach ball. It's out of resting state. So when you let go, it's going to seek its resting state, which is on top of the water. So
Yeah, it's
it's the
hard to
same thing with.
swim in our newly installed saltwater pool. Huh?
Yeah, I bet you do a lot of floating and not a lot of diving, huh? Yeah. So here's the thing. This is going along with entropy. I think this is like the fourth leg of the table of entropy. So hot goes to cold. Like if you got a cup of coffee, you come back 30 minutes later after a phone call, all the heat dissipated and seeked equilibrium until it got to the room temperature. Then it couldn't get any colder, right? Because 70 degrees in your house, it's not going to reach 65, right? So then two batteries, you got one charged and one fully dead. You hook them up the next morning, all the high charge is going to go into the low charge until it reaches equilibrium. And it's the same thing with gas pressure, like a propane tank. If you open it up and use it all summer, right? And then at the end of the summer, right in the middle of cooking, it's going to reach equilibrium. And when it's 14.7 psi inside that tank, then you're out of gas. So it's the same thing with the object and a medium. So you got water, right? You add ice. You drop the ice, it falls because the atmosphere can't hold it up. It's not dense enough. But once it gets in the water, then it floats because of the buoyant force. So everything rises and falls in nature for lack of buoyant force, or it rises because of buoyant force, except for birds. Birds utilize aerodynamics. So that's my one caveat.
Yeah, that's silly, right? They're doing something. They're not just floating.
Yeah, birds are the one thing in nature that doesn't really go along with what I'm saying. So I'm throwing that out there before someone comes up and Hank said, what about birds?
Yeah, like that'd be like somebody claiming helicopters float on their own.
I've got to find a better list of words for describing the object seeking its place of rest or its equilibrium. Is equilibrium the correct word?
Sounds good.
So the balloon in the middle of your room, it's just right there at neutral buoyancy. So that's what it's seeking, neutral buoyancy. The system is seeking neutral buoyancy. Not the object, but the whole system is. Like everything involved.
Yeah, that was the one question I'd asked the other night. Like what carries momentum? Like what is you can imagine it in a picture as it goes. It's getting the bubble around it is getting bigger and bigger until that force hits the ground, which destroys the ground from it. What's carrying momentum? I don't know.
I guess the momentum is when you pull the beach ball down under the water, right? You've added momentum, right?
Yeah, I use the drop the penny from 5 feet. They both move at the same speed, but what's carrying the momentum? Like what's the measurable thing actually carrying it?
I
Well, it's
wish
kind of
somebody
like
would redo. Go ahead, bro.
I was just gonna say it's kind of like when you, with the inverse of that, dragging the ball under the water. When you drag object up into the air, you're importing that energy to it. It was already sitting at equilibrium, or as close as it could get to it.
I wish somebody would take that GIF that I just posted and on the top put Einstein or specific gravity. Einstein's gravity, or maybe something like that. I don't know. It's like maybe it needs to say specific gravity.
That's
Because when
why I
they
like.
ask us what about gravity, I'm sorry, go ahead.
I was just gonna say that's why I like using the other meme for that one instead of that specific one. I use the one that has Archimedes' principle.
Nice. Yeah, I remember when I discovered that one. I was really interested. I was like, so wait a minute. The amount of weight that it displaces is the same weight? How, how is that possible? Like, what about wouldn't the volume dictate the amount of water and the water dictate the weight? And I was really looking into it. It's really hard to understand, but it works every time.
Yeah. When I was under the gravity misconception, this really baffled me. Like you have a steel boat with the same weight as a ball of steel, but because the ball of steel is packed tight, it falls straight to the bottom, but the ship floats on the top.
Increase the volume, same amount of steel. And it works.
Yeah, what's actually happening as well is there's gas being pushed into the water. So relative to the water, the hull down there is less dense because there's so much air inside.
It's crazy. And then this allowed us to travel all over the world. And then now everybody's like, yeah, you can't travel over the world. I don't think they could in ancient times because remember King Tut, King Tutankhamun had cocaine and tobacco in his system, right? And that wasn't supposed to be in the old world. So maybe he deemed that somebody could go to the new worlds and the so-called Americas and pick him up some tobacco and cocaine because, he's smoking Primos tonight. I don't know what he's doing with it, but he was probably in a lot of pain towards the end. And cocaine would have been like the trick, like, oh, son, you're dying from syphilis. Like, sorry to hear that, bro. Here's some cocaine. I don't know. What do you think? What was he a cokehead or was he in pain?
Well, he was a kid either way, right? So
How come he didn't get a pyramid? Was he not wealthy?
well, he went against the brotherhood that was there at the time, allegedly.
His mama
Or
did.
not Tutankhamun. That's the puppet that they put in to seize control back, allegedly, after Akhenaten and all that. To reassert the Amun Brotherhood.
Glad to see other people like to study their history. It's crazy because we don't know shit about like Abraham Lincoln, but when we found Tutankhamun's grave, it's like, oh, look at this. Look at that.
Yeah, they were doing stuff a lot bigger back then, huh?
Yeah, it's like, I guess I just got here just in time to answer the gravity question, but to me, it's so cut and dry at this point that I'm super confident no one's ever going to be able to prove that wrong. Like, that's going to stand forever. And it's not like I figured it out. Archimedes, figured it out when he got in his bathtub. Or actually, his subconscious figured it out.
You mean density and buoyancy and whatnot?
Yeah, I think this is a thing that's just a natural law. Like, everybody observes it, right? Nobody expects the ice to fall to the bottom of their cup if it's full of water.
Natural law that denser things go down.
So I need a mop bucket, but I was gonna do a little observation where I get a rock and a golf ball and a pail of water and like a ping pong ball and like a tennis ball. And I was gonna see if I could like spin it fast enough to get the tennis ball to submerge like at the bottom. And I didn't think the ping pong ball would at all. So creating this centrifugal force will allow me to kind of do like a sideways test, because they always ask, how come things don't fall sideways, bro? It's like, because you didn't add any centrifugal force. And even if you did, yeah, go ahead.
I'm sorry, I was just confused now. Because I'm thinking of your example, and it's like mixed together with globe and. Sorry, go ahead.
So,
say it again.
Yeah, centrifugal force is going to cause the objects to kind of stick to the pail, right? Because the water, the balls, everything is going to be inside the pail. I'm not going to spill a drop when I do this.
Yeah.
So the question is the tennis ball, right, that's less buoyant, is it going to like submerge? Because the tennis ball should be partially exposed, and I wanted to see if I could spin it fast enough to make it submerge. But yeah, when the Globers ask you how come things don't fall sideways, because you didn't spin it. That's why it doesn't fall sideways. Because everything wants to rest. Everything is seeking rest. So when you disturb an object and it becomes out of its rest state, right? You pick it up or push it down, it's going to seek.
I see that as. I see it as talking with that whole thing. I see it as talking past each other with two separate points. One is asking how things, quote unquote, fall. One is asking what causes it to pick that direction, the directionality question. So it's two different questions. And so when people are saying, well, what is the cause of directionality? And they're like, oh, density, buoyancy, density, buoyancy. It's like, that's not the question. Density and buoyancy is how it moves down. A denser thing moves down. Not why. So it's two different questions. And so it sounds like from your perspective, you're saying it's just a natural law and there's no need to pursue the cause. We can just call it a natural law and leave it at that, right? You just leave it as a natural law. Hank?
The how is the cause. That's how it's caused. By the way it works. Yeah, how it's the how. Yeah, how. It's how it works. The buoyant force, actual force acting on whatever you're talking about, an object in a medium.
Well, I still see. Well, yeah.
It's displacing it. It's displacing it as the how. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I was going to say the displacement is how. That's how it's done. I mean, does that make sense? Is that an incomplete answer on my part? I'm just wondering.
It feels like it.
It's incomplete because it's complete in the sense of the status quo of this argument, but I still think it's two separate things. I think that denser things go down, and some people are saying that's just a natural law. Things go down. There's other people saying, well, I want to get to the bottom of that and determine the cause of why down is down, which is
I
on
would say
them.
good luck with that. I would say good luck, because how could you ever know why down is down?
That's like the why. You're asking the why now, almost.
I was saying, they're asking why, and the other people are explaining how, and it's just talking past each other. It's two separate questions.
I think it would almost be like asking, why do you have two eyes? Or why do you have one nose? Or, you know.
Yeah, so asking,
I
well,
think
why
this,
do things fall sideways?
You're
Why
saying
don't
it's
they?
natural law.
I think this goes back to because the man who made it, the creator who made it said so. But in between that and the how, I think it's because order, right? Creation needs order, and therefore we have order. Because without this up and down order that we can just so readily see, this whole system is useless. Like the question that they ask comes from a lack of understanding. It's like, why doesn't it fall sideways? Like, why would it fall sideways? How is that
Have you
going to
ever
make
seen anything fall sideways? What are you talking about,
Well, that's
bro?
the basics of
If it were-
science, right? Though,
Yeah,
just
because if
asking
it
the
were,
question of the cause of a phenomena.
That's
because
their
if it
last grasp at the straw of gravity, you know.
Yeah, because if it was to fall sideways, then it wouldn't be falling sideways. It would just be what someone said is sideways is actually down. They have their whole mindset just twisted.
Well, yeah, but I still think it's two separate questions. Related.
Okay, so why does it fall down? Answer that one.
Why does it pick that direction?
Because it doesn't fall.
I haven't seen sufficient scientific experiments to prove the cause of why it picks that direction.
Okay, so why is more density usually down? Is that the question?
Why do denser things pick the direction that they pick, basically, right?
I guess because that's the direction of density.
Because usually more dense things are more dense because they're in a less dense medium.
I know, but so this is what I'm saying. It's two separate questions. It's saying why is it picking that direction is a different question than how.
But because if it was any different direction, then it would be that direction. For all you know, it's really left and right, but it just like ordered itself. So for us, it seems like it's up and down. Whatever direction it is, down is gonna become the down.
Well, yeah, but I'm not talking about semantics.
He's asking about the natural law, or why it does what it does. That's just something we can't know. It's kind of like, why does hot go to cold?
Yeah, but saying we don't know, so that's you're acknowledging then that it is a separate thing.
Yeah.
Okay.
We
I think
can
the answer
tell...
you're looking for is that it's a physical law of the universe, and that's the way it's created.
We can tell why things go up and down. We have the cause for that, but we don't know why it's doing that. Why? It's kind of like we know how to cause heat and stuff like that, but we don't know like fundamentally what all this stuff is. Like we don't know what matter actually is. We just know what we can do with it.
Yeah, you can only ask why so much. I get that, but I was just acknowledging that it's two separate questions, and half the people are saying, hey, it's futile to chase that and figure out why, and what we know is good enough, and there's another group of people who are saying, no, I want to determine.
It's like asking why is energy neither created nor destroyed?
I don't see nothing wrong with either of those positions, is what I'm saying. It's just people's prerogative and choice, or whatever.
I don't think it's futile to pursue understanding.
Yeah, I don't think it's futile.
Sometimes in this venue, when we're dealing with a debate, it's like that desire for the understanding is not specifically pertinent to, bro, you got no gravity.
Yeah, I don't think it's futile. I just think we need to find an angle of attack to actually get some solid information to work with.
Yeah, we need sufficient experiments that can be replicated.
We would need to be able to wiggle that somehow. We need to affect it somehow.
Like there's people that make good explanations and arguments, but it's not sufficient scientifically because they say, "Oh, if I manipulate the electrostatics, it'll change the directionality." It's like, well, that's not an experiment. You need to say exactly what equipment you're using, exactly what the readings were, exactly what you changed, how you changed it, like so that people can actually replicate it and see what you're talking about. You can't just make a YouTube video, say, "Look, look what I'm doing to this balloon." It's like that's not science.
It's kind of like correlation. You're not because there's been no verification that that's actually the effect that we're looking at. Like we know what's causing the levitation or repulsion with the electrostatics and stuff because we're causing it, but we don't know if it's because we know electrostatics is 37 times stronger than so-called claimed gravity. We don't know if we're just overcoming whatever is the cause of the up and down. We don't know anything.
Yeah. You're saying it could just be an additional cause just because we're causing it ourselves.
Yeah, because we need to be able to wiggle and turn the other thing off.
Yeah. That's what I mean. That we need real science showing exactly what they're claiming. Like, I hear people telling me, "Oh, the Earth has a negative charge to it, and this, and this." It's like, okay, what exactly is that charge, and how much exact charge will it take to override that? And like, you need to be specific. You can't just be, you know what I mean?
All right, I got an idea.
Saying,
What if the amount of matter per volume, material in that volume, holds a higher charge if it's more matter in that volume? And what
That
if
does make sense.
it's not seeking its density, if it's seeking its relative charge?
That's interesting, yeah. That's super interesting because that also fits with how everything has this resonance. If it hits the same frequency, they start to resonate together.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I look at it as it is frequency and vibration. Everything is inherently energetic. Energetic by nature. Even when we talk about mass or atomic mass, we're talking about the amount of positive and negative particles, protons, neutrons, electrons, right? So everything is inherently energetic, meaning it's vibrating at a certain resonance, and we just have a set vibrational resonance, which has to do with density, right? So everything is just set in a specific order. And when you move things out of that order, it, for lack of a better term, seeks to go back to its rest state or its state of inertia.
Right. That seems to be the crux of most of the natural law stuff, right? Nature abhors a vacuum, tends towards equilibrium. So I think that sometimes when people, because I don't think all people do it like with the wrong intentions, but when they talk about like the downward bias or whatever, I think it's that they're then maybe just not using the right language. Because it would be like, if you don't do anything to a piece of ice in an general environment, it's gonna melt. If you don't do anything to a boiling piece of water, it's gonna get down to a tepid piece of water, right? It's like the inherent. This is the order that is in creation. You move it outside of the baseline, it's going to it's going to go back to its baseline. So it's not like there's like an actual force going back to it. It's that you imparted energy, or you imparted something to take it out of its baseline, but that thing that you imparted isn't infinite, it's finite. So when it runs out, it's going to go back to its baseline. So like with the rock, when you take away the energy that you used to pull it up into the air or to throw it, once that's run out, and it's going to go back down to where it belongs. So I think sometimes it's like it's a terminology and a perspective thing.
And potential.
When people
Yeah,
have this
acceleration to a null
discussion.
point.
I was thinking that it's like the potential.
Yeah, but even that, right? Acceleration to a null point implies that there's something accelerating it. I think it's more just a return to base, because you don't need a quote bias, which actually, you know what? The bias isn't wrong, but the thing is, people don't understand what bias means.
You're describing
the bias
bias,
is actually
though.
probably a correct word. Yeah, but the thing is, the reason I said what I just said though was that people take bias the wrong way, and they like the ones who are trying to be hardcore to what's verifiable. They're taking bias to mean that there's a pull, but it's not that. There's a distinction there.
It's also the bias itself, or the claim of a bias is just not true. There's not a bias for everything to go down. It depends on the intensity of the thing. Like,
right, yes, it needs to be specific to the example. I get you.
yeah, so they say there's a bias down because they have made an excuse for why the things go up, because they think the other things are being pulled underneath them, therefore pushing them up. So they still think it's caused by this downward bias that they claim is there. So things going up is caused by things going down, according to them.
Yeah, I think it would be better to say there's like a 0-0 bias. You know, in XY, in if you think of it in terms of a XY graph, there's a bias to the baseline. Yeah, I don't know. Sometimes after a while, it gets fruitless to argue about the rest of it. It's like, well, you know what they mean. But
yeah,
then again, other times, like, well, if you're going to present a specific debate with these other knuckleheads, then you have to watch your language pretty well.
Yeah, and so we're talking about these things that are just axiomatic, kind of universal natural laws that are occurring, like such as the second law of thermodynamics. Why does it always go that way? Why does it always go hot to cold? Why does it always go from high pressure? Like, why? Those kind of questions. Those are just like the standards of things that we can't seem to manipulate at all, but they just are the way they are every time we check.
Yeah, but I think we can answer that one though, right?
Pardon?
I think the hot and cold thing, we can answer that, because to get something to hot in the first place, you have to impart energy to it. Unless you can sustain that energy indefinitely, then it has no reason to remain there.
Why is the energy being lost?
That's true, but see, the thing is,
why
like,
doesn't
then you
it
start,
remain?
You start getting the question of, like, then what is
Because it
hot?
wasn't there, because it wasn't there in the first place.
Like, what is hot?
Yeah, but then that's a new law
or
that
like,
you just kind of created.
Or like, why is there
Things will
positive
always
charge,
go back
negative
to
charge?
equilibrium, or
I'm sorry,
to their natural state or something.
I guess at that point, it's just kind of, that's just an intuitive, well, with all due respect, I'm not directing it at you, I'm just like, in general, like, well, duh, like, kind of thing. It's like, of course, you put something hot in, unless it's going to stay hot forever. It's because of experience, right? We know when we light a match, that match is not going to last forever, kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
So
But why
maybe
is
some of these, although I do understand the inquisitive nature, and I really would like to know the depths of everything as well. But
it's similar.
After a certain point, it's like, well, come on, it's just going to do it because it makes sense.
Yeah, but it only makes sense because that's what our experience has shown us.
There are some
right,
things.
but that's what we're dealing with, right?
No, that's just us being used to it doing it, but it doesn't tell us why it happens. Why isn't it that when we put energy into something, it just stays there?
Well, I guess then we would go, what is energy?
Energy is the capacity to do work.
But is that really what it is, or is that just how people describe it?
Well, isn't something what it's described as?
Well, let's think of it in terms
of... a rose
of...
by any other name. It's the description of the rose that makes it, right?
No, think about this for a second. Just a second. Think about this for a second. Hot and cold, from our perspective, appears as two different things, but that's just because we are within the scale.
Right. I think maybe that description of energy is it's almost like a philosophical trick that they've played, because if you were to ask a child what energy is, they would never think to describe it as the capacity to do work. They would listen to that and they'd be like, what the hell are you talking about? Energy to a child, of sufficient age, I suppose, would be like just I've got energy, That's what energy is. So unless we're talking about different terms and maybe there's like a crosstalk in communication, those kind of labels that they put on things like that, capacity to do work, all that kind of stuff, I think that's almost designed to make people see the world incorrectly. You don't have to agree, of course, but I think it's worth discussing that, because
I do agree.
Yeah, agreed definitions that are actually correct should be taken seriously, but to another degree, when it comes to the language and the way things are described, we should scrutinize it. But I'm curious. You said you don't agree, Trace?
No, I do agree with you. The definition is kind of weird in that, like, what
It's not
if you
sufficient.
discover a new way to get energy from something? Then it wasn't energy before. It's just energy as soon as we discover a means to use that energy.
Right. Yeah. So, I mean, because I've kind of just by dint of I just don't like them. Like, I never liked them before, even before any of this research, right? So all the way they describe things never really sat well with me, and I don't remember them. But can you not think of like another example that we can maybe expand this conversation about a thing, and then the way that everyone seems to accept is its definition, but then when you actually think about it, it's like, hold on, that doesn't line up. Because that energy example, that, I mean, unless anyone else has any input, I think that description of energy is void of any real meaning. Do you follow me, or have I lost everyone?
Yeah, I kind of agree with you. I think it's just a human concept, this definition that we have, and it's bound within that concept. It doesn't really accurately fully describe it, but rather it's what we use it for. Kind of like we use temperature for storing energy, and we use all sorts of stuff because we can then reapply that somewhere else to create work. So that definition comes from using it, but it's not actually describing it.
Right, and I think it's because there's subsections, right? Because you have the idea of fuel. Fuel in itself is not necessarily energetic, but it has the capacity to be energetic if catalyzed, I suppose, or something like that.
Yeah.
So I think but I think this is what's necessary, right? Digging into these things that deeply, to not just let these surface level descriptions, blind us. Because that's another thing that the system at large has done, is they give us the idea of knowledge to blind people. They've answered all these questions that nobody ever asked to blind people to actually understanding things. Because when you think you understand things, you're a fool, really. I mean, I know I'm generalizing, but that's what they've done. They've made people foolish to a high degree by making them think they know what they're talking about. Whereas someone who's actually pursuing knowledge and wisdom would be like, I'm going to actually understand this and dig into this, and I'm never going to be that hubristic to think I know everything until I actually do know everything, and I can explain that and articulate that and demonstrate that I have the knowledge and the wisdom for whatever the area is. And even then, people who are like the like experts in their field, unless they're dealing with like knuckleheads, there's still a degree of like, I mean, actual experts who actually know what they're talking about, right? There's still a degree of humility in the way they approach things, because they're not necessarily trying to put it over on people. They're just like, well, this is what I can show, and I can show it in a way that other people can understand. So I think that's another thing, right? There's understanding, and then there's understanding to the level that you can actually impart that understanding to other people, and that's not something that many people have. But hey, I don't want to deviate into too much philosophy or whatever this is, so that we can go back to the buoyancy and stuff if you wish. And if it would help, because I came in later, what sparked this? Because I know Hank Hill was talking about it when I came in. Where did this come from specifically?
There was a young man in here, and he asked a question, and I had just turned it on. I don't know if I rumpused all over everybody or what, and I just started answering the question. And it was about buoyancy and density. And, you know, I say young man, he was probably a young adult. And he was like, it's that simple. It kind of makes me lose faith in everything. And it's like, well, you know, how do we lose faith in everything else? Just lose faith in that which you cannot verify. I didn't say that, but I should have.
Yeah, I think maybe because of the indoctrination, but which is like, I think the reason he said what he said is due to indoctrination, right? Because for me, if something's that simple, I'll be like, oh, that's awesome. That's what, you know, that's what it should be. It should be simple to describe the basics of life or whatever, you know. I don't think things like that, at least, right? Natural observation type things. I don't think they should be that far complicated that a child couldn't understand them. The deeper things, sure, but not something like that. And I reckon his reaction was probably because they have made it like, oh, you have to take these wizards' word for it, because you know that they've been studying this wizardry for so long, and it's all life is complicated. It's like, nah, it's not really that complicated. Yes is yes, no is no. Do the wrong thing, you're gonna die, kind of thing, you know.
Are you serious, my brother?
Huh?
Yeah, like the sun that is giving you energy and heat
Are you serious,
goes
my
away
brother?
from you, it gets colder. Basic.
You say that again, please. I think someone overspoke.
Like when the sun is closer to you, it's hotter, and then it's further from you, it's colder.
Right.
Makes sense.
It's not that hard, is it? In the morning, it's not as warm as in the midday. You would you would think at some point it's like, come on, when are pennies gonna start dropping? But maybe everyone was wearing hard hats, so they don't realize. That could be taken kind of far, right? The indoctrination has got them to the point that their heads are hard of hearing.
Well, it breaks your will. That's why I say it's the strongest spell to break a human will I've ever seen. Because you're taking the basic fundamentals. Like you could take a person who's like basically kidnapped in a room somewhere in the middle of nowhere, and they know what their up and down is. That's so fundamental and central to human being is your up and your down. And they have attacked your will and your instincts at the most basic level, and saying you can't even trust your most basic level of instincts. So it's the strongest
Yeah.
spell I've ever seen, hands down.
Yeah, it's mental because and every time they come up with this, we know it's rotating because we see the stars in the sky, and I'm like, are you serious? You see this thing day in, day out, move across your vision, going around you, and somehow you think that you're the one that's moving. It's like that man just slapped you, and you're gonna say that you just smacked your face into his hand. That's the same kind of That's the kind of ludicrous words that are coming out of their mouth and the thinking.
That's exactly what I'm saying. And you can go outside at night and clearly see the moon is like a bright ass light bulb. You can clearly see it's a light. And like, no, you don't see that, boy. You don't see that light there, boy. That's just a dark rock that's reflecting. It's like they're just like, it's the strongest spell, hands down, to break a human's will. Because now you don't know, you're up and you're down. Everything is relative, and you don't know if you're even moving or not, or spinning or not, and you're lost in La La Land. You can't trust anything now. If I don't know my up from my down or anything.
Oh yeah, maybe that's the point, because they get, man, it's sophisticated, the evil, but I mean, people have only themselves to blame after a certain point. But because you either have people like that who will just point blank refuse to accept what's obvious, or you have other people who will then, you know, the other people we get who say, "Oh, you can't believe anything. I don't even know if I ate food this morning." Kind of retarded sophistry, confusion, right? Yeah. So one way or another, they've covered all the grounds, and they've just made a whole bunch of retards.
Yeah, and, well, more specifically, they're dependent. You eliminate someone's independence when you eliminate their ability to have instincts. Because that's the most primal, basic thing in an animal or a human or anybody, is your basic instincts. So when you eliminate someone's instincts, they're just like a created little thing that needs to be coddled. Like, they can't be in the wild anymore. Like,
but you're not grounded in reality, right? Because you're thinking you're on a spinning infinite globe.
Now you got to be dependent on the government for what the
exactly. They're not grounded in their senses. They have to distrust those and appeal to the authorities.
It's the elimination of your independence.
You know why that happened?
Or your ability to be independent. Sorry.
Yeah, but the thing is, most people might not want to hear this, but there's only a certain group of people, or a certain percentage of people, who are supposed to be leaders. Like, because let's be real.
Facts.
No, not all people. Now, in this environment, may be different because you have to have some level of independence to get to this conclusion, right? I'm talking about us lot, right? But that's not everyone's design. It just would make no sense. There's like, you have the alpha in the pack in the animals. You're gonna have the leader of the house, right? Because if the child was the leader, that place is a mess, right? So there's gonna be there's structure and order to things. And the reason I say this is because this whole thing of, you know, sucking at the teat of that bullshit that they've been fed, it's kind of natural and necessary to a degree that there's a structure and there's a hierarchy and that there's authorities, right? But that's where the manipulation has been so successful. There's a need for that, but there's supposed to be right ruling, there's supposed to be right judgment, there's supposed to be right rulership. So in the house, the man's supposed to, you know, raise his children correctly, treat his wife correctly, all the rest of that. And in that environment, that's perfect, that the children and the wife and all of that just kind of go under the authority and accept what the leader is doing. But in this environment, it's really detrimental, because what they're doing is they're leading them astray.
Yeah, which isn't usually what your dad does, right? So it's the wrong leadership.
Yeah, and that's the issue, because I know, and I try to say this carefully because I don't want to like be like, oh, you know, there people are by dint kind of described as sheep. Being a sheep isn't a bad thing. The problem is when you're a sheep led by a bad shepherd, or when you're a sheep that's just retarded and lets anyone and their mother lead you. So there is some accountability to the sheep, but there's also, like, you know, going to be way more accountability to the shepherds in that environment. and this goes into some scriptural stuff, but we don't even need to go there because we understand this, right? Not everyone is supposed to be the guy who runs the town. There's only going to be one guy who runs a town. There's only going to be one elder of a group.
Yeah, that's true. You're right. There's a
but,
role.
but there is a need of accountability, though. That at some point the sheep have to kind of answer for, like, well, you're the ones who kind of are responsible for how this leader ended up doing stuff. And this brings up I might not have finished my sentence very cleanly, but I think you get the gist of it. But this brings up an interesting scriptural account. There was, when the tribes were split, the Israelite tribes, it was the ones who forced the leader into doing the evil that were punished worse, because it's like that's like a higher level of wickedness. Because it's one thing being led astray and just kind of going because the leader told you and you kind of didn't know any better, to we're now all like you see a lot in modern society, we're now all gonna force our leader to do abominations, force our leaderships and our hierarchies to go down the path of wickedness. And this is what we're actually seeing more, because considering these last 2 years, it's actually been the mob that have been pushing this kind of wickedness more so than the rest of them. The rest of them, they did a really good manipulation job, but most of the evil and the attacking and all that personal stuff that has come from the neighbor. The neighbor reporting on their neighbor, or the random stranger on the street shouting at you because you're not a clown covering your face and trying to breathe. All that stuff. So that I say that so I can give a balanced comment on this whole idea of not everyone's supposed to be a leader and stuff, because there is going to be accountability on those sheep, but also some people kind of have to be led.
Yeah, that's fine. People have their different roles in life, and for any society or culture or anything to flourish, you have to have people with different roles flourishing. You can't have every single man and child in your society bogged down on facts and details and doing investigations and stressed out over numbers and figures, and it wouldn't function right. So there is different roles for different people. It's just like with your wife, if you I don't want to sound sexist or whatever, but when you have your wife, you don't want your wife stressed out about the New World Order all day, every fucking day.
Oh no.
Yeah, you're right.
You know what I'm saying? You have to be responsible.
You want her all smiles so that the children can be happy and that you can focus on killing the New World Order or whatever.
Yeah,
whatever
exactly.
whatever the scenario is.
So yeah, I agree with what you're saying, though, that there's different roles, and
I think that can maybe also help when we see it like that, right? Because let's think about it. Some of us are clearly of the very independent mentality, right? So we came to this because we chose to look into it. But other people, they don't know how to do that, and it's a shame. But when we see that, for us, we might have accepted like a forceful type, I don't know, you're an idiot if you think that you're on a bull type thing. But other people, they won't get that. And if our actual desire is that they have knowledge and they stop accepting the lie, we have to consider this part of how they are, right? That some people need to be led, and it's not necessarily their fault that they're confused. And if you can have that compassion, or that even if you don't want to be compassionate, if you have that awareness of how it works, you might be able to approach it differently. Say, okay, well, I'm not dealing with somebody who's just an idiot. I'm dealing with somebody who's been led astray, and it wasn't necessarily their fault, because it was their parents, parents, etc. And then we can maybe fine tune our approach, because if we are leaders, then we should be able to get them out of it in a wiser way, as opposed to just butting heads with them, because I don't think a good leader would ever butt heads with their sheep. that kind of doesn't bode well, does it?
Well, yeah, I see it both ways. I see it. You can't take somebody and change their role in life or their desires in life or prerogatives or whatever. But I don't know. I still think people have, and you did say at least some sort of responsibility, some level of discernment. You got to be checking stuff. Like even when you're a manager or a boss, you go and check on what the hell people are doing. You don't just blindly trust they're always doing it right. You go and actually, So as an adult, you got kids and shit, and there's doctors telling you this, and scientists telling you that, and commercials telling you this, and TV and news telling you that, and articles and Facebook and friends and whatever. It's your responsibility to vet the info, to have the discernment to know the right shit to do.
I was thinking it's a huge responsibility that we have. You know why? Because no one in authority is ever going to teach the flat Earth truth to the public. No one in any position of established authority. So we're the only teachers. We're the only ones that can relate this information to the public, to the people who want it. So it's a huge, we're the only ones that's going to be able to do it. No, the government's never going to do it.
And we can't teach them to just blindly listen to what we say, because that's how we all got in this mess in the first place. So
yeah, exactly. We have a huge
that they have to,
It's a huge responsibility. We have to figure out the best ways to teach it, to get it, if we want it to get out, and if we want to make that change, where people actually live in the truth more. Then we have to figure out the best way to relate it, and we can't. You're right. We can't turn them. If I think it's a big responsibility. I mean, a lot of people might not look at it that way, but I think we could fuck up really bad if we're not careful.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, I was just thinking that. Just something I want to throw in there. Peace.
Yeah, instead of somebody's eating the wrong fish and you want to give them the right fish, but instead teach them how to fish for the right fish, type of thing.
Yeah, truth doesn't.
I feel it's a horrible feeling, dude. I've had a couple key people I've known in my life that they've tried to take what I've said, because they know me as the person that puts in work and research on stuff. And so took what I said and was repeating it to somebody else without vetting what I told them. And that's a horrible feeling for me. I'm like, no, you can't just trust what I'm saying.
Unless you're 100% right, but still, yeah. Kind of.
I have a middle sister who's a little bit narcissistic, and my middle sister, she actually does this a lot, where anything I tell her, she will repeat to other people as if she learned it somehow herself, and she will even tell me the things I told her as if she learned it somewhere. And when I ask her where she learned it, she's like, somewhere online.
Yeah, but I think that goes to show what I was saying earlier, right? Some people are just kind of, that's just where they're supposed to be, because not everyone's capable of leading. It's a shame, though. But maybe you can encourage them to,
reality too.
Encourage them to do their job more, take their life a bit more seriously.
It's basic reality too, because you don't have the time to research and study everything in the world. I can't go study how to build an airplane to go fly on an airplane somewhere. In life, you do have to pick and choose your battles and trust certain people. And based on information, you're like, well, 99.9% of planes land and don't crash, so I'll fly this plane. And you use your discernment that way, but you don't have the time to study every topic under the sun. So we do have to trust people. Yeah. It's just a matter of which things are you going to trust. So in my opinion, smart people will look at important things, like what you're injecting in yourself and your kids' bodies. Look at important shit and say, hey, let me look into this. And here's my discernment on this. You got to pick and choose your battles, but I think smart people pick the smarter ones, but that's just.
Well, I mean, you don't have to trust anybody wholly either. Like,
yeah,
you can give it the smell test. You just look at it a little bit. Like, this doesn't smell good. Let's take a closer look at it. And nothing they say smells good.
Yeah.
Hey
And the more
guys,
it smells, the deeper you look.
this guy Takedown, I think he wants to ask some questions.
He's verified. He can speak up whenever he wants.
Yeah. He was saying in the live stream that he doesn't want to interrupt, so yeah, I thought of introducing him.
Okay. Yeah. Is he even in the room?
Yeah, in the live stream voice.
Yeah, there he is. Take down. If you got your mic on, just speak up.
It's not Michael renamed, is it?
We'll find out pretty quick if it is.
Take one. Are you feeling that rotation right now? Well, why don't I feel it, dude? So it's a very huge force.
Yeah. I was discussing him about the pressure of water and density. Yeah, he claims that gravity causes those things, so yeah.
His mic's broken, guys. Wait, he's thinking of what to say.
Yeah.
Michael's mic is broken?
Yeah, aka he's waiting. He's thinking of what to say while he tries to plug it in over and over.
It was aliens.
Yeah, well, maybe only the. You're right. Maybe the aliens know the truth, dude.
Smile.
What's up, Creation Bear?
What's up?
Nice. And maybe we get one of those text to speech things, so he can type out, and we could get a robot to read it out for him.
I think you should carry on, guys.
If you want fucking text-to-speech robots, just call the government, dude.
But it's pretty simple. Take down. There is just no reason, unless you're living in fantasy, to believe anything about the globe, and that includes space, that includes gravity, that includes pretty much all of that.
Big Bang, evolution.
So,
Actually, what do you guys think of evolution? What do you think, like, the bullshit is behind that?
Racism.
What do you mean?
To some degree, yeah. If you look like
hate your neighbor, kill him, kill your neighbor.
A lack of love for your fellow man, because when you actually look at Darwin, that was his agenda. He was some kind of
eugenics.
It's just evil stuff. But the core of it is, as with everything, deception to get you away from. This is my opinion, by the way, but I don't think anyone can really say anything against it. They can try. Is to get you away from obedience and looking to the Creator. Because what have they done? So look look at the result of evolution. The result of it is to make people is to deceive people about what creation is. So even those people who don't necessarily agree with the scriptures like I do, they in this venue, they understand that this place clearly was made, right? Whereas evolution, the core of it, even though people like to argue semantics, well, we're just talking about adaptation over time. It's like, well, shut up. The core of your idea is it starts from nothingness and it was just an accident. So that
low value, zero value.
That's completely opposed to the idea of creation. And then you look at the result of that. Ultimately, like the logical end of that is that, oh, okay, we're accidental. This all came millions of years. Nothing really has any meaning. Therefore, morality is of no value. We can go and do whatever we want. it's basically a way to justify the hedonistic behavior that they have been doing for time and memorial. And all of this goes back to worship of the false gods and stuff.
Yeah.
So I know that there's so much more you could say on this topic, but that's kind of the general gist of why I said what I said. If I missed anything or you have another question, please go ahead, because otherwise I'll just ramble.
No, you were spot on.
Can you hear me now?
We can hear you.
Yeah, I was fixing my mic, but the mic was kind of broken. I don't know why. I'm sorry.
Okay, welcome.
Well, yeah. People asked me on here in the chat because I was debating a lot of people in the chat the whole time over like the question that I asked a guy why the pressure in a water bottle is greater on the bottom than on the top, and nobody could give me a satisfying answer to it yet. So,
could you repeat that, please?
Why the pressure of water in a water bottle is like higher on the bottom than on the top?
And
okay, well, I think I will start with what is pressure. What do you understand about pressure and its definition and such?
Well, molecules pushing against each other, I guess.
Okay.
No, that's not it.
It's
Hello,
all right.
everyone.
Hello.
Hello.
It's a
Here's
little.
the definition of pressure. Continuous physical force exerted on or against an object by something in contact with it.
Right. So the reason I asked you that takedown is because when you get it from its like what it is and its definition, and then you put it back into your example of why is it higher at the bottom than at the top?
Yeah.
At the bottom, you have more. So you just have a higher magnitude of stuff pressing down on you.
Yeah, that's exactly what's. Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, it might not be satisfactory to you, but to me, it's pretty simple. The reason there's more more pressure down there is because there's more pressing down on you. And I think a really good example of this is water, right?
Imagine a grave.
Yeah, you can be pretty chill just floating in water, or even just swimming under like 1 meter of water. But you go deeper than that, you're gonna start feeling it, and then anyone who's done deep sea diving or anything like that said that's an event, and if you don't do it carefully, you can die. So I'm curious why you asked that and what your follow-up will be, but I think it's pretty simple.
It is that simple, and that's exactly it's exactly my question. Why is it like that? I was given the explanation first that gravity is like due to like density and like stuff seeking its equilibrium, and well, it certainly doesn't happen there in the water bottle example. And the example of like the thing with water in the ocean being denser or like having higher pressure lower down was said to me because the water is colder lower down.
Yeah, I was the one saying that, and I said, yeah, I want to address this. I did say that water has the highest density at 4 degrees Celsius. And in an ocean, the deeper you dive, the higher the pressure will be. And at the bottom of the ocean, temperatures drop. And there are many regions in the world, oceans, where at very high depths, we register this kind of temperature of 4 degrees Celsius. And that's where the water has the highest density. But it is not caused by pressure, that high density.
Yeah, but I'm asking about the example in the water bottle, not the ocean.
I don't know. I understand your desire to talk about these things, but these things are not necessarily They're just not necessarily the most pertinent to the most simple questions that are being asked.
Yeah.
Yeah. You know, you know what I'm going on about, right? It's fun to talk with you about this stuff. I want to address what he said earlier, right? Because he was talking about the what's the way he said it? So someone addressed the equilibrium and the natural law and the natural tendency to tend towards equilibrium and stuff. But then he said, unless I heard you wrong, Takedown, you said that you don't see that in the water bottle example. Was that?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, can you explain why you say that? Because that doesn't make sense to me.
Well, if it would seek its equilibrium, then the pressure would be all the same all across the water, wouldn't it be?
Oh, I see where you're. I think maybe somewhere along the line there was crosstalk because the equilibrium thing was about multiple different density things of different density within a medium, right? So they would tend. So, for instance, the rock in the medium of air, if you take it off its baseline, which would be the ground, then it's going to tend towards equilibrium once you remove whatever's supporting it in its height, in its separation from the ground. But in the water example, all you have is water. The pressure is kind of a different thing. The pressure is going to operate within its definition and within its containment.
There's
I
one
think
more thing in this example that.
Well, hold on. Let me throw something in here. At the same time, though, a water bottle is a bad example for pressure because the air is always escaping. You understand?
What?
What?
Water bottle only has
I don't know
cap
what
on it.
you just said, man.
He's saying air in a water
You don't
bottle,
get that?
right? Air in a water bottle.
No.
Hold on. A water bottle
No,
has to be
that's not-
open, right? It has to be open at some time, right?
No,
to get
that's
air
not.
in there.
I think you got the question wrong.
That's not the point.
Yeah, that's not what he's talking about. He's
Well,
just
talking about
talking
the
about.
pressures at the bottom, right?
He's talking about the
Stationary breeze
pressure.
about
inside
He's
the
just
water.
talking about the pressure under the medium.
Yeah.
Well, he was saying pressure in a
Wasn't-
water bottle, right?
Yeah,
the
he's
water
talking
pressure.
about what.
Yes.
He's using water bottle as an example for a body of water.
Oh, my bad. I'm thinking air. My bad. Sorry. My bad.
Yeah.
My bad.
But you almost said the thing I wanted to say, because there is one variable that's not being accounted for when you have this water bottle, is that it's in air, like you're talking about, because gas gets dissolved into the liquid and becomes a gradient in the liquid. So there's more gas in the top of the liquid than at the bottom.
Yeah, of course.
I don't think I understand that. And what about if you put water in a vacuum, for example?
You'd
It
have
would
to
still
find
be
the
the
vacuum.
same.
It will boil.
Well, yeah, it
The
would
water
boil.
will
That's true.
boil and then will freeze.
But then you could.
But why is not boiling ocean?
If it's not too maybe rude of me, what is the reason for your question? Like at its core, what is your major issue with what we're saying and what you've been told and the rest of it? Do you get what I mean? Just so that we can kind of cut to the core.
Yeah, of course. I have the problem with the concept of gravity that you guys have, or like the force pulling everything down to the bottom, because in my opinion it doesn't make sense in your like definition at all for me.
Okay, I guess
we never said the force pulls everything down, did we?
No, we didn't. That's one, but yeah, maybe Hank, you want to take this one? I know you like this one. Maybe a one-on-one would be good.
Well, so the thing he said that he didn't understand, that's what they say about, Newtonian gravity, right? So you just basically said that you don't understand Newtonian Einsteinian gravity, and then you pin the tail on the donkey on us, right? So yeah, we don't understand their version of gravity either, but here's our version, right? And I think this is universal, or it should be, right? Because everybody can demonstrate this. So do me a favor, Google specific gravity or whatever search engine you like, DuckDuckGo, and tell me what you come up with when you find specific gravity.
Definition of specific gravity. The ratio of the density of a substance to the density of a standard, usually water for a liquid or solid, and air for a gas.
Well, it comes up relative density. The first.
Got it. Okay, so if you drop an ice cube, it's going to hit the ground, or an apple, right? But what if you drop it in water?
Flows up.
Right, so if you drain the water out of the pail that the apple just fell in, and the apple is going to go to the bottom, right? What caused that?
Gravity.
Specific gravity. You got to be specific, right? Because relative to the medium that the apple was in, right, it changed when you took the water out. So the relative density to the apple did what? It changed. And that was the cause. So it had nothing to do with the bending and warping of space-time. It had nothing to do with mass attracting mass. But the thing about this is that you don't take my word for it. You can do these demonstrations in your kitchen with egg and water, right? And then you add salt, and then you stir it up, and the egg will float.
Yeah, it's because you turned off gravity.
No,
You're a magician, dude. You're a sorcerer.
Let's keep the jokes to a minimum during this.
Yeah, I exposed Newtonian gravity as a lie. That's all I did.
Can I
It's
answer
just
that?
not. Yeah, go ahead.
Well, you just made up another example, just like me. So it isn't going to the goal either way. To me, it still doesn't make sense, because why would the apple go down and not up or sideways?
Well, he was
Why does
playing
it have to be
density to
down?
you.
Have you ever seen water fall sideways?
No.
You ever seen anything fall sideways?
No.
Then why would you ask me that?
What do you mean?
Why would you ask me why didn't it fall sideways? That's a weird question, bro. So the reason it didn't fall sideways is because I didn't spin it. If I spun it, it would fall sideways due to the centrifugal force. Right, but the weird thing is, if I put it, hold on,
actually,
if I put
in
a
your
ping
example,
pong-
it should go up, because
Hold on,
the
bro.
pressure of the air is greater lower down than up, right? Then it should go up the apple, not down.
Okay, listen, here's the claim. An object, right, and the medium that it's in will always seek equilibrium. So if you take let's say an anvil, right, and you drop it, it's going to go down. If it lands in a pool of mercury, it's going to float, right?
Yeah.
So why did the anvil go down? Probably because you picked it up, first and foremost. So why does the beach ball, when you take it from the surface of the pool and you pull it to the bottom of the pool, why does it go up? Well, because you removed it from its equilibrium, first and foremost, right? And then the second thing is the buoyant force is pushing it up. Now you drain the pool, well, you remove the buoyant force, and it goes to the bottom of the pool. Why did it go to the bottom of the pool?
Yeah.
Because there was a lack of buoyant force. Has nothing to do with
Did my
bending and
internet
warping
disconnect or?
space-time.
Because the air does not support solids and liquids afloat.
I think he's asking for the cause of the directionality of up and down, not the cause of things going up or down.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's not a claim we make. Gravity does not have a valid experiment or anything to prove their claims on that. So,
yeah, I think we should expand on that, Dre.
Well, it's pretty simple. Yeah.
Well, how could we know what's causing that? Well, let's ask you. Why
That's I'm
is
asking you.
density always? Well, I don't know the answer. Why is density always down? Is there a way we could make some sort of experiment where we could have the denser medium on top and then try to drop something that should fall down but at the edge of that medium and then see it fall up even though the density is up? Because density is always down. I don't know why. Maybe it's the negative charge. Maybe there's some kind of static electricity involved that I don't fully understand. We don't know why things or why density
Well,
is
then
usually down. We don't.
Well, then that's not a really satisfying answer, is it? If you don't know your own cause of things.
It's only
Wait a minute,
unsatisfying. It's only unsatisfying for you, right? But satisfaction is a personal thing. We're not really dealing with that. We're simply dealing with what what is true and what can be verified. And the distinction that's important here is that what we're talking about, we can back up, whereas what you're looking to be satisfied is a replacement for gravity, whereas that assumes that there needs to be a replacement for gravity. Do you understand what I'm saying? Sorry, Han, but do you understand what I'm saying? Takedown.
Not
Like where
quite.
okay, well, maybe I'll try and rephrase it. The reason you're looking for an answer, whether you know this or not, is because of your education of gravity and this idea that the way these things happen is because gravity is pulling them down. And then when you're then presented with what we're telling you, and that's not how it works, you're looking because of your framework from the education. You're looking for a replacement for that pull. Whereas what we're saying is there doesn't need to be a replacement, nor does there need to actually be an explanation out of ignorance, right? For why it orders the way it orders. I might have made that more complicated.
So in other words, it just does.
You didn't, Elijah.
We don't know why.
But please let him respond, because I was talking to him.
Oh, I'm not sure. Well, I think my problem is with your explanation is that the thing that describes like the gravity we are being taught in school is just putting it down, while you or like Hank that also the claim that's just something pulling or like making a tendency to fall things down. So it's basically just the same for me.
But it's not really. But that's going to be maybe a little harder to get round and to get like solidified in your understanding initially. I think what would be beneficial to focus on is giving you a comprehensive explanation as to why the idea of gravity is false. Now I'm going to maybe say a few things, but I'm happy for anyone to jump in. I know, Drace, you like this one. But the at the core of it, right? When it comes to your question of cause, you think cause is gravity. For the cause of something to be gravity in the scientific discussion, right? Natural science, it has to come under a scientific experiment, and it has to be able to be manipulated within the experiment for it to be verifiable. Right, so you would have a hypothesis set up, you would have your independent, dependent, and control variables, right? And in this case, I think it's the independent would be gravity. So you would have to be able to manipulate gravity first to be able to prove that it's the cause for the phenomena that you're seeing. And in this case, the phenomena would be maybe the apple falling from the tree or whatever, right? But the problem is
switch it off.
Right. So the problem is takedown. To be able to manipulate that, if you're saying that that's the cause, you have to actually be able to manipulate it. But here's the question I would pose to you: how, if you know, does one manipulate gravity?
Well, I could ask you the same thing. How would you?
No. You could if you want to, but I'm not going to entertain that now. I want you to just, if you will, answer the question: how, if you know, does one manipulate gravity? Just try and focus for a second. I'm not being rude. I just want to keep in line with the discussion.
Well, I think it's pretty obvious. I believe in the Einstein's theory, right, of relative gravity. Yeah, you know what I'm talking about. And
but that wasn't what I asked. Unless because I think maybe my audio.
And you manipulated by changing mass. Mass attracts mass, right?
Oh my god.
That's not even Einsteinian gravity.
Yeah, but it's worse than that. That's not even manipulation. To manipulate this, maybe I'll just cut to the chase because I'm happy for other people to entertain the other side, but I think it's a lot simpler. To manipulate it, you have to have it, and you don't have it, so you can't manipulate it. Right? It has to exist, and then but this is the thing, right? Because let's go to a parallel example or another example experimentation and manipulation, right? So if someone comes up with the hypothesis that it is heat that is the cause for the boiling of the water, etc., right? Something that's really easy, simple to understand.
Mm-hmm.
I can manipulate that heat, right? I can turn the heat up, I can take it away, I can turn the heat down, etc. And I can be like, okay, here's my proof at this degree, at this base level of sea level, 100 degrees, boils water, boom. I can go and manipulate that. Now, let's actually break that down. What am I doing there? I'm literally using my hands, the manipulating tools, and I'm manipulating that stuff. You can't do that with gravity because gravity is described as either a force or mass attracting mass, which doesn't make sense, or whatever it is. You can't actually go and manipulate. You can't actually go and manipulate it. So there, when you think about it in the scientific method and logically, you have hit a brick wall in your desire to attribute a cause, attributing gravity as the cause to something, because you don't even have it in the first place. So before you can ever in the scientific environment call it a cause for something, you have to have it, but you can't scientifically prove that it even exists. It is nothing but a notion, and it will only ever remain a notion. And I think that's the whole point, really. But that's kind of a side topic. It will only ever remain a notion because you can never apply the scientific method to it. And even within the scientific, that I'm big, massive air quotes, I'm taking the piss, right? Because they're not scientific. But within the scientific community, they can't even seem to agree on what gravity is. So if you don't know what it is, how on earth are you going to manipulate it? And how on earth can you ever attribute it to being the cause of anything? Do you understand what I'm saying? I know I've repeated myself, but I wanted that to be...
I think I have a lot of problems with what you just said, because why would be manipulating heat be different than manipulating gravity by adding or removing mass? And also that you said gravity is just the thing that we describe, or like is the thing that we call the force pulling us down, right? So it's
what's a force?
The force. Yeah, it's not a force, I know, in relative
that's the problem, right? But you're talking about something that doesn't exist.
Well, it does exist. It's just a thing pulling stuff down.
How do you know? How do you know?
What do you mean? How do you know?
How do you know it exists?
Gravity is just what we call it. That the stuff.
Wait, hold on. That's just like fantasy. It's just what we call it. Unicorns are just like
unicorns.
Let's get back to reality. How do you know it exists?
Letting things fall.
You don't get to just keep asserting that. You're just making unverified assumptions about the cause of things, and then asking us to replace those with other unverified assumptions.
I'm saying that the thing that we call the cause of things falling down, gravity, and that's all I'm saying.
We know that you're saying that.
But
go ahead.
Hold up. That wasn't what I asked, Takedown. What I asked is, how do you know it exists?
What do you mean?
Not how do you explain it, or how do you describe it? How do you know it exists? How do you know? How have you verified? How have you verified that gravity is as you describe it to be, or that it even is in the first place?
What do you need to prove gravity?
Hold up, please don't interrupt. Let him respond.
Yeah, sure.
I'm just saying because we can I think talk a lot more about like theory of relativity and stuff, but I think we'll don't get to an answer there. I'm just saying that the definition of gravity, right? Things falling down. That's all I'm saying here. In your example,
that's not even the definition of gravity, though.
But it is what we call it. Wait, hold on. I'm gonna answer. Can I please? Because you said also earlier that scientists aren't even sure themselves what gravity really is, and that's what I'm saying. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That gravity is just
there's a major problem there. But that's just kind of adds to the hilarity of it. But my question was to you, how do you know it exists? And then also, what you were saying wasn't quite correct. You were talking about. Oh man, I just lost because you tried to repeat yourself on something else.
What is gravity?
Hold. Could you repeat your last part about you said something about things falling down. Okay, yeah. So you're saying that it's things falling down, but that's not it. Things falling down is just a naturally occurring phenomena. That's not what gravity is. That's the phenomena. What you're saying that the cause of that phenomena is gravity. Okay, if that's your hypothesis, how do you manipulate gravity?
Well, that's my second problem.
For you to, because goes back to the scientific method. For you to attribute it as the cause, you have to then prove it within the scientific experiment, and you have to have it first, and then you have to manipulate it. Show me gravity, and then manipulate it, and then apply it in that experiment, and then perhaps you can entertain that thought. But you can't even show me it first as an independent thing, and you definitely can't manipulate it. So that's what I'm talking about. Because you can't do those two things, it is literally nothing but a notion, which is an idea. Just because I had an idea about building a house doesn't mean there's a house. You understand?
Well, I think you're not being.
Hopefully, I'm not being too rude in how I speak. I'm just trying to express.
No, you're not rude at all.
I'm just trying to express the sheer weight of expectation and the burden of proof on such a claim, and then the fact that you just don't. Not you, but the whole idea itself has nothing to show for itself.
Let me just ask him two quick questions.
Go ahead.
Things falling, that's gravity, right?
Yeah.
The cause of things falling, that's gravity, right?
Yep. Well, it's not. Well, I'm sorry. I fell into debate. Well, it's the thing letting the things falling down. The effect, the force, that's what we call gravity. That's what I'm saying. And the cause of it is what I believe in is what Einstein said with his theory.
Doesn't gravity needs anti-gravity?
What?
Doesn't gravity needs anti-gravity?
No.
No, but let's go back to what he said. He's holding to Einstein. Okay, what does Einstein say?
Einstein says that objects in space-time curve what causes due to time, or time passes, and time is the thing making
bendy.
Well, space-time is bendy. Time is one direction of space-time, right? So time is
it bends.
Let him finish, please.
Go ahead. Yeah.
Yeah, and as time passes, things fall accordingly to that curvature of the space-time.
Okay, this is the question I have for you in response.
Okay.
How has that been verified?
Well, it's been the definition of it has been used in many
I don't mean to interrupt you in a rude manner, but that's not what I asked. I asked, how has that, what you just described about Einstein's statements, etc., how has that been verified? Please, if you can, answer that question.
It's well. Let me please finish this time, because I think I know where you're going with this. Well, you're probably not going to accept me saying that it's been used in many scientific. Especially like in astrophysics, right? That's been used a lot. The theory
you're
of
right.
Einstein relativity.
I won't accept that because that wasn't my question.
Yeah, I think that's the problem, because it's never proven that it until yet hasn't been not accurate in what we observed. So until now, it's the thing that we go by, science theory. But if someone would be about to find something that is not going according to that, then it wouldn't be. So it's not entirely proven.
Yeah,
It's just
that's a fallacious way of reasoning, right? Just because something hasn't been disproven or wait, not Drace, help me out with this, but
or
just because
proven.
it's like just because an explanation kind of lines up with observation doesn't mean that that explanation is real, right? It's like correlation does not equal causation.
Yeah.
So when I clap my hands, there's thunder. Doesn't mean that when I clap because I clap my hands, there's thunder.
Yeah, but
that's the issue with just because people use something and it makes sense. Which, by the way, when you actually dig into it, they don't use it the way that you're understanding it. Number one, but I would have to pull citations, and I don't have them at my hand. Maybe someone else does. But at the core of it, it hasn't been verified for its own sake. Like it doesn't stand on its own merits. Therefore, I do not need to give it any credence, and nobody in their right mind, scientifically, should give it any credence.
So who are we talking to?
That's why I asked. That's why I asked you, how has that been verified? Because I know that it hasn't been verified. So if it hasn't been verified, it's not real. It isn't anything but a notion. Again,
I agree.
And this is the core of what we're talking about, because at the base of everything, right? Because the funny part about the Einstein space is curved. It's like, well, what curve? Can you show me? Can you measure it? No. And then this all goes back to the idea that we live on a sphere, that it's rotating, and that it's within a near perfect vacuum, and pressurized air is contained within that vacuum without any containment, right? So without any physical barrier. All of those things all those three things that I just mentioned. Those are the core, I guess, was it suppositions is the word or whatever, at everything else that you're talking about. So we can really simplify this. It's like, if all the core ideas that everything hangs on are not true, then anything else that hangs on those ideas can also be dismissed. So I know it's kind of like I'm just cutting to a razor, but I think it's really beneficial to get to the core of an idea and go, let's attack the foundation. If we can attack the foundation and find it to be wanting, then we don't need to waste our time chopping down the branches. We can just demolish the whole idea and be done with it. So at the core of this, the way I like to talk about it is, where is the curvature? The answer is there is no curvature. So if there is no curvature, then there is no globe. If there is no globe, there is no rotation of globe. If there is no rotation of globe, there is no anything else. So the whole
center of mass.
It's a house. It's a house of cards sitting on nothing, and I pulled nothing away from it, and it all falls down. You understand? Whether you agree or not is different, but do you understand what I said?
Well, you completely went off topic there. We were just talking about gravity. Now you're going to a different topic. And well,
I know.
Yeah,
But
because
it's not off topic. I went to the core of the topic, right? I understand that it's kind of like
it's just one of gravity is just one of many
Wait,
things.
he's
Like
accusing me of going off topic. Hold on.
Sorry.
Gravity is what we were talking about, right? Well, how do you make Spaceballs? Right? Newtonian or Einsteinian gravity? Isn't that how Spaceballs are made? So it's all relative to the subject.
Yeah. And if you could prove it to one of us, that's basically what he's trying to say. I mean, if you can prove it to him, I'm sure he wouldn't need to go off topic, or what you consider off topic, if you could prove that gravity exists. I mean, that's really what it comes down to.
Yeah, and it's not off topic. It's to the core of the topic. It's the foundation of everything that you're talking about.
And it's the name of this server.
Yeah, that's another thing. It is within the framework of the venue we're in, right? And because it doesn't seem that either you're currently willing or currently necessarily understanding what we have done in terms of demolishing the idea of gravity. So I'm trying to be a bit more efficient and get to the core, because if there is no curvature of this thing that we're living on, then at the base of it, it's like you don't need, number one, you don't need gravity, right? Because if there is no ball spinning, then there is no need for gravity to hold the atmosphere, which is another BS statement in itself, but there's no need to hold it to the spinning Earth, right? So all these things, right, that like, so gravity is like the linchpin, but the reason that they need gravity in their idea is because they presented something so contrary to what we actually experience. But when you actually go back to it, right, you go, so, okay, well, we're actually not on a curved surface, we're on a level plane and it's enclosed, then you don't need gravity because you're like, well, I just, this is how things are. Dense things are go to the lower parts of the medium if the medium that they're in is lighter, etc., or less dense. So that's just the order of things. If you want a cause, you won't like this maybe, but the cause of all of this is the creator. So the designer of all this system that we're in, that's the ultimate cause, right? But I think at the lower level, the cause would be order, because whether you like it or not, this thing that we're living in functions even in the face of human stupidity. So there is order to this thing. In the morning, the sun rises. In the evening, it sets. In the morning, the sun rises. In the evening, it sets. So all of this that you see is ordered. So if you want a cause, it's not maybe the most satisfactory answer, but the answer would be order, design,
Clockwork.
right?
Yeah.
And anyway, but go ahead. I just wanted to expand on that. But at the core of it, you got no curvature, then you don't need anything else, and therefore you can relax and understand that life is beautiful.
So often, we're
Nice,
talking to
Elisha.
people, and who's this guy? Stationary Breeze? No, that's you. Who are we talking to?
You're talking to Takedown.
Yeah, that's me.
Takedown. Yeah. So, what do you know about the scientific method? What are the 3 things that you need to have an experiment?
I don't know.
You don't know? All right. So, can you scroll up a little bit in the live stream voice text? Can you see what I posted there?
I would rather, like, I think that the guy I was talking to right before you really went off topic from what I was originally be talking. He said it's going to the cause, but to me he said that first of all he demolished gravity. What in my opinion he didn't do, and also you guys still haven't really gave me an satisfying answer of what your causes of things falling down. We're still
well,
originally
you just said that you don't understand
Please
science.
let me talk out.
Yeah, but I gotta educate you first so that you can understand.
Well, I have to ask a question first before you can educate me on that or not. Okay, so
go ahead and ask your question.
Claims, so he might need to address those claims.
We stopped there that there was something causing things, the tendency to things going down, and to me there isn't still given any real answer to that, just like nonsense.
Okay, so you said things tend to go down. Do hot air balloons tend to go down?
What?
Do helium balloons tend to go down?
Nope.
Does ice go down at the bottom of the cup when it's full of water?
Nope.
All right, so what does go down?
The water and the water with the ice cube and the air with the helium balloon.
All right, so why is the water at the bottom of the cup and the ice is at the top?
Because it's denser than the other thing.
What about gravity?
Gravity is the thing making it go down. Having the gravity is the tendency of the things falling down.
How do you
making all of this possible? What do you mean verify that?
If somebody
I'm not
eating
you,
their
I'm just asking. Why are the things falling down?
Who's eating
I
booty?
don't want to verify the gravity. I'm just asking why the things are falling down. I'm not trying to debate on gravity or trying to prove gravity right now. I'm just
Yeah,
asking
you're
you.
asking a
Yours.
question which you don't have any evidence for on your side. So it's kind of like you're
But I'm
asking the
asking
question,
you.
why does hot go to cold?
Why
It's
does
a
hot go to
natural
cold?
law, buddy. You don't have any experiments or anything to prove your side. So now you're asking us to give you a story that you can accept and believe. We don't do that. We have verifiable evidence or proof. We don't make up bullshit.
Well, then tell me. Just tell me the simple answer.
You want me to make up bullshit?
Well, you're supposed to give me the answer why things have a tendency to fall down.
We don't have
Well,
Answer.
science is going to give you the answer. Hold on.
Why
Go
doesn't
earlier.
hot air go
Add
down?
butter. Add butter.
Because it's has in the hot status it's less dense.
What do you
why
mean?
more?
We know it's not less dense.
So the
Can I try one of these things? Does we have more dense things and less dense things, or we have only less dense things?
Nice one, Sasha. Good question.
Did you ask something me? Did you ask me something?
I have this question for you. Does we have only less things, less dense things, or we have less dense things and more dense things?
What? Do we have less dense things and more dense things?
Do we only have more dense things or just only less dense things?
No, that's not what he's asking.
I don't understand.
Okay, let me ask you. Let me ask. Okay. Let me ask you it in a different way, right? What he's saying to you is, you know, the relationship between water. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. The relationship between water and ice requires one of them to be more.
Sorry.
Okay, that's nice, but you've interrupted me twice now.
No,
what he
Crypto, you
was.
interrupted me. Sorry.
Anyway, I didn't mute you, by the way, just so you know. So there's water and there's ice, right? So one of them has to be more dense, one of them has to be less dense in that relationship. Do you understand?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So what he's asking you is, can it be possible that the world is only containing the more dense thing, in this case, the water?
What?
There's not a simpler way to ask that question, so I'll have to just say the same words again.
Okay.
Is it possible that the world can only contain the more dense thing, the water, or must there be less dense things as well in order for that relationship to make sense?
I guess so, yeah. There have to be less dense.
You guess so what?
Yeah.
So that's what they're saying. It's like you don't need gravity because you have a relationship between more and less dense things.
But you still don't have a tendency for things to go down.
Yeah, there is no tendency for things to go down. That's what we're saying.
But there obviously is something.
No, there isn't.
How? My can here standing on the table, not going
helium balloons. Why are helium balloons not tending to go down?
It's
because the air's heavier.
Yeah, it's a relationship between densities. It's got nothing to do with a tendency to go down. That's what they're saying.
Yeah.
Right.
Smoke.
So where's your gravity in the helium balloon?
The gravity is in the air.
In the clouds?
The
gravity
is
in the air.
pulling the air down.
Really? Can you prove that? How do you verify that?
Yeah,
Guys,
we
let me
went.
teach this guy the scientific method.
I think
This guy's admitted scientific illiterate. Can I please correct that so we can move forward?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay,
but I
thank you.
think we
Yeah,
already
I'll be
went
super
through
quick.
that pretty. But go ahead.
Did we? He said he didn't know what you needed for
Yeah.
the scientific method.
Stationary
Yeah,
told him all about it.
I told him, but I guess he maybe just didn't express his lack of understanding there. But go ahead, it's fine.
Okay, so bro, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, go to the live stream voice text at 12 minutes after the hour.
Mm-hmm.
There should be 3 categories of variables in every experiment: dependent, independent, and controlled. Dependent variable, the effect, result, the prediction. Independent variable is the cause, right? That is varied or manipulated by the scientist to produce the effect. So, Do you need me to give you an example? Or do you understand what that said? How about you give me an example? Give me an example of something you can prove with a scientific method.
I
Or
don't
do you
know.
want
I
me to
don't
give
know the
you one?
scientific method.
Okay,
I'm
I
not
just
scientist.
explained it to you. I just explained it to you. You have to manipulate the cause to see the effect. Okay, so for example, a caveman finds. Listen, bro. I'm teaching you. This is for free and for fun. Listen. So a caveman sees water boiling. He wants to know what causes it because he's a caveman. So he forms a hypothesis. Maybe the heat was causing it. So he adds water to a bowl. He adds heat to the bowl, right, and it boils. He takes away the heat, it stops boiling. So he manipulated the cause, and he saw the effect. Is that correct?
The heat
Okay.
is the
Yeah, but
independent variable.
why?
Is
But
that
why? But why
correct?
is it?
Yes or no? Is that correct? Yes or
Yes.
no?
Yes.
Okay. So we're claiming that objects go down relative to the ground, towards the ground, due to lack of buoyancy. Do you have a separate claim?
Well, I think things go down because of the theory of relativity.
Okay, all you have to do
You think
is take away all
incorrectly.
the space-time. Sorry. All you have to do is take away all the space-time and then drop something, and if it doesn't fall, you're right. So, how do you plan on gathering up all the space-time in the universe?
Well, that's impossible. Exactly as it's impossible.
Yeah.
So
So when they logically
Exactly.
drop,
Now you get it.
Impossible for
Now
you to
you get it.
scientifically prove.
But why?
that's
But
what I
why?
was trying to
Can
tell you,
I ask
man.
something? Hello. Can I
Yeah.
ask something? Okay. So there was the example, like heating up water. Okay, that's okay for manipulating. But why isn't like objects with different mass attracting, like changing the mass of objects, and like measuring the gravity there? Not okay then.
Because you can't even directly manipulate the thing that you claim is making things fall. It's a completely
But you
inherently
can.
scientific claim.
Mass. You can
No,
change mass. Of course, you can change mass.
Yeah,
you're
but
making a pre. Yeah, sorry. Go ahead.
problem
Yes,
is he's talking about changing mass, but mass on mass interaction is Newtonian, not Einstein, and so that's been superseded over 105 years ago.
but it doesn't matter because in my
small items of that have supposed mass don't attract other small items. In the concept of gravity, you need gigantic balls to start attracting stuff.
Right, and you already. Did you just stop talking?
Huh?
So anyway, I didn't want to interrupt you, Joyce, but and you have a perfect natural phenomena that completely proves that notion, right? You have the fact that gas moves independently in all directions, or however the technical term is defined, right? Or said. So if you consider that idea that you're holding to take down, but then you look at the fact that you just take a breath, you just look at the way gas and gas molecules behave, it's completely contrary to the idea that you're holding to. So the idea that you're holding to isn't actually expressed in nature. So it's really, when you think about it clearly, it's really stupid to entertain it any further when you realize that it doesn't even express itself in nature. It is like I said before, and you really need to understand this. It is nothing but a notion, and a notion that has no foundation.
Yeah, I can even show how it is, or doesn't. The notion doesn't function in reality with a practical example. So, Takedown, you think that helium balloons, for instance, go up because the cold air is being pulled more, and so it gets pulled underneath it, forcing the helium balloon to go up, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah, now consider the hot air balloon. The attractive force on the cold air is far less than the tons of weight the hot air balloon is lifting away from the surface.
The problem is that helium gas, even at minus 250 Celsius, it will still rise.
that might be the problem we get, but he was asking the man a question. Just let people respond.
See, the thing is that we're showing you that you can demonstrate with a scientific method and prove, right, 99.9% proof, right, that the reason things fall is lack of buoyant force. You can do it every time, as many different ways as you want to. You can use eggs and water and salt water. You can use the apple, right, in a pail. So anybody can afford to do this experiment. The thing is that Einstein produced mathematical equations that equates to pseudoscience because there is no scientific experiment, no hypothesis test that we can do to validate what Einstein said because you can't manipulate space-time. It's a concept.
Yeah, it's just like Superman's powers.
I think we're going in circles here. Do you know
why?
Because you can't get over your assumptions.
No, you can't answer me a
because
simple question.
the whole notion that you have is actually circular reasoning, right? Gravity, mass attracts mass, all of that stuff is circular reasoning. So that's why we're going in circles, because until you accept that idea, or maybe accept, concede, whatever, until you're willing to realize that it doesn't need to be taken seriously, this is always going to be circular, right? Because we're going to have to go back to the point that you still aren't satisfied with to address the thing that we've talked about, to go back and back. So that's the reason it's circular, because you're not accepting that your idea is false. And remember, it's not your idea. You don't actually owe it anything. You didn't agree to marry it or anything. So you have complete freedom to reject it for what it is, which is a lie. You know you can do that, right? You know you're within your rights to reject a lie if it's found and proven to be a lie, which it has been, because it can't prove itself to be true scientifically.
You are educated in this pseudoscience religion, but because you are not educated into science, that's why you cannot discern between the two. Because the pseudoscience religion of heliocentrism taught you that that is actual science, and it is not.
Do you guys realize that I'm talking always one sentence, and the rest of the time, 90% of the time, you're just talking, asking me the same questions over and over again?
All right, well, I'll tell you what, bro. You got the microphone. We'll be quiet. You go ahead, sir, and let us know.
Yeah, I still want my simple question to be answered. What is causing things to go down? Or I have the tendency to fall down.
I would say it's not our claim. Why are we explaining your claim, sir? If we make a claim, right, we can explain, demonstrate. It's your question, sir.
But it's not even a claim. It's a thing we can observe.
So it's a burden of proof reversal fallacy is what you're doing, right? You're saying, how come you guys can't explain the thing that I brought up? You can't prove me wrong, ha 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 ha. Right? So it's not our job to prove you wrong if you didn't bring any evidence for us to prove wrong. It's just a question that's...
Then explain me, why is my can standing on the desk and not floating up?
Because the desk is dirty.
Wait, hold on. Is that a serious question?
Yes.
Because you put it on the desk. What the hell kind of a question is that? It's like, why am I hanging upside down from a tree? Because you hung yourself upside down from a tree.
But why isn't it going to go up? Why aren't you going to float up like a helium balloon?
Fill the room with water.
No.
What happens to the cat?
Again, is that a serious question? Why would it?
That's what I'm asking you. Why wouldn't it? That's what I'm asking.
Why would it?
His preconceived answer to that is going to be bendy, warpy space-time that he can't demonstrate.
I'm not said that. I'm asking your explanation. Why do
we need to explain things when you already have demonstrated, at least to a certain degree, an understanding of density and buoyancy? So there is no need to explain any...
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
So it's just we seem to be dancing around it. The reason the can isn't floating up is because the can is denser than the air.
Exactly. But the air gets less denser as you higher you go up, right? We all know that.
What's that got to do with the can on the desk?
Well, if it's supposed to be because it's dense of the air, then it should go up because the less up on top is even less dense. You get what I'm saying?
No, I mean I get what you're saying, but it's stupid.
Gas pressure comes with pressure gradient. They come together, not separated.
How does it come together?
I wish I
How
could
does
stay
what?
here all night debating this nonsense, but
Yeah. He cannot comprehend the importance of the independent variable.
What variable?
Independent variable.
Yeah, what is it?
Yeah, you are not aware of the importance of it.
They actually just explain to you what the independent variable is when they explain to you the scientific process. So if you don't remember what the scientific process is, you can go to the live stream and rewind it back. He explained the scientific process very clearly, very concisely.
And then you ask, what is it? And then you wonder why the conversation is circular.
Hank did it 10 minutes ago with you. That.
Yeah.
Nobody can get a point through to you, and then you say that the conversation is circular. So just reflect on that.
well, because your arguments aren't convincing to me whatsoever.
So
yeah, but why does it have to be convincing to you? Is it true? Is what we're saying true? Yes or no?
No.
Okay, prove it.
How?
All right, let's instead of just because often when you when you degenerate into these kinds of discussions, you start having a conversation about the conversation. I would rather have the conversation itself. So, what is wrong with saying that a metal can is denser than air? What is wrong with that statement?
That isn't true.
So a can isn't denser than air.
Aluminium isn't denser than air.
What? Wait, did you just pull down?
Aluminium is not denser. Yeah, go ahead.
Let's try. Maybe he didn't understand. So an aluminium. In fact, I've got one right here. Okay, so I've got a can of Coke. Right, I got a can of Coke. I pour the Coke out, and then I'm just left with the aluminium. Right. So that aluminium there, is that denser or less dense than the air around it?
Denser.
It's denser. Okay, cool. So if it's denser than the air around it, it will do what?
Well, then it goes down because of gravity. Or in your model, it goes up.
No. Now you've added on. It goes down because unicorns, right? Or it goes down because fairies. Okay, cool. No. I don't care about what you think is causing that. I just care about what is happening. So we've got dense aluminium. We've got less dense air. What we know is that aluminium is denser than air and therefore it moves down. Not because unicorns
can I answer this?
or because gravity, right? Because that's the thing you still have to prove.
Please. Okay. So you're asking why?
Did you hear what I said? Did you hear what I said?
Yeah, I should prove gravity.
What did I say? This to the room is the problem. He's not listening.
Yeah, we got there eventually. Because it started off pretty cordial back and forth, but it seems to be that it's just an unwillingness or an inability to actually comprehend.
Well, I didn't catch the last part because I was trying to talk, but it continued. So
yeah, that's the problem, right?
But you won't let me speak. That's also a problem.
I'm happy to let you speak, but I want you to listen to me, and then I'll listen to you, and then we can have a nice conversation. I haven't cut you off until you cut me off. So let's just have a conversation, okay? So we know that the aluminium is denser than the air, therefore the aluminium moves down. Now, you think it's because of gravity, I think it's because of unicorns, whatever, right? The point is that that second bit needs to be proven, but the relationship between the aluminium and the air is established. Agree?
Yeah.
Okay, so what are we going to do to prove the gravity bit?
Wait, I don't agree, actually. Wait. Okay. Listen to me right now. Okay, I think I have to correct myself because I said that the aluminium can is going down because of gravity, right?
Yeah, you said that, but that's
you asked the initial question was where does the aluminium can go in like air?
Yeah, and I think you made a mistake before, but I feel like you've
Can I continue?
corrected that.
Okay,
Sure.
so without gravity, my statement is without gravity it was just data because it has no tendency to go anywhere. But
How
because
do you know
of gravity, how do I know that?
That's just a reversed way of affirming the consequence. It's the same confusion. Sorry if I ever spoke anymore.
Please continue.
Well, yeah. My assumption is that it's would just stay there without gravity. And
sorry.
Yeah.
How? Because this is the thing. Is like it doesn't matter how many ways you make this assertion. We're always going to ask you, how do you prove that?
Well, I can because you're a model of like proving something because we talked about this at the very
The
beginning.
scientific method? How do you know what would happen with gravity? Verify gravity yet? So start there.
We go on. Can we not talk about this again? We've gone over this like 12
Well,
times.
you've gone all the way to what would happen without gravity before even establishing gravity. So maybe start at step 1 and establish gravity.
I'm just making the claim. Gravity is the thing pulling us down, right? That's all I'm saying, okay? And I'm still on
do you realize when you make a claim, you then have a burden of proof upon you? And we've gone over that, and you just don't seem to accept that you have no ability to prove the claim that you've made. So therefore, your claim is false.
I don't even have to prove anything because my definition of gravity is just that things go down.
Yes, you do.
Okay,
but you don't accept gravity. And
let's dig into that. Your claim is that gravity is simply an assertion that things go down, right?
Yeah, accelerating towards.
I'm so sorry.
Okay, so
Crypto.
you appear to be. Yeah, what's up?
He said he doesn't have to prove it. That's how you know it's a religion. Sorry for interrupting, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah, no worries. It's just that there's obviously you appear to be talking about the law of gravity, right? Which is an agreed upon average acceleration towards the Earth that things that are denser than the air make, right? This isn't what we're talking about. We're talking about the cause, not the measurement.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so can you separate those two in your brain? We've got the measurement that nobody disagrees with, and then we've got the cause, which no one can prove.
Yeah.
So how are we going to prove this?
Well, I think we talked about how like you want the scientific method from me. You want me to use the scientific method to prove it, right?
Yeah.
But I'm saying that gravity is just a tool that I'm using to explain why things fall down. Because gravity on its own just has theories of how it works, right? It just has theories. It's not proven entirely. It's not verified, as you would say it. And I'm asking, but you claim that from what I've gotten out of this conversation is that you do have an explanation or like a verified thing of why things have the tendency to fall down.
Yes, and Hank explained it to you like a half an hour ago. That
And stationary explained it to you before that. You just want to get to this story about gravity instead. This unverified assumption that you're making about the cause of things falling.
The thing that doesn't have to be proven because it's accepted with blind faith like a religion.
Yeah, well, it's not something you have to prove because it's just such a simple thing. Things falling down. That's all I'm saying is gravity.
Well, that's
oh
little
my
g.
god, it is not such a simple thing. I studied it in university. You should see how advanced the mathematics are of this model. The amount of pages people pour into their heart and soul for years to indoctrinate themselves. It's ridiculous.
Yeah.
I'm not saying that gravity, the theory of how gravity works, how all of this is of course super complicated and everything. But I'm just saying it's the thing. That's what Einstein observed, like the apple falling down. That's all what I say, what I claim to be gravity right now.
Okay,
yeah, but that's the problem.
This is the point. This is what I said not even 5 minutes ago. You need to separate the measurement of downward acceleration from cause. Okay? These are two separate concepts. So when you say, I know the cause because of the downward acceleration, you don't understand. You've just said that.
The cause, in my opinion, is theory of relativity, right? But that's not relevant right now because I'm just saying that gravity is.
I don't think he's capable of having this conversation.
Why don't you put some space-time in a jar for us, bend and warp it, and then we can see if your theory of gravity holds any weight.
So you have an unfalsifiable theory, and that's really the issue.
Well, it doesn't explain. Well, you also have it, and that's the same issue with you.
I haven't even explained something in your own mind. Hold on. I haven't presented anything. How could you possibly know what I have?
That's my thing. You didn't present anything. That's why you don't have anything.
But then you must understand that in your brain you're doing this desperate thing where it's like, well, if I've got nothing, then so have you. Like, no, you don't know what I've got. You haven't even fucking asked. The point is that you have nothing, and that's an issue for you. And I'm just pointing it out. I haven't even presented anything. I haven't even pretended to present anything yet.
My problem is that density cannot explain downward acceleration. That's all what it's all about. But you keep on trying to ask me of how I'm gonna prove the curvature of space-time. What I
Look,
can't.
bro, your argument of ignorance, just because you don't understand it doesn't mean that that's our problem. Your lack of understanding is your problem. And I would just say, do a little research. And by research, I mean in your bathtub, right? Drop an apple, right? And then think to yourself, why did the apple fall, right? And then let the water out of the bathtub. And then ask yourself, why did the apple fall? Did it fall because you picked it up and put it in the water? Yes. Did it fall because you manipulated the density of the medium in which the apple was residing in? Yes. When you took out the water, you changed the relative density. So it went from it went from a buoyant force to not enough buoyant force. And when there was not enough buoyant force, that was the cause of the apple falling to the bottom of the bathtub, and now you must throw it away because no one eats apples that have been in bathtubs. Thanks very much.
Still doesn't answer why there's a downward acceleration.
Well, neither does bendy warpy space-time.
Hold on. Again.
Okay.
Go, mate.
Okay, explain it then. Explain how the bending and warping of space-time, you explain it to us, how it causes things to fall down. Because if you understand, then please let us know. Go ahead.
Okay, so mass. No. I'm feeling better. Okay, so gravity, space-time is bendable because of mass, right? Mass bends space-time, and the flow of time is.
Are you sure?
Yeah, I'm sure. Well, that's what I believe.
How are you sure? How are you sure?
Well, that's what I believe in. I'm not sure.
Wait, what? He just double spoke. Do you realize the problem with your cranium right now?
Yeah, but, well, you think that my problem is that I don't have...
Bruh, I'll
Double
let you
speak in one
finish.
sentence
I'll
from
let
the
you
next.
finish, but I asked you if you were sure, and you said yes, and I said, how are you sure? And then you said you weren't sure. You seem to have some problems.
Well, I am sure that your explanation that you still didn't give me is wrong, and I believe in the theory of relativity that I
He
just explained.
believes. Yes, but does believing in
believe, yeah.
something make the thing that you believe in true and verifiable? Yes or no?
No.
Therefore, why would you believe it if it's not true? No, actually,
Because
that's not a therefore. That's not a therefore. I phrased that question, that sentence badly. But my point is, if it's not true just because you believe it, then why are you trying to give it the credence of truth just because you believe it?
Because it's so reliable.
It's not though. We've
Well, it is,
demonstrated how it's unreliable because you can't even prove it, or you can't even verify it. Like this is the thing, right? You know when you talk about, let's say,
it's just a tool. It's not the truth. It's just a tool.
Listen.
Truth. I'm not trying to tell you the truth. Okay.
Listen, right? The reliability of a tool necessitates the tool to begin with, right? So when I say this Toyota or this whatever is a reliable vehicle, I can actually go and verify its reliability. You can go and use it, right? Problem is, you're saying that your idea is reliable, but you don't even have the idea to begin with. So how can it be reliable? It doesn't exist. Because a reliable weapon in the combat is a weapon that you actually have in your hand. You actually have in your hand, right? But you can't rely on belief to do something physical, right? You can't rely on belief to physically shoot the man in the head. You can't rely on belief, right? You said it's a tool. You can't rely on belief to unscrew the screws in your computer, to take off the tires, the bolts on your tires, etc. Right? You're saying it's a tool, yet you don't have it to use it as a tool in the first place. Do you understand? I know I'm saying a lot, but do you understand the sheer, like, just lack of anything substantial with the ideas that you're talking about?
Well, it's a tool that's well, although not entirely true, or like that's not true what I'm telling
you.
You
Know
right
what that
now.
means?
It's a tool.
Not entirely true
the
means
theory.
false. It means it's not. It's false.
It's not. It doesn't mean it's false. It means it can.
Yes,
It's close to the truth.
Oh,
but
man.
something can be close to the truth, but not be
your head
actually
is
true.
touching. No, for real, I think your head is touching.
But something can be close to the truth, but not be the truth itself. You know what I'm saying?
Can we also go back to the original statement that kicked this kind of section off, where you keep talking about this downward bias?
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't exist.
Obviously it does.
No, it obviously doesn't.
Why is everything going downwards then?
Everything isn't going down. We discussed this earlier.
But the things that are going up is just the cause of like things going
okay,
going
fine.
down.
Let's do this then. Let's do this. How do you know that things, less dense things, aren't just attracted upwards instead? How do you know there isn't a great sky attractor that's attracting less dense thing upwards?
Because it doesn't go up. Things don't go up.
But less dense things do go up.
You ever seen a cloud?
But
the water
hydrogen balloon.
But I do want him to actually specifically answer this question. How do you know that it's not the inverse of what you think? I.e., less dense things go up because there's a great sky attractor.
Well, you could make that claim, I guess.
No, I'm not making the claim. I'm asking you how you know that isn't the case.
Because there is nothing. Because the Earth is something, right? But in the vacuum of space, there's literally nothing. That's fine.
Oh dear.
So you're saying I believe in X, therefore X is true. Like, I didn't ask about vacuums or space. I asked if there was a great sky attractor, right?
Well, yeah, but there is nothing in the sky. That's why I think there is also not a great sky.
According to your pre-existing worldview. I'm not asking about your pre-existing worldview. I'm asking you, how do you know this isn't the case?
because rockets go into space and they don't hit a great upwards
Now
attraction?
you're just not answering the question. Okay. What we observe is we observe dense things going down and less dense things going up. You assert that there is a great floor attractor that attracts things to the floor and they're more dense. I'm simply inverting that and saying, how do you know that it isn't that there's a great sky attractor instead and it attracts less dense things upwards? Now, I know it sounds absolutely moronic, but it's literally the inverse of what you already believe. So I'm trying to get you to realize how moronic this is by flipping.
But there is nothing in the air. While the thing that's attracting things is the Earth. The Earth is obviously something.
In your worldview. So you understand that reasserting your worldview over and over and over is not proof, it's not evidence, and it's not even answering my question.
Don't think he does.
I don't know.
I really do think there's an I really do think he's incapable of having this conversation.
Okay. Well, I'll try one more time, and then if it doesn't work, I'll go away. It's fine. Based on observation alone, we agree that there's this. Sorry, we agree that there's this relationship between dense things and less dense things. We don't know what it is, but we know that this observation is true, it's repeatable, it's testable, all the rest, okay?
Mm-hmm.
So, in trying to find what the cause of that is, you would have to consider many possibilities. One is that the ground is attracting dense things. Two could be that the sky is attracting less dense things. You could come up with some kind of electrical theory or some kind of electromagnetic theory. I'm not going to postulate those now. But you have to consider all of these, okay? You can't just consider one and say, I know it's true because I already think it's true. That is very close-minded. So I'm asking you, for a final time, how do you know that all of the other possible explanations for this phenomena aren't true and that the one you like and already believe in is true?
Okay, well, I'm gonna answer that. So I believe it's the Earth accelerating us down because in what you probably aren't gonna accept that, but like astrophysics, it's the theory of relativity is using to make predictions of like stars and like holes, looking where black holes are, and all that other crazy shit. And it is just so accurate to the tool that we use, the theory of relativity, and it's not there is probably been made a lot of different theories of what else could be the cause of gravity, right? Like if maybe there was someone that also had a theory of something of a great sky attractor or something, but just not proven to be, or like not shown to be anywhere reliable.
It's reliable right now because it's a good approximation. Well, that's all it is. It's an approximation. It's not reality.
It's not even that. But
that's
Crypto,
what they're using it as.
It was Crypto's question. Crypto, do you want to respond to that interesting response that he gave?
I mean, I can do. It's like whether you think it's reliable for sky phenomena doesn't really matter because it's got nothing to do with what I asked. We're talking about the simple observation of dense and less dense and their relationship, right? Whether you think that mathematically the theory of relativity works for lights in the sky is irrelevant. It's got nothing to do with what I asked. And to be honest, I think at this point I'm not actually going to get an answer to my question, so I'm happy to move on.
Well, I think we definitely don't agree with what we're saying, so I'm fine with leaving right now.
Yeah,
I think I talked
so
long enough.
The thing is, I got a question for you. What are the 3 things that you need for a scientific experiment?
I don't know and I don't care.
So you're a pseudoscientist. Thank you for
like a
exposing
true
yourself
religious
so that
zealot.
everyone. Thank you for exposing yourself so that
you
everyone
still
can
couldn't
see
answer
that.
my question, so.
Oh my god.
Really? Okay,
My
why are you
God.
gay? You can't answer
Hey,
my question, can you?
Because
remember how cordially this was first started, right? I did my best, guys.
Yeah,
But
but
this is
why?
just
Why are you gay?
you can't get through knuckleheads apparently.
Why are you gay?
Because I like men.
Okay, why?
Because they're hot.
Well.
Okay, I'm leaving, guys.
No,
maybe
you can
gonna
mute
debate
yourself,
now.
man. Do yourself a favor, please.
Okay, I'm leaving. Bye. Have a great night.
Run.
That
All right then.
was mad. Hey, who knows? Maybe the pennies are just in transit, so they might just drop a few weeks late.
Dude, you're feeding that guy straight scientific proof concepts, and he was literally just saying, "I just believe it because I believe."
He doesn't care.
But look,
I don't think he could.
That is a lot of people. They just can't help themselves. That's the
How do
indoctrination.
people get to think like that, though?
Because of indoctrination, because of a lack of effort. But I think, at least from his point of view, he was kind of young, so from the sound of his voice. So it's not like he's had enough time to really independently make decisions for himself to the degree that many others have. Not an excuse per se, but like, if you're still in school like that, come on, like, you're still in the system. So when somebody first starts challenging you, it's going to take a while. So really, he was a bit extra, but he wasn't completely rude. I just don't think he was actually capable, because clearly when Crypto asked the question, when we asked different things, he just didn't get it. He didn't seem to understand that when you can't prove it, that you should dismiss it. And until someone's willing to understand that and willing to remove personal paradigms from natural observations, then they won't be able to get it. But patience, Anyway, carry on. I don't need to rehash it.
I just want to add to it. I think it's part of the problem is the education system, and when they don't learn logic in schools, it's hard to identify that you're not being logical. Especially if you think you learn logic from watching Sherlock Holmes or something, you're gonna be in trouble.
Some people aren't so good at it too. So.
But I think the one thing that he said that was kind of the most important and most poignant thing was one of his last statements. He doesn't know and he doesn't care. So if he doesn't know, he doesn't care, then there's not really much we can do for him.
That kind of explains his entire standpoint.
He was on his way out too, though, so he was burnt out leaving. So it's like, I'm not answering some long ass question when I'm on my way out.
It was super
fun. That's what I got from it.
It was super funny to listen. I was cracking laughing.
It's funny that he says if you change the mass, you change gravity, but if you do that, things will still fall the same way.
Wait, Quantum's here. He can answer some of these things. Because I just dismiss it on the fact that it just doesn't exist. But some of the specific claims they make about space-time and all the rest of it, you've got citations, right, Quantum, to just rip that idea to shreds more succinctly.
Sorry, what's that?
It's just because he was a very he wasn't necessarily the most capable individual, but the ideas of Einstein's relativity stuff and how I can rephrase my question now that I remember. The claim that he was making was that they use the theory of relativity in actual things and it's reliable, but I know at the core that's bollocks, right? but I don't have those citations and those specific answers to why that isn't true. I just know that they're basically just kind of asserting it. They're not actually using the theory to do anything real.
There is
so
no
I just
theory.
thought maybe you could.
It's not an actual theory or scientific theory. There are no experiments.
Right.
It's not even a hypothesis. So it's just philosophy.
Okay, well, that's kind of where I went, but I just thought you might have some. Okay, how about this? When someone does say, someone does say that they use that to do something, what examples do they actually pull up, and how do you demolish that specifically?
They use that to do something. You're gonna have to get
Yeah,
more.
what is it? I know, but I can't remember what he said. Does anyone remember what he said?
Well, he just said the same thing they always say, which is it's used to predictions.
That's
It's
it.
very reliable for predicting things, right?
Right.
It doesn't predict anything. How can it predict something without a hypothesis, which is a scientific prediction? So,
okay, yeah, then it wasn't necessary to go into it anymore.
They never
I
really go
explained that
into
to him. He
any
just
detail.
wasn't capable of understanding that.
Right.
That it doesn't exist.
It's just a.
We said it was the cause and the effect. So.
Yeah, I mean, I pointed this all out to him. This is why I kind of went into more basic philosophy anyway, because I thought maybe he'll understand if I get a bit more simple, and it didn't seem to make any difference. So yeah, whatever.
What's up, Crypto? Haven't seen you in a coon's age. Where you been?
I've just been working an awful lot, man. But,
oh, cool. Okay.
Yeah. What about you? How you been?
Yeah, hanging in there, man. Shooting.
Sick. You got a fan in the chat. Lumpy Gas in a Vacuum admires you a lot. Lucky you.
Well, why wouldn't he?
Of course.
You tell us. Why wouldn't he?
Well, I'm not answering that. Someone else can.
No, Quantum can answer. He knows best, right?
Answer what?
Why wouldn't he?
That's my question. You're just asking my question back to me.
Yeah, but I'm asking you for an actual reason as to why he wouldn't.
Why he wouldn't? There is no reason. That's why I said it's rhetorical.
Okay. We'll take your word for it, yeah?
Yes. Why are they still arguing about gravity anyway? They're dead unless they show a curve adjacent.
Yeah, I tried to get him to understand that, and he felt like it was me taking it off topic. I was like, hold on a minute. It's the core of the topic.
You're talking about he. Who is this he?
It was just a young German or some dude.
Oh, he's not in here now?
No, he left just before.
Equations don't predict anything, numpty dipshit. I fix it. Is he in this? He's PMing me. Is this I fix it idiot in here?
Oh, I think he's just been spamming people. Just block him or ban him.
Who is that guy? I see people posting his DMs a lot.
Yeah, he's one of I don't even want to say Doctor. He's one of Phil's mates. He could have said, "Oh, unban Phil! Oh, unban Phil!"
Hey, go on my channel and watch Professor Phil. It's about 36 minutes of just an obliteration of that numpty dipshit from A to Z.
Surprised you even bothered, to be honest. I was like,
it's because it's funny.
Well, yeah, fair enough.
I'm not doing it again, so that was the last one. I'm not, if you make the numpty clips, then you're through. Start over. Back to primary school for you.
You know what's funny? Like with a lot of the Globers, like they kind of try and slip these logical fallacies in kind of subtly, and you have to kind of dig them out and then go, right, here's your logical fallacy. Whereas Phil will just come out like balls in your face with like the most obvious fallacy in the world.
Yeah.
Like he'll say like he literally said once in a debate with me and a couple of other guys that the proof that he's right is that he drives a nice car.
Yeah, that's right. I heard that.
Yeah, that was literally
yeah, I was there. Yeah.
Because you can't make any money by lying to people.
And then he lost his cool and called you a commie.
yeah, cool. Well, that was where I started having the commissar as my PFP, wasn't it? Because he called me a communist. But I can't remember why exactly. But yeah, we're just calling out his bullshit for about 10 minutes, and he started getting really, really shouty. It was good.
Well, speaking of logical fallacies, that's Ball Busters this Saturday. We're going to go over them again.
No.
Yeah.
Have you got any specific focus?
There's just the common ones. I've done it before. I may have added one or two. I can't remember. But we'll go through them again. You know, the typical ones. We're not going in. I might pull up an odd one here and there, you know, just to keep it interesting. But just the main ones. You know the ones.
Yeah, sure. It might be worth covering one that's been coming up a lot more recently, which is Escape to the Future. I don't know if you kind of put that in your common ones, but
Escape to the Future, you know, well, your argument to the future fallacy.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's in there. I think it's pretty self-evident.
Yeah, but it's a good one to be aware of because maybe newer debaters won't kind of come across it and won't know how to deal with it. For anyone who doesn't know what I'm talking about, it's the idea that we'll go to the moon in 10 years and then you'll be sorry, you know, that kind of stuff.
Exactly. Yeah.
Which is a fallacy. It's obviously. I don't need to explain that.
In 5 years' time.
Well, jump on the show. You could jump on the show if you want, and then if I forget about it, just say, hey, you know, or do it yourself. It's pretty easy. It's 2 sentences.
Yeah, literally. When is it again? Shameless plug for your this Saturday.
Saturday at 2 p.m. U.S. Central.
Okay, 2 p.m. US Central, Logical Fallacies show, and that's on your YouTube channel, Ballbusters, is it?
Yeah, but you could jump into Betty's server if you want. I think you're allowed to come in, aren't you?
Well, my last account got showered, so you might need to re-invite me.
Well, that's easy enough.
Dude, I'm looking at this article. Here's how much money you would have had if you invested $1,000 in Bitcoin at the start of the year. That's a bogus title, dude. You'd be losing right now.
Invite people. Why'd we go into investing?
Sorry, dude.
Sort of strange to me. Who really cares? Yeah?
Pardon?
Who really cares? Nobody. It's. But what about silver spoons? That's
Got
about
lots of
as
them.
relevant as saying that. All right, message. There you go, crypto.
Thanks, appreciate it.
I'd have to hook you up though with permissions and stuff again if this is another name.
I mean, it's the same name, but the last account just got. I must have said true things to the wrong person or something. I don't know, but I logged in one day and it was deleted. So,
Jesus. All right. Well, if I see you in there, I'll go ahead and hook you up.
Cheers, man. Appreciate it.
Yeah. You might want to go in the server first. I think you might have to go past the initial guard, but you should be good to go.
Okay, let's do that now then.
So you're a newcomer. I don't see you in there just yet. Oh, there you are. All right, just type something and I'll hook you up.
Just a newcomer bit, yeah?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, fee, please. Yeah, I got you. Rolls. So I hate doing these rolls. I need to find them right first. All right. Oh, you son of a. Guess timeout won't be the one. Let's take newcomer off. They should put these in alphabetical order or something. Where's that fee at? Oh, brother.
I don't worry too much about it.
No, I got you. Flat right there. You a creationist?
Not in a Christian sense, but yes, I would say so.
Not in a Christian sense.
It's complicated.
What type of fucking shit is that? You're either creationist or not. It doesn't say Christian on it.
Holy shit. QE is cracking me the fuck up. You don't come in here often enough to just like, oh, I want to.
Yes, I do.
Find people to talk to. No, you do. Yeah, you're not. Yeah. We all appreciate when you do.
Not recently though, because I have another obsession.
Yeah, well, all of us do. But anyway, it's just funny to hear you just like trying to scroll through the chat. It's like who's next? Who's next? You don't even know how this shit works. This shit is cracking me up.
I'm trying to figure out you guys in these servers and all these different roles, and I know that you guys have like a ton, and other servers do too. It just pisses me off going through these things.
Nah, you don't have to get pissed off. And to be honest, yeah, man, there's so much information here, so many roles involved, so many people involved. I mean, we have what 25,000 members here. I mean, it's freaking
wow.
Yeah, it can get pretty overwhelming, So it's just funny to hear you just like scrolling through. Oh, this role. No.
Well,
for the most part,
I'm in another server trying to hook up Crypto. Crypto, I think you are hooked up, man. That you could just pop in the show. You'll be off mute. I think so. So
okay, cool. Now the next thing is trying to figure out if I'm actually free to do it. But if I am, I will for sure.
Yeah. But if you can't make that one, you can always hook up next. It's always on every other Saturday. You can always pop in if you want.
Cool. Yeah.
Yep. You're good.
Sweet. Thanks for that. Appreciate it.
Oh, I'd love to hear Crypto on your show. That would be cool.
He's been on there before.
Yeah. Long time ago.
He should be a regular member. To be honest.
Well, I was on his show.
That is true.
That's true too. Yeah, I heard that.
I'm actually very, very glad that you got a copy of that because very soon after doing that show, maybe say a month, my bag was stolen with my I had like a 1 terabyte hard drive with the show on it. So actually,
really?
So you actually have the only copy of that show.
So it was probably Gem Panda just sought you out there and he freaking stole your freaking hard drive.
Yeah, it must be. But yeah, if you want to hear that interview with QE, I think it's on your channel, isn't it?
It is.
Sweet. So check that out as well. It's good. It's good fun doing that, actually.
Yeah, we had a pretty good time doing that.
Messing around in the YouTube chat tonight. Shout out to everyone that gives a shit about this channel, whether it's on YouTube.
Thank you, Helio.
For the most part, most people just watch on YouTube. I'll get like 5 views a day on Twitter or DLive, but it's probably just click in, click out. Oh. But YouTube chat is a bunch.
What if I give 2 shits? Is that better than 1?
Well, do you ever go into the YouTube chat? I never see you in the YouTube chat, God Rockin'. So I don't.
I've been there.
I've been there. I see you in there every
times.
once in a while. Yeah.
Every once in a while, yeah. Not
No. I love all you guys. I mean, this is a collaborative effort for all of us. And everyone's doing what they do.
I might give 3 shits too because I try to encourage my friends to go join this channel.
Oh, 3 Shits is a step up.
Yeah.
That's amazing. 3
Isn't
Shits.
it? That's right.
It's certainly.
If a guy, think if a guy shit 3 times a day, fuck, it wouldn't take long for you to be gone.
Dude, while you guys were like collaborating earlier, I was talking about the ISS toilet in the YouTube chat.
Oh shit!
It was just like there was just like the ladies have to have a yellow tube to pee in, and then a little tube to poop in. It's just like I can't fathom how that could ever work.
That we've got a toilet that you use, and then a machine that goes chugga 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 chug, and then you go to the galley and you make yourself a cup of coffee, and that's exactly what you are thinking it is.
Oh, chugga 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 chug.
That's amazing.
Oh my gosh!
You know what would be amazing is if there was like if I took that clip and then where he's just going chugga chugga chug and then had like some heavy metal guitars and drums in time with him saying chug and just have it as like a 30-second breakdown. That'd be
yeah, it would.
It might be a good intro to the podcast.
Chugga 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 chugga.
Rocking on
we have to tell Sonny.
Yeah, I can play guitar too. I can make some metal sounds.
Yeah.
What blows my mind though? What blows my mind is when you hear such an absolute abject moron like Don Pettit speak, and then you ask like who I consider to be fairly intelligent Globers about what they think about Don Pettit, and they'll almost always say, "Yeah, he's a really smart guy. Yeah, he's really clever. All this stuff," and I'm just like you have to be so into this to not realize how obviously retarded that man is.
Yeah.
And that
because
is exactly what you are thinking that it is.
You know, I mean, he's had interviewers ask him, so if there's a breach of the ISS, which,
a leak,
whatever, a breach should be the same thing.
He's not smart enough to say there's a breach.
Yeah,
you got the leak.
And here's what his response was.
Well, then you have a leak.
Then you have a leak.
I know. It's ridiculous.
What happens if you get a leak on that? Then you have a leak.
Is that Creation Bear? Is that Creation Bear? Is he in there now? Is he fucking?
It's brilliant.
I got you, Helio.
Genius.
Yeah, I love you, brother.
Hi, my name's Don, and I just like the opportunity to take this opportunity to say the word science for no reason at all. Back to you, Katie.
Don Pettit here from NASA. I'm at home due to the COVID-19 virus.
COVID!
and I have my pants off.
Oh my goodness gracious!
Would you like to see my rocket?
No,
Oh my
God.
gosh!
That's good shit, CB bro. That's fucking badass. Yeah. So Don Pettit has proved himself a fool.
Yeah, a valuable member of the ISS. They're all fools.
No, sure, right? And you know, and to be honest, like in the past few days, we've had a lot of new people join, and you know, we cycle through the same content, right? Because we all know we were all taught the same thing, right? So it's not like, and so you know, congratulations to the people that are patient, but some of it turns into a shit show sometimes, you know, because people are just emotional. And I'm talking about on the flat earth side, but whatever. And I think that was addressed, you know, in the mod meeting yesterday, but I wasn't even there, but I've been through several of the same type of mod meetings, so I don't think I needed to join. I pretty much figured out. I knew what it was about. But this has nothing to do with it. Because I'm going to continue this 24 hours a day.
8 days a week.
8 days a week. There you go. That's a Beatles song, isn't it?
Yep. I think it's my dad's favorite Beatles. And you know what? He was so obsessed with the Beatles. We would listen to it driving around in something, and it'd be a different song every time, but he'd go, listen up, son, this is my favorite Beatles song. I was like, really? What was this last one that you played? Oh, no, I forgot that this one, this is the one.
Oh, your dad's favorite song was 8 days a week?
Yeah, I think so.
I was like, shit, that would wear me out. It was just like, holy fucking shit.
Oh, no. He never listened to his favorite songs. He listened to everything, but he was a musician for most of his life. But yeah,
okay.
Anyway.
No, I get it. My bad.
Yeah, he didn't just go around always listening to that song. Like,
no, I didn't.
I do
say
that sometimes.
That either. No, but it's just
I'm that
like
guy.
I've had that song that I've been playing a lot. Now I can't even fucking think of it. Oh, does it hurt deep inside? That's
Oh my. Did I see some Globers, or am I just... Here's a JP is back. Number 1325.
Silence.
JP, are you there? Are you back?
It was Silence is Golden. That's the song I was talking about. Go ahead. Yeah, is there some new people in here? Yeah, tell me to shut up if I need to shut up.
Oh, he's deafened.
Right under you, Glat. Guy Jean is back from earlier.
Oh, Guy Jean, spelled Guy, but Guy. Hey, man.
It's Guy John.
Yeah, it's not, though. The word is Guy, but that's fine. That's fine. We'll let you get away with that. That's no problem.
You know, just have someone change it.
Because if it was Guy, it'd be GUI or like GEE or something like that.
Or
something very similar
to Jean Grey, not John Grey.
John Grey.
You know what? I like the pronunciation. I like the pronunciation of Jean better than Jean.
Something similar to that in Arkansas. There's
Guyleen.
Pettit Jean. We call this mountain in Arkansas, we call it Pettit Jean, but it's really Petit Jean.
So is it Gijon then?
Well, you have to look up the story of
No,
Pettit
I'm
Jean
asking this
mountain.
guy. I'm asking,
My bad,
is it Gijon?
Gijon mustard?
Yes.
Oh, cool. Okay, finally I got it. Thank you for putting up with that.
Dijon mustard.
No problem.
He's not sure.
These guys talk to you a bunch, huh?
Dijon starts with a D. No. Dijon. We're just. All right, I'll shut up.
Gijon.
You didn't tell me to shut up yet.
Grey Poupon, anyone?
I don't have to talk to this guy.
That shit's pretty fucking good on chicken strips.
Well,
you guys can keep talking about that shit if you want.
Can I just mention, Grey Poupon is, we don't have that in England at all. I know that might blow all of your minds, but we don't have that in England. It's not a thing.
And however it came about, I've tasted it. I'm not a huge fan. Even though I like mayonnaise and mustard, but I like mayonnaise and mustard the way that I put it together.
Why? Is there a
Slather.
specific reason why? Or is it like
it's commercial.
input
That's really
thing?
more commercial.
He just likes everything slathered.
Slathered.
That's some kind of word.
So let's get back to
How did you have something for that creation?
Sometimes I gotta look them up real quick.
Look, Creation Bear is very creative, so
That's
you
true.
Look out for that motherfucker.
Creation Bear is the internet. That's how.
Basically. So who's the new guy?
Gijon.
He's not new.
He's not new. I know that, but I haven't talked to him yet.
No.
I want to pick the old brain, if that's okay.
I haven't either.
Well, here's what's not going to happen, though, Helio. Both of us doing it at the same time. That really sounded bad. Okay, let's move on. Gijon,
What do you think about the Earth? Is it moving? Is it flat? Is it on fire? What is it?
I don't know. I have various degrees of beliefs about it. I have a higher degree of confidence that it's a sphere, roughly speaking.
Okay. And what leads you to believe that?
Multiple things.
It is a three-dimensional spheroid. However, I don't know that, and it has not been proven. Science doesn't prove anything.
Is that Vsauce? Michael here?
You got it. Yep.
Oh, boy.
Oh, he's familiar with Vsauce. All right.
Okay, so threaten me with a good time. Tell me your best globe evidence, the one that you're like, well, that's the nail in the coffin. That's a smoking gun right there.
Yeah.
These flatties have nothing against.
The unedited 4K footage, hours and hours of it.
I say that every time.
Why do you think that's empirical?
Why do I think that's empirical?
You don't answer a question with a question, but yes.
Well, typically when somebody answers a question with a question, it can be because the question was not very clear to them. And
It's actually because you're not at the level, but that's okay. We'll keep going.
Bro, I'm over
9,000. Fisheye lens footage. Okay, cool.
No.
You know how I know you're not on the
Did you
level
say
is because
bitch
you're
island?
using video as evidence for something. Do you know what video is evidence
Yeah.
of? Do you know that?
That's
Hold on, Get.
empirical.
Hold on, Get. Do you know what video is? Do you know what it proves?
It proves Godzilla.
It proves the existence of video.
Proves nothing.
Yeah, nothing. Right. So
I
4K
never
footage.
I never said
You said
that.
4K footage. It's video. You watch it on a video screen, don't you? What the fuck? So try to pay attention.
Do you recognize that there is a difference between evidence and proof?
Yes, there is. We're looking for empirical evidence. That's what needs to happen for you to concede.
Video is evidence.
Like, how do you not know
Wait,
this guy just put it
No
on a
one here
screen
is
screen?
trying to prove anything or anyone to give a necessarily, because we're having conversation, not it's
I know,
not about a concession.
So what do you think? You really think 4K footage is like end all be all, the golden child on that?
No.
I asked you for that one, dude.
No, you asked me for evidence, and I'm giving you
Okay, fine. What else? Do you have anything regarding the ground?
I don't think you're a flat earther.
Do you have anything regarding the ground and that it measures flat objectively?
I don't think you're a flat earther.
You can't answer the question?
If you keep saying that, then that's I don't think you're. Do you think I'm a flat earther?
Can you repeat the question, Glenn?
Do you have anything to say about the ground regarding defending the globe model? We're not trying to talk about the sky. We're not trying to talk about spaceships. None of that. The ground, the Earth, measures flat.
To your eye, it would seem so.
No. It measures flat. Thousands of people have done it. I've done it. Measured flat.
Laser.
Yes,
No,
laser measurements.
I don't disagree that you think you've done it.
Think.
So all these people were hallucinating when they went out and laser tested a bunch of shit? That's crazy. No. Right.
I don't think so, at least. I don't know for a fact. I don't know if anybody was tripping balls.
It sounds like you don't know one fact.
Oh, I know multiple facts.
Tell me one fact about the globe Earth that matches reality. Go.
It's spherical.
That was a good one right there. He got us on that one.
No, we don't observe spherical. So try again.
All right, hold on. Listen, we're gonna have to slow down a minute. All right. So good.
If you want to take over, Helio, that's fine.
No, yeah, Gajan, if you came in here to show us that we're wrong about the flat Earth, you're gonna have to bring us some evidence. You're not gonna have to make claims about what you think flat earthers think. That's ridiculous. Why would you do that?
All right, I thought I was here talking to Glat Flobe, but
okay,
if I'm just here having a conversation with everybody, that's fine
It's
too.
an open forum. It's an open forum, my friend.
Okay, great.
All right.
I would
Well,
rather
you
do
already
him
you
one at a
did
time,
talk.
but that's okay.
No,
It's not
hey,
that bad.
if no, so but if you want to continue talking to Let Flow, Wilkins, we'll let you continue talking.
No, I didn't mean to be rude. The only reason why
You weren't
I say
rude.
that,
We're still working out some server kinks at this point.
I didn't mean to be rude, but the reason why I mentioned this is because it changes the attitude that I should be taking, right? If I'm talking to somebody one-on-one, then we can go tit for tat a lot more than, it's one with a forum.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I never hog the mic anyway, so give me like 3 to 5 minutes, folks, and I'll turn him over.
No, yeah, go for it. Go ahead. Yeah, I'm sorry if I was interrupting.
No, that needed to be said. I hear you. So Gijon, the ground measure is flat, and can you just help beg the question for a second? Would you ever test it just to make sure?
What do you mean, help beg the question?
Well, say it is flat. You need to go disprove that by measuring it, because my claim is that it measures flat. It's a positive claim. So you need to go check it and then come prove me wrong, right? And you bring your empirical evidence that it measures curved. And then we're fucked. And then the server's done.
I will do that for a second, but I need you to recognize that's not what begging the question means.
I'm saying come along with me on this journey, assuming it's flat, measuring for curvature. So,
I'm all for that.
Anyway.
All for that. I'm all for that, taking that journey with you.
Okay. Well, I've done it once. I'm going to do it again this winter. And it's Frozen Lake City dude, there's 20,000 lakes in Minnesota. If you can get there on the cheap, there's no excuse.
I have better things to do with my life.
Yeah, not willing to lift a finger. Classic Glover.
Quality is not important to him.
You mean like argue in here with us with no evidence?
See, that's entertaining.
Okay. I don't necessarily disagree.
So you're here for entertainment or truth?
A little bit of both. Mostly entertainment.
Do you think that it's possible to hold on? Do you think it's possible to learn something while you're here, Gijon? Something that you can apply in your life?
Absolutely. In fact, I've learned multiple things already.
Well, good.
So we're here to fucking entertain you?
No. Yeah, I mean, it's like, hey, but this is like some Goodfellas shit, right?
Well, though he did kind of kill it for me, though. So I'm done.
No, I get you on that. Yeah, we're not here to entertain you. If you won't take any of our arguments seriously, then why the fuck are you here?
No, I really do take your arguments seriously. I honestly feel
like it doesn't sound like it. It sounds like you're just dismissing them. You're acting, like you're just like, oh, I'll give you some concessions here or there. But at the end of the day, I'm just going to talk to you for a little bit, and then I'm going to fuck off, and I won't ever take it seriously. Because obviously Earth is a globe. Everybody knows it, right? This is. I can already see this going on in your mind, right?
Earth, not globe.
Hey, Helio Sisyphus here, and I was just curious. He said that he had learned some things being here, and I'm really curious what those are.
Yeah, that's a good question.
Yeah, I really do feel like I have become better at talking to somebody that vehemently disagrees with you on a specific issue, and they won't change their mind.
Well, so have I. I've been doing this for 7 years. So have I.
It's wonderful.
That's it.
So like, okay, what did you like? How have you changed? What's different now when you talk to people that strongly disagree with you?
I have realized how much more important getting on people's good side is than I thought it was. And I have that in and of itself puts me in a different attitude when I talk to people. And that's genuinely been helpful in more areas than just, random debates on Discord.
Well, that sounds really nice. That sounds really great. Disagreeing and agreeing. Of course, that doesn't have anything to do with the topic. Do you have any scientific evidence for your spinning ball space monkey religion or not?
I do, Kiwi.
Okay, go ahead.
Are you asking me to share the evidence?
No.
We're all ears, buddy. Come on. Today, Junior.
Hold on.
It's QE and Gajin. Or
So,
Gijon, or
you said,
whatever it wants
of course I do. And then you went into your Elmer Fudd sophistry. Please provide scientific evidence for your false space monkey religion. First step, observe natural phenomena. Second step, hypothesis. And a complete hypothesis, one with an independent and dependent variable that you don't fucking know about because you're a numpty dipshit. So start. Natural phenomena observed, please. And nothing but it. Got it, sunshine.
I don't have a scientific paper that...
I didn't ask you for a scientific fucking paper, did I? I asked you for scientific evidence. You said yes. So, the first step, observe natural phenomena, go. Yep. Same old shit.
Yes, what we thought.
Gaijin, why do you believe that the Earth is round or a sphere?
Hey, no, this is me.
Oh, sorry, dude.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Now, are we going to get to scientific evidence or don't you have any?
Kiwi, I'm really trying to think of what...
Don't tell me what your feelings and your fucking Sally Snowflake horse shit. Do you have scientific evidence or not? Yes or no?
Yes.
Please provide your scientific third fucking time. Observe natural phenomena, please.
I don't know what it is that you're asking me.
Holy fucking shit. Then you don't have scientific evidence. You don't know what science is. You're an empty dipshit, like I just said.
Okay.
Yeah. You're finished. Back to primary school for you. I got a couple questions for you, though, because I'm going to prove flat Earth right fucking now. You ready? You want it in text? Let's do it in text. We'll do it official.
Are you going to give me the sextant
I got
argument?
3 simple questions for you. No tricksies. Okay? There we go. You in live stream? Oh, shit. I'm not in there. Hold on. Wonder how that happened.
Is it the sextant argument?
Where are we? Yeah,
He's already anticipating what you're going to argue. This is going to be interesting.
Live stream voice text. Here we go. Are you there? Are you there? 33 minutes after the hour?
Yeah.
Number 1, these are yes or no closed-ended questions. No tricksies. Number 1, are sextants used by mariners to successfully navigate using the relationship between the Earth's surface and celestial objects?
Are you asking me?
Yeah. No. I'm not asking you. I just said 3 easy questions. I'm not asking you at all. Unfucking believable. Do you know your own name?
It's Gijon.
Yeah. I'm asking you 3. Here, let's try this again. I'm going to prove the flat Earth. I'm going to ask you 3 closed-ended questions. Mm-hmm. No tricksies. I even put the fucking answers for you right in them.
Mm-hmm.
All right? So let's try it again. Number 1, are sextants used by mariners to successfully navigate using the relationship between the Earth's surface and celestial objects?
Yes.
Correct answer. Number 2, are sextants used to obtain elevation angles from your position to celestial objects?
Yes.
Correctamundo. Number 3, can you obtain an elevation angle from a curved adjacent, that is, curved baseline, spherical Earth's surface?
Yes.
You can.
Yeah.
Show. Define.
Do it to you?
Hold on. This is how you're going to do it. Define elevation angle and then show anywhere in the history of fucking humanity a diagram showing an elevation angle obtained with a curved adjacent. Simple.
Let me see if I can find somebody an image of somebody having already made it.
Image.
I guess I can try my best MS Paint skills.
Image of something having already made it. No, we want something at least with a little bit of backbone. Not some random fucktard with his drawings.
I mean, you asked me to show it to you.
Yeah. See, look at this. Let me try this for you. You see elevation angle formulas.
Mm-hmm.
You see this? This is a right fucking triangle. What I'm asking you to show is that X line curved and to get an angle from it. First, I want you to define elevation angle with citation in Livestream voice text right now.
Hold on. I'm gonna demonstrate it to you on your diagram.
No, you're not going to demonstrate it. I need a citation with the definition of an elevation angle.
I don't have the definition in hand.
You need to find one then.
Okay, sure.
Elevation angle. Post it. Until then, everyone just chill out. Yeah, that's really cute. You're a fucking retard, aren't you? Are you retarded?
Elevation angle.
Yeah, that's right. Elevation angle.
Okay, the angle of elevation is the angle between the horizontal line and the line of sight, which is above the horizontal line.
Horizontal line.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Is that a curved fucking line?
Yeah, I mean, I showed it to you.
Oh,
you removed
horizontal line is a curved line now. That's pretty fucking... Define a triangle.
Why did you remove my diagram?
Define a triangle.
I tried to show it to you, but
define a triangle, retard.
Triangle is a shape with 3 straight edges.
Nope.
And their interior angles add up to 180 degrees.
Oh, that is the most important part. How can you have angles that add up to 180 degrees? This is fucking non sequitur. You can't even get an angle with a curved adjacent.
You can.
No, you can't.
You can.
Go into any program, AutoCAD or a graphics program, and put a curved surface, curved adjacent, on or into the program, and ask them to give you the angle between the opposite and the adjacent, and they'll tell you you're a fucktard.
I can actually probably do that if you give me a couple of
days.
Go
ahead, do it. Yeah, we want to see it. Of course, it's already been done like 5 fucking times already. That shows you're an idiot. It's impossible.
I mean, I can't produce it right here, right now, but
you can't. You can never produce it because it doesn't exist.
You can produce it, and
no,
I can explain to you how you can produce it.
You can't explain it. You must show a curved adjacent in a fucking triangle, dude.
Okay.
Yep. Good luck. Of course, you'd fail 3rd grade fucking geometry.
Are you interested at all?
Yeah, I'm interested in seeing that curved adjacent with an elevation angle. So post it.
Okay, I did. You
shut the fuck up. You're done. You didn't post anything. You just drew a fucking curve over my diagram like a moron.
Yeah, and I can explain.
You ain't fucking explaining shit. You're done. Next.
You've
go back
just
to
been erased.
Fucking primary school. Go ahead. You guys can move on. He's finished.
I want to hear you keep going, dude.
What's left?
Well, he said he was going to charm you into believing the globe.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, he said he was going to be really nice and friendly, and that's how he was going to get his globe religion across.
He's a retard. He's just an Elmer Fudd sophist, typical balltard that doesn't know his ass from a pipe wrench. And had failed third grade geometry, by the way. And has no fucking clue of trigonometry at all. Zero.
I used to think the word retard was very offensive, then I realized that it means to slow things down.
Yeah, it's not an insult, it's an evaluation. There is also a ICD-10 code. It's F72.
I have no idea what that means.
It's a diagnostic code for severe mental retardation.
All right.
Yep. F72. Look it up. ICD-10 F72.
Wow, I see it. Why does it have a code?
It's a diagnostic code.
All right.
For reimbursement purposes.
Oh, so they give you money for being that?
That's a medical diagnostic code. No, they don't give you money for being that. It's what you put down when you evaluate them, and then you'll get reimbursed. Essentially. A couple more steps in between there. It's all over. It's over with a simple right triangle. That's
it. But wait, he's going to prove a curved adjacent by being real friendly.
Yeah. He's going to explain it. So, if any of you got AutoCAD or a graphics program, go ahead and do it. I challenge you to do this. Go in there and draw a curved adjacent, right? And then try to get the angle between the opposite and the adjacent, and it'll tell you to go fuck yourself. You're a dumbass cracker, essentially. It's almost like dividing by zero. It's undefined. You can't do it. Simple as that, folks. So the Earth is demonstrably, observably, and navigatably flat. End of story. Goodbye to all the pretender clown numpty dipshits.
Well, the ground looks pretty flat, that's for sure.
We ain't going by looks. We're actually measuring it.
I'd actually like to try that. I've never done that before.
What?
Take some lasers and go across a lake and measure.
Why would you do that? It's already over. Didn't you hear me for the last 10 minutes?
I know, but I'd actually like to do it in person and see it.
Why? They've been doing
cool.
sex navigation for centuries. You want to beat a dead horse? Go on. That ballers, you got to understand something here, folks. Ballers can't even look at a sextant. They can't even think of it conceptually. It's a paradox with their friggin' balltard religion. They have to dismiss it. They have to deny it. And trigonometry and geometry. So A, B, C.
Yeah, QE, I'm kind of with you. I mean, you're kind of, you live in the Midwest like I do. It's just like, do I need to go to the ocean and take a telescope or a P900 or a P1000 and see as far as I can see to know that, that what you're saying is true. Those aren't proofs. It's more of an intellectual test on your psyche. You can do it, yeah, but I don't need to. That's what I'm saying.
It's already been done for you.
Yeah.
It's like
some of those tests have been done, but at the same time, even though I've seen some of those videos, it doesn't necessarily need to be done for me to know that what they're saying about the globe is complete nonsense.
Or it's all over. You just witnessed it. Bring in the next globe, or I'll do the same thing to him.
When you're brought in school and your whole life is based off of quote passing to get the grade, you kind of get why some people are like that.
Yep. Well, he was just playing games from the beginning. Everyone knew that. Elmer Fudd sophistry is what I like to characterize it. That's exactly what he was trying to do. He's a numpty dipshit.
Yeah, and especially when he got to talk to you, he was just like, "Oh, now I get to play around." I mean, sometimes it happens with me too, or in India, or different people. They like to, it's like, "Oh, okay, oh no, oh, so and so jumped in. Now I can just pretend that I'm not what I am." It's just weird, man.
Well,
What the hell
Kiwi,
is wrong with these people?
if we get another Glober, can you toy with him a little bit before you go in for the kill? It's like paying for a pay-per-view fight, and you get a tap out in the first 30 seconds.
Yeah, it's like he KOs them in the first round, and you're like, ah.
I'm sorry about that, man. It's just the way I'm built.
No, I know you are. Yeah, I mean, it works different ways for different people. It's just like, but we do have listeners, and so we have to, like, there might be somebody listening that's brand new to the topic, so we have to kind of like feed the demon,
feed the monkey,
feed the monkey.
It's not Kiwi's fault just because he looks at them wrong and they fall over.
It was pretty good, though. Yeah.
Guillaume won't even honestly try to defend the globe, though. It might last a little longer if you get somebody in who actually tries.
Oh, yeah, that happens, every once in a while. But yeah, sure. But as soon as QE jumped in, that dude was like, "Oh, QE," then it was freaking over. I mean, it was over at that point. I mean, he
of course,
he already knew he was here to troll.
Longer.
It was just...
He was
I'll
here
go on
earlier.
mute. I'll go on mute for a bit so you can get some more people in here.
No, cool. Well, I mean, you don't necessarily run people off. That's not what we're saying. Because a lot of people want to talk to you, but that's cool, man. Yeah, go on mute. What were you gonna say?
I was just gonna say he told us earlier when I was talking to him that absence of evidence is evidence of absence, and he told me that was logical.
Well, that's kind of a cyclical thing.
It's only logical to somebody who has no evidence to defend their claims with.
No, I think the phrase is the absence of evidence is evidence of absence.
Yeah, but why would he even be taking it to that unless he has no evidence?
Well, because that's the only thing they've got is stupid
Yeah, no,
phrases like that.
Crypto. I literally told him and quoted and showed him exactly what you said, and he was like, no, that's wrong. And then he brought a piece of paper.
I mean, strictly speaking, his sure, yeah, in a strict sense, absence of evidence is not evidence of absence, cool. But it's your claim, so surely you should be trying to bring that evidence.
It's a concession. He's just trying to defend the absence of evidence that he has for his claim.
Yeah. It's just a time waste. It's just a time waste. Okay, cool. So you're saying that this technicality over here, therefore what? Therefore you now have evidence? No, you still don't have any evidence. So why don't you bring that?
Yeah, try that in the court.
Yeah, what he was trying to do essentially was redefine evidence to be very vague, and all evidence is the same regardless. And so his flimsy evidence of videos from NASA trumps direct evidence from us. That's
Now
what he
just
was trying to get to.
Just imagine ever making that kind of an argument if you could just go out and, I don't know, measure some curvature.
Yeah, I mean, bear in mind, that's actually a very good point. It's like, if they had anything better, they would be presenting that instead. But, right? So, like, if you actually had measurement of Earth curve, would you bother with any of these stupid arguments? Would you be talking about the sky? Would you be talking about any of this shit? No, you would go, here's the Earth curve, the Earth's a globe, see you later. Like, in you know, an indirect sense, like, they're using these bad arguments is a concession that they don't have better evidence.
Exactly. They would never run away from their core point if they could just prove that point itself.
Hello? Hello?
Yo.
What's good? Where's the stream at?
You're in it. You're live.
Yo. Bro, you bugging, bro.
Any thoughts on the Earth?
Yeah, it's ugly as fuck. Just like you.
Ooh, how exciting.
Best Glober argument yet.
Probably top 90%.
So, the Earth is not flat. You guys are retarded.
How'd you come to that conclusion? By watching TV?
Nah, I don't watch TV. Just sciences, bro.
Just
Science?
bro. That's what he said.
Yeah.
What science did you use to answer this very simple geometric question?
What science? Bro, I just want. That's not flat! Damn.
What is wrong with this guy?
I think he's having a stroke.
I don't know. I think he has like sneezing
Yeah,
problems.
he came in with another friend in the check-in. They did the same thing. So, Matty
think he
Land
has-
or whatever.
I think he has
Matterand.
flu.
He's
The
just,
N-word to get thrown.
I'm just gonna mute him now.
Yeah, he's done.
That's probably a good idea.
I think he's got Flurf derangement syndrome.
Yep, that's definitely the one.
Maybe he lost the ability to control what comes out of his mouth.
When he found out the Earth was flat, he just
Or into
lost
his mouth.
it.
That's exactly what I was thinking. Fuck's sake.
Oh my.
I thought he made a compelling argument for the globe, guys. What's wrong?
What, that you're ugly?
Did I disappoint?
Yeah, that was compelling, wasn't it?
Well, it's about as good as the rest of the arguments. Stuff in
Probably
the sky,
better.
therefore Earth globe. Yeah, could be.
Well, it's actually better because it's mildly amusing. Like,
Yeah, true, original.
Yeah, that is true.
yeah, and I often say this, like, if you're going to troll, at least be, original. And that was an original troll, to be fair, so.
Yeah, I agree with that. Like, a lot of them come in acting, but they're really bad at it. That's why I call them bad actors.
Yeah, when they
If you're
can't
gonna
even
be- if
keep
you're gonna put on an act,
composure
at least be
during the
good
joke.
at it.
So by that criteria, that's the best defense of the globe we've seen all day. That's how bad it is for the globe.
We have Kong in here with no rolls. Check in. I'll talk to you, Kong.
Yeah, there's also a Rain and Kong. If you guys want to jump up to the check-in, Or maybe the mods want to talk to you here. Okay, Kong's in the check-in. Rain, you should jump up there too.
It got quiet all of a sudden.
Mic check. Somebody talking?
No one's talking.
Oh. Helio, you there? Helio. Might have stepped away. Check your DMs. The guy in check in F Earth 577 is James Richard, the Predator guy from the free chan and shit. If you're hearing any of this, just check your DM. Anyway, y'all continue the globe silence. Sorry to interrupt it.
Dude, I was about to take a pee, but I'll check my DMs.
Did you hear what I said?
You said, is anybody talking? That's what I heard.
The guy F Earth 577 is James Richard, the Predator guy. You remember him, right?
Yeah. He was in the YouTube chat, and I told him to jump in here, and I would help him out.
Yeah, he said you were going to hook him up. So,
all right, cool.
He's in BC check-in right now, so maybe wherever you want.
All right, yeah, I'll jump in there. Well, there's a lot of people in there.
Did I get moved back up here?
What?
Who are you?
Oops.
JP is back. Hello. How you doing?
Wait, what does oops mean? Oops.
You don't want to be here?
No, I wanted to be here, yeah, but I thought I got moved back into the VC check-in chat.
No, you're in here with a whole room full of flat earthers. What's your first question for a flat earther?
Yeah, I'll jump into VC check-in. Go ahead, Dave.
I'm totally new, so I'm just more so listening. I don't have any questions as of yet.
It's okay to be totally new. What motivated you to come to the server tonight?
I've been coming in for the last 3 nights now. My friend and I, his name was I'm Not Feeling Good. Everyone was calling him Kitty Cat the other couple nights actually.
Okay.
He invited me here because we both kind of just dived into Flat Earth. Maybe like he's been at it now for about 3 weeks, and I'm about a.
So you've been researching for a week. What have you learned so far?
What have I learned? Stuff that I've already kind of thought. Like, I don't believe that the moon landing was real. I'm pretty skeptical of planets. Because I don't have no way to prove what they are.
Okay.
Let me give a disclaimer. I'm kind of retarded, so I apologize if I sound dumb.
There's nothing to be nervous about, man. We're just having a conversation here. We're just here to share information. We're not trying to convince anybody of anything. You know, we try to take sincere people and put them on the right track to thinking for themselves. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So we have 3 simple questions we usually ask new people. I think these would help you out a little bit if you want to do them real quick.
Sure.
All I need to do is be honest, and I don't know is the correct answer if you really don't know. Okay. You know when, any time in history, from ancient times all the way up till yesterday, that anyone did a direct measurement of Earth's curvature and how they do it?
I have no idea.
Okay. So if you believe that to be true right now, you would have to admit that's just a belief in your mind. You don't know how they did it. Right?
I would agree.
Okay. Second thing, do you know any time in history anybody measured the Earth's rotation, the actual movement of the Earth on its axis? You know, we're allegedly doing like 1,000 miles an hour around the equator. You know anything about that?
No, sir.
Good answer. The last one is the existence of this said spinning ball Earth in the medium known as the vacuum of space. You know, we live in a gas pressure system. Would you agree? We're all breathing, right?
Yep.
Well, as far as we know, to have gas pressure, you must have some form of containment. So do you know how you could have gas pressure without a container?
I mean, if we were open if we were an open container like that, we could just access space. Wouldn't all of the oxygen get sucked off of the planet?
I wouldn't necessarily say suck, but it's a natural behavior of gas as far as we can experiment and tell to fill the available volume, correct? So if the volume of the infinite space was available to the gas, it would fuck off into it, right?
I would imagine, right?
Okay. So you don't know of any experiment, anything we can do to show pressure without a container, right?
Without a container, it doesn't seem possible.
Fair enough. Appreciate your honesty. I'll go ahead and shut up. Let these guys talk to you. Welcome to the server.
Thank you. Nice to meet everyone.
Yo.
Yeah, glad to have you. Thanks for stopping by the check-in as well. Lots of respect.
Thank you.
It feels so lovely to be here tonight. What a beautiful art. Give yourselves a round of applause. You're so lovely. Everyone's so lovely.
Thank you, Eddie Murphy. So you've been looking at this for a week, JP. You got to have one question that's top of your mind right now. Just spit it out.
I do have
if you want. Go ahead.
So the flat Earth map, when you look at it, Antarctica surrounds everything, right? What would the outside of the said ice wall be, or is that up for is that speculation?
Total speculation.
Okay.
Go ahead, take it, give him an answer. Go ahead.
Okay, sure. Yeah, it's just it's uncharted territory for us.
Yeah, it's also we can't verify it, but we do have some unverifiable currently claims from Nazis and stuff like that about more lands, and we have more claims from Admiral Byrd with more lands, but none of that can be verified at the moment.
Is there any video or literature I could read about this?
Well, there's Admiral Byrd. The documentary's on him.
Yeah, and to find this other puzzle piece, essentially look into everything related to Hollow Earth, because the Nazis essentially believed they were going into Hollow Earth, so it falls under that. But we know it's not a sphere, and so.
It's total speculation, but there is an article. Somebody help me out. The Iron Republic. Who knows about that? It's an article in a Florida newspaper from the late 1800s, and it's allegedly this guy documenting finding land beyond Antarctica and the whole settlement there, and blah blah blah. So, I think it's called the Iron Republic. Am I wrong? Anybody know what I'm talking about?
It came up on Amazon, actually, on the first thing. Story of Utopia Beyond Antarctica.
And the other thing I would say look into is also speculation. There's an ancient map from, help me out somebody, Japan or China, that shows outer rings and outer lands on the map. But, total speculation. Like these people have already told you, we're not allowed to independently explore below the 60th parallel. So we don't know what's out there.
Thank you, Adam. Thank you, Chris. I'm actually going to look at this right now.
All we have are clues and possibilities.
It's very interesting, though. And it's interesting why the information is kept from the general public.
Yeah, if you're looking in the live stream voice text, Drace just put that map I was talking about in there.
Okay.
It was allegedly made 10 centuries ago. So around the year 900 or 1000, somewhere in there. But,
How long has Globe Earth been a theory?
Well, the official story is around in the 1400s, right after the Renaissance is when Copernicus and all these Jesuit guys started getting together and grappling. But if you ask me, my personal opinion, I think they really haven't got the majority of the people thinking they're on a ball until the early 1900s when they took over the school system and started teaching 6-year-olds before they could think. If somebody else wants to answer that, I'll shut up.
I think you pretty well nailed it.
I just want to add to it because there were small cult followings of Pythagoras and some select Greek philosophers who believed in the balls, but the vast majority of the human population just did not accept that because they were all religious, and all the religions essentially have a flat base to them.
Seems like the idea probably didn't even have widespread appeal at the time of Newton, since he himself didn't believe his own theories. So I think it's what Dave just said right there, that it took until like the 1900s when they started pumping it into people's heads in the school system.
Yeah, you can even read about Copernicus 16 years after his death and the publication of his theory, so-called. There was only 15 astronomers in all of Europe even talking about it.
Wow.
The rest thought it was retarded.
I mean, it is. There's no way it's a fucking globe. Just doesn't make sense.
Guess that must be why it took them hundreds of years to finally sell it. It is a retarded idea.
So I'm curious, JP, if you don't mind me asking real quick, how did you first hear about flat Earth? And it's natural if your first instinct was all that stupid, because almost everybody in here is going to have the same story. I thought it was stupid when I first looked at it 6 years ago. But then you actually, in the claims that the globe is making, it becomes, you have that, wait a minute moment. Have you, I know that was a long question, but go ahead.
I don't know how to explain this.
When did you first hear about it? Make it a shorter question. And what was your first reaction?
The first time I spoke with somebody about flat Earth was maybe 6 months ago. I breed reptiles for a living. That's like what I do. And somebody that I do that with, another breeder, we're talking conspiracy theories, and he hits me with flat Earth, and he's just like, yo, outer space isn't real. I'm like, what? Kind of like killed our conversation. I don't want to say I didn't talk to him for a while, but it was probably like a month we didn't speak to each other. And then I started kind of picking his brain a little bit about it because I was curious, because I never actually looked into it. And he sent me a bunch of articles, a bunch of like graphs and pictures show like proving flat Earth. That's when I sent the other gentleman that's in the channel that got me in this channel, I sent him the information that I was receiving from my other buddy. From there, he went 150% into it. I guess it's been more than a couple weeks, huh? Shit.
Well, that's a good story, man. So how do you feel about it right now? What, do you still think you're on a globe, or you're not sure? Or?
I haven't felt that way. I mean, I felt like I've been lied to about everything for a very long time. Like a very, very long time.
It's a lot to digest. Go ahead, Frog.
No, I was just saying you have been lied to about everything.
Literally everything, and it just seems to get crazier and crazier. But it's like if 2 + 2 = 4, don't try to make it 5. Like that's not how it works.
It's a lot of information to digest. Sorry,
not,
I didn't.
yeah,
Go ahead.
yeah. It's not that outer space is fake. That's not the claim. It is the vacuum of space is fake.
Okay.
Hello? Yeah, because you have a vacuum out there, right? Well, you have gas pressure here on Earth. So how can you have gas pressure without a container? Because the gas pressure here on Earth, if that was a vacuum of space out there, all this gas pressure here would fill that available volume almost immediately due to the second law of thermodynamics and entropy increase. So the actual claim is outer space isn't fake. It's the vacuum of space which is fake that renders all their bullshit claims about outer space fallacious.
Well, I don't remember what
Because
it's
there
called.
is something up there, right?
Well, yeah, I mean, obviously there's something up there. You look up, you see stars. You don't know where that is per se, but like, I mean, you see it.
Let alone filling the available space, why would the Earth's atmosphere even form in a vacuum?
Yep, it wouldn't.
You know how they said we went to the moon in like the 50s or 60s or whatever? Isn't there like some radiation belt that
You don't need that.
Can't get past?
No, you don't need that. The Van Halen radiation belts. You don't need Van Halen. You can't drive 55, man. Just stick with that.
I just got what you meant.
You don't need it. I already destroyed it. Why you go? You don't need to go into the Van Halen radiation belts or anything else. Show gas pressure without a container. If they can't do that, then they're fucked. Simple as that. All you're going to do when you bring up all those ancillary topics is get them jiving and weaving, doing the evolutionary two-step, right? You'll be there for hours. Just kill them right off the bat.
It's fair.
It's very
Look, our
simple.
favorite learner.
It's a very different learner. A fucking second grader can figure this one out. How do you have gas pressure without a container? That's simple as that. A semi-coherent second grader has got this in the back. Right? He doesn't need to know the ins and outs of the second law. He just knows it is absolute fact. Right?
Hey, QE, has anybody ever answered that to you specifically by saying a leaf blower?
No.
What? A leaf
Yeah,
blower?
they say you can have pressure by putting the end of the leaf blower on the scale and then letting it rip, and you can see a difference in the weight. That means pressure. And I go, that's
Well,
just
somebody told me a
so
hot air
fucking
balloon was too, and I thought it was hilarious.
That's like so many
I about fell out the.
misassumptions. First of all, you're measuring a weight or a force of something. You're
First
not
of all,
measuring
how'd you have gas pressure in the first place for the leaf blower to enact or engage?
That's the bigger.
Yeah.
That's what I was just.
It's like they don't understand it. They think pressure is velocity. That's just like with hydraulics, right? The pump is not what makes the pressure, right? The pump creates it's the restriction that creates the pressure, right? So it's
And
one
it's
of
the
these
release
things.
as well, right?
Flow with restriction creates pressure, just like with it. Well, not just like, but it's very similar to Ohm's law in that way.
They're just going to hamwave all that by squawking gravity.
Really? Then they'll fall into the next trap. Go ahead, have somebody squawk it. I'll kill it in less than 15 seconds. 20 seconds with interruptions.
I'm waiting. No one seems to even want to try.
Not anymore. They've gotten smart. They'll stay away from that topic.
Well, they might just be afraid of you, QE.
Well, I want to hear your 20-second spiel. So, gravity, begone.
Well, there was a kid who was making circular arguments about gravity in here for like 2 hours before QE showed up.
Oh, really?
Like, yeah, I was going to ask where he went because I was hoping Kiwi was going to come in and get to him, but I guess he ran off.
Why should I even come in here? You guys know the arguments well. Right?
But you present it so well.
Yeah, right.
You manage to stay on point no matter what anybody seems to say. That's what I like about you.
You don't give him as much of a chance to get away.
Nope. Every question I ask is a gotcha question, and I'm out here to embarrass you. Simple as that.
It's dinner tasting.
So, JP, you understand that gas pressure argument pretty well, huh? You hear where we're coming from on it?
Yeah, I totally get it. It makes sense.
Second law of thermodynamics. It can never be demonstrated. Got to have a containment for gas pressure. End of story. I was trying to put myself back to the first few weeks when I heard about this subject, so I know it can seem overwhelming. Just try to simplify it, like the 3 questions and gas pressure, stuff like that. Because all these people who come at you with all these different angles with all this bullshit. But it's the globe, they just can't prove it to exist in any scientific way. Like I say, we're not here to convince you. If you have any questions, just feel free to ask.
Understood.
Brownian motion kills gravity, whatever the fuck that is, anyway. Whatever direction they want to go, it doesn't matter. Just say Brownian motion, they're finished. Essentially. Because all their fairy tale gravity claims, they don't even know what gravity is, by the way. Most of them don't even know that there's 2 types. Even the learned one. Right? So all you got to do is put up Brownian motion. Right? Essentially, they think gravity is, 1 vector, right? Whereas Brownian motion has every conceivable vector. It's over right there. Fucking done.
Yep. I see your friend Extremistus is here, QE. You want to talk to him? Oh, he just went on deafening.
Oh, he's dumber than a bag of hammers. Yeah, always go, like I say this all the time, why use 10,000 words when you can use 3 or 4, right? Just kill it quick. Don't go rambling. You don't need to go rambling on any monologues, right? Because I hear somebody monologuing, I think they're making shit up, right? So just do it concise as humanly possible. Kill it. Then shut up. And then let them offer the next volley, then kill that. Then shut up real quick. Right?
Yeah, because if you got a point, you can be succinct with it.
Yep. Exactly.
If you're trying to drag someone into the weeds, probably because you don't have a point.
Yep.
So do you guys think
and they use the fact that you want to help them understand it in order to twist the conversation around, too. I hate.
Somebody had a question there. Go ahead. Who was that?
Oh, I said, do you guys think the ball Earth is a religion?
Yes.
Yes, it's a religion by definition. Belief without evidence.
But how is flat Earth not a religion and ball Earth is?
Because I can prove flat Earth. It's not a belief.
But you can't prove it.
Oh, yes, I can.
Well, there's globe Earth evidence and flat Earth evidence.
No, there's not globe Earth evidence. There is none. Evidence is proof. They have no evidence.
It's like there's no evidence for evolution, Sasha.
Well, I would disagree with both of those statements.
Disagree. Well, good thing we're not into the subjective disagree and agree genres. Maybe you ought to go back to your cake decorating forums or who favorite color is the best. ply your wares there. We're not into agree or disagree. Fuckwittery.
Yeah, what color tastes the best?
If you have synesthesia, that could be possible.
I already proved the flat Earth just a little while ago. Didn't you hear it?
Were you talking about the gas pressure thing?
Well, that does it right there. But I can go into the sextant argument.
Yeah, I think I heard the sextant argument the other day. I don't think that proves anything.
Oh yeah, it does prove it. We don't care what you think. We only care about what you can prove and demonstrate. And I already demonstrated. Unless you can show a curved adjacent with an elevation angle, you're fucked. Simple as that, there, friend.
Wait, so is the argument because the Earth is curving, you can't like form a triangle? Or...
No, you can't get an elevation angle. You can't even look at a sextant. You must deny the sextant's existence along with geometry and trigonometry. As being
Why?
seen.
Why must
Why? Because you can't get an elevation angle with a curved adjacent for the second fucking time.
Well, yeah, but you could just say you're parallel to the Earth. And
No,
then
you
take
can't
the
just
angle.
say. You have to get an elevation angle. Yeah.
Where's
your leaving your body? Define elevation.
Have you ever seen a triangle with a curved angle?
Sir, you could use the tangent.
Define
to the
elevation
Earth
angle.
The angle that goes up. I don't know.
No, yeah, that's what I figured. You're a fucking retard.
All right, Sasha, you're just goofing.
What I was saying is you could take the.
We don't
base
really
of the
care
Earth
what
as
you
the
have to say
tangent.
after this. You're a fucking moron. So that's where you got. So Juju wants to be unmuted. He personally messaged me.
You answer
Juju
that?
Bean. I don't see any Juju in here. Sorry about that. He might be in another
Right above
forum.
KJ with the diamond.
Yeah, you're muted again, Sasha. You want me to tell you why? Because you just demonstrated you're a retard. That's why. So it's for cause. We don't need to sit here and listen to you jabber on about retarded shit. That's why you're muted. That's why when somebody walks in with a rifle and starts fucking shooting up the damn movie theater, then you get everyone with concealed carries firing back at you. Right? That's the reason why. Fucking clown. Do you understand this simple topic, retard? Oh, retard Sasha 2.0. Hello.
Oh, sure. I didn't know I was unmuted.
Yeah, you're muted again. Shut the fuck up. Do you realize you're muted now? For cause. Because you're an abject moron that you just demonstrated over the past couple minutes? You'd fail fucking third grade geometry. You don't realize it because you haven't thought about it because as a globetard, you have difficulty putting two coherent thoughts together that are like semi-disconnected into coherent conclusion. You're unable to do that.
Shut up. Shut up.
Shut up.
What's the parallel?
The parallel?
Curves are not parallels.
No.
Dipshit. He said, take the tangent of the Earth, establish a flat angle parallel to the Earth.
Take the tangent to the Earth. Can you show us the tangent mirror on the sextant, please? If you can't, then we don't want to hear anything from you. We want a picture of the sextant with the tangent mirror.
This guy's been in here a few times, Q. I think he's just in here to troll you, bro.
He doesn't even know. He doesn't even know what to locate in those mirrors.
There was another guy in here the other day. Fuck, I forgot his name. He was trying to come in here and he was asking for QE personally too.
What? To get his ass handed to him.
Yeah.
They're in an awful big hurry to
Yeah.
get their ass drug around.
Yeah, it was some kid who didn't even know what a horizon was.
Oh.
Yeah, man.
He learned that while he was here, and then he wanted to talk to QE.
Yeah, his name was Alpha Beta. This kid. Just
Alpha Beta.
saying, if you see his
Oh no, he said it
if you
was
see him
Alpha
come in here
Beta.
again.
Yeah, it's more like
Alpha Gamma.
Epsilon.
I said it's
Epsilon.
Alpha Beta.
Yeah, Alpha Beta, or I don't know, man. Something. And also, I know he's trying to come after Battle Mod too. He requested for Battle Mod as well. I know he's gonna come in here and start trolling him with some gay comments as well.
Yeah, masochist.
Yeah. Just thought I'd give you guys a heads up since they came in here asking for your guys' name personally.
I don't really care. I could care fucking less. I don't care who it is. Bring the ball-tard, high ball-tard of Globalonia. Mr. Scientist, bring him in here. I'll fucking dispatch him in less than 15 seconds. 20 with interruptions. In my fucking sleep. As you just witnessed a couple times here this evening. That easy.
So let's check the list. Is there any other new people in here right now? Don't see any. Do you have any other
David,
questions, JP? Sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to say, we have a lot of familiar faces right now. Matthew Lynch is here.
Has he done
I
the
commented
sexting?
on him earlier.
Has he responded to the sexting argument yet? Matthew learned.
Hey, how's it going? I was interested to hear JP's story about how he was, sort of changing his ideas and stuff. So that was interesting. We've talked about this extent before, but anyway.
You don't have any response for it, do you? Be honest, Matthew.
Honestly,
I
have a thing that makes sense in my mind, but I think it's possible if you do a tangent.
Show the tangent mirror on the sextant.
Oh, any curved.
Show a tangent mirror on the sextant.
Yeah, the sextant doesn't have a tangent mirror.
Then you're fucked.
Do you think sailors for hundreds of years were pulling out their tangent mirror to measure their angles?
Not even the fat staff has one.
All they did was whip out their sextant and measure across their flat horizon, and they knew where they were going for hundreds of years because they weren't messing with a curved adjacent.
Yeah, they were measuring the the angle of altitude for certain stars compared to the horizon.
You can't measure an angle with a curved adjacent there, friend.
You're back again, Matthew.
You must start with
You
listening.
can't even fucking look at a sextant. You can't even think of it conceptually as a ball-tard. It's over. It's like Pol Pot fucking going along with, or Stalin going along with soybean futures. Fucking done. End of story.
Why don't you show him your picture of the sun, Matthew? See what quantum thinks about that.
No, I want to see a picture of the curved adjacent.
My picture of the sun is just the sun sort of halfway set. It's nothing special.
Yeah, that's nothing. You need to show a curved adjacent in the history of humanity. Show how you can obtain an elevation angle with a curved adjacent. We need to see that in live stream voice text.
Yeah, I agree with you that you cannot have a triangle with a curved adjacent.
There you go. Welcome to Flat Earth. Live stream voice text.
Can I make a argument on that?
Well, at least he's on it.
Can you make an
I think you could be able to, yeah, like if he was at the top of the sphere, I think you could make a 90.
You can't.
You know, within like
You
3
can't.
yards.
Aren't you always at the top of the sphere?
No, there
Yeah,
is no
but
sphere. You can't obtain an elevation angle with a curved baseline. It's impossible.
Just hear me out real quick.
No, we don't need to hear you out.
QE, please.
No, unless you can show a triangle with more than 180 degrees.
Well, I'm agreeing with you. I just want you to hear me out.
What do I need to hear?
So like, if you're at the top of the bowling ball, you could have a 90 degree.
You cannot.
Hold on. To like.
You cannot.
To like the end of your foot.
No, you can't. Nope, you cannot.
Like the very
nope.
the tip of your toes, right?
This is fucking idiotic, dude.
But once you go out further than that, right? Once you start over the ball, you can no longer have a 90 to the stars.
Oh, Jesus. Thanks. That's where you need the 90, by the way. Who muted him? Take him off mute. You need the 90 at the GP. That's a lot further than your foot. And
I'm
you
just
can't
agreeing
even get it
with
your
you.
foot.
I was just agreeing with you is all.
Yeah. It's over. A lot of people don't like that because they want to hear themselves talk. But it's over right there. Just kill it quick.
The stars is what ruins it, is all I'm saying.
If you have
The
a
stars
90
is what
to the
ruins
GP, how do you determine how far the star is so you can figure out how far
It
away
doesn't
from the
matter. You
GP
can't get an elevation angle off a curved adjacent.
Yeah. So I'm asking.
It
a
doesn't
different
matter.
question.
It doesn't matter. You can't even look at a sextant, Matthew learns. That's the point. I can stop. Prosecution rests.
How does it work on a flat plane?
Prosecution rests. Unless you could show a curved adjacent, getting an elevation angle, and you can't do it. It's impossible. You already admitted that. So it's already fucking over at the rate limiting step. Bye. Try again.
Finish him.
Or could you? Well, you could have a tangent if it laid on a curved surface.
A tangent doesn't lay on a curved surface.
But the surface itself, can't be a tangent if it's a sphere. Like you could lay a tangent on the sphere, but the surface itself, if it's a sphere, cannot be a tangent.
Where are you getting the tangent from?
I'm not. That's what I'm saying.
There you go.
I got to be the dumbest of all of us when it comes to like math and science, real science. But it's pretty obvious that the Earth is flat.
I mean, I just think they have some sort of technology where they could actually like establish a flat angle on the Earth. I feel like it's just a really bad argument.
That's the only angles you get on the Earth. It's flat.
Technology has been around for hundreds of years. Where were you for the conversation that was just happening?
We destroyed that technology.
Well,
I just feel like it's kind of a silly argument to say, oh, well, the Earth is flat because we can't measure sextants. Like, that just sounds kind of silly to me.
You just showed you don't understand the argument. The sextant has been used for hundreds of years by navigators on the ocean. The only way they could use it is to have a flat 90-degree angle to measure to the stars. What do you not understand?
They have no
Right,
proof
but
of
my
it.
argument was that they could probably develop some technology to
make the ocean curve.
To get a near perfect estimation of that flat angle.
You don't estimate. You either have an elevation angle or you don't.
Well, you're never going to measure it perfectly, so you could get a pretty close approximation.
Pretty perfect. Yeah, it's pretty good. Yep, you can't measure an angle with a curved adjacent is the point. Put it in a like AutoCAD engineering or in a graphic program. Go ahead and pull up the Earth and then draw a triangle with a curved adjacent on it, right? And then try to get the angle. Ask it for the angle between the opposite side of the right triangle. You need a right triangle. You're dead right there. As soon as I say right triangle, you're f***ed. But go ahead and try to compute the angle between the opposite and the adjacent, and it'll tell you to go get screwed. It's undefined. You can't even look at a sextant as a baller. You're finished.
I mean, you could use the moon.
You can use the moon. Yeah, that's a really great fucking counter argument.
I mean, I don't think you could beat that argument.
Oh, that's Sasha. Shut the fuck up. Who unmuted that numpty dipshit? Thought it was somebody new.
You can't get past the black swan or the 90.
Yeah, they're attached.
And they work so good together that it's a double hitter.
Yeah, the sextant angle was almost simultaneously birthed with the black swan. Both were right at the same time.
It's a double hitter.
Yeah.
Out of the park.
Yep.
So we do have one thing in here. Do you want to see the black swan argument, JP? You know what we're talking about? Are you still there? You must have stepped away. Y'all go ahead.
I've always thought of the black swan as it's like it goes past the dimensions of the spherical Earth. Like you can't see that. If there's a curve in front of you, symmetrically, it should be all around you, not just in front of you.
No, only when you have refraction.
Symmetrically, it'd be the same in every direction.
That's not logic.
Symmetrically.
Who said refract? I thought I heard refract.
That was fraud. He was just fucking around, I think, weren't you, fraud?
Yeah, because that's the only thing they have to say, dude. It's like,
they don't even have that. They don't even know what refraction is.
Nah, they have no idea.
I double dare you. They don't know it. Ask them what curvature is. Get your popcorn out because they're fucking clueless. They can't even define it. You think I'm kidding? Pull a baller in here. I'll ask him what curvature is. I bet you he doesn't know.
Yeah, there was one in here the other week who was arguing that just because it's not curved, it doesn't logically follow that it's flat.
What a dumbass.
So yeah. This is how much trouble they're having.
Why would anyone defend a theater, you fucking? The globe is a fucking theater, you moron. Google
You
it.
only see it on the television. You're absolutely correct.
Shakespeare's globe. Look it up. Fucking bad ass hat. Fucking globalist actor.
Well, they just put the James Webb Telescope into space, dude. I'm sorry. Your argument doesn't hold water.
They put it into a space that
Into
you
a
don't know
bathtub.
about.
Into a bathtub and enlarged it.
You can verify that they put this into space yourself.
you know it.
Hey, I'm curious. Did that one have a rat
Is it
walking
your?
on the rocket too?
Is it you that verifies it, or they verify it?
It's so crazy. If you actually watch the video, it just looks like CG of them doing it. It's only like 30 seconds. Just so funny.
Hopefully they come back with some better CGI than Voyager.
CGI is about to be off the charts. Like, it's gonna look so
Yeah.
real.
No, it is 'cause, like that new like Matrix game. Have you seen that shit? Like, dude, they're going for total realism now. So it's gonna get to a point where people aren't gonna be able to tell the difference anymore.
Yeah, it's going to get to a point where if you're the one that owns the software, you could literally commit fraud on somebody else.
Yep.
Because you could literally make it look and sound like they did something they didn't do.
Hey, does anybody remember when Facebook decided to experiment with a credit system and a banking system?
You talking about crypto?
No, it's not cryptocurrency. It's social credit score. It's like credit based on how influential you are, right?
Like China.
Yeah, it's like China's, right?
Yeah,
But
yeah,
it's just
yeah. They're
it's
trying
data
to
form.
they're trying to implement that in the United States right now. Matter
Yeah,
of fact, they already have. They've already done it, but they're making it
Facebook owns
seem
Oculus.
like they're making it look like they haven't.
Well, Facebook owns Oculus.
But
That's why they
they've already
changed their
done it.
name to Meta, because Meta is the new operating system that they're going to be running under, and it's going to
They
link it
just make it
all
look
together.
like they haven't. They've already done it in the United States, man. They just
I
make
know.
it look like they haven't.
It just needs to be implemented. See, they can do a thing to where you won't have access to your bank or something like that. I think if you have more than $600 in your bank account, it can be confiscated to pay national debt or something like that.
Or if you say something that contradicts them, they'll just terminate your account.
Yep. Because the money's not real.
It's like the social credit's already there, and they're making people act. They're making people act like it's not there yet, and you need to vote accordingly. It's like, come on, man. We're already China. Matter of fact, all our computer parts are made in China. They're just assembled here.
Dude, you know what's crazy? How do computers work?
Like
fucking crystals. Rocks.
Well, conduction.
Silicon, right?
The fastest computer will have the best electric conduction.
Yeah.
Gold, silver.
Elements.
Like the top of the line computer
That's not the best.
will have the most rare metals. The best computer out there will have the rarest metals.
Just hear me out.
Precious
Just hear me out.
metals.
Like they have things called dies for integrated circuits like microchips and stuff like that. These things are all carvings on fucking stone.
Well, like their supercomputers, their database, the United States, whatever you want to call it, military, government, their database where their supercomputers are, it's like all gold and silver. It's the best conducting. It's the best thing for computers. People want a super fast computer. All the metals should be made of gold or silver, and you'll have the fastest computer.
Not silver. There's a problem with silver. It tarnishes. It'll oxidize.
Yeah,
Gold won't. But iridium is good too. Because iridium
I
does
think
not
that's
tarnish.
why gold is so expensive. Not only is it rare, but
Well, I think osmium is the best because it's the strongest diamagnetic thing there is, and it's highly conductive, but it's extremely rare.
but isn't it a process to get it rather than digging it up in the ground?
Yeah, it's a very laborious side process from mining. I think platinum group metals,
Right.
and you get like
Whereas
fucking
opposed to silver and gold,
grains
you
of
can just dig
salt.
up.
You get grains of salt per like kiloton.
Yeah, I could picture like a titanium or a mixture of metals being better than gold, but even then it's hard, man. Gold is crazy, man. If you think about all it's not just the rarity, because precious metals are expensive, the more rare they are. Gold's the rarest, so it's the most
Gold's not
expensive.
that
You see
rare.
what I'm saying?
No, gold's not that rare.
Well, maybe not now. Maybe not as modern day.
No,
right?
like even
But
in like
all throughout history, it was like gold was the thing to get, and for most countries, it still is.
the problem has always lied in the tellurides, right? Gold's always been locked up with the telluride in the molecular bond, and it's hard to break that bond. Kind of expensive to break that
Yeah.
bond. But there's been changes for telluride mining to where it can be profitable. So you could take like regular gravel because it's full of tellurides. Gold is everywhere.
Yeah, I think I watched a science channel called it was either future military or future technology. But they was saying how gold is the greatest material even modern day. Like they might not have been what they might not
I
have
want
been
to
able
Google
to
that
do what
because
they
silver is the best conductor of all
is
of
the
the
best.
materials.
Yeah.
But because it
But
tarnishes, they usually coat it with gold.
right.
He
said
Agreed.
But the funny part is copper is 90. If you score them from 0 to 100, silver ranks 100, copper at 97, and gold is only at 76. So that's interesting.
Yeah, I agree with exactly what you're saying, but silver's more abundant. It's also more abundant
Well,
than
probably
gold.
copper would be too, but I'm saying because it oxidizes so quickly, they would have to alloy. They'd have to make an alloy out of it, wouldn't they? In order
It's
to
all
get
about
that.
the charge.
Well,
In order to
I
mix the two,
watched this. Like I
It's
was
all
saying,
about
I watched this science channel where they turned iron into gold.
it's all about the charge.
What is the name of this show? It's an episode. It's one single episode. I don't think it's Future Weapons. That was military. It's a science channel. It was one single episode. and it was about gold. Man. Still to this day, gold is the number one thing every nation wants. Like if I gave you $100 cash and you gave me gold, I'm the one benefiting. Matter of fact, I think it was the same show that said gold and silver is the number one components of modern day computers.
Electrum. Alloy called electrum. It's not actually
These faster and better computers are because of gold and silver.
well, no,
Is
like
it within the
back in the
components?
day, when they would refine gold, a lot of the time the gold would have a lot of silver in it. And they would notice something with this gold because it has a silver, it would carry a charge. Usually gold doesn't have a charge. That's why it's
Yeah, gold's the number one best. I thought gold
Yeah, that's
was
why
the
it doesn't
best.
oxidize as easily.
yeah.
I
There's
thought
no
gold
valence
was the
ring.
best conductor.
Yeah, there's no valence rings. Well, actually, silver is a better conductor than gold because it has a charge, as in the valence ring.
Is that like a modern day new discovery? Because it used to be
No,
gold.
no, gold is better only because it does not tarnish. So they use that for bonding wires, but it's not.
Oh,
Yeah,
I
that's
see
the
what you're
reason why,
saying.
even though it's more conductive, they
Oh,
don't use it
that
because of the
yeah,
expense
that
of it too.
right. That
Because
makes
if you used
sense.
it for wiring, it would cost you a lot of money. So
Yeah, there's a reason why they use
that's why
all
copper
the
ends up being
silver out of
cheap.
the treasury to make wires for the cyclotron and not gold.
Yeah, it was a show where like if you was 2010 through 2008 computer, you was your business was computers, right? If your computers at that year had the gold and silver that they do in 2019, 20 and 21, your computers would have been better just off of that. That's how this show broke this gold and silver down when it come to computers and how much not only in computers but like cell phones, smart your smartwatch or whatever.
See, the
The
problem with
better
gold when you get to
the smaller the microchip, the better the gold and silver.
well, the smaller micron you get, there's a problem with gold. You have to actually spin it up with silver to make electrum so that it's conductive and it doesn't cause ion leakage.
Gold
Crosstalk.
also melts at a lower temperature.
Yeah, but electrum don't.
What,
It's different.
what do you mean by ion leakage? Like a battery or something?
No, ion leakage just because the conductors on the traces on the die are so close that there'll be crosstalk. There'll be signal leakage. Like heat stacking is also a problem.
Right. And silver's better with that than gold, huh?
No, the alloy electrum is better at it because it conducts. It allows the conduction of it instead of the buildup on the surface. Because gold does not have a charge, silver does. Right? Silver has an valence ring. That's
I
why
think
it's
I
a
see what you're
superior
saying.
conductor.
Right.
The only other superior conductor besides silver would be copper because it has an valence ring, but silver has an extra electron in the valence ring.
Oh, all right, let me just see if I'm getting this right. Are you saying that like lifelong you're better with silver?
No,
Short term you're
silver
better with gold?
tarnishes. Silver tarnishes, so you make an alloy of gold and silver.
Right.
I can't remember what percentages.
I think I see
I
what
think
you're
it's 12%
saying.
silver, right?
We gold plate stuff like in electronics and like audio terminals and whatnot for
Right.
anti-corrosive, longevity for that terminal, so it doesn't develop shmoo on there, which is oxidative shit.
And see, they even have like a gold nickel alloy, right? And they've been using that for pins like way back in the day. A lot of these like pogo pins, they're made out of this nickel alloy alloyed with gold that's gold plated.
But oxidation isn't gold far less than silver?
Yes,
Like
gold
far
does not
less?
oxidize. Gold does not corrode.
It doesn't oxidize.
It doesn't at all, right?
No, or unless you hit it with the aqua
You
regia.
can't yet. Only aqua regia can break
So
the equilibrium.
You need
short term.
that two-step. If you don't have that two-step, you can't oxidize it.
Well,
Which
see,
is like
what the
alchemical speak right here. The modern
what the
alchemical.
nitric does, right? What the
But
nitric does is
putting
it attacks it, but it doesn't solvate it. So what happens when the nitric hits it? It'll take with it. It consumes the nitric while doing so. It takes the nitric and the nitric attacks it, and it brings with it a chlorine from the hydrochloric acid, and that liberates it and locks it up into a separate thing, and it keeps the equilibrium going forward, and it doesn't allow it to go backwards.
Yeah, that's why. So kind of what you guys are saying is why I always thought gold was better, because of all these things that we're talking about, gold is better in the long duration
Well,
than silver.
platinum
Silver will give you, or even platinum, it'll give you a quick, but it won't last as long. Like it won't.
What are you guys making out of it?
The electric current through it
Wires?
reduces its
Yeah, he's talking about like plating for
like
dies.
duration,
Because you know
durability.
how we have to get smaller and smaller chip dies, smaller micron, and there's a problem. Like there's a problem that we're reaching right now that we can't. Our lithography cannot get things small enough to where it can allow a proper flow of current without a leakage. It'll have a crosstalk, and then like the chip's ruined. It just zaps it instead. It kills it.
Yeah, and when
So
it comes to that type of
Not to mention thermal breakdown.
consequence,
yeah,
gold's the
well,
best.
the heat stack.
Durability wise, I should say.
You talk about silicon chips, so like. Okay.
Well, yeah, I was sitting there just basically saying what's crazy is, computers, cell phones, it's all run off crystals.
Yeah, but it's so
Silicon
thin
chip is a
line.
crystal. But the silicon chip
Right.
is a wafer of a crystal.
But it's so thin lined, you know what I'm saying? It's
Dude, I
like
thought all metal was like a
if
salt.
you got a component made of silver and you got a component made of gold, it's not like a fucking gold nugget sitting there in your computer. You know, you can go and get $5,000 for. It's so finely.
It's
so
piece of
finely
art.
made. Yeah, you
It's
got
an
to get it.
It's idol worship. You ask it questions and it tells you things. It's an oracle.
I'm lost. I don't know what you guys.
Yeah, like if you just melted, if you just melted a computer for its metal, you're probably going to lose more metal than you would have gained without melting it. You see what I'm trying to say? Like it's so fine.
Why are you melting your computer?
Well, my whole argument is, gold and silver within computers. Gold is the best, but it's also the rarest.
There isn't that
so they
much
can't
in
use
there.
it like they want to.
It's not why it costs that much.
Hey, I'm wondering if Orichalcum is the answer.
Well, the science show that I was watching, they turned iron into gold. Like right now, according to this show I watched, they have the ability to turn iron into gold.
I think you watched
The
too
only
much.
problem is the cost it takes to do it is more than the gold you get.
Are you sure it wasn't mercury
It was
or lead?
I know it was the Science Channel. I just can't
I thought
remember
it
the
was
name
lead,
of
and
the
they used
show.
mercury to do it.
It was the
Either
Science
or, I think
Channel.
you can do both.
I just can't remember the name of the show. So I would imagine if you typed in to Google Science Channel Iron to Gold, you'll find the episode where they literally show you the process, how they do it, but it's not worth it. They spend way more money in the process than the amount of gold they get. It was on the Science Channel. I know that. I
Well,
just can't
because they
remember
want you to think this way.
the name of the Iron to Gold. Science Channel, Iron to Gold. You'll see it.
Yeah, that's
It's like a 45-minute fucking show.
like
Hot
dealing
fusion.
with other
Yeah.
things. Yeah,
They use the
it's
fusion.
not exactly alchemy.
No, it's hot fusion. That's why it costs a
Well,
lot.
I don't even know. Even after watching it, I
Do you even
can't sit here and
understand the allegory of turning lead to gold?
iron,
Oh, are you talking to me? Or you talking to that guy?
iron to gold, not lead.
Well, I think you may have a clue, Cyrus.
I think I may.
It's
After all, you
iron to
come
gold.
from
You
the land
think?
that invented it.
I know, right? So careful.
If you don't have a clue, Cyrus, something's wrong.
I think I do. Has something.
Anybody?
I'm not sure. Jacob's ladder, climbing. I don't know. Rhyme. I'm not sure what's going on. Something like that.
It is fairly dull, dumb, worthless, right?
I'll type it in. Let me type it in real
Lacks
quick. See if
luster, I think.
Yep.
Yeah.
So it's
I don't
almost
know. I
like
think a
they're
fisherman would
profane.
argue with.
What's up?
It's almost like those that are the profane, these globies,
The lead
these
heads.
atheists. Yes, they're lead heads. They're lead betters. Leroy Leadbetter. Gold
Could
is
have
a
been
color of
lead into
hate.
gold. Could have been lead into gold, but I
Is a
thought it was
letter
iron.
because it's right next to gold on the table.
Only if the profane gets the stone of the philosopher and understands truth can he transcend from profanity to gold, from lead to gold.
It could have
Besides,
been
that's
lead
all a
to gold.
metaphor for a state of mind, isn't it?
I just thought it was iron.
Yeah.
I'm trying to find it right now. It's like a 45-minute show, man. They even put you inside the factory, and it's fucking crazy, dude. Maybe it was lead to gold.
No, what you were talking about was iron to gold. I was talking about alchemy. I saw what you were.
I just wanted to show you guys that so you didn't think I was full of shit. I'm trying to find it.
Sasha, why are you? Sasha, I'm gonna mute you, bro. Hey, are you just trying to get banned? That's why you're like posting Bible stuff in the live stream.
Oh no, he's
Oh.
trying to make his claim that bronze
Yeah.
is superior.
They were asking me to post the thing.
Goodness, man. What are you on about?
Well, he was asking me, so I just posted it because he wanted to.
He thinks bronze is superior to gold.
Bronze bushings? Yeah, they're great for bushing.
Somebody thinks silver is, but I still think gold is the superior metal.
Gold's
Yeah, I think
incorruptible.
metal's
Silver
kind of
is corruptible.
Silver is
Right.
masculine, gold is feminine.
I think metal is no longer a store of value, and that's
Honestly,
just
bro,
metals started losing their value.
I have a little hobby machine shop, and I don't want gold or silver. Silver solder is okay. I'll take some of that. Gold, I'll trade it in for steel and aluminum. I'll be honest.
Hey, I have been known for buying gold at the scrapyard.
Dude, I'll
I
trade
was
your
going to say the
steel.
weirdest part
Aluminum.
about this is aluminum's fourth, right?
What's up?
I said the weirdest part about this is that on the top list, you know, the top 10 of metals that and how conductive they are, aluminum's number 4.
Yeah, it's pretty conductive, man.
Yeah, that's why a lot of
Most
trailer
people don't
homes,
even think it conducts electricity.
a
Oh,
lot of trailer homes caught fire because of the aluminum wiring inside, so it was banned. Like all of the overhead
Yeah,
wires
you're
for
right
the
about that.
transmission going to your house is aluminum until it gets to the weatherhead, then it's crimped on with copper.
Well, just about any metal will conduct electricity. It's just some metals
Okay.
conduct it
I'm
better.
gonna use some old ass terminology. I mean, old, like 300 years old or so, or 400 maybe. It must be capable of reflection. If you can make a mirror out of it, it can conduct electricity. That's it. So if you can buff it out,
If you can make a mirror out of it, yep,
it'll conduct. So if it's capable of
it'll
reflection,
conduct.
it'll conduct.
It'll conduct. Yep.
Except
It's
for
almost like
distilled water.
matter of fact. It's almost like conduction is
Bro,
Yeah,
reflection.
you add metal to the water in order to make it.
no, distilled conducts. Trust me,
Distilled
I've done it.
deionized.
Bro,
What he's
yeah,
saying is
There's no
science, you know,
ions
but
for
Well,
it to conduct.
everything conducts electricity at
it
some
conducts.
high level.
It depends on the dielectric breakdown. It's all about voltage and distance. Air conducts. Everything conducts. What's the
everything
voltage? What's the
conducts.
gap? Pretty much it. With enough voltage, I'll jump any fucking gap. Doesn't go ahead, just like Tesla style, right? Give me big ass
Yeah, with the
That
fucking
includes
capacitors and generators
Dude,
and
the
whatever you want.
with
resistance
the
that it
Obliterate it.
has, the resistance that it has is astronomical.
It's not. You just make the gap quite thin, and you can split.
Oh no, that's wood. I'm sorry.
yeah. If you got the
You can
just like
split water,
lightning,
electrolysis.
like
Just fine.
just like lightning. If you got the right conduction, you can chop a tree in half. I mean, and set it on fire at the same time.
That's kilovolt breakdown. Yeah.
Yeah.
Isn't the ocean
Dielectric breakdown.
dielectric water?
Huh?
It's
Isn't
it's
the water
the
dielectric,
energy.
or is it?
It's
No.
full of sodium, so it's quite conductive.
It's all energy. It's just some energy works faster.
Oh, I know.
Right?
That's what it is. Water resists magnetism, but it doesn't electricity. That's what it is. I can't forget it.
Water, it depends
Yeah.
on how much dissolved solids or ions are in suspension.
Absolutely true. Right.
Like you don't have to use salt water. You
Parts
can
per
use
million will change it.
sodium hydroxide, which is a base, or you can use like a little bit of vinegar and some water, and that will change because you're adding electrophiles to it.
So what
You're
is the deal
protonating
with
the water.
water? What is the deal with water when it
It's
comes
a
to
universal
electricity? 'Cause
solvent.
it seems if you have a little bit of water, the electricity will go right through it with no problem.
Well, water is pretty cool.
But if you have a lot of water, it won't.
Water expands when it freezes instead of shrinking. Like stuff thermally, like will shrink as it cools. When water cools, it rearranges the molecules in such a way where it actually grows, which is interesting.
Yeah, the only reason I
The
ask
more air
it,
it sucks up too.
the only reason I ask it, because it seems like, you know, if you had a pool full of water, just a swimming pool, regular backyard swimming pool, lightning hits it, whoever's in it is going to have a real bad day. Might be their last day, right?
They tend to
I'm not sure about that. Depends on how wet they were and the amount of electricity involved in it, I guess. But I know that sometimes people are wet, they get struck by lightning, it actually saves their lives and rather than killing them.
Yeah, but if it was like a half the size or a quarter
Just because
of the
it
size.
keeps the electricity from actually entering their body, you know what I'm saying, and traveling down your blood vessels, because the iron in your blood will attract it.
So my point is, like, if a swimming pool got zapped by lightning when you was in it, you would probably feel it like pretty good, right?
It depends if the pool.
But if you was in a hot tub smaller than a pool, you're probably gonna die.
It depends on if it's a
See what I'm getting at? Like, has anybody ever?
Yeah, that's the reason why everything.
anybody
that
ever
touches
done
water is
the,
grounded, pretty much, right?
Like, if you think about it, water might be better than gold. Just we can't control it when it's in water. You can't send it a certain direction. But it might be better than water or gold if you could. Because water will. You don't want to be in water when lightning hits.
Au contraire, my friend, you want to be water.
You want to be water instead of the.
Well, you
Right,
could be an
right.
electric eel.
Be water, my friend.
Trying to sleep, bro.
What if you're an electric eel?
Wes,
Do you know how those work, Sasha?
not
I
2 in the
don't, but
morning.
it sounds pretty interesting.
But when an electric eel electrocutes something, does it kill everything in the water around it, or does it only kill something that's
Come
close
home
to it?
at 2 in the morning, and that's
Nah.
okay.
Yeah, I think the stuff that it touches, I think.
But not me, huh?
Skin is like a
It has
bad-
to ground to the fish's the surface of their skin, I believe. But I'm not really positive
3
about that.
3 in the morning. 3 in the morning.
It's got like cells on its body, and
3 in
like
the morning.
the bigger the differential you're touching, the more voltage you have. It's like an array. It's just like a battery. So it's got like an array of cells, like in a row, right? In order. So the bigger the differential, like from right to left that you're holding, you have more cells from right to left in series. So this is going to give you a higher voltage. It's interesting. So
I come home at 3
Right,
in the
and your
morning.
body is made up of how much water?
It's 10 o'clock. You need to be quiet.
Yo, if you ain't got water, you ain't got life. Straight up.
I was gonna say
If you
you'd
ain't
be
got
dead.
money, you ain't got a wife.
You should write a song.
You ain't got a wife because of money, then you got the wrong kind of wife.
3 in the morning's just fine.
The bar is leaving speechless. They say that lightning only hits once, but I spoke before and now I'm speaking.
I was thinking about you saying something about not having money and then not having a wife. And I was like, you having the wrong wife if you don't have all because you don't have any money because the role is reversal as well.
Or you could be like me and marry a wife that's actually got more money than you.
Playa.
You know it.
Because what's important is after this life, money doesn't matter.
I'm kidding, of course.
You can't take it with you.
What do you guys believe is after this life?
The rest of eternity.
Exactly.
How do you answer the question?
What do I think is after? I think it's some
Yeah, you
sort
brought it
of.
up, so you must have an opinion.
Yeah, I think it's reincarnation. I think after you die, you get reincarnated.
Could be, but then what's the point of having us on Earth?
Yeah, the point that we're on Earth is because God wanted to experience subjectivity, so he divided himself into multiple isolated consciousness, and then that's the reason why everything exists, because the holy boredom.
You don't think God was omniscient enough to know these experiences
You know, that
without
makes a great movie
actually
and all,
living
but
them?
come on.
Well, it makes sense to me.
Fair enough. I think God's wise enough to know the experiences without having split himself up into billions and billions of people. Or do you include animals into it as well?
Yeah, I include all consciousness into it.
So creation is the creator.
Yeah, that's what I think.
Does that make sense? Really?
Okay. What was God before?
I mean, we are the universe experiencing itself. We're part of the universe, yet we're still conscious.
There's no do-overs in life, bro. You get one life.
Okay,
I
what is the
disagree.
universe?
I disagree. I think it's infinite lives, eternal recursion.
What was your past life?
I have no idea, but I know
Exactly.
that.
So shut the fuck up.
Okay,
So who's in
what's your
charge of
future
wiping
life?
your
Do you
memory?
know what your future life is? You don't know your future.
We're
have
arguing
three
about the
lives.
afterlife now. That's great.
We have
I
three
wasn't
lives.
arguing. I was just making comments.
One in the womb, one here on Earth, and then one in the afterlife. Each one lasting longer than the next.
Yeah, I
You
think.
either got going to heaven or you either going to hell, bro. Plain simple.
No, it's no. Heaven and hell are metaphors. Okay, so
No, you can deny that all you want.
no.
That might be a
So,
little off
You
base.
can lie to yourself all you want.
sir,
No
heaven and hell
religion
do
in the
not
live
exist.
stream.
They're social constructs. So when you're
Hey,
reincarnated, if you go to hell, it's because you're
listen,
a
guy,
bad
if you
person.
want to talk about religious topics, you need to go to the biblical area. We're not covering that in the live stream.
Okay.
This lobby's for science and science only.
Did you hear that shit, Sasha? You there?
Yeah, I heard it.
I know you're trying to get banned, bro. I saved you like twice.
Well, I just think it's an interesting topic, and it's late at night, and it's a Monday, so.
It's Religion Monday, bro. I feel you.
I apologize, bad mod. I got triggered.
Yeah, I mean, I do like your guys' perspectives. I think it's interesting, even though I disagree on a lot of things.
How about those Niners?
Grab me a snack. I'll be back.
What did you say, rookie?
I said, how about those 49ers?
Oh, I love them.
And them Chiefs, it might go. I'm from Missouri and I live in California, so that'd be a perfect Super Bowl for me. Even though I probably won't watch it. Did anybody watch that thing that somebody posted earlier about the Flat Earth kids stuff? It was like Muppets and stuff and songs. Anybody catch that?
What?
Did you see in the live stream voice text earlier? I don't remember what time it was, but somebody posted a video that some of us flat earthers had made for showing children about flat earth facts. And it had like Muppets and stuff in it. It's pretty cool. I think if somebody else has saw it or knows about it or has the link, they can relink it. I don't know how far back it was. Sorry about that. It was pretty funny though. I liked it. It was really pretty well done.
One of the best introductions to Flat Earth that I've seen was an InfoWars thing. This 10-minute InfoWars video, and it was freaking like, it was really good. Surprised me.
What was it about Antarctica? A good portion of it?
Yeah, part of it was Antarctica. Part of it was how, like, you know, the difference between geocentrism and heliocentrism was like basically a philosophical one.
Yeah, I know the video you're talking about. I've actually handed out thousands of flyers linking people to that exact video on van.video, just because I think it's a really quick way to wake people up to that particular truth.
Absolutely. I've linked a few people to it myself.
I don't like them putting chemicals in the water that turn the friggin' frogs gay.
I suppose the ironic thing about that is the people that mostly think of that guy as crazy for saying that will simultaneously themselves, you know, swish around with fluoride mouthwash, use fluoride toothpaste, all that stuff. I got xylitol and charcoal in my toothpaste.
Is my sound working? Is it just totally quiet in here?
Oh no, it was just very quiet in here. Hi,
I
Truth
can hear you.
Rel.
What's up, guys?
What is it you wanted to say?
Just what's happening?
Something tells me there's a little more. I could be wrong. I
No,
could be
really.
wrong.
I didn't come in barreling in with a purpose, with anything particular to say. No,
All right, my bad.
doesn't mean I don't have things to say.
Right.
Say.
Well, go ahead and say them, girl. Get it, you know.
Stimulate me.
Stimulate you.
What were you just talking about? I don't know. What's the
Like
combo?
I don't understand why you guys don't think the Earth is a sphere. Like
I don't
it's
understand why anybody thinks it would be. If you got anything, like if the base axiom is that we all see it and experience it as flat and level, if someone's going to claim it's other than that, like you present something.
So you're
I always thought you could walk. I always thought you could walk in one direction and come back around to where you started from.
So, well, what would that prove? Like, if it were a sphere, you could do that. If it were flat and round, you could still do that. So, if everything is based relative to north, what's that going to prove?
Perhaps you could do it in multiple directions, which could contradict the flat Earth model.
Multiple
she's going
directions.
off the
Like
There's-
perhaps you could do it around the equator, longitude and latitude.
How are you going to navigate relative
You
to the
can't do
equator?
longitude.
Do you have a separate compass that points towards the equator?
Yeah, you can't do longitude and latitude without triangulation. Did you know that? Like, did you know that
No.
you cannot do longitude and latitude without triangulation? Did you know that?
No, I don't think
Like,
that's
you have to have triangulation.
why.
That's the only way they navigated the Earth.
I'm pretty sure for there to be longitude and latitude, there just needs to be poles.
No, triangulation. For a certain.
Well, there definitely doesn't need to be poles, plural, because there is longitude and latitude, and there's only one pole, as it were.
From what I understand, longitude and latitude is just something that they use to grid things out, right? To make grids. That it's not. It's just conceptual. It's not even a.
Exactly.
All you have.
Well,
all you have is north. You have north because all compasses point north, and you have east and west directions relative to north.
yeah, I mean, I feel like on a flat Earth, the west and east directions would be kind of bent almost like towards the North Pole.
I don't even know what you mean by that. Maybe
Well,
someone
because
else knows what you mean.
They're just directions relevant or in reference to north.
Like, if you're on the equator, it would be perfectly west and perfectly east on the globe. But if you're on the equator on a flat Earth, it would be warping because east and west would be curving since it, like...
Yeah. It's a circle. It's just a circle.
Yeah, it's a circle, but it curves, like it warps as you go further away from the North Pole.
Well, you're not going further away from the North Pole when you're at the equator. You're still the same distance away from it going in a circle. The going west is just keeping north to your right, and vice versa.
Oh.
It's all relative to north.
Mm.
And it's a circle on a sphere too, because there's no straight lines on a sphere. Every line would be curved. So it's a circle any way you want to slice it, but the Earth measures flat, so that's that.
Measures flat.
Yeah. You haven't heard this before?
Well, I was curious if it measured flat or if it just disproved the radius.
No evidence of curvature. Disproving the radius disproves the whole Bohr model anyway, because they would need that figure to do any of the things that they're claiming to do, like to get orbital mechanics or the distance to the moon or the other celestial bodies or any of that. So it's all out the window, even if they want to concede their radius.
That's true.
Mm-hmm.
Is the
evidence of curvature anyway, so why would you go on making that assumption? All the evidence just points towards flat.
wherever the equator would be located, is that like the midway point of the seasons, like the midway point of the
the equinox.
tropics?
Right, yeah, halfway between the tropics.
Okay, I gotcha.
And the sun is above the equator on the equinoxes.
So in flat Earth model, does the sun rotate above the equator? Is that how that works?
On the equinoxes.
What's the equator?
Circulating between the tropics, right, throughout the year.
How did you derive an equator?
That's just where the sun is on the equinox. That's how. That's all.
You said equator, so how did you derive one?
Yeah, from where the sun is on the equinox.
Yeah, can you define equinox?
Yeah, is it like a parallel? Is it like a triangulation, like a flat baseline? Is that where you start from?
Equinox would be March 21st and September 21st. That's where the sun is.
Oh, so it's based on revolution, or the sun revolving around the Earth?
Yeah, well, that's where the sun appears to be at that time of year, right?
So no matter where the sun is, at no matter what time of year, do you gain that knowledge with triangulation, like a flat baseline? Do you acquire that mathematics with a flat baseline? Or like QE and everybody says, do you acquire that with a curved adjacent?
That's a good question.
Well, that's why they ask it.
I don't think it acquires it with a curved adjacent. They know it. Everybody knows.
Well, if you're going to say the Earth is curved,
no, I wasn't.
So you're kind of
don't you require a curved adjacent? Like no matter where you're standing. Like if somebody's antipodal to you, and where they're standing on Earth, their feet's upside down to yours, like your feet are touching each other, the bottoms of your feet. You're saying the proof of that is what?
Yeah, I was never claiming any proof of that.
But you did earlier, like you said, it rotates around the equinox, which was a sickness.
What are you talking about? I'm talking about the sun revolving above us.
I'm just saying that there's no proof of that.
Well, you see the sun moving around in the sky, right? If you tried to prove the sun throughout the year, well, I have proof of it in days, so the sun's moving.
Do you have proof that people in Australia are standing antipodal to you?
What are you talking about? I'm not defending the globe. I'm saying that the sun moves around.
But when you use words like equator and equinox, like
No,
that
those
kind
are
of
latitude lines. Those are, you can draw lines on a flat equidistant map. Anybody can do that. It's just a reference to where the sun is at a given time during the year.
Yeah, but it's like you're giving credence to what they're saying.
Yeah, true. I guess equator is sort of a spherical term, but it's still just a line on a map to describe a position, right? And well, we still have latitude anyway.
How?
Well, the only time you've ever seen a sphere.
Okay, yeah, you don't need to tell me. I'm with you. The only time we've seen it is on TV. We experience a flat stationary plane. I get it.
Central banker, let me ask you this: did you celebrate New Year's?
No.
So you don't celebrate New Year's because it's a global holiday?
I would kind of consider New Year's for me to be maybe December 26th, when the sun starts circulating back from Capricorn, because I'm in the north, so that's when it all begins.
Yeah, it just feels like the ethos of New Year's is just like globe central because it's about rotating around the sun, you know?
But it's all relative, man. We can no more prove that we're rotating around the sun than the sun is rotating around us. Yeah, first I would say substantiate axial rotation, or else I'm just going to go with what my eyes say, which is that the sun's moving. But to substantiate axial rotation, you're going to have to get me R. So that's a whole lot of requirements that just haven't been met. And I don't think they're going to be. They would have been by now.
Substantiate axial rotation through...
Yeah, but start with R first. Because to even have axial rotation, you got to get R. To have a ball, you got to have R. So let's do that.
Sir, you can observe rotation without having the radius.
Well, axial rotation, you're going to need the ball. But,
well, what's the difference between axial rotation?
So you've measured rotation of the Earth?
I've observed it.
Okay, how'd you do that? You just pointed and declared?
Well, I don't know if I want to get
and you just declared that it was the opposite? So
I don't know if it would be
if I smacked you right now, would you say that you walked into my hand?
Wait, did you just say you flat smacked me?
No, if I smacked you, would you say that you walked into my hand?
No.
Yeah, well, that's kind of what you're doing, because it's the sky that observably moves around, and you're saying that it's exactly the opposite thing occurring.
Well, don't you think it goes against Occam's razor to say the sky is moving rather than the Earth is spinning?
Occam's razor. So the simplest explanation is that the Earth is spinning?
We actually lack the frame of reference to tell what's moving.
In other words, you disregard what you personally see of the Earth and the life that you live, like how,
Since we're inside the reference frame, we lack the reference frame to say which is moving, the stars or us.
But you disregard that for something you can't verify.
Yeah, exactly.
And you hold to the thing that you can't verify. That's what scares me.
Well, when the best proof of rotation is pendulum parlor tricks, I'm just going to say that they got nothing.
It's really scary.
That in all this time.
To me, it's scary, though, that people would do that.
Well, sir, if you're a flat earther, you realize your objective should be to disprove the flat earth. You know what I mean? It should be to disprove it.
Yeah, as a flat earther, your purpose is
Yeah,
As a
a
flat earther, your
falsifier.
purpose is to disprove the flat earth. And that's the thing though. That's another one of the things. Like globe earthers don't do that. They
Yeah,
just they just look for the things that cling to those beliefs, as opposed to, like, I agree with what you're saying, but the opposing team doesn't do that. They don't they don't use an open mind, right? They just use a closed mind. Like, the world is what I've been taught it is, and that's what it is. Fuck you.
Well, the framework for evidence for
That's
either
what it is.
side would be, measuring the supposed curvature or flatness relative to some sort of straight standard. Has the globe done that? As far as I can tell, no. But the flatties have done laser tests, long distance
No,
observations,
no,
and infrared. So it looks like they've at
no.
least tried to pull out
Stop
a.
saying no while he's talking, dude. Go ahead and finish, Lemon.
Just really quickly, at least the flatties have tried to measure the supposed flatness at some sort of straight standard. The globers haven't. So let's see what we can find flat around.
but there are other ways to prove curvature rather than direct measurement.
Which means there's ways to prove curvature.
Well, I can explain it to you if you would like. So, imagine if you were standing on the North versus the South Pole. You should technically be facing two opposite directions if you look up on the globe. So,
You
wouldn't
sound like
that...
a complete idiot,
That's an
bro.
assertion. Listen, this is an assertion, not a proof. It's not a
How
physical
is that
truth.
not a proof? Like,
Well,
what's...
your proof
You
presupposes
said
something you're trying to prove.
prove to
Which is
yourself. Hold on, guys. You said this is a way you can prove to yourself. Just imagine. Imagination and asserted words, not backed by experimentation or direct measurement, can be thrown out with it without the saying.
Well, it's a thought experiment.
That's
Like,
why he just like completely
that,
Yeah,
right?
defeated
that's what I
himself.
just said.
Yeah, but you understand that it
It's
works.
just a story. It's not a proof.
You're replacing direct measurements with thoughts.
Oh my god.
You're not hearing what Helios said. Say it
So,
again.
if you were to do this
made-
experiment, what do you think your results would be? Do you think you would see the...
It's not an experiment, first off.
If we were to sit here and mentally masturbate with you, what would the results be?
It is an experiment because
It's
you're
not an
manipulating...
experiment.
You're
not
manipulating where you
anything.
stand on the Earth.
What's the control variable?
Earth.
I have no idea, man. Keep going. Keep going.
It's not an
Helios.
experiment, guy.
Well, it's an
Let
observation.
him know, man.
No, it's what you said. It's a thought experiment.
Well, I like
Pseudoscience.
your thinking, dude. But if we're on a flat surface, which is probably what we're on, they would just be both looking up. So I can give you another thought experiment. We could try to see if there's a ball or something flat. We could have 6 locations, 3 that are antipodal to the other 3 on the supposed ball, assuming it's a ball. Have these 6 locations, shoot a laser straight up, and have a plane that's high enough in the sky, let's say 50, 100 miles, and see if they can see all the streamers, the laser streamers from these 6 locations. If you see all 6 of them pointing straight up, we're on a flat plane. If you only see 3 of them and the other 3 are hidden by the supposed ball Earth or whatever, perhaps you have a ball. How about that for a thought experiment?
Yeah, I think that's a great...
Yeah, but I
Sasha
think you're going
2.0, the fact that your sentence starts off with "let's imagine," that's the problem.
Yeah, it means that your proof is imaginary.
No, it means it's
Yeah, it does.
it's an idea for...
Let's all imagine that we got fucking horns on our heads and call ourselves unicorns and fought out fucking shitty fucking color rainbows.
Let's try to see if we can get an experiment where we control the variables, see what happens, make a hypothesis and some sort of a prediction if you want to go with like a more scientific experiment. But a thought experiment is, I guess, the first step. But as far as we can tell, when we do laser test, long distance imaging, and infrared, it's flat.
Yeah, but
they've been peddling this globe dogma for 500 years now. I mean, they should have done the first step by now.
It takes a long time to put down the dogma and take up reality.
As we can see.
500 years is a long time. People are going to need time to adjust.
I'll give them that.
But when you look at the horizon, it looks flat. And I feel no movement underneath my feet. Once I did a double take, I went from believing the globe to believing something flat and motionless.
Sasha, we entertained your thought. We just don't accept it as a proof. So, what's your point with that text
Well,
comment?
you guys didn't even accept it because you guys didn't even entertain it because I said imagine at the beginning, so you don't listen.
No, we listened to what you were saying and we've heard it 1,000 times. We have entertained this thought. We do not accept it as a proof. One at a time, please. We've entertained this premise from 1,000 Globers. We just don't accept it.
So, Sasha, why don't you just go get some direct measurements of Earth curvature instead of talking about your imagination?
Yeah, and try to remember, you're coming
Perhaps you
into
should
a
get some
7-8-year-old argument, and you're probably the 100,000 to 200,000 person we've talked to. You'll bring nothing new.
Okay. Well, central banker, perhaps you should get some direct measurement of flatness.
They're all over the butt.
We have one or two. He said we do laser experiments, right? How come nobody posted the PDF?
He's seen them all 1,000 times. He's been in here for weeks. He's seen the black swan. He literally said that he would handwrite it. He didn't even have an argument. He just said...
I was referencing the laser survey.
Okay.
By Field Corps of Engineers.
He's seen all this stuff. We've shown him over and over.
Have you seen the PDF for the laser survey?
Not the PDF, but
It was just linked in the chat at 12:54 after the hour by Eastern 9000. FE Core experiment description, final version PDF.
wait, the assumption is there is a flat Earth.
So I would like to point something out, FE Core. No, there's no assumption. We're testing the GSW84 model, which is an ellipsoid model, and we're looking for the curvature that it predicts. But FE stands for Field Engineer Core, not Flat Earth Core.
Well, I'm looking at this PDF right now, and it says making assumptions, and the first assumption is there's a flat Earth.
That's the Flight Dynamics Manual.
I can't stand people who read one sentence and then want to comment it. Can you
He's
take it all in?
He's not talking about your PDF. Someone posted the Flight Dynamics Manual, and that's what he's talking about.
Right. And for the flight dynamics, you consider that you're flying over a flat local plane. Yes, that's how you reference the plane under which you navigate.
But we were also talking about the PDF from Field Engineer Core, which is a laser test over Lake Balaton. They shot a laser over 25 miles, flat, basically. That's what we're talking about.
Well, there is no assumption, guys. There's no assumption.
I
of
guess
the
what I'm
trajectory.
wondering is what piece of evidence you guys need to see to be proved it's a globe.
Oh my God! Are you just going to ignore? Hold on. Are you just going
I just told
you.
He asked for a measurement, a direct measurement. Now you're just going to ignore it and move on to the next dumb question?
Well, it's like in like a 50-page PDF, dude.
And
there's no assumptions of the
well, I'm not going to
mathematics
read a
when you
whole
read it.
50-page PDF right now.
We're past the assumptions, guy. It's
no,
a
there's
PDF.
no assumptions of the
We're
mathematic
past that.
trajectory.
We already know that.
A page a minute, you'd be done in the
You're talking about a different article.
Well,
man.
then you would know. Well, then you would know that it's a flat Earth if you're past that. It literally tells you.
James,
there's
you're talking to
no
Battle Mod,
assumption.
dude. Listen.
No, I'm talking about NASA.gov that literally tells you there's no assumptions of the trajectory, meaning it's a flat, motionless plane that the object trajects off of. There's
Well, I'll
no
tell you what,
assumption of
bro.
the
If you get a
trajectory.
chance to read that PDF, you can come in here and me and you can go to a private live and talk about it.
Yeah, I'm just talking about NASA.gov, man.
Well, have you guys read the whole PDF?
There's no
I have,
assumption of the
yes.
trajectory.
But can you keep up with the conversation, bro?
Yeah, that's what I'm doing.
Well, we're not talking about flight paths over Earth or trajectory. We're not
You was
talking
talking
about the
about
NASA.
trajectory.
Mm.
Not
We
flight
posted the
paths, but
laser
he was
experiment.
talking about
He
trajectory.
opened a different article and thought it was the laser experiment. We got past that 5 minutes ago. That's what I was talking about when I said we're past that. He
But
realized
no
he was
lasers.
reading the wrong article.
I could have been off subject. I apologize. All I know is there is no trajectory other than a flat line.
What my question was
All
is
trajectories,
Sasha's question.
whether it's a jet off of an Air Force or an aircraft carrier or a nuclear missile, all trajectories are based off a non-rotating stationary Earth. They don't traject any movement of the Earth in order to hit their target.
So your question about the standard evidence, is that what you're talking about? What would it take?
Yeah, I was trying to. I
No,
didn't want to
James,
go
I'm
off
asking
topic.
Sasha. I'm asking Sasha. He asked a
Oh,
question.
my question was, what would be the one thing that would, what would be the evidence that would contradict the flat Earth model that would make you guys become globers?
Evidence that meets a scientific qualifier. That which is testable, repeatable, observable.
So it would have to be repeatable by you.
There was real life
This is
evidence
the
against the flat
scientific
Earth.
standard. This is the
If there was
scientific
Right.
standard,
Well, like
bro.
we could say NASA, but obviously that's not repeatable, right?
He said repeatable. And no, they're
there
not.
was real life.
What is the standard for scientific evidence? That which is testable, observable, and repeatable.
Repeatable.
Well, I was
So
just like
hard-hitting.
clarifying what you mean by repeatable, like repeatable by the average
You
person
get
or
the
repeatable
same
by
result
NASA.
repeated by anyone. You get the same results over and over and over again. Do you not know the
Yeah.
scientific method?
No, I know it, but like, say you went to
Systematic.
space, obviously
So
the
if you
average
knew
person
the
can't repeat that.
bro, if you knew the standard for scientific evidence, then why are you asking? That's where I'm lost.
Yeah.
One doesn't prove
Well,
the other. It doesn't logically follow that you already know the answer, but you still ask the question.
no, I understand your answer. I was just clarifying what you meant by repeatable.
You don't have to be a scientist to do scientific experimentation. All you have to do, science isn't a person in a white coat. It's a method.
Yeah, it's almost like you do one experiment and you were so close to being right on what would happen, so you did it again and again, and you finally was right. But systematic experimentation is what's required for science.
Yeah, we're
You
trying
don't
to
do
repeat this over and over
yeah
again to make sure it's not a one-off.
you don't do one experiment and you're like, oh, this aligns with what I was thinking. No, you do like hundreds of experiments, and then you're like, oh shit, I have no idea what I was thinking.
Well, I would make the argument that there have been hundreds of experiments, yet you guys
Okay.
don't
Yeah,
believe
but
it.
not to the Earth though. Not to the Earth. Like when it comes to its physical form, because you would literally, like QE says, you would literally have to have a tangent line. You would have to stretch a line across the Earth
Well,
in order to get a circumference.
what experiments would you be talking about, Sasha?
right? If you're specific instead of making blanket comments, we can cover them.
Well, maybe not experiments as much as observations.
Okay, which ones?
Observation is the first part of an experiment.
Well,
yeah, but it
I would
doesn't make
say
up the entirety of the whole. It's just one part.
It's
there's
just
a
good to let him
24
know that, in case he didn't know it.
Yeah, there's a 24/7 International Space Station live stream.
That's
So
an
Oh my god.
Can you repeat that? Can you verify that? Can we actually verify that is where they say it is?
No, but it's. I mean,
And so then that's not a scientific evidence, then, right?
Yeah.
It's
well, it's an
Do-
observation. Well, you can repeat it. It's
it's
just
not an
faster to
observation.
You can
Sasha,
call
there,
it whatever you want, but it doesn't meet this quality standard for scientific evidence.
there's video. There's video of Godzilla, Sasha. Is that an observation of Godzilla?
Well, it's repeatable. It's just very expensive to repeat.
It's kind of like what you're saying, though. Helio.
Listen, by that logic, Bigfoot's real. We got photos and film of him.
Yeah, Helio. Correct me if I'm wrong on what you're trying to tell him.
Helio.
Correct me if I'm wrong. What he's trying to say is like, you believe that Superman is real because you've seen him on TV, right?
Pretty much. That's
I
what
never
his
said
basic
that,
logic
sir.
is.
Well, that's the only place you've seen the spherical Earth is on television, right?
YouTube.
It's the only place you've ever seen it.
No.
So you've seen the spherical Earth with your own eyes?
Yeah. When do you see
Tell
this
me
globe
where I
Earth?
can
Well,
go to
I
see
believe
that.
we're living on a sphere, so every time I see Earth, it's a spherical Earth.
No, you've only seen it on television, dude.
That's a belief.
You've
So
only
when,
seen it on television, and they have you
when in
believing
every
that.
hold on, John. Hold on, James. When in everyday life can I go outside and observe curvature of Earth? When and where?
Well, I mean, you can see airplanes in the distance that look like they're going vertical.
Yeah.
Helio's got him. Let Helio go. He's got him.
Listen,
He's
that's
got him.
not seeing curvature. You're watching an airplane fly. I really want to answer this question. When in everyday life and where can I go out and observe the Earth to be curved, just like the things I see in the sky?
I mean, you can look at every celestial object to ever exist.
That's an
and it's curved.
observation. Listen,
Listen.
listen. Hold on, guys. Please don't overtalk me. So we can look at this sky and we can see circles. But for us to logically say we live on a circle, we need to see some evidence that this too is also a circle. Then it'll be a logical thing. We have to compare them and see that they have similarities. Without similarities, with no viewing a similarity, there's no logical reason to say that which we see in the sky is that which we live on.
Neil Armstrong had a good viewing and observation of
On
himself.
top of that, a circle
Okay,
is
can you
different than a
verify
sphere.
that? Can we test it and repeat it?
Why would
It's
they lie about something?
Well, Russia tested and repeated
Stop
it, and
interrupting
they concluded
people.
with
Go
it.
one at a time.
Why are you able
go.
to image the International Space Station through your telescope and see detail on it?
Yeah, exactly.
Listen, dude. Stop interrupting people. It's one question at a time. We're not going to do this shotgun bullshit. 5 questions at a time. We're going to ask one question. We're going to go all the way to the end of it, and then we'll move on. Anything else and talking over other people will just get you removed.
Okay, so can you explain how we can see the space station through our telescope?
We can see.
That, Sasha.
Listen, yeah.
It's so. How long have you been here, Sasha? What? I mean, are you going to?
If you can see a space station or a satellite through a telescope, can you tell me
how long I've been here
how
is
that?
a red herring.
Hold on. Can you
That's a
tell me
red
how?
Can
herring.
we stop changing the subject and talking over other people, please? I'm starting to get frustrated.
Well,
Roger.
even if you can see that, how does
Don't
it
make
prove
me
the shape
mute
of
you,
the
bro.
Earth?
Roger.
Muted.
Go ahead, bro. It's not a productive conversation when 5 different people keep changing the subject. And I'm trying to be as polite as I can about it, but I'm losing my patience.
I understand. understand. It's just Sasha has been here for a long time now, and he knows. He's still doing this.
Well, I never heard the flat Earth explanation for that.
It's such a boring thing that you do, Sasha, man. You've been here so long. Come on.
I've never heard an explanation for that question, though.
Of course you did.
Okay, so what is it?
What's the
Have you done this, Sasha? You've done this looking through your telescope?
Yeah.
No, you didn't.
I
What
actually
kind of
did with my
telescope
science
you got?
teachers. My math teacher had a telescope, and we went on the field
Yeah.
and we saw it. So
And I also seen the International Space Station with my naked eye. You can see it as a dot going super fast. across the
Yeah, you've
sky.
seen a light.
Oh yeah, that's a real verification there. You're a real bright one.
I have
So-
a 8-inch Dobsonian telescope. I've seen Jupiter, Saturn's rings. They're all around. I've seen Mars, the polar ice caps.
See, my main question is why can
You only seen them on a two-dimensional
why
screen.
is Earth the
with
one
your own
exception for
We already
roundness?
covered this. Where do we see similarities on Earth between what Earth is and what you see in the sky? It's not a logical thing to say that we live on what we see in the sky.
well, it is logical
If you
because
fucking
you could just,
interrupt me again, motherfucker.
well, you're making a fallacy.
I'm not making a fallacy. The fallacy is there's circles in the sky, so we must live on one. That's bullshit. It's
Well-
idiotic.
No, it's not.
Okay, can I
It
talk
is
now?
idiotic. It needs to be logical. We need to see
It's
similarities.
very idiotic.
Listen,
It is
Well,
logical
first,
because-
everybody,
here.
I think if
Here,
we're
we'll
gonna have a
do this.
constructive conversation, we need to stop getting mad at each other.
Yeah.
Well, I
Who
think
said that?
Helio's.
because
I think Helio's absolutely right, though. At the same time, because
No, okay, it's
Helio
logical
not
because you could
talking.
Well,
assume
hold
that
on.
gravity
We'll just take,
made those things a ball, so gravity
This
would
is
also
how
make
we'll do
Earth
it.
a ball.
The question
If Earth's a ball, then should we be able to measure curvature?
What similarities can we see between the two? That's my
Well,
question. Otherwise,
for
it's not a
instance,
logical
no.
inference.
say you're looking at Jupiter. Not Jupiter, excuse me, Mars. On its pole, it has white. On its south pole, it has white too. Now, if you go to either pole of Earth, what does it have? It has white. Why? Because that is where the sun reaches less.
The similarity is they both have light.
round. No, the
We're talking
similarity
shape.
is that somehow on Earth and on Mars, the poles look exactly the same, but the shapes of the
Oh, we
planets
don't
are
know
somehow
that to
different.
be true because we live on Earth. You haven't left Earth and looked back at it and say, "Oh, it's the same thing we
You
see in
left
the
Earth
sky."
back in
Picture-
I swear to God,
He's talking about the poles.
What pictures of Mars poles is this kid talking about?
I've seen them I've seen the polar ice caps.
Okay, that's cool. Cool
Yeah,
base.
Yeah,
it's
you,
for
you,
Saturn
you
also.
can
Saturn has
you
a
can point your
hexagon.
telescope up at Mars and you can see the white specks up on the top and the bottom, and you can easily see.
And what does that say about the ground that you're standing on? And why are you talking about that?
Well, because when we
Shut up.
because
Why are
when
you talking about?
damn it, dude! You're gonna get muted, all of you.
Why are you talking about the so-called poles of Mars if you can just measure Earth curvature directly?
Is my
Well,
mic
because you
not
guys
working
don't accept
properly
those
or something?
measurements. You guys say NASA's
But your
lying.
mic's working just fine. I don't know why anyone else is talking if you're trying to have a conversation with Orbit 3.
I want one person to have a productive conversation with this guy. I don't want 10 people to keep jumping in on both sides and change the subject. Can you cover one subject all the way to the end? Or is it beyond you?
Are you talking to me?
Everybody, I'm talking to everybody. We went through 30 different points in 5 minutes, dude, and it's not a productive conversation. It's just one person that wants to shotgun a million questions and act like none of them have been covered. They can be when you shut the fuck up and let people talk.
As far as I can see, they're just trying to get away from the very thing in question, which is the curvature of the Earth itself. If you could directly measure that, you would never have to talk about what you think the lights in the sky and then try to derive some kind of illogical conclusion about the Earth from those.
I agree. You ask about curvature and you point to circles in the sky. You ask about curvature on Earth and you go to what, Venus? The rings of Saturn? As if somehow that proves the shape of what we live on.
But you realize it's not illogical, because if gravity made those things a ball, they would also make Earth a ball, right?
But I was just wondering why Earth it just somehow
Gravity
magically the one
hasn't been
exception.
empirically proven through experimentation either. So if this one fairy tale is true, then this next fairy tale is true, is what you just said. Correlation equals causation.
You realize why we haven't proved it through experimentation, right? Because we can't manipulate gravity, right?
Yeah, you have no anti-gravity, so you have no gravity, so you have neither.
We do have
anti-gravity. So you can't prove gravity shapes anything in the balls. No, you don't have anti-gravity. We can simulate it with free fall.
I mean, like what is? Okay, so in a flat Earth model, what causes everything to fall? Per se?
No. Can you make a thing float?
No, because we have, well, in the round Earth model, we have
Because you have no cause. You have no cause. That's why. See, you want to act like we have to replace your theory before we can debunk it, and that's not true. Falsification is independent of replacement. I don't have to replace your theory. I don't have to have an explanation for why things fall. We observe they do. I don't need a fairy tale force or time-space fabric that I can't prove. I don't need a security blanket. I'm perfectly fine with ambiguity. So you said if gravity shapes things into balls, which that's a big if because you can't prove either of the two, then we live on a
personally,
ball
I don't
too.
believe in evolution, so I don't really believe gravity shaped things into balls.
Yeah, I mean, if that was true, then why isn't everything spherical?
Well, because why does everything need to be spherical?
Because gravity can shape these megalithic things into spheres, but it doesn't shape me into a sphere. So is gravity selective?
No, like I said, I don't actually believe gravity shapes anything. I don't believe in evolution.
So then you believe that math attracts mass.
I believe in what?
Sorry, battle mod.
No, it's cool. He said, so you believe Newtonian. Your model has more than one gravity, and neither one of them unify with the standard model or the atomic realm. You have Newtonian physics and Einsteinian physics. Neither one of them are unified theories.
I mean, my thing is, though, is like another thing about like the flat Earth model in general.
What
why
model?
The flat Earth model?
Who gave you a flat Earth model? We don't. That's a straw man to us. We didn't give you a model.
I'm looking at a picture right here.
Well, that's not a model. Is a picture
Google.
a scientific model?
Well, no scientific models have this. It's the ice wall, correct?
Well, that's not my model. What are you looking at? An AE map and calling it a flat Earth model? You know that's a global projection, right?
Well, what's a good source to get an actual flat Earth model? Like,
I already said we don't have a flat Earth model. Do you actually pay attention when other people are talking, or am I wasting my time? We're not the Flat Earth Society. Here at 24/7, we don't believe we're a disc rising in space. We don't believe in that shit.
So you're trying to prove something without a model to prove it?
We're not trying to prove anything other than the globe model doesn't work out in reality, and it's not backed by science or experimentation.
Well, I mean, you can do it pretty easily with just visual on the moon.
If you imagine.
So how does?
So if I imagine this, I don't imagine. So none of your imagine this works on me. You have no science. You have no proof. You have nothing. If I want a real scientific experiment to prove everything you're saying, you're lost. You couldn't find me one.
Well,
I could go through them one by one and just destroy them and show exactly why they're not experiments.
Okay, you can try to destroy this, which I want to see if you can. So when we look at the moon, we see different phases. All on the same day, we see different phases. It doesn't matter if
so
you're in Australia or India. You're going to see the moon in the same phase at the same time.
phases don't destroy the flat Earth and they don't prove the globe. You know why? It's an assumed. This is an assertion. Like I said, nobody's went up there and watched the full phases of the moon from an outside reference frame. We live within the reference frame. So you have no scientific proof that the sun's shining around a globe that's blocking it, so you end up with a crescent moon one time and a half moon the next. Or
And
that
what's
an
the
eclipse is
scientific-
caused by a shadow. You have no scientific proof to prove there's even a shadow covering it. These are just assertions made based on your model. They're not scientific.
What is the scientific proof that we live on a plate?
We have laser surveys. I tried to cover that, but nobody. I see not one of you read a PDF, so it becomes why give a proof when people wouldn't read them anyway? They'll Google. They'll just Google and repeat what they read on Google, and they think that makes them sound intelligent or educated.
I never claimed to be educated. I am going off my own thoughts, trying to figure this out.
Yeah, so every day you walk out your house, you observe a flat local plane. Not one day will you ever go outside and say, huh, there's the Earth's curvature right there. So we are on what we see in the sky. You guys already did it. When I asked for proof of curvature, you pointed to the sky over and over again, but you can't see one thing here on Earth that says the Earth is curved.
Well, again, I have what's the explanation to why we see airplanes vertical in the distance?
Well, explanations aren't, scientific experimentation, dude. We're just saying based on our model, this is what would appear, and it matches with our model. All that is correlation. You're saying this correlates with our model, but you have no causation. You can't prove that your model is actually the cause of the jet looking at an angle. So there's many things that affect what you observe and how you see it as it goes through our sky. From your eyesight to the layer of atmosphere which you're looking through, how many atmospheres you're looking through. So we were talking about stars early. When you're looking at a 45-degree angle, you're looking through 3 atmos, right?
Mm-hmm.
So the atmospheric obstruction there is great. Distortion can come from not just weather patterns or particulates in the air to heat rising off of Earth. There's many forms. Or the density of the layer of air you're looking through. On a foggy day, you're lucky to see a mile. On a clear day, you might see 30, which is impossible on a globe, but nobody accepts that. So,
okay, so say I go to Mount Ararat and I look southeast to Nepal. Why can I not see Mount Everest?
why should you be able to? Do you not know that things decrease in angular size as they get further away in distance? And it's ruled by the inverse square law. So proportionate to distance from you to that, your angle of view to that object is decreased, exponentially inversely squared. The further away it is, the smaller it gets till it just goes into nothing. So there would be no reason to predict that just because the Earth was level, you should be able to see for infinity because your eyes can't see for infinity.
Well, we can see stuff in space.
You can see lights.
And those
You
are...
can see lights on a black sky and light travels through your eye.
But we can also see, like,
the only
nebulae.
reason you see it is because the light travels to your eye. And you can't blind eye, naked eye, see any nebula. No offense. You need optical aid.
Yes, you can see the Orion Nebula.
But when you're
looking
looking
with your naked eye,
when you're looking straight ahead
mm-hmm.
through the thickest atmosphere there is on Earth, right here at ground level, why would you predict that you could see for thousands of miles? This is the most amount of atmospheric obstruction that you will get right here on the surface. I wouldn't predict to be able to see, well, no matter what shape it is, hundreds of miles unless I could calculate it, but you can't calculate it because our atmosphere is not, it's a fluid medium, not a consistent medium. It changes constantly. It can be this dense right in front of you and less dense further in front of you and more dense further in front of that.
So let's take a food plate and put a piece of glass right through the middle.
But we don't think we're a disc.
Okay, it's what are we? A square?
Well, I wouldn't make any presupposition on what the shape is.
Okay, well
Until
let's
I've
let's just
explored
say
it.
we have a flat surface then.
So, but
We
one
put
second,
a
Orbit.
It's not
One
flat.
second, Orbit. Can you concede that you can't see forever? Shit shrinks in the distance. Is that something you concede on?
I'm sorry, I don't know what you just said.
So, you said, why can't I see Mount Everest from yada yada yada? Battlemat explained it. Shit shrinks in the distance. You can't see forever. You are not Superman. Can you concede on that?
I mean, I can see how. I mean, obviously, yeah, we can't see forever because eventually things will shrink out of view. Yes.
Okay, so you wouldn't see forever on a flat surface, right?
Right.
Right. Continue.
Okay. So say we get a flat surface or whatever. We get a piece of glass. This piece of glass has different levels of fog in between each pane. We put a germ on one side of it, and then a germ on another side of it. Those
germ.
germs will be able to see each other. If, well, okay.
How do you know this?
Because when I can
Do
see
germs
through the
have
glass,
eyes? Do germs have eyes?
I'm just taking a size reference scale. I'm not talking about a literal germ.
Oh,
But,
so German. So now you're racist against Germans.
But
I'm
didn't
joking.
you just?
Yeah, I know.
You just conceded, right? You just conceded that you cannot see forever on a flat surface. Why are you continuing this?
Yeah, that answers the question of why can't you see
because the
Mount
distance
Everest?
between Mount Ararat and Mount Everest is not forever.
No, it's not
It's
forever,
too
but
far.
there's a lot of weather and atmospheric obstruction in between you and that object. Not to mention the
when we
reduction of
see-
angular size of an object in the distance inversely squared proportionate to the distance of the object.
Well, when we see the moon rise on the distance, isn't there a lot of atmosphere between that?
Here. Can you listen? So when you're driving down the road and you see telephone poles way off in the distance, they're small, right?
Mm-hmm.
They get larger as they get close to you, and then eventually they disappear in your rearview mirror. Right here in America, in a 30-mile strip on the highway, you're talking about thousands of miles. Come on, you can't see your friend coming 4 blocks down the street from you. But you're asking why
the inverse
can't we?
square law means that you'd have to go 4 times the distance to have the to have the
We can't really talk on
footprint.
that because, like I said, we don't have a standard
I mean, you can
for
make
atmospheric
the
obstruction. There is a scale for atmospheric obstruction, though. We could come up with an equation.
I mean,
I'm
that-
sure it would agree with 100 miles being the furthest you could see an angular reduction.
Yeah.
But we just agreed on the inverse square law being like the gold standard for how optics work.
The inverse square law means it's inversely squared proportionate to the distance. Now we don't know the rate of attenuation or the rate of angular size change per mile.
We did say that.
No, we didn't.
But
Listen,
my thing is
the
you see
the inverse square law doesn't cover the values. It gives you an equation with which to equate it once you have the values.
Wait, what does that mean?
What does that mean? Okay, if it reduces 5% within 1 mile, now we have a standard, a variable for reduction. And we can inversely squared equate that proportionate to the distance we actually are. In other words, so we got a standard for 1 mile. Now we can say at 30 miles, this is how far it should reduce.
But see, if you're standing, say,
The inverse
thousands,
square law is a formalization. It's not a complete. You have to input the variables.
Okay, but now returning to the other, it's talking about viewing for infinity. The Earth isn't infinitely large, is it?
I wouldn't make that presupposition. I haven't traveled Earth for an infinity.
Okay.
but I know damn well I can't see forever. Hell, I need a scope just to shoot a deer from 100 yards in an open field. You're acting like I should see a mountain that's thousands of miles away from another mountain.
You deer hunt too. That's
See,
nice.
it's ludicrous to me. Have you ever seen a deer that was on the opposite side of a hill but got refracted up there where you could see it and you thought it was a deer and you shot at it, but it was just a mirage?
No.
Neither have I.
But like another thing is though, is like, yeah, you can say obviously you can't see forever, so things will get smaller and smaller and smaller. So that also depends on the size of the object too. So say I'm sending 2,000 miles
Do you
from
know
Mount
why
Everest.
they get smaller?
They get smaller because you're getting further away, and that object is
But
a
there's
certain
a reason
size.
why. Your angle to view.
But yeah, viewing angle that's exactly explained by the inverse square law. Like geometrically, you could
Angle
sit
of
down and draw.
resolution.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you could draw a picture to show that the inverse square law is the way that light travels.
Okay.
It's also the reason angular resolution of your eyes and its capabilities is the reason objects reduce in angular size. Because you have a tighter and tighter angle, the farther it gets away. Our eyesight is conical or cone-like.
Right. Okay. So then if optics obeyed that law and we can't see forever because there is some degree of like opacity to light or to the atmosphere, then there should be some middle point where we would be able to see very far away objects, but they would still be milky.
Oh, there is. Have you looked at long distance, world record long distance photos? Have you looked at them? 300 miles, 320 miles, 340 miles. We do see that.
So why can't we see taller objects that are behind them? There must be some distance where we can see the
Objects behind
milkiest
other
mountain.
objects. So when you're viewing, you see what is closest to you takes up most of your view, and the things behind it take up less of your view. It's called forefronting. So with this, we can make a little G.I. Joe guy look taller than the guy 30 foot behind him. He has to be closer to the camera, that's all. Because the guy 30 foot away, he's going to reduce in angular size because the angle to him is tightened.
Okay. So, like, what in the flat Earth model is a star? Like, what is it?
Stars are points of light, references of light in the sky. That's what they are. You keep saying model.
Why?
We don't have a model. Why? Because they put off light.
From what?
I mean, do you not look? I don't need to know what. I'm fine with ambiguity. Do you not see light?
We do just have a natural curiosity to discover new things, so.
Well, we do, but until you can tangibly experiment on why this puts out light, all you have is a fairy tale of why it puts out light.
A fairy tale? I mean, you
have no tests. You don't have samples of anything. You can't say this. We've been there. This is
do you guys believe? Do you guys believe the sun is a star?
The sun is a light.
The sun is a what?
A light. It puts out light.
Okay, but do you believe it is the same thing as a star? Like it's the same concept, basically.
So you want me to wrap a flat Earth model around your globe Earth model and give you a fairy tale for everything you see, so you can have a security blanket so you can sleep at night?
No.
No.
So I was basically just saying, like,
curiosity.
Because
listen, I'm human. When I look up in the sky, I see the same damn thing that you do. I just don't accept all these explanations from people who've never been there, never tested it, don't have soil samples or gas samples from it that say, I know what it is, but they really don't. In truth, empirically, we don't know. I mean, neutrinos are the best evidence you have for a helium reaction. But you're actually missing neutrinos that would be present if it was true. And those are the main ones we can't find. Helium neutrino 4, helium neutrino 3, we can't find them. But this is supposed to be a what reaction? Do you know your model?
I do know my model.
A fusion reaction?
And I also, another thing in my model is that,
Well,
so
if that were
today I'm
true, we
sitting at
would have
one end
those.
of Walmart and the other, okay? You already explained this. Yes, we will see a different set of lights, correct? Yes. But in the distance, you'll also see the same light, right? So if there's a blue light at the one end and a red light at the other, no matter which
Well,
end you're standing at.
that's because it's not far enough away in Walmart to attenuate. But in the atmosphere, we have what is known as the extinction of light. It's atmospheric extinction of light. Light attenuates in the atmosphere to the point that it extincts, and that's dictated by the inverse square law also.
Okay.
So, I mean, I can give you a link on that if you want, but it's the reason why some stars aren't visible at night. Atmospheric extinction of light. And it depends. Like when it's over there, when you're looking at an angle, say I'm looking to the right at an angle of 15 degrees, I'm looking through 12 air masses. But when I'm looking straight directly ahead of me, I'm only looking through one air mass. So the things above me are traveling through less obstruction, their light, and they come right to me. But the things that are on the horizon, all the way out in the east, well, they're traveling through more air and they attenuate more. So they come to a point of extinction more. This is also what causes light to twinkle. The stars in the sky twinkle because of attenuation, depending on the angle that you view them from.
Okay.
So the sun is recently, we're pretty close to the Earth then?
Would I give a position? No.
Okay, well, thank you everybody for answering my questions, but I gotta go now. It's getting late for me, so.
Yeah, no, take care.
Yeah, thanks for being cordial.
Yep.
We don't normally get that. That's uncommon.
So if like the only way that this attenuation could be different within different places on the Earth would be if the sun was like decently close to the Earth, right? So we all see different angles.
No, it's how many atmospheres are you looking through? Each layer of atmosphere has a different density. If it's all the way on the horizon to the east, you're mostly looking through the most dense layer of atmosphere there is. So the attenuation is going to be higher. It's going to become extinct quicker because it's on the horizon and you're looking straight down the horizon through terrestrial atmosphere, the low stratosphere, the lowest layer of atmosphere. It's the thickest. It's the hardest for light to propagate through.
Right, yeah. So but then all parts of the Earth would be getting the same angle, right? Because
no, this isn't true. Why would they get the same angle? Things further away, light attenuates. I just explained this. The further away from you it gets, the quicker it attenuates because you're viewing it at a tangent line.
Right, exactly. But if the sun is
he's also assuming a tangent line to the Earth. I'm sorry, I'll mute. You can't just assume the Earth is like you're already of the assumption that the Earth is curved.
No. I mean it. No, in a flat.
The guy that you're talking to is trying to alleviate that assumption.
Oh yeah, no.
You already assume the Earth. I'm sorry. I'll leave you two alone.
I am agreeing. Sorry, that like if you have a triangle with like if you draw a long triangle, for example, then with the sun all the way at the farthest point, and then the bottom is perfectly flat, and that's also the Earth, right? And the two different points are two different places on the Earth. Then the angles get pretty similar the farther away the sun is, right?
But what he's asking you is, where are you getting your angles? Like your argument there was all about angles, right?
Yeah.
Where are you getting those angles? Where are you getting those from?
Right. Okay. So if you put two different people on different parts of the
Because
Earth,
you can't get an angle from a sphere I
Hear him out,
apologize.
James.
Go ahead.
Listen, I'm
Yeah.
with him. The angle he's talking about is if I'm viewing all the way east from all the way west, I'm getting a different angle to light source than the person who's all the way east. They're looking straight up.
But the only way you can get an angle is two straight lines. So this whole
Exactly.
argument is
No, yeah.
based off of two
That's
straight
not it.
lines.
That's not his point, though.
Yeah, no, two straight
But
lines.
that is no,
the
that's not his point.
yeah,
That's
like a
my point. Like
no,
listening
I
to you
agree.
guys, his
But
whole point is based off two lines, Helio. So I'm on your side.
let him
It's just
finish.
you're not
James,
acknowledging what he's. Okay, I'll be
James,
quiet. I'll be
let
quiet.
him finish. And I'm not Helio for the 5th time. I'm Battle Mod. Thank you.
You sound like him. You sound like him. Okay, my bad.
That's not
Right.
even true.
Yeah. So I'm using the direct lines. One of them just being completely. I mean, the two different people on different parts of the Earth with a straight line across the surface of the Earth, right? And then the sun off at either a very far distance or pretty close by, but I mean the direct line of sight are the other two legs of the triangle, right?
Yeah, but when you say across the surface of the Earth, aren't you already assuming one?
Yeah, like the flatter surface of the Earth, right? Like
So
a
you're
flat surface.
assuming a flat Earth. Okay.
Yeah. I'm humoring the idea, right? Like, or I'm trying to like wrap my head around it.
At the very least, right? Okay.
Yeah. So if you put the sun too far away, then the two angles are really similar, right? And you wouldn't get any effect from like the views getting different angles and different densities of atmosphere going through them, right?
I agree with that, but it also doesn't mathematically. You could put the sun as far as you want.
Right, exactly.
Mathematically.
Yeah.
If you're just dealing with math and not science, you could put the sun as far as you want.
Right.
Or as
So
close as you want.
right. So if you did it pretty far, like like sufficiently far that it didn't matter,
Yeah, you're
it didn't matter
assuming
the
it's
difference.
far.
Yeah, exactly.
You're
So if
assuming it's far. If you
but
put the sun close, you're assuming it's close.
exactly. So as to prove against the far sun model, then you would get the same angle and you wouldn't have different phases of like night and day and stuff like that,
Yeah.
right? So it couldn't be too far.
Yeah, but when it comes to me, like the phenomenon of the sun is unexplainable. People can try to explain it all they want, and you might be able to get half the population of Earth to agree with you. But I never will. There's no way to explain the sun. Nobody knows what it is, what it's made of, how it does what it does. They just assume they do. And based off those assumptions, they believe they're correct.
Right. Okay.
So I'm sorry if I cut you off. That's how it is to me. It's like how could anybody on Earth claim they know what the sun is, how it works, its course, and its everyday, like nobody fucking knows that shit, dude.
Right, yeah.
The sun is an absolute phenomenon that fucking nobody can explain or create.
Wouldn't
If
you
they
say
could
that
create this, if they could create the sun, it would overtake the nuclear bomb.
Sure, we don't know
Like,
what it is or
you
where
could
it is
just-
exactly,
you
but we
could
can
just-
observe
you
its
could-
course in the sky.
Yeah, you could just plant a sun over this nation's, like if you was at war with them, you could just be like, hey, we'll just create a sun over you and burn you to death. Like, nobody can do that. Nobody knows what the sun is. They think they do. They think they can give scientific evidence to other people to persuade them in their same philosophical ideas, but they have no idea. what the sun is, how it works, how far away it is, how big it is. It's like a rainbow. It's like a rainbow. You think you know how close it is, but you don't. You think you can get to the end of it, but you can't.
Right. So it works optically different than like a distinct
Yeah,
object
it's
in the
just
sky.
it's just people with PhDs behind their names that makes people believe they know what they're talking about. Therefore, they know that because of them, they now know what the sun is. Come on, dude. The sun is fucking so much an absolute phenomenon. Nobody can create it. If any nation could create the sun, they would rather that than a nuclear bomb.
Right, yeah. But I mean, I guess that assumes that you could easily make it if you knew what it was. And
Yeah,
that
that's
it
what I'm
wasn't
trying to
like
get at.
huge or anything, that
Yeah, that's
you wouldn't have to
good
have like
point.
way too much stuff.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm trying to get at. Like, they have no idea what it is, but they're telling people what it is, like they know. And the people believe them like they know what it is. That's what's scary to me.
Yeah, but
That's what's
if it
scary
was
to
hard
me.
enough to make, then I mean, even if you knew what it was, you wouldn't be able to wield that power.
Well, if you knew what it was, you would be able to wield that power. It's called reverse engineering, right? Like
Yeah, but what if
that's
it
my
took
whole
like
point. That's my whole
but what
point.
if it
They
took
have
like
no
a lot?
idea. If they knew what the sun is, they would be able to create one. But since how they can't create one, they have no idea what it is, where it is, how far it is. Its position in the sky, its position to the observer.
The Bible tells you what the sun is.
Like if you looked at the sun and I looked at the sun standing next to you, we're going to have a different perspective. I'm not going to see it the way you see it. You're not going to see it the way I see it. And that alone should stand for something.
Okay. What about like being able to see like an airplane that's flying from like different parts of the earth? Like I feel like you'd be able to see airplanes a lot farther away if the earth
Yeah, but
was
your idea of flying in an
Hold up.
airplane,
Does the
but your
atmosphere change?
idea
No, wait a minute.
your idea of flying in an airplane
Listen,
in a
bro.
different
The
part of
reason the
Earth
airplane
is
disappears
not
is
like the same
they're
as
up there
another
in the
person.
cloud layer. So does the atmosphere change just because it goes from flat to round? The ideal of it? No, it's flying through some of the thickest portions of the atmosphere, dude. Why would it look different?
Wait, wouldn't they be thinner up farther up?
Yes, until you start looking at it at an angle. When it gets out there on the horizon, you're looking at a 45-degree angle to a 35, and every time you decrease your angle, you're looking through greater amount of air masses.
Okay. So wait, would that distort the image more so than like obscure it, or?
If you're looking through 7 air masses, I would expect more atmospheric obstruction than I would if you're only looking right above you, 1 air mass. And you can learn how to calculate how many air masses you're viewing through by studying astrology.
Okay. Yeah, because then
Yeah, but they
the
won't
other
do
question.
that. They won't do that.
Well, I posted a link to the atmospheric
They'll just
extinction of light, and it's from an astrology professor.
No, yeah. So, I mean,
Hold on.
in that situation, would you?
Refraction is the reason that it becomes extinct, because it's scattered and refracted to a point of extinction. Or an extinction means it lessens and lessens and lessens in intensity the further you are from it until it becomes extinct.
All right,
it becomes
but in the transition between being perfectly able to see the airplane and the point
When
where
it's right above you.
scattered, yeah, exactly, and
The
when
point
it's
where it
scattered
disappears,
sufficiently
yeah,
to where you can't see it,
that's
right?
a large difference in air masses.
Exactly. What about the
Do,
middle
do,
point? The two.
in
where-
either situation, do you see a curve?
I would assume it to be in the middle of the scale. If the scale being from where you can see it perfectly at azimuth right above you, or it disappearing on the horizon at a 35, somewhere around a 30 to 35 degree angle is where we actually predict things to disappear, and it's because of
Arc
how
minute.
many layers of atmosphere you're looking through.
Right.
Or
but
one arc
scattering,
minute.
yeah, but scattering would cause like fogginess and like a dip in like brightness instead of like
Yeah, arc
becoming
minutes would
smaller,
cover
right?
the reduction in angular size.
It's about the same as you was saying. Not quite, but about. That's the only reason why I brought it up.
So the atmosphere is the entirety of the reason why things change view or look different as they go through it. It's a medium.
Right. But the lensing would end up or like what you're saying is it would scatter more so than
Light does scatter, it
lens.
diffuses also.
Exactly. So that would make things go foggier until they went dark instead of, like changing angular footprint.
Yeah, it also
Yeah, but
depends
there's a
on
there.
the capability of the person. What's your eyesight? Mine's greater than 20/20. I don't know if you need glasses, but I can see things for a long way.
Right, but you could use
I would
the
say
satellite.
his eyesight. I would say his eyesight doesn't matter, but the arc minutes does. At least he acknowledges that, right? So in
Yeah,
arc
exactly.
minutes,
Listen,
where do they determine? Where do they
it
determine
takes a
arc
lower
minutes?
amount of arc minutes for it to disappear if you have crappy eyesight.
Yeah, but they determine arc minutes off of what?
It's visual.
Go ahead.
But yeah, our arc minutes tells you how big something is in the sky, right?
Exactly.
No, an arc minute is what?
It's like an angle. It's
No, it's a distance.
Mm-hmm.
What's an arc minute?
An arc minute is a ratio
It's a
between.
distance.
I think it's unitless.
It's a no. It's
Well, you
a,
could picture
it's
it
a,
as an arc all
It's
you
not
want, but
unitless.
it's a
It is a
distance.
unit.
It's a distance, a unit.
Oh,
It's like nautical miles to land miles.
It's an angle measurement.
Yeah,
Yes.
it is an angle.
It represents.
Thank you.
One
Angle
arc minute. Listen,
requires
one arc
angles.
minute is 1/60th of a full angle.
Yes,
Or 90
like
degrees.
a degree. Okay, yeah, perfect. So
requires
that
straight lines.
Yeah, but when we're already
Right.
covering angles, we're pretty much speaking in arc minutes anyway.
Right, yeah. So
It's just
if you
easier for a person that doesn't know what an arc minute is to understand.
right, so if
people hear arc minute and they think arc or sphere, arc sphere, half of the sphere arc. It's like no, that's not what an arc minute is. That is not what an arc minute is.
He knows what
It's
it is.
It's based off of a flat tangent.
A 90-degree angle is what it's based
You
off.
don't get an arc minute without a 90.
You break up a 90-degree angle into 60
Yes,
sections.
sir.
And that's
Yeah,
one
Yes,
arc
sir.
minute.
Yeah, exactly.
You
So
don't get one without a 90. You don't get one without a 90.
Listen,
You
just get
have
the
to have a
point out
90
there.
for an arc
Listen,
minute.
what James keeps pressing is you can't get a 90-degree angle on a round Earth because you don't have a tangent baseline.
Well, even an arc
Oh, yeah,
minute.
no.
If
I'm
people,
still
if you want to give them the benefit of the doubt of an arc minute or an arc,
You should have let him
however
absorb
they,
that for a minute, James.
No,
it
yeah,
always
I'm
comes to a
still
90.
Yeah,
It has
I'm
to
still
come
talking
to a
about
90.
like a flat Earth, just that like, I get a round vision, right? Like I can still, I turn my head and, like I'm
Conical.
looking at I look at a sphere, right? In terms of, like what's nearby me, what's farther away, right?
Yeah, that's your circle of
That's
view or your
that's your
sphere of view.
Yeah, your sphere of view, exactly. So the angles by which, like the angle, how big something is, whether or not it's close and small or like far and far away, as long as you maintain that how big of a footprint it has on your sphere of vision, that can be measured in arc minutes, right? No matter how far away it
Yeah,
is.
but how do you measure arc minutes?
you will. It is an angle, right? It's
Bro,
like
will you tell him
how
you
much
got
it
the
takes up in
point
your
that
field of
there's
vision.
Hold on, he's getting there.
James?
He's
I already
admitting it.
told him. He already got there. You can't make a straight
He's
line on
admitting
a
it.
globe.
He's
There's no
admitting
90.
it takes angles.
Bro, man, you got to quit interrupting other people.
All right, I'll be quiet.
Yeah, I'm still saying this. Like, imagine, like I'm
He wants to
saying.
drive that point home, bro. Can you repeat it for him? You can't make a
Yes.
90-degree angle on a globe.
Right. Yeah, I'm saying, like, if I do
So
this
you
experiment
concede
here,
that.
yeah, if I do this, yeah. If I do this experiment on a flat Earth, like here, if I look and I only look, on the plane of the Earth, right? Because that I know to be flat. Then even then, if I take something that skinny up and down, or like horizontally it's skinny, and then I take something that's really fat and I put it far away. As long as I keep the growth the same and they both take up the same amount of space in my vision, then that's the same arc minutes. Like that's the same angular, like footprint that it has, right?
Well, I don't mean to sound like an asshole, but it sounds like you don't know what you're talking about when it comes to arc minutes.
I would say without the
I'm
image,
sorry.
I wouldn't be
I
able
apologize.
to answer that.
Sounds
No,
like you don't know what arc
listen.
minutes are.
Well, they're similar triangles, right? Like when you like when you draw
Well,
it
they
out.
are triangles.
Yeah, if you have
Yeah.
the same, like triangle, and then you just draw a line out to infinity, and then the other a line at the same at like a angle off to infinity, and you just
Yeah,
connect
your arc
it.
is based off the triangle. So
Exactly.
you
Yeah. No
first
matter
have to have the triangle. So you first
exactly.
have to have the triangle.
Or what you
That's what
can do
gets
is you
me.
can constrain
That's the
the
thing that gets me.
angle at a certain distance, and then that's a triangle, and then that's that if you're talking about how much it takes up in your field of vision, then the angle is what you're talking about,
Or
right?
your
That's the arc
triangle
minutes.
or arc vision.
Exactly. Yeah. So how would a different increasing distance or changing the atmosphere, how would changing the atmosphere change that angle?
It doesn't change the angle. It obstructs your view. The density of the atmosphere. That's
your
what
view.
I'm trying to say. And I said it earlier.
Well
Don't
said.
interrupt me, James.
Exactly.
There's more than one variable when you're talking about looking at things in the atmosphere.
Right. So that wouldn't change how.
One is how your eyes work, and two is the fact that the atmosphere obstructs your view.
Right. So that wouldn't change the arc minutes, like, or in another way of saying it,
Oh,
how
it
big
would
that
change
looks
the
in the.
arc minutes, but let him go ahead.
No, yeah, but
No,
like, no, it wouldn't, right?
atmospheric
Yes, it would.
obstruction.
Arc minutes, man. Yes, it would
Listen,
absolutely change it. Think about it.
listen. It wouldn't change the size of an object at 10 foot, no, or at 100 foot, no. It would only obstruct my ability to see it.
To your ability to see it. Thank you. And that's what creates arc
It
minutes.
doesn't change the arc
That's
minute.
what makes me mad about people
The arc
on
minute
arc
is
minutes.
the
They don't
angular
understand
size,
what creates
the
it.
angular size of an observed object from a distance. That's the arc minute.
But
Yeah, they don't
exactly.
understand
Yeah.
what creates the arc minute.
The arc minute
That's
is
what
the
gets me.
triangle,
It's the
right? Like,
angle to whatever the fuck you're viewing. I posted an
exactly, yeah.
image. I
Yes.
How
posted an
wide it
image.
is across, divided by how far
Yeah,
away it
and
is.
this
That's
is due to your vision being conical.
exactly,
And
yeah, because it's
It's a
conical.
freaking
there's
cone.
no curve. There's no like even though
James,
it's not the same
it
topic,
doesn't matter because you're
there's
talking
no
about
curved
what you're
adjacent.
observing. That angle that you make to what you're observing, it doesn't include the surface of the Earth. Okay.
Yeah, that's what I'm
Exactly, I
saying. Like,
agree.
not the same topic, but there's no curved adjacent. There's no like it ain't the same topic, but there's no curved adjacent.
Well, there
Like
doesn't
it's
have
either
to be for an
flat.
arc minute to work.
In
An angular size.
in other words, to get an arc minute, you need a 90. Can you believe that?
No, you don't.
No,
Yeah,
because
you
yeah,
have
we
to have a
just did
90
this.
for an arc.
Did you see
No,
the image I just posted, dude? You don't need a
Think
90.
about it. Think about it.
I just
we
told
didn't
you
use
it
the
does.
Earth
Have a
at any
90 to
point in
get a arc
this.
minute.
You're making a 90-degree angle from what? Your
You
eye
have to. You have
to
to
the
in order to
object.
get an arc minute.
No, you don't make 90-degree angles from your eye to what you're viewing. You make a cone. And you
To get an arc minute, you have to have a 90.
look at the image I just posted. No, you don't. You make a cone.
Because your arc's based off the 90.
That cone extends to whatever you're observing. You measure the angle in between the two tangent lines.
Tangent, 90s. I agree with you.
No, a 90's not
Trust
tangent.
me, dude.
Yeah,
You,
One's
tangent is
horizontal, one's
inline.
fucking vertical. Christ.
you cannot. Okay, I'll stand down
But look
tonight.
at the image that I'm posting, dude.
I'll back myself up.
I can't
I'll
explain
look
it
it
any
up
better
and
than
back
that.
myself up more. I'll stand down tonight. You
So
cannot get a fucking angle, an arc, whatever they want to call it, right? Without a 90.
You don't need a 90-degree angle to
You
measure an
have
arc
to have a
minute.
90 to get an arc.
I don't think you do. It's you know, it's
Yeah,
just
you
based
have to have a
on
90 to get an.
but it's just an angle, isn't it? It would
Did
be
you
like
two
saying
look at
like
the image I posted? I want you both to look in live stream voice text at this
yeah.
image and the angle of view or the arc minutes to the sun. How it becomes 32 arc minutes. Do you see a 90-degree angle? Are we including the surface of Earth in
Yeah.
our view of the sun?
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm talking about. Yeah, that's perfect.
No, the answer is no, we are
Yeah,
not.
you're right. Yeah,
Well,
there is no Earth. Yeah, we
Listen,
just
I don't
just
want to be
talked
put
about
in a basket with people who don't understand what they're talking about, but they're
Wait,
actually
but
talking about it.
Adamol, do you realize Quantum Eraser was making the exact opposite argument earlier today?
He's telling you how to use the sextant. He's not
Yeah, but
telling
you
you how to.
guys, how do you
Excuse
get
me,
an
dude.
arc
Stop
minute?
fucking interrupting me. He's telling you how to
How do
use
you
a
get an
sext.
arc minute?
He's telling you. Oh, he's telling you how to use a sextant. And for a sextant, you need a 90-degree angle. But for arc minutes of viewed objects, you do not. You need a cone. That cone is made up because your vision is conical or conical.
exactly.
It
Yeah.
works just like a fucking cone. And you measure the angle between the two lines.
Right. So in this case, like this is perfect. This is exactly what I was talking about. Yeah, it's just how wide it is divided by how far away it is, and that gives you an angle, right?
Yes.
You know, it doesn't
No,
change.
you got it,
Yeah.
dude. He's
Okay.
confusing
Yeah.
one argument with another.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, so in this case, how would the scattering? So if I put something that was farther away, you know, or if I kept it the same, right? And then this is saying like, okay, I'm
Scattering
seeing
does
a plane that's
affect the
off in
arc
the
minutes
distance.
of the sky if you don't
Exactly.
use it. If it
So
does,
I feel like
it
what I'm
affects the
saying is going
sun.
to be the new
They
kid
say
on the
if you
block.
don't use this, fucker. They say
You
if you
can't
don't
get
use
an
a
arc
solar,
angle.
bro. Do you not hear me talking? So if you don't use the solar filter, you'll get a greater than 32 arc minute sun.
exactly. But
And
so if you
when will this happen? It'll happen when it's on the horizon, either
right.
east or west, because you're looking through the most air masses and there's largest amount of scattering.
Right. So the scattering wouldn't change the angle, but it would. So it wouldn't change how big it looked. It would change how bright it looked, right?
No, this is their explanation to why the sun actually does change angular size throughout the day. Because you didn't use the solar filter and you're measuring glare. So yes, it would make it, the more atmosphere you're looking at through, can make it seem to enlarge because the glare is being diffused, refracted, scattered. You know what a solar filter is for your camera, right?
Right.
You know why
Okay.
they use them.
Right. So if you eventually made your filter dark enough, then you'd get only the sunlight that wasn't refracted, right?
No, you get a clearer view of the object. You don't get the overglare because what's scattered is has less intensity than
Yeah, just like, you know, like sunglasses and stuff like that, right?
Yeah, they're just blocking out the glare.
Right. So but in this case, if I put on sunglasses and the sun that doesn't make the sun change size like within our model,
Listen,
right?
dude, the sun doesn't change size, but yes, it looks smaller when you put on good sunglasses. I work on the asphalt all day long. I own a paving company. I wear sunglasses all day long. Yeah, the sun looks smaller when you put on glasses.
Right, right. Okay. So if you had it, if you put on sunglasses, if the sun was the same size all the time, right? And what
It
changed,
doesn't.
whether it's sun or, like light or dark, was the scattering.
Listen, it doesn't look the same all the time. It changes size in arc minutes, but they have an explanation for why that is. And that is scattering and refraction. So you have to use filters. If you use a filter, then it doesn't change even if it's right above you.
Right, but the angle in arc minutes, like what changes the actual size of the sun, you said was scattering, right? Like the
No.
apparent size of
Nope.
the sun. Then what would it be then?
Well, yeah. The apparent size of the sun changes because of scattering. Yes, because
Okay.
it's a light source. But
Right.
on other objects that are not a light source, it won't affect it.
Right. So if you blocked out the scattering, then you would see the true size of the sun. But if you didn't, if you ran that experiment, then you would see that the sun doesn't change size depending on whether it's straight above or horizontally, like
Well,
off in the distance.
we can't really say that because we can't remove the atmosphere. But if we could say that you remove the atmosphere, you would get a true view of the sun. I would agree with that. I wouldn't make any presuppositions about whether it'll get larger or smaller throughout the day because I don't know until I remove the atmosphere.
Right. But you could make the guess that, like for the, like hypothesis to your claim, right? Just to make sure that you're following the scientific method, then you'd be
Yeah,
able
my
to
hypothesis
see it,
would
right?
be that we could see what is actually going on. I wouldn't make any prediction other than that.
Okay. So so just to recap, the sun changes size based on the angle because that changes because that changes because that changes the angle, right? Like the how far up in the sky it is, and that changes
Apparent
how much
size.
scattering you get, right?
The apparent size. It doesn't change any angles. Scattering changes the apparent size.
Okay. And how much scattering you get is dependent on how far up or down the sun is in the
Yeah,
day, right?
whether it's, I don't say up or down, whether it's directly above you or whether it's on the horizon.
Yeah,
Your
exactly.
angle to view it.
Okay.
I mean, think about it. If the sun looks like it's melting to the ground, then your angle to it is almost absolute zero. So it's actually leaving your view.
Okay.
By the mathematics for angular size reduction, the angle to the object decreases to a point where it becomes unresolute.
Okay.
That's why it's called the angle of resolution.
That makes sense. So the sun needs to be directly above the Earth and pretty nearby it so that everyone gets a different angle and you get, different times, right? Like you get someone, like seeing the sun
No,
and
I'm
someone
not saying that.
not seeing the sun.
But you're saying that. I'm not. No.
Okay. So where would the sun lie then?
In the sky where I view it. Do I know the distance to it? No. I see the same things you see, bro. We don't look at two different skies.
Right.
The thing is, we just don't give assertions and explanations and expect the entire world to accept it, even though we couldn't prove it with science if we tried. We came up with a standard of knowing facts, and that's demonstration through the scientific method. But somewhere down the line, we wandered away from that, and we can now go on these thought experiments and call it a concrete reality. This is absolutely 100% against science. Then we have other people that say this is the way it is. Science proves it; it'll never change. That goes absolutely against the very nature of science, because science is the study of change. So the only constant in the world we live in is change, and we know all things will change. So we say this is our current understanding. There's no 100% in science. Just like boiling water, water boils at sea level, at a certain temperature, but that's because of sea level or atmospheric pressure. So if the atmospheric pressure ever changes, then the temperature at which water boils will change too. So we don't say this is 100% sewed up, always going to be that way. Because change is the only thing we know that is constant in this world.
Right, and so we make experiments to, account for the nuance, to understand where the variations from the model exist, and update our model accordingly.
We should be, but that's not always what's done, though. A lot of times
Right.
you get these, if you can imagine this, let me take you on a journey of the mind. And you have to understand, you're in a cosmic journey. Your mind is an infinity. Anything you can conceive of, you can believe of. But do you want to know where you live?
Right.
Or do you want to live in your mind? That's the thing. We don't claim to have every answer.
Right.
That's not our claim. That's, there's people right now that think we're the greatest thing in the universe. And if we did a percentage, one out of 1,000 of what we know about everything in the universe, we wouldn't even have 1% yet. The human race, when I mean we, the human race, we're not as smart as we think we are. We use electricity. Do we know where it comes from? No. Energy, we use that. Do we know where it comes from? No. Like combustion, atomic energy, nuclear energy, we don't know where none of these things come from, but we know how to manipulate them and harness them and use them. This we can do. Everything we know about electricity doesn't sum us up to we can tell you exactly where electricity comes from. In our realm, we don't know. Generators, they don't generate electricity. They collect it from the atmosphere and put it in a form which you can use and harness.
Yeah, but just the same, I mean, we had our, we had our moments where we didn't understand what was going on, but like once we wrote down the rules of it and just continued to,
Some of the
continue to
rules.
see it. Yeah, exactly. There's
This
like the
is my
slight
point.
variations here
We
and
still
there.
don't know what the hell's going on. We just know a little more than we did in the beginning.
But we can measure these, like according to our model, like we can
That
measure
doesn't
the
make
things.
it any more constant, concrete, or true. Just yes, we know very little. Can you harness a lightning bolt? You know
I mean,
where the
some
lightning
people
bolts
can.
come from? We can give you the process, but the process is just a process in which all things work together to collect the electricity. We don't know where it comes from.
But well, we did have like we do know how it how where the electricity, like what makes the things move, and like we can like
Now
conduct
you're
an
talking
experiment and
about
the models that
circuits
like
and
it follows that.
triggers and magnetism. Yeah, we know how to
Yeah,
manipulate it, but we don't know everything about how electricity works or where it comes from.
but we do, like like
We don't.
the electrons follow field lines, and we know this stuff, right?
We don't know where electrons come from.
Well, they're in the matter, right? Like they're in everything.
Define matter.
I
You
don't
know how
know
many
anything.
different definitions there are for matter and mass?
Yeah, well, that's because there's like different ways of like observing the
Well,
effect it has,
what
but
put it
it's
in the matter?
how do you mean?
You said it's in the matter. How did it get there? Where did it come from? That's my
Oh,
entire point.
it is a type, like it is one of the like 4 or 5 components of like everything
Listen,
we have,
bro.
right?
I know this. Nuclear, strong, weak, gravity,
Yeah,
right?
exactly.
Magnetism. So we know how to use these things. We don't know where they come from. I've got a bachelor's of science in engineering with a major in mechanical. I absolutely know we don't know where most of this comes from, where energy comes from. We don't know. We just know how to manipulate it, harness it, and use it, like the combustion engine or the circuit or the transformer. We can conduct and transform electricity. We don't know where it comes from. We can explode molecules, atoms, but we don't know where the energy that's released from this comes from.
But you can track it, right? There are equations, like you can see it, and you rerun the experiments and the basic
Does that
4
change what I
equations.
said?
No,
And,
but like
no offense,
there's
now we're getting into kinetic energy. We know there's kinetic potential and kinetic energy everywhere, but I'm still going to make the same statement. We don't know where it comes from.
it comes from the like once you
Bro, you're
once
trying to answer a question that would get you a Nobel Prize. I'm serious. My
no,
professor
yeah, I know
would just end this conversation right there and say, "When you figure it out, let me know because I want to ride the shirt tails of your Nobel Prize."
yeah, I know there are still things that we need to know within like AMO, but like it's still there are still like very few equations that govern the way that everything works.
Well,
I mean,
those
you're talking about
equations, listen, those equations aren't absolutions; they're approximations. You understand that, right?
but they explain things off to like 20
They,
decibel
they,
places.
well, listen, those are orders of magnitude. Now, do I have to get into the thousandths, millionths, and 10,000ths and 100 millionths? I mean, do I really? We can't
Yeah,
make
no, but
minuscule. We can't make minuscule what is 100 millionth away from absolution. That's not minuscule. That's orders.
right, but
Orders of
they're
degree.
so simple and they like are obeyed always. Isn't that to a
Do you
certain
know what
degree
they're used
undeniable?
for? Like kinetic energy. We use kinetic energy to see how thick we have to, the equation, how thick we have to make an engine block wall. So when we release this explosion from electricity and gas, we just don't blow a hole through it. But it wasn't
Right, yeah.
perfect. It wasn't perfect. And we know it gives us a starting place. So the first 5, 6, 7, 12 engines that we built, they just blew up. So we had to keep on going until, okay, this is how thick we need for this many horsepower with this piston and this amount of combustion. So application doesn't give us absolution or concretism. It gives
right.
us application. The ability to harness something doesn't mean we're like wherever it comes from, we know.
Right, but those are the approximations, for engineering that you make reasonable assumptions to, like make the equations easy enough so that you can manipulate them and get something nice, right?
Yeah,
But
that's what I
if you
said.
stop, yeah, exactly. But if you stop approximating, that's what the standard model is. Like they have
Listen, here's the thing. We're getting all off in this philosophical shit. Approximation, formalization, these are fine for application to make technology that makes man's life better. But it's not fine when we're building a concrete reality of where do we come from, how did we get here, and what do we live on. It's okay for you to get to the grocery mart quicker and with less gas, yeah. Or me, I need horsepower, so it's okay to boost up my horsepower and get race fuel from the airport and then go drag my car. Yeah. It works for that, but it doesn't build a concrete reality for us. It just helps us make technologies that sometimes help man and make his life better, because it's not always true that technology makes man's life better. It makes him dependent.
so then what are like the holes in the standard model that don't make it an absolute reality?
What? The standard model? Well,
Yeah, like
how about gravity doesn't unify with the standard model? And the fact that the Big Bang says everything came from it. And spheres were shaped by it. But we can't even prove it. We don't. The day we know what gravity is will be the day we can float around on a rock and have anti-gravity. Just hook it up to a rock and we'll make that our ship.
yeah, but I mean this like things being spherical is like a classical mechanics problem.
Newtonian physics. They only work on the scale of living being things, moving things, tonnage. You take it down in the standard model into the atomic level, it doesn't unify with that. Neither does Einsteinian. So they should be teaching you this in school. They did when
Right,
I
but
was in school, but nowadays they teach people that science is absolution, and it's not. Nothing's ever absolute. Change is the only absolution. And we've known this for a long time. They want to be your priest, you their servant. They want you to follow them because they have all the answers to make you feel safe about where you live. If you think there aren't people out there that are so greedy that they want to rule the world, you're crazy.
Right. But how do you profit off of, Maxwell's equations? You know what I mean?
Well, how? Well,
How do
that's
you
easy.
profit off of like
When
basic?
Maxwell's equations are
Yeah.
applied to technology and application and increases technology, that's how you profit off of it.
Right, yeah, but that just means that it's accurate, right? That doesn't mean that you're selling a lie. That means you're selling something that actually works.
No, it's
Right?
when you actually apply Maxwell's equations to a theoretical problem or trying to build the concrete universe we live in and say we know more than we do. In this infinite universe, we're just a speck, a pinpoint, and we don't know shit when it comes to the whole. We're not even 1/1,000,000th of a percent of the whole.
Right, of course. But what we do know are, like these, 3 or 4 things, right? That, apply. Like Maxwell's equations, the strong force, the weak force, stuff like that. Because we've measured it, obviously, like concretely, and they're right.
Oh, it's not always that we measure it. Some things are unmeasurable. We observe it and base an approximation over time and distance.
Right, but we've gotten to like the limits of measurement, and it's been correct.
No, we got to the limits of our measurement. That'll increase. One day we'll be able to detect a lot of different things. One day there'll be more than 4 fundamental forces. I'm sure of it.
Yeah, no, I agree. Hopefully, right? I mean, or hopefully they get unified under one.
Yeah, we don't know as much as we think we do. And we deal with high school kids that think this is absolute, it's never going to change. They tell us we don't know science when we know science is meant to change and keep up.
Right, yeah, but they're homing in closer and closer to like how things actually work, and they've gotten really damn simple so far,
Why don't they teach the kids that? Why are we teaching Common Core education in America? Common Core.
I gotta agree with you with that one. Yeah, it's kind of stupid.
I homeschooled my last. She's 16. I got a couple more years of homeschooling her. I won't send my children to Common Core where everybody gets a prize for completing a math quiz. You know what I got for completing a math quiz? 3 more math quizzes.
Yeah, well, I mean, answering question in the live stream voice text. I mean, you can do experiments to measure gravity relative to 2 decently heavy objects on the surface of the Earth, like between each
Heavy
other.
objects. So what you're talking about is we can detect the weight and assert that because we said gravity causes weight, that we're actually manipulating gravity when we haven't proven that gravity causes weight.
No. I mean relative to each other. Like it's not only
I know
towards
that.
the ground, but to each other. You can see how they attract each
Well,
other.
gravity's 2 rocks attract each other, huh?
Yeah, obviously at the
No, is that what you're saying? 2 rocks will attract each other, or do I got to set
No,
up a?
yeah, they do. It's just that you have to have sensitive enough equipment. But if you do it, then sure enough, you see it. You see 2 sufficiently heavy objects attracting each other right here on the surface of the Earth.
You got a citation for this experiment where somebody's done it?
Yeah, let me look it up. I think it's something to do with like oil or something was involved in like getting the precision down to it.
Well, Earth's always under vibration. There's constant vibration on Earth. So vibration can move things around, and I would like to know how they eliminated that as a variable.
Right, yeah, but like on average, you would see it. Like if the vibration is random, then over long time scales, the vibration goes left just as much as it goes right, or else we'd be moving or accelerating in that direction, right?
Sure premise.
But yeah, but we pointed like when they measured it, they made sure that it was, straight up and down away from the acceleration. So, you got the attraction horizontal perfectly.
Nobody's ever shown one rock attracting another rock, dude. Unless they're magnite stones. Then they're magnetized. Rocks have ferrous and non-ferrous metals in them, right? Or metals that are magnetized and metals that aren't magnetized. You can get a magnite, which is a rock, a natural rock, naturally formed rock.